Marshall Peak, Chapter 4271, Golden Gorilla King. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at those words and he quickly asked, "Does Abundance City have any 7th order Yin or metal element monster cores?" Pang Duo laughed bitterly at those words. "Little brother Yang, do you think we have the strength to kill a 7th order monster beast? If a 7th order monster beast were to appear here, Abundance City would have been razed to the ground a long time ago. We don't have any 6th order monster cores in stock in Abundance City either. If you need any 5th order monster cores, then we might be able to share some with you." What use are 5th order monster cores to me? Abundance City had existed for thousands of years, so Yang Kai originally thought that it would have accumulated some monster cores over the years. There was a possibility that they had what he needed. Only now did he learn that Abundance City was not as wealthy as he imagined. It made sense when he thought about it though. He estimated that a 7th order monster beast could exert strength equivalent to a mid-rank open heaven realm master. How could they win against a 7th order monster beast with their strength? Since there were no 7th order monster cores available, then he had nothing else to ask for. In any case, he only came here to treat his wounds. Now that he was almost fully recovered, it was time for him to leave. A blanket of silence fell over the scene. "Wu Xen, why don't you take your leave? You should get your wounds treated properly." A short while later, Pang Duo dismissed Fan Wu Xian with a wave of his hand. Fan Wu Xian left immediately. At this moment, Jing'e returned. It was just that she was alone. Moreover, she had a strange expression on her face. The generally taciturn Gong Yang, she was puzzled and asked, "Where is Elder Tan?" She replied, "I couldn't find Elder Tan. His residence is empty." "How can that be?" Pang Duo was astonished. "Have you searched the city? Is Elder Tan treating his wounds somewhere else?" Before she could respond, they heard a rush of footsteps coming from outside. Immediately after that, a person urgently shouted, "Reporting! Golden Gorilla King is here." "What?" Jin Yuan Lang shouted. He was so shocked that he jumped up from his chair. "Why is he here again? Didn't he come here just a few days ago?" Likewise, the others also looked solemn. It was as though something major was about to happen. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang exchanged glances with each other. They did not know who this Golden Gorilla King was, that he could make the people of Abundance City react like they were about to engage a formidable enemy. "Reporting!" Another shout entered their ears. That shout was followed by a figure landing in the city lord's main hall. "Speak!" Mo Mei shouted with great majesty. That person cupped his fists. "City Lord, Elder Tan forcibly opened the Grand Array barrier and fled on his own just now. At this moment, the Grand Array is not functioning and the entrance to the city is wide open." "Bastard!" Mo Mei leapt to her feet with a furious roar, while the expression of the others also changed greatly. This truly was a case where, when it rained, it poured. Golden Gorilla King's sudden arrival was bad enough, but they could have dealt with the situation no matter how dangerous and critical it was, so long as the Grand Array remained intact. However, Tan Luoxing had forced open the Grand Array barrier and caused problems with its operation. It was like throwing Abundance City into the fire and roasting them on a stake. If they failed to handle this matter properly, there was a high chance that Abundance City would be reduced to ashes today. Pang Duo was stunned. Why did Elder Tan forcibly open the Grand Array? Why did he leave? Chu Huashang said, "Are you stupid? It's obvious that bastard surnamed Tan ran away." Ran away? He sounded like he couldn't believe it. He was just about to ask why Tan Luoxing would flee when he suddenly realized something. Tan Luoxing clearly knew that he had been exposed for slandering Yang Kai. He was afraid of being punished by the city lord and felt too humiliated to remain in Abundance City. That was why he hurriedly fled. After all, the commotion earlier was quite large. Although nobody died, it was only because Yang Kai had held back. Nevertheless, countless people were injured as a result. If it wasn't for Tan Luoxing's slanderous words, those incidents would not have occurred. As an elder of Abundant City, he allowed jealousy to blind him, not only causing him to repay kindness with enmity and bring shame to Abundant City, but also resulting in great losses to Abundant City. Therefore, he simply had no face to stay. Leave aside the matters involving Elder Tan for now. Our priority at the moment is dealing with Golden Gorilla King. Mo Mei walked down from the City Lord's throne. Her voice was steady and her appearance was imposing as she began issuing orders. Since he came here, he must want a tribute. He will leave as long as we can fulfill his requirements. Elder Mu, how many offerings does Abundant City have left? Mu Qianxian replied, there's not much left, only 4 or 5 monster cores at most. Golden Gorilla King usually only comes once or twice a year, so we have enough time to hunt monster beasts and gather the necessary tribute. It has only been a month since he last came here though. We emptied out our inventory at the time. Moreover, the team we sent out to hunt monster beasts has yet to return. What tributes could we possibly have? Despite knowing that this was a possible outcome, Mo Mei still felt her heart sinking in despair after listening to Mu Qianxian's report. Without enough tribute, they could not send Golden Gorilla King away peacefully. That could mean annihilation for Abundant City. City Lord, Elders, Golden Gorilla King seems to be heavily injured, the cultivator who reported this news earlier added. Golden Gorilla King is injured? A light flashed in Gong Yangshi's eyes and he nodded. That explains why he came back so soon. It's obvious he wants the tributes to treat his wounds. Jin Yuan Lang smiled bitterly, but we don't have any offerings for him. I wonder if he will become enraged. Mo Mei sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, we should go out and meet him. Let's hope it's a blessing, not a curse. Even if it is a curse though, it can't be avoided. It's best if he can retreat peacefully. Otherwise, we can only draw upon the strength of the entire city to fight him. After saying that, she turned to look at Yang Kai and added, Sir Yang, Abundance City has wronged you regarding the matter with Elder Tan. Once this queen finishes dealing with Golden Gorilla King, I will discuss the finer details with you. Yang Kai nonchalantly replied, Please don't worry about that, City Lord. As you've said, all this was caused by Elder Tan. What happened previously was just a big misunderstanding. On the other hand, I injured many of your people and should be asking for your forgiveness, City Lord. As for this Golden Gorilla King, please allow us to come along if you don't mind. Mo Mei glanced at him and gently nodded with a grateful expression on her face. Many thanks, Sir Yang. Yang Kai had the strength to throw Abundance City into chaos, which clearly showed that he was very powerful. He could provide extra protection if he came along. Nevertheless, Mo Mei couldn't help feeling ashamed. Abundance City was supposed to return Yang Kai a favor, but instead a huge misunderstanding had caused him to suffer. Now, even after all that, he was voluntarily offering them his assistance. Sir Yang not only looks very similar to Tingyu, but he also has the same old-fashioned compassion. If Lan Tingyu had not rescued us back then, we would not have survived this long. We would have long been eaten by monster beasts. From Yang Kai's point of view, Abundance City was jointly established with the help of the proprietress and Yu He, so now that it was in trouble, he could not just sit back and ignore them. Although his injuries had yet to recover fully and he could not exert his complete strength, it would not be a problem for him to bring out 80% of his maximum. While speeding forward, Yang Kai was just about to ask about Golden Gorilla King when he suddenly heard an earth-shaking roar coming from not far away. This sound was a beast's howl which clearly came from a monster beast. Moreover, it also sounded very familiar, like he had heard this roar somewhere before. When he followed Mo Mei and the others to the Grand Array portal, Yang Kai looked out and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a coincidence! At this moment, the barrier of Abundant City's Grand Array had been damaged after being forcibly opened by Tan Luoxing during his escape and could not close properly as a result. A gorilla glowing with golden light was standing in front of the wide-open portal with his hands on the ground and his head held high. He was several tens of meters tall. Not to mention, he was looking down on the crowd with a contemptuous gaze as though he was looking at a group of ants. Moreover, his expression seemed impatient. A while ago, Yang Kai had witnessed this gorilla fighting a life-or-death battle with a wolf. Their fight had shaken the very world itself. Yang Kai previously used the gorilla and the wolf as a deterrent to escaping Exin Zhao and his lackeys before he later arrived at Abundant City. When Mo Mei and the others mentioned a golden gorilla king, Yang Kai mistakenly assumed that they were referring to some powerful cultivator. Only now did he realize that the other party was actually a sixth-order monster beast. Yang Kai did not know what the outcome of the fight between the gorilla and the wolf was. However, he had the feeling that the gorilla did not win. That was because Golden Gorilla King was covered in wounds and dripping with blood. It was obvious that the wolf had bitten him and torn large chunks of flesh from his body. Even the golden light covering him seemed a little dim and his aura was rather weak. Mo Mei and the others came to a stop several hundred meters away from Golden Gorilla King, each of them wearing a solemn expression. They bowed to him before Mo Mei spoke. Golden Gorilla King, why have you returned to Abundance City so quickly? Golden Gorilla King lowered his head and growled something. The meaning was unclear, but the way he behaved indicated that he understood what they were saying. It could be seen that his sentience was quite high. Mo Mei shook her head. We've handed all the tributes we gathered to you earlier. Abundance City does not have any offerings left. We are powerless to help you even if you come here. ****. Golden Gorilla King flew into a rage. He lowered his head and let out a fierce howl, baring his fangs at them. A violent wind blew in their direction, causing Mo Mei's hair to fly out in the wind. Even so, she remained motionless. Her expression did not change even when she stood in front of a furious sixth-order monster beast, showing her strong spiritual cultivation. Mo Mei continued once the noise faded. Abundance City will support you if you wish to treat your wounds. It's just that we don't have what you need. Nothing will change even if you lose your temper. Golden Gorilla King let out another furious roar. Not only did he roar louder than before, but he also ran around and smashed several houses with his fists. Afterward, he waved his enormous fist at Mo Mei and the others as though saying, "Are you scared?" Many of the cultivators who had gathered around couldn't help taking several steps back. On the other hand, Mo Mei did not move. She simply called out calmly, "You are injured right now. It's best not to get angry so easily, otherwise, it will be harder for you to recover." Golden Gorilla King ignored her completely, like a child throwing a temper tantrum. He was enraged because he could not get what he wanted. Clenching his fists tightly, he punched the ground repeatedly. Violent monster chi spread out in all directions, causing many to look terrified. Yang Kai quietly asked Jin Yuan Lang, who was standing next to him, "What does Golden Gorilla King want?" Jin Yuan Lang answered with a bitter smile, "Metal Element Monster Beast Cores." Martial Peak, Chapter 4272, I'll show you what big is. A Metal Element Monster Beast Core? Yang Kai could not hide his astonishment. Why does it have to be of the metal element? Little brother Yang, you might be unaware of this fact. Pang Duo leaned over, stroking his beard absent-mindedly while watching the raging Golden Gorilla King warily. He explained, "I don't know about the monster beasts in the outside world. However, I've heard that there are some differences with the monster beasts here. The monster beasts here can strengthen themselves and recover from their injuries by consuming the monster cores of monster beasts of the same element as them, thereby becoming more and more powerful." The monster beasts here grow stronger through such a method? Yang Kai was surprised at first, but he soon understood. It wasn't just the monster beasts in this place. There were many examples of monster beasts fighting for monster cores in the outside world too. Monster beasts cultivated very differently from humans. Humans had secret arts and secret techniques, but monster beasts did not. They relied completely on their instincts. If they felt that the monster core of another monster beast would be highly beneficial to them, they would not hold back if they could obtain it. It was just that the monster beast cores in the outside world usually contained a mixture of attributes. It was not nearly as pure and singular compared to the monster beast cores in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That's right. The first time Golden Gorilla King appeared outside Abundant City, It had only just advanced to become a sixth-order monster beast. After so many years of receiving tribute from us, I'm afraid it's not far from becoming a seventh-order monster beast. Pang Duo's eyes looked fearful. They were no match for an ordinary sixth-order monster beast, so what more need be said about a sixth-order monster beast at its peak like Golden Gorilla King? One should not be fooled by its seriously wounded condition. If it really came down to a fight, the few thousands of people in Abundance City would not be enough to repel him. Yang Kai asked curiously, "How did you manage to make an agreement with Golden Gorilla King to provide him with tributes?" Jin Yuan Lang replied with a wry smile, "It's not something that can be helped. Abundance City would have ceased to exist a long time ago if we refused to offer tribute. However, over the years, there have been several crises that Golden Gorilla King helped defend us against. He knows that we have value, so he allows us to exist in this place. If he decides that we no longer have any value though..." A monster beast's thoughts could not be inferred from human common sense. If they failed to bring out a satisfactory tribute this time, there was no saying what kind of consequences they might face. Abundance City and Golden Gorilla King seemed to be dependent on each other for survival. Although Abundance City was the weaker between the two, they could provide Golden Gorilla King with a steady supply of metal element monster beast cores. It was for that reason that Golden Gorilla King would occasionally protect Abundance City from danger. During their brief conversation, Golden Gorilla King was becoming more and more furious by the moment. He roared continuously, blowing a foul stench in their faces. Mo shouted, "Golden Gorilla King, I'm saying this for the last time. Abundance City does not have any tributes to offer at the moment. It's useless no matter how angry you get. Why don't you calm your anger and focus on healing yourself instead of wasting your energy in vain?" Golden Gorilla King turned to glare at her, his crimson eyes filled with a cruel and ferocious light. All of a sudden, he raised his palm and slammed it down fiercely. Mo shouted, "Everybody watch out." While shouting, she immediately moved to block the attack. Many of Abundance City's cultivators trembled as they quickly used their respective divine abilities and secret techniques. The moment they attacked in unison, the world energy churned wildly. All sorts of divine abilities of various attributes transformed into a frenzy of attacks that shot towards Golden Gorilla King in different forms. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Strictly speaking, the people in Abundance City could not be considered powerful. They were suppressed by the principles in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and could not advance into the Open Heaven realm. It didn't matter whether it was Mo Mei, the elders, or the other cultivators. The strongest among them was only half-step Open Heaven realm. In essence, their strength was still within the range of the Emperor realm. However, these Emperor realm masters seemed to be different from the Emperor realm masters in the outside world. That was especially true for Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and the other elders. All of them had an overwhelmingly powerful and extremely pure Emperor Qi, while the divine abilities that they could unleash were also incredibly powerful. When Yang Kai fought Tan Luoxing back then, he had noticed this distinction. Among those in the half-step Open Heaven realm Yang Kai knew, even Chu Huashang might not be Tan Luoxing's opponent. It had to be said that Chu Huashang had condensed the 6th order element powers while Tan Luoxing had only condensed 5th order powers. It would now seem that Tan Luoxing was not a unique existence. It was the same case for Mo Mei and the other elders. After pondering over this matter for a while, Yang Kai understood the reason for this disparity. In the outside world, people like Mo Mei and Pang Duo would have tried to advance into the Open Heaven realm a long time ago. If they succeeded, they would experience a massive surge in strength. Of course, if they failed to break through, they would be reduced to ashes. There was no third possibility. Unfortunately, the people in Abundance City were suppressed by the principles in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and could not advance any further. They had been stuck in the half-step Open Heaven realm for thousands of years. For that reason, they could only find other ways to increase their strength. It was only natural that their use of their Open Heaven elements became stronger and more refined after a long period of accumulation and precipitation. Similarly, the divine abilities that they could unleash were also more powerful. Yang Kai was secretly surprised. It would not be difficult for Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and the others to advance into the open heaven realm if they could find a suitable opportunity. After all, they had much lower chances of failure with such solid foundations. While he was immersed in his thoughts, numerous divine abilities had already collided with the giant palm of Golden Gorilla King. A golden light shone brightly as sharp metal element power shot out in all directions like countless sword lights. A buzzing sound rang out endlessly, and in an instant, many abundant city cultivators collapsed to the ground with their fresh blood staining their surroundings red. Mo Mei and the others might have stopped that giant palm for a moment with their divine abilities, but their efforts could not be sustained for much longer. Just as the palm was about to slam down, Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and the others did not hesitate to rush forward. They frantically drew upon their power and blocked the palm from below. Hong! A golden force ran rampant and sliced through the sky. Countless small wounds appeared on everybody. Meanwhile, the figures of Mo Mei and the others staggered slightly. They were nearly pounded into the ground by Golden Gorilla King. No matter how powerful they were, they could not exceed the limits of the half-step open heaven realm. Even if Golden Gorilla King was injured, a peak 6th order monster beast could exert the strength on par with a low-rank open heaven realm master at will. Abundance City had no way to fight back at all. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, the sound of something breaking rang out. Jin Yuanlang's legs had been twisted and broken. Despite being in intense pain though, he grit his teeth and persevered without letting out a single sound. When Yang Kai saw that, he knew he could not stand by any longer. If he continued to just watch without doing anything, there was no telling how many people would die in this place today. He rushed forward and raised his hand, summoning the Azure Dragon Spear. In the next moment, the spear stabbed towards Golden Gorilla King like a dragon going out to sea. Golden Gorilla King turned to look in this direction, and while baring his fangs, he raised his other hand that was covered in dense metal element power and grabbed at Yang Kai. "Sir Yang, be careful," Mo Mei shouted. The words had only just left her mouth when she saw him vanishing out of sight after he was caught squarely in the middle of the Golden Gorilla King's palm. This, Pang Duo and the others looked speechless. They originally thought that Yang Kai had extraordinary strength since he could cause such a huge commotion in Abundant City. Who could have known that he would be so vulnerable? That thought had only just come to mind when they heard the Golden Gorilla King crying out in surprise. Immediately following that, fresh blood spurted out like a hurricane from his tightly clenched hand. A figure holding a spear shot out from within, spinning like a top that directly drilled a hole through the giant palm. The spear kept going, heading towards the Golden Gorilla King's head. Yang Kai's hair was disheveled. Covered in Golden Gorilla King's fresh blood, he shouted solemnly, "It's best you don't get too brazen." Golden Gorilla King roared furiously and drew back both hands. Completely ignoring the wound on his palm, he clasped his fists together and savagely brought them down on Yang Kai. Hong! A shockwave spread out as Yang Kai's figure was slammed into the ground like a meteor. Likewise, Golden Gorilla King's figure was sent flying into the distance. An extra ferocious-looking wound was added to his body that was originally already covered in wounds. With Yang Kai's support, the pressure on Mo Mei and the others reduced significantly. They hurriedly ran over in concern and stood beside the pit when they saw Yang Kai being smashed into the ground with Pang Duo shouting out, "Little brother Yang!" Chua! Yang Kai jumped out of the pit as his hair blew in the wind, shaking his head for a bit before stating, "I'm fine." Although his injuries had yet to heal, Golden Gorilla King was also severely injured. Both sides were on even ground and nobody held the advantage, a fact made obvious by the exchange of blows just now. "He's fine even after taking that?" Pang Duo and the others were completely stunned. They couldn't believe that anybody could survive after being smashed into the ground by Golden Gorilla King. They all thought that Yang Kai would definitely die from that attack. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and stabbed the Azure Dragon Spear into the ground. He glared fiercely at Golden Gorilla King, who was also getting back up, and grinned savagely. "Do you think you can do whatever you please just because you're bigger? Today, I'll show you just what it means to be big. With a guttural roar, Yang Kai shouted, "Dragon transformation." A high-pitched dragon roar exploded from his mouth, echoing across the sky. An enormous golden dragon appeared behind Yang Kai's back, looking extremely lifelike. The dragon eyes were filled with a majesty that stood above all other living beings. The golden dragon phantom plunged into his body and vanished out of sight in the next instant before a crackling sound rang out. Under everybody's stunned gazes, Yang Kai's figure suddenly swelled and transformed into a 500-meter-tall half-dragon in the blink of an eye. With the continued development of his golden divine dragon source and the purification of his dragon vein, Yang Kai was starting to gain better control over his dragon transformation secret technique. His current 500-meter form should be enough to crush Golden Gorilla King, who was only several dozen meters tall, and if that wasn't enough, he could always transform into a behemoth more than 3,000 meters tall. Yang Kai's entire body was covered with dragon scales. His hands transformed into dragon claws, dragon horns grew out of his head, a dragon tail swished about behind his back, and a dragon beard flew about wildly below his jaw. He was the very picture of majesty and invincibility. Chu Huashang lifted a hand to cover her red lips, staring up at him with shock in her beautiful eyes. It was her first time witnessing his transformation. She initially thought that she understood him to an extent after the life-or-death experiences they went through together. It was not until this moment that she realized something. What she saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Inside Abundance City, thousands of people raised their heads and stared up at Yang Kai. All of them felt as insignificant as ants in front of this enormous figure. It was one thing if it was just their height, but the majesty Yang Kai radiated was what truly made them shudder. They instinctively felt the urge to bow down and worship him. The cultivators of Abundance City were not the only ones frozen in shock. Golden Gorilla King was also stunned for a moment. As a monster beast, he could sense the dragon pressure that Yang Kai was releasing much more acutely than humans ever could, so his eyes narrowed slightly and he instinctively took a few steps back. However, he soon directed a furious roar at Yang Kai. It was almost as though he felt ashamed for backing away just now, so he could only strengthen his momentum through this roar. Similarly, Yang Kai roared back at Golden Gorilla King. The dragon roar resounded throughout the skies, making the wind and clouds pale in comparison. Then he took a step forward and charged at Golden Gorilla King. Golden Gorilla King did not shrink back in fear either, rushing forward instead. The two enormous figures quickly collided with each other with a deafening explosion that shook the entire world. Martial Peak, Chapter 4273, Blood Principles Restriction. Hong Hong Hong. A series of violent explosions rang out as the two enormous figures were tangled together, fighting each other with reckless abandon. Abundance City was a mess. The city was not that large in the first place, so how could it withstand the damage caused by the battle between Yang Kai in his half-dragon form and Golden Gorilla King? It didn't take very long for half of the city to be destroyed. Countless buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. Yang Kai could not afford to care about that at the moment though. Golden Gorilla King might be severely injured, but every attack unleashed by a peak 6th order monster beast contained great destructive power. In his current state, Yang Kai could not defend against those attacks unless he went all out, therefore he had no time to be distracted or worry about anything else. Although he had an absolute advantage when it came to size, there were times when having a larger body did not necessarily guarantee a win. Golden Gorilla King's movements were swift and agile. He would climb onto Yang Kai's body from time to time, biting and scratching his scales and flesh with his fangs and sharp claws. As a result, Yang Kai's back was drenched in blood and his dragon scales flew in all directions. On the other hand, Yang Kai countered by grabbing Golden Gorilla King by one arm. He tightened his grip and swung his foe left to right as though he was smashing something with a large hammer. Hong hong hong. The ground shook and the mountains shuddered. Golden Gorilla King roared furiously as his body shone brightly with golden light. Yang Kai suddenly felt pain coming from his palm, as though the sharp metal element power was piercing his dragon claws, so he couldn't help throwing Golden Gorilla King to the side. As soon as Golden Gorilla King landed, he raised both arms and hammered his fists against his chest with loud thuds. He was completely enraged. Reaching out his hand, he picked up a rock beside him. He leaped up high and brought the rock smashing down on Yang Kai's head. Like a meteor falling from the skies, his power was simply astonishing. Everybody felt nervous at the sight. The scene in front of them was practically a battle between monsters. Nobody dared to approach within a kilometer radius. Yang Kai clenched his dragon claw and threw a punch, smashing the huge boulder to pieces. At the same time, he took a deep breath and his belly swelled up rapidly. A majestic dragon roar sounded as he opened his mouth to spew out pitch-black flames. Fire Dragon's flaming breath. Even before he refined the Golden Crow's true fire, Yang Kai had been capable of using this particular Dragon Clan's secret technique. After he refined the Golden Crow's true fire, this secret technique became considerably more powerful with the blessing of the pitch-black flames. Scarlet Star's Poison Lady had died tragically because of this attack back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Yang Kai had burnt her alive until she became nothing more than a charred corpse. The flames raged wildly, even causing the surrounding space to warp and tear. Golden Gorilla King could sense the power and danger of these black flames and did not dare to underestimate this attack. The golden light around his body shone brilliantly and formed a defensive shell. When the black flames and the golden light collided, the golden light was suppressed in an instant. While Golden Gorilla King could exert the strength of a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, and his metal element power was comparable to the Sixth Order, Yang Kai's Golden Crow's true fire was a high-rank Open Heaven power. One was clearly superior to the other. Besides, even among the 5 elements, fire suppressed metal. Hence, the Sixth Order monster beast could only forcefully endure the burning of the Golden Crow's true fire and rushed out of the jet of flames. He clenched both hands together and viciously slammed them down on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai staggered under that attack and stumbled backward unsteadily. Golden Gorilla King showed no mercy. He used both hands and feet to punch and kick at Yang Kai at a high speed. The golden light around his body gathered in front of him, transforming into the shape of a spear. Following that, the golden light shot, tearing the air apart. A huge sense of crisis filled Yang Kai's heart, so he hurriedly activated his Dragon Shield's secret technique to protect himself from this piercing attack. Gotcha! The golden spear slammed into the Dragon Shield and immediately shattered it to pieces. However, the golden spear did not seem to lose any momentum whatsoever and continued to enlarge rapidly in Yang Kai's field of vision. A cold sense of fear swept over him as he quickly retreated. Yang Kai realized that he had underestimated Golden Gorilla King. A peak Sixth Order monster beast was extremely powerful indeed, remaining so ferocious despite his severe injuries. What would he be like if he were fully healed? Of course, Yang Kai was also badly injured and had not fully recovered, so he was unable to exert his full strength either. Yang Kai reached out his hand and summoned something. The Azure Dragon Spear sliced through the air and flew towards him. The moment his claws closed around the spear, it suddenly swelled and turned into a world-shattering 500-meter-long weapon. The spear stabbed forward and smashed the approaching golden spear to pieces. Still, Yang Kai felt his arms going numb as the Azure Dragon Spear nearly flew out of his grip. Fortunately, he quickly clenched his fists and drew the spear back slightly before thrusting out once more. Golden Gorilla King appeared from behind the golden spear light, charging forward aggressively. He bared his fangs fiercely, making him seem absolutely terrifying. Chi! Blood splattered in all directions as a low roar rang out. The Azure Dragon Spear had pierced right through Golden Gorilla King's chest and come out his back. Yang Kai pulled out the spear, causing warm blood to gush out onto the ground. Even so, Golden Gorilla King advanced forward instead of retreating. Taking advantage of the momentary opening Yang Kai showed after unleashing his attack, he threw a punch that landed squarely on Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai's giant half-dragon body was sent flying backwards, landing on the ground heavily and sliding for several thousand meters before coming to a stop. Everywhere he passed, buildings collapsed into rubble. By the time Yang Kai got back up and prepared to continue his fight with Golden Gorilla King, he was astonished to discover that his foe was nowhere to be found, so he called out hastily, "Where did he go?" Chu Huashang stretched out a finger and pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai looked over and saw a golden dot fleeing desperately into the distance. Golden Gorilla King was already more than a dozen kilometers away by now. He clearly understood that nothing good would come out of the battle even if he fought on. Therefore, he decided to retreat. It was a wise decision. It was just that Yang Kai was not prepared to let Golden Gorilla King flee. He raised his spear and laughed. "Want to run now? Do you think you can?" Before he could take more than 2 steps though, Emome shouted at the top of her voice, "Sir Yang, please show mercy." Yang Kai stopped and lowered his head to look in her direction. Seeing that she had his attention, Emome spoke in a rather sad tone, "Sir, please don't give chase. Please spare his life." "Why?" Yang Kai questioned. To which Emome replied, "Golden Gorilla King might have benefited greatly from Abundant City, but it is also true that he has helped us to survive through numerous crises over the years. It can be said that he is our benefactor. This time, it might be that he is in urgent need to recuperate, which was why he acted so rashly." Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai couldn't help giving a word of advice. "Save a thief from the gallows and he will help hang you in the future. City Lord Emo, please think this through." But Emome insisted, "Sir, please spare his life." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before he released his dragon transformation secret art and he returned to his human form. Since Emome had already said so much, he couldn't be bothered to chase after Golden Gorilla King anymore. Not to mention, Golden Gorilla King was not an opponent to be trifled with. Although Yang Kai was confident he could hunt down and kill Golden Gorilla King with his current strength, there was no denying that he would have to pay a certain price to do so. Emome thanked him while the other elders were staring at him in shock and awe. It was the first time they had ever seen anyone fighting Golden Gorilla King on equal terms. This guy seems to be even stronger and more aggressive than Lan Tingyu. Many things had happened in Abundance City today. First, Yang Kai had caused a huge commotion, then one of the 5 great elders, Tan Luo Xing, forced open the Grand Array and escaped the city. Before the dust had settled on these shocking events, Golden Gorilla King appeared. Yang Kai and Golden Gorilla King then fought a fierce battle, which practically leveled half of Abundance City. Looking around at the ruined buildings and wailing residents, Emome couldn't help furrowing her brow deeply. All the elders were injured. In particular, Jin Yuan Lang's legs had been broken. Many others in the city had been injured as well. It could be said that Abundance City had suffered severe damage to its very foundation. Soon, those who were not injured began to rescue those who were under Emome's command. Another group of people was sent to do emergency repairs on the defensive Grand Array. Thus, the entire Abundance City was swept up in a flurry of activity. Yang Kai found a quiet place and rested for a bit. After that, he came out again to check on the situation in Abundance City. He said to Emome, who stood next to him, "City Lord Emo, I'm afraid you can't stay here for much longer. You spared Golden Gorilla King's life today, but the thoughts of monster beasts are very difficult to predict. It is hard to say whether he will or will not come to take revenge on the city after he recovers from his injuries. How will Abundance City protect itself at the time?" Emome sighed, "I'm aware of that. It's just, how could it be so easy to migrate to a different place?" Back then, they only managed to build and establish the city thanks to the help of Lan Tingyu, the proprietress, and a few others. They finally reached their current scale following the gradual development of the city over thousands of years. Even if they wanted to migrate elsewhere, they needed to have a safe place to act as their stronghold at the very least. It was just that there were no such safe places in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. What's more, Abundance City had their own enemies, such as Emerald Thunder City, which had been mentioned several times before. If Emerald Thunder City learned about what happened to Abundance City, they would not hold back. They would definitely gather an army to swallow up Abundance City, bones and all. Have you never considered leaving the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Yang Kai was puzzled. Mo Mei laughed bitterly. Why would we stay here if we could leave this place? Sir Yang, you may not be aware of this, but my ancestors were kidnapped by Blood Monster Divine Monarch and forced to live here. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was proficient in the Tao of Blood, so he placed a Blood Principles restriction on them. This restriction is passed down from generation to generation. If the Blood Principles restriction does not constantly receive the aura of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, we will immediately suffer a backlash and die on the spot. That is why we must first remove the restriction before we can leave this place. Otherwise, we will only be walking to our deaths. Blood Principles restriction? Yang Kai raised his brow at those words. City Lordom, may I have a look? She looked at him in surprise. Sir Yang, do you understand the Tao of Blood? Yang Kai calmly remarked, I didn't at first, but now I know a little bit. He had never touched upon the Tao of Blood in the past, but he had now comprehended several chapters of the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture that were inscribed on steels at the Blood Lake in order to enter its central palace. Although the final inscriptions had been fudged by Black Crow Divine Monarch, what Yang Kai learned previously was undoubtedly part of the true Bloodlight scripture. In other words, most of the cultivators present at the time had received some exposure to the Tao of Blood and Blood Principles. It was just that everybody was the same. They only understood some of the Bloodlight scripture's secret techniques, but not the actual secret arts. Please go ahead, Sir Yang. Mo Mei did not have the attitude of a shy young maiden and instead generously stretched out her hand towards him. Yang Kai apologized for his discourtesy and placed 2 fingers on her wrist. His divine sense surged, probing into her bloodline where he soon discovered a mysterious restriction. It was closely connected to her bloodline and could not be separated by force. Not to mention, this restriction could be passed on continuously through reproduction. No wonder she mentioned that Lan Ting you wanted to find a way to bring them out of here. It now seems that they cannot leave the Blood Monster Cave Heaven at will. Under the effects of this restriction, they have no choice but to live in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. A short while later, Yang Kai withdrew his chi and slowly shook his head. She asked, How is it? Yang Kai sighed, I can sense the restriction, but I don't have the ability to remove it. Mo Mei felt slightly hopeful when she heard his first sentence, only to quickly become disappointed with his next. In the end, she laughed bitterly, You are being too humble, Sir Yang. After all, he was able to force Golden Gorilla King back. That was by no means a small feat. Martial Peak, Chapter 4274, Into the Depths. Yang Kai felt a slight sense of pity. He had been planning to use the sealed world bead to bring Mo Mei and the others out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven if they were willing. They were old acquaintances with the proprietress. It was nothing for him to help them out while he was at it. More importantly, he believed that the people in Abundance City were extremely rare talents. Judging from their battle with the Golden Gorilla King earlier, these Emperor Realm cultivators had a much stronger foundation than average emperors in the outside world. That was especially true for Mo Mei and the Great Elders. They were no different from core disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises like Chu Hua Shang and Pei Wenxian. Mo Mei had condensed 6th order element powers while the rest of the elders had condensed the 5th order elements. Thanks to their precipitation over the years, they would surely have a greater chance of breaking through to the open heaven realm compared to others if they could obtain the opportunity. If that happened, they would form a whole batch of 5th order and 6th order open heaven realm masters. What did Voidland lack the most right now? Wasn't there a shortage of open heaven realm masters? Yang Kai believed that it would not be a problem for him to invite them into Voidland if he could bring them out. After all, they had lived their entire lives in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so they had no place to go in the outside world. Voidland was just right for them. Unfortunately, the Blood Principles restriction that Blood Monster Divine Monarch placed upon their ancestors had crushed all his hopes. If he placed them into the small sealed world, they would immediately die without the nourishment from the aura of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Mo Mei sighed. This place has become more and more unstable recently. I'm afraid our fate is to live and die together with this world. Many thanks for your kindness though, Sir Yang. The blood monster cave heaven was showing signs of collapse. That was something Yang Kai also knew. The most obvious manifestation of this phenomenon was the continuous increase in the number of entrances to the blood monster cave heaven whenever the blood monster cave heaven opened. That was a sign that the blood monster cave heaven was merging with the blood monster territory. If these signs were appearing in the outside world, then there was bound to be more obvious signs inside the blood monster cave heaven. It would be particularly obvious to Mo Mei and the others who lived here. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. City Lord Mo, you don't need to abandon all hope just yet. I know somebody who can lift the blood principle's restriction in your bodies. Who? Mo Mei asked in pleasant surprise. He grimaced. A guy named Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch had stolen the Tao of blood inheritance left behind by Blood Monster Divine Monarch and cultivated the complete version of the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. It would be a simple matter if he were willing to lend a hand to help remove the blood principle's restriction. The main issue was that Black Crow Divine Monarch was wicked by nature. Moreover, he had a deep grudge against Yang Kai. It could be considered a miracle if they neither fought nor tried to kill each other when they encountered each other next, so how could Yang Kai convince him to help? Black Crow Divine Monarch? Mo Mei looked astonished. Although she lived her entire life in the blood monster cave heaven, even she knew what the title, Divine Monarch, signified. Only a high-rank open heaven realm master was worthy of taking such a title. Why would a person standing so far above them be willing to help them remove the blood principle's restriction for no reason? Black Crow Divine Monarch is currently inside the blood monster cave heaven. If I encounter him by chance, I will ask him to help. It's just that there are some misunderstandings between us, so I cannot guarantee whether he will agree. I can only say that I will do my best. Mo Mei bowed and exclaimed gratefully, "Many thanks, Sir Yang." Yang Kai raised a hand to stop her. "It's not a big deal. Abundance City has deep ties with Madame Lan. Since that's the case, it also relates to me. I can't just sit back and watch now that I've met you. City Lord Mo, you should arrange for your subordinates to patch up the Grand Array. I cannot stay in this place for long, so I'll be leaving soon." Mo Mei nodded and hurriedly relayed the order to her people. It took 3 days and 3 nights for the repairs to Abundance City's Grand Array to be completed. Nevertheless, the ruined buildings in the city caused by the battle between Yang Kai and Golden Gorilla King also needed to be repaired. In addition, the countless wounded needed time to recuperate from their injuries. The events over the past few days had severely damaged Abundance City's foundation, so it would take a long time to recover completely. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang took a good rest for a few days. 3 days later, the two of them took their leave. Mo Mei and the others did not stop them from departing, as they knew that outer world visitors like Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had entered the blood monster cave heaven to search for their own respective opportunities. It was impossible for these two to remain in Abundance City, as once the time limit was up, they would be forced to leave even if they didn't want to. The Grand Array was reactivated, and with Mo Mei in the lead, many of the elders and deacons of Abundance City saw Yang Kai and Chu Huashang off from afar. Thus, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang exited the Grand Array. When they looked back, all they saw was a sparkling lake behind them. Who could have known that a city was hidden behind such a calm scenery? "Let's go," Yang Kai called out. Chu Huashang asked, "Junior brother, where are we heading?" "The depths of the blood monster cave heaven." He took out a jade slip and checked the contents briefly. Blood Monster Divine Monarch had left behind 2 main inheritances. Even though the Tao of blood inheritance had been stolen by Black Crow Divine Monarch, there was still the beast taming inheritance. Yang Kai did not know where it was concealed, but the rumors claimed that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was located in the deepest depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The reason Yang Kai even entered this place was to search for high-rank metal and Yin element materials. Who could say? The Blood Monster Divine Palace might contain exactly what he needed. Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to it. It would also be very interesting if he encountered Yin Exen Zhao again. The last time they met, Yang Kai had been forced to flee desperately, which was a huge humiliation. Now that he had recovered his strength, he would surely teach Yin Xen Zhao a lesson on showing proper respect. The pair traveled forward for several consecutive days but did not come across anybody at all. They barely even encountered any monster beasts, much less any spirit flowers or exotic herbs. Yang Kai knew that the series of encounters he experienced previously and the delay in Abundant City had caused him to be much slower than the others, so all the good stuff along the road ahead would surely have been taken. Be that as it may, this did not bother Yang Kai. There were a lot of good things in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but not many interested him. After all, it was practically impossible for anybody else in the Emperor realm to be wealthier than him. They continued onward for another half a day when all of a sudden, they halted in their tracks and stood atop a small hill to study the battlefield in front of them. A huge battle had probably taken place here and there were still strong energy fluctuations lingering everywhere. The ground was also littered with damaged artifacts. A dozen or so corpses lay haphazardly on the ground, each one shriveled up terribly, as though something had drained all the essence out of their bodies. Moreover, these corpses retained expressions of horror on their faces from just before they died. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang exchanged a glance with each other and blurted out in unison, "Black Crow Divine Monarch." These people had clearly died from having their vitality drained by the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture. Such obvious signs clearly indicated that Black Crow Divine Monarch had attacked this place. Black Crow Divine Monarch's strength could be said to be invincible in this place. Even if Yang Kai went all out, he would not be a match for Black Crow Divine Monarch. This old dog had the heritage of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master after all. Now that he had possessed a body and revived himself, Emperor Realm Juniors were as insignificant as ants in front of him. Fortunately, Yang Kai knew the old fart's weakness. Black Crow Divine Monarch's damaged soul was a critical flaw. Yang Kai had nothing to fear even if he met Black Crow Divine Monarch again. It was just that he did not know how to ask Black Crow Divine Monarch to help remove the blood principle's restriction from the bodies of the people in Abundant City. It was extremely troubling. Based on the appearance of these corpses, they had been dead for a few days. All of their space rings were nowhere to be seen, but Yang Kai could not tell whether Black Crow Divine Monarch had taken them or the people who passed by later had looted them. If he had not come across Abundant City, Yang Kai would have taken a detour lest he run into Black Crow Divine Monarch again. However, he had promised Mo Mei that he would do his best to ask Black Crow Divine Monarch to help remove the blood principle's restriction in their bodies. As such, he could not avoid Black Crow Divine Monarch. The pair continued to track Black Crow Divine Monarch's progress. Along the way, they would occasionally come across some shriveled corpses. It was not just the corpses of cultivators but also the corpses of monster beasts. All of them had died from having their vitality drained by the Blood Light scripture. Judging by Black Crow Divine Monarch's path, he seemed to be heading into the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. This discovery shocked Yang Kai. It was rumored that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was hidden at the core of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven where nobody had ever been before. All Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritances were preserved inside, waiting for the lucky person to discover them. It was just that the rumors had remained as nothing more than rumors after so many years. Nobody had ever confirmed the rumors because nobody had ever arrived at the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven or found the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Even so, the current situation seemed to indicate that there was a high possibility the Blood Monster Divine Palace truly existed. If one were to say who had the greatest understanding of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, it would not be Yang Kai or the proprietress. Rather, it would be Black Crow Divine Monarch. Although he had been sealed away by Blood Monster Divine Monarch for countless years, he had obtained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. How could he not have some understanding of the secrets in this place? If he was heading in this direction, then it could only mean that there was something in this direction that was attracting him. The only thing that could move a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master could only be the inheritance of another high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. After figuring out this point, Yang Kai increased his speed and pursued Black Crow Divine Monarch. They continued forward for a while before he suddenly halted. Chu Huashang followed suit and stopped to look at him. What's wrong, junior brother? Yang Kai turned to look in a certain direction. There are sounds of battle. He paused for a moment and added, it's heading our way. When he spread out his divine sense, he could detect the sounds of battle coming from a certain direction. The other party probably detected him through their perception as a result and immediately rushed towards him. He did not know whether the other party intended to seek help or foist the enemy off on them instead. He initially planned to ignore the other party, but before he could leave, he noticed something and exclaimed in surprise. Following that, he pushed his divine sense strongly and probed the situation in that direction. A short while later, he became overjoyed and called out, "Senior sister, follow me." While saying so, he immediately rushed to meet the other party. Chu Huashang did not know why he was so elated, but she did not question him. It didn't take long before two figures that were fleeing desperately appeared in their field of vision. It was a man and a woman. Moreover, this man and woman were being pursued closely by 6 others. They unleashed a continuous barrage of secret techniques and the power of artifacts, blasting those two fleeing figures until they became increasingly desperate. A dazzlingly bright light burst out. It was a killing move summoned by one of the pursuers that shot straight at the backs of the fleeing duo. The woman seemed to perceive that danger and hurriedly turned around to mount a defense. On the other hand, the man focused on escaping and ignored what was happening behind him. The long sword in the woman's hand slashed downward and a sword light flashed out, colliding with the attack coming from behind. Following the commotion, the woman's body flew into the air like a paper kite. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in midair and her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Martial Peak, Chapter 4275, Heavenly Sword Union. The woman seemed to have suffered heavy injuries previously, therefore, this attack only made her condition worsen. The other man looked back in horror and a trace of struggle and hesitation flashed through his eyes before he fled without pause. Shameless! Chu Huashang cursed upon witnessing this scene. The person she cursed was not the group of people attacking, but the man running at the forefront. This fleeing pair were clearly companions. They were either lovers or senior brother and junior sister. Now that they were in danger, only the woman had turned around to defend against the attacks and was injured as a result. On the contrary, the man not only did not turn around to help but ran even faster instead. It was the height of despicableness. His actions even made him seem like he wanted the woman to buy more time for him to escape. In their current state, he might not be able to escape his pursuers even if he turned around to help his companion. There was a chance that she might survive if he had done that. However, there was no doubt that she would die now that he had abandoned her. Chu Huashang was also a woman. It could have been her in that situation. How tragic would that have been? Then she thought back to what Yang Kai had done so far. No matter what kind of situation they were in, or how badly they were injured, he had never abandoned her. Be that as it may, they could not be said to have a close relationship with each other. They had only met once or twice before after all. Comparing these two men, their characters were as different as night and day. She had not thought much about this before, but now that she made a comparison, she couldn't help feeling a sense of warmth and sweetness in her heart. Likewise, Yang Kai was also enraged. The pursuers were about to attack once more, but the woman was powerless to defend herself. Seeing that, he rushed forward and appeared in front of her while throwing out a punch at the same time. Space principles flared and the void shattered. The expressions of the pursuers changed greatly. They hurriedly took action to defend themselves as one of them shouted, "Who?" There was a series of rumblings and when the dust settled, the pursuers were disheveled and their complexions had gone pale. All of them looked in Yang Kai's direction with fear in their eyes. Yang Kai stared back at them coldly as he asked, "Ruoshi, are you all right?" The woman originally thought that she could not escape death today, but who could have known that a reliable figure would appear in front of her and block the barrage of attacks for her at a critical moment? She looked up, thinking that the back looked strangely familiar. When she heard his voice, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she asked in a trembling voice, "Sir?" She nearly thought that she was dreaming. Ever since departing from the star boundary and heading out into the outer universe together, they had not heard anything from each other after they were devoured by a myriad facets insect. She had tried to search for him, but the 3,000 worlds were simply too vast. There were as many great territories as hairs on an ox. Moreover, each great territory was large and boundless. Trying to find a person in the 3,000 worlds was harder than trying to find a needle in a haystack. Throughout her journey, she continued her search and experienced all sorts of hardships. She finally arrived at Langya Paradise. Following the legacy of her ancestor, she joined Langya Paradise and became one of its disciples. When she heard that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open, she struggled desperately to obtain a place among the participants. With Yang Kai's abilities and heritage, she believed that he would definitely enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. In that case, she only needed to search for him inside. It would be much easier than her search in the past. Unfortunately, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was filled with dangers at every corner. She coincidentally met up with a senior brother, so they decided to travel together. Who could have known that they would encounter trouble and be hunted down by others? Just as she was about to die, Yang Kai miraculously appeared in front of her. She had the sudden impulse to burst into tears. She had been able to endure all the hardships and tribulations on her own before she saw him. Her expression never changed even with a blade held to her neck. However, she reacted like a child who finally found support after suffering grievances outside the moment she saw him. Yang Kai never expected to encounter Zhang Ruoxi here either, much less that their reunion after so many years would be under such circumstances. Back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had tried to ask Gu Pan from Langya Paradise about her. It was a pity that Gu Pan claimed that she had never heard the name Zhang Ruoxi before. Yang Kai figured that there were two possibilities. One was that Zhang Ruoxi had not gone to Langya Paradise. The other was that Gu Pan had not met her. There were at least hundreds of thousands of people in Langya Paradise's main sect, so it was impossible for Gu Pan to know all of its disciples. During their conversation, Chu Huashang landed next to Yang Kai and crouched beside Zhang Ruoxi. She stretched out her hand to support her and asked in concern, "Junior sister, are you all right?" Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly and whispered, "I'm fine." Then, she abruptly opened her mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chu Huashang's expression changed slightly. How could she not know that this woman's injuries were very severe? She quickly took out some healing pills and fed them to Zhang Ruoxi. "Senior Sister Chu, please take care of my friend." Yang Kai's voice was low and grim. It was a tone she had never heard from him before. Although he sounded calm, she could sense the hidden rage rampaging beneath that tranquility. Rest assured, Chu Huashang carried Zhang Ruoxi and moved to a spot in the distance. The pursuers frowned deeply at the sight and the young man in the lead spoke with a dark expression. "Who are you? Please don't interfere in the matters of Heavenly Sword Union. Am I supposed to just stand back and watch as you try to kill my friend?" Yang Kai glanced at the young man coldly. The young man frowned slightly. After briefly considering the situation, he cupped his fist. "In that case, I will take my leave now." After saying that, he turned to leave. He seemed to have realized that Yang Kai was strong after the exchange of blows just now, so he did not wish to start a fight so easily. Yang Kai shouted, "Did you think you could just leave after hurting others? Do you think something so simple exists?" Who could have known that the young man was actually only pretending to leave? His real purpose was to distract Yang Kai. The words had only left Yang Kai's mouth when he suddenly shouted, "Die!" Shio! The ground beneath Yang Kai shuddered and a green vine shot out without any prior warning. The vine was like a snake that wrapped around Yang Kai so tightly that he resembled a dumpling. That was not all. The vine was covered in incredibly sharp thorns that stabbed into his skin and released a powerful poison. He never intended to retreat in the first place. The fact that he had tried to kill Zhang Ruoxi and the other man could not be leaked out to the world. Otherwise, he would be in huge trouble even if he managed to walk out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven alive. Heavenly Sword Union could be considered among the top second-class great forces with a number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command. Nevertheless, it was vastly inferior compared to Langya Paradise. That was because Langya Paradise had high-rank open heaven realm masters. Blinded by wealth just now, he had planned to kill and rob Zhang Ruoxi and the other Langya Paradise disciple when he saw that they were not very powerful. Who could have known that they would encounter Yang Kai and Chu Huashang here? When he saw Yang Kai and Chu Huashang, he immediately decided to silence all witnesses to his crimes. If word about this incident were to spread, forget about Langya Paradise's reaction. Heavenly Sword Union would be the first to capture him and offer his head up as an apology. The only way to ensure his safety was to kill them all. At the same time the green vine shot out of the ground, he charged towards Yang Kai. His sword flashed briefly and slashed towards Yang Kai's neck. The others also quickly unleashed their killing moves. Every one of those attacks was extraordinarily powerful and they seemed intent on killing Yang Kai on the spot. "How dare dead men like you come out to cause trouble?" Yang Kai roared. With a whooshing sound, Golden Crow's true fire covered his entire body and began burning down everything around him. The vine curled around his body was an extraordinary treasure. Nevertheless, it was powerless before the raging Golden Crow's true fire. Twitching like a living thing, it hurriedly shrank back and tried to plunge into the ground again. Yang Kai grinned madly, reached out a hand, and caught the vine, all the while ignoring the thorns that dug into his flesh and secreted poison which was making him slightly dizzy. With his Dragon Clan heritage, Yang Kai had incredibly strong resistance to poison. Most poisons were completely ineffective against him, but this vine managed to affect him slightly. It could be seen how powerful the poison was. Even if ordinary cultivators did not die from the effects of this poison, they would lose most of their combat power once afflicted with it. The realization struck Yang Kai suddenly. No wonder the auras of Zhang Ruoxi and that fleeing man seem so weak. It looks like they have been poisoned by the vine. Yang Kai held the vine in his grip, and under the heat of the Golden Crow's true fire, it kept twisting and struggling about. He then flicked the vine as though he was wielding a whip and sent it lashing towards the attackers. Their expressions changed drastically. They never imagined that this man could break free so quickly. After all, they had used this very trick to kill many people before. Many of those victims had even been stronger than them. Before they could understand what was going on, the vine sent them flying backwards. Every one of them coughed up blood in midair. They looked terrified when they hit the ground. If Yang Kai had unleashed World Force, they would have understood why they were defeated in one move. However, the aura radiating from him was still within the bounds of the Emperor Realm. How can an Emperor Realm cultivator be this powerful? We are not his opponents at all. Retreat! The young man in the lead shouted as they desperately performed their secret techniques to escape from this place. At this point, they did not care whether or not they would be exposed for trying to kill Langya Paradise disciples. Survival was their top priority. Solidify! Yang Kai shouted as he pushed his space principles, and the surrounding space instantly transformed into a cage. Those people felt the space around them becoming viscous, like they had fallen into a quagmire and could not move. They turned around and looked at Yang Kai in horror only to see him walking towards them with a wooden expression. He arrived at the closest person, glanced down at them, and casually threw a punch. That person's head exploded open like a smashed watermelon, with brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Then he walked over to the next person, glanced down at them, and threw another punch. Next came the third, followed by the fourth. In the blink of an eye, only the young man leading the pursuers remained alive, trembling from head to toe. Although he was desperately trying to summon his strength, he discovered that his Emperor Chi was not flowing smoothly. Forget fighting back, even moving a finger was an extremely difficult task. He watched helplessly as Yang Kai walked over to him. The fear in his heart overflowed from his eyes. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown as he screamed, "Don't kill me!" "Don't worry. I won't kill you." Yang Kai looked at the young man calmly. The young man could barely believe his ears. Really? On the other hand, Yang Kai said nothing. With a flick of the vine, he wrapped the young man up in it. The young man, who was now wrapped up like a dumpling, asked in a horrified voice, What are you doing? Yang Kai slowly crouched beside the young man and lowered his head to look at him. Then he picked up the young man's right arm and gave a powerful squeeze. Kacha, the sound of bones breaking rang out. The young man screamed in agony, but before his scream ended, the sound of bones breaking rang out again, raising his screams by a whole octave. Kacha-cha! Yang Kai slowly and methodically made his way up. In the blink of an eye, he broke the young man's right arm into 7 or 8 sections. It would have been one thing if only the bones had been broken, but the key point was that the meridians along the young man's arm had been destroyed completely as well. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4276, I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you. It started with one of the young man's arms being crushed. Then it was his second arm, followed by both his legs. The continuous sound of bones breaking was extremely disturbing. The fear and despair in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, but his screams slowly grew weaker and weaker. He became breathless instead. The entire process took no more than a half cup of tea's time. In that time, all the bones in his body had been crushed to pieces and all the meridians in his body were destroyed. This kind of pain was not something ordinary people could withstand. The most important point was that he could clearly feel the traces and movements of each bone when they were broken. What horrified him even more was Yang Kai's expression, which remained completely calm and indifferent, almost cold and meticulous, making him look like he was handling something very serious. Please kill me, the young man murmured with lifeless eyes, kill me. It didn't matter if all his bones were broken. With his cultivation, he only needed to recuperate for 3 to 5 years and consume some spirit pills to recover from even such major injuries. However, there was no way to recover once his meridians had been destroyed. Even if he could heal all the broken bones in his body, he would only be a cripple in the future. He could never cultivate again. For a cultivator, it was a fate worse than death. There was no crueler fate than that. Won't killing you be going too easy on you? Yang Kai stood up and looked down on this person contemptuously, his expression still as calm as ever. I'm a man who means what he says. I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you. After that, he took off the young man's space ring and retrieved the space rings from the others. Turning around, he walked back to Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang was in shock. It was her first time seeing Yang Kai acting so cruel. He had always given her the impression of a mild-tempered man. At the very least, he was warm and gentle with her. Be that as it may, his current actions could only be described as cruel and ruthless. It was true that he had not killed the young man from Heavenly Sword Union, but this fate was more despairing than death. Just who is this woman? She lowered her head to look at Zhang Ruoxi, who she was carrying in her arms. I can't believe seeing her hurt made Yang Kai so furious. Although she did not know the answer to her question, Chu Huashang could be certain that he had a close relationship with this young woman. How is Ruoxi? Yang Kai came to Chu Huashang and placed 2 fingers on the young woman's wrist to probe her condition while asking. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief. She was heavily injured, but her injuries had not damaged her foundation, hence, she would recover fully after recuperating for some time. Many thanks for your life-saving grace, senior brother. A voice came from the side suddenly. It was the man who had been fleeing alongside Zhang Ruoxi earlier. Seeing that his pursuers were gone, he returned and thanked Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and his originally gentle gaze instantly turned frosty. What happened earlier had not escaped his notice. Both this person and Zhang Ruoxi were being pursued just now. It was bad enough that he had not protected her. When an attack came from behind, it was only she who turned around to defend. On the other hand, he had taken the opportunity to flee even faster. He didn't even bother to look back to see what had happened to her. It was one thing if they did not know each other, however, they had been escaping together, so how could they be unrelated to one another? How could Yang Kai have any good impression towards a person like that? Even Chu Huashang looked at this man with an expression of disgust. Sir, this is my senior brother, Du Su. Zhang Ruoxi introduced weakly. Why would Yang Kai care to know that person's name? He simply shouted, Scram. Du Su originally had a smile on his face, but when he heard Yang Kai telling him to get lost, his expression suddenly became incredibly awkward. He said falteringly, "Senior brother, why must you be so hurtful with your words? Although you rescued my junior sister and I, we are still from Langya Paradise. It's a disgrace to Langya Paradise for having a disciple like you. Get lost." Du Su's face flushed red in embarrassment and then he became angry out of shame. It looked like he wanted to say something back, but he did not dare to speak the words that were on the tip of his tongue when he recalled the strength and brutality Yang Kai displayed earlier. In the end, he could only glance at Zhang Ruoxi angrily before he turned to leave. Chu Huashang watched that person's back and frowned. Is that person really from Langya Paradise? He is a disciple of one of the 72 paradises. How could he act like that? Lowering her head, she asked Zhang Ruoxi, "Are you also from Langya Paradise?" Zhang Ruoxi replied, "Yes. Senior brother Du and I might belong to Langya Paradise, but we are just inner disciples." Chu Huashang understood. Most sects divided their disciples into 3 grades. The first were the outer disciples. They had the lowest status and worst potential. Next came the inner disciples. They had much better aptitudes and potential. The strongest among the disciples were the core disciples or legacy disciples. These talents were the future hope and pillars of the major sects. Both Chu Huashang and Gu Pan were core disciples while Zhang Ruoxi and that man called Du Su were inner disciples. Legacy disciples and core disciples were the smallest in number. Generally, only the cultivators who could condense sixth-order elements were qualified to be chosen. Even among the major cave heavens and paradises, each sect did not have more than a dozen legacy or core disciples. Nevertheless, it was hard to say how many out of this dozen or so people would succeed and advance into the open heaven realm and how many would fall. Upon knowing that they were from Langya Paradise, Chu Huashang became even more curious. Heavenly Sword Union might be relatively powerful, but they wouldn't dare to provoke Langya Paradise. Why did those people pursue you so doggedly just now? Zhang Ruoxi said, "We accidentally discovered a medicine garden earlier. It seemed to be one created by Blood Monster Divine Monarch. We found many valuable herbs, so those people were blinded by their greed." Yang Kai immediately snorted coldly, "Men die for wealth." As long as the people from Heavenly Sword Union could kill Zhang Ruoxi and Du Su, who would know that they had attacked people from Langya Paradise? This matter would not be exposed. If Zhang Ruoxi and Du Su had not met Yang Kai here, they would certainly be facing a bleak future. What Zhang Ruoxi never expected was that Du Su would be so unreliable. He had been very eager to flirt with her and constantly displayed his affection when they were at Langya Paradise. His usual demeanor was also rather upright. Although she had explicitly rejected him on numerous occasions, he had continued to persevere. Afterwards, they happened to encounter each other in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Considering the dangers of this place, she decided to travel together with him. It had made him very happy, so he had been extremely diligent in every way. Even so, he turned out to be as timid as a mouse when faced with a crisis. With their strength, they would not have been able to kill those people from Heavenly Sword Union even if they fought back with everything they had, but their enemies would also have suffered greatly as a result. The best chance at surviving would have been if they could scare their opponents off. However, Du Su chose to escape without even trying to fight, leaving Zhang Ruoxi no choice but to escape with him. In the end, it turned into the situation Yang Kai had witnessed earlier. "Ruoxi, the top priority is treating your wounds. We can talk about the rest later," Yang Kai said. Zhang Ruoxi gave a non-committal grunt in response. He took her from Chu Huashang's arms and placed her into the small sealed world without another word. Then he called out to Chu Huashang, "Let's go, senior sister." The two of them continued on their journey while the cries of the young man from Heavenly Sword Union came from behind them as he begged in despair, "Please kill me." There were no traces of other cultivators along their journey and they did not see many traces of monster beast activity either. Many of the cultivators were in possession of a map sold by Red Cloud's auction house. Naturally, they moved forward by relying on the directions of the map. It was not surprising that their journey was calm since they were traveling the path that others had traveled earlier. This only happened because Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had encountered too many hardships along their way, which delayed their travels. Otherwise, they would not have fallen behind the others. After traveling for 2 days, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he immersed his mind into the small sealed world. He might have been traveling all this while, but he had always kept an eye on Zhang Ruoxi's condition inside the small sealed world. Just now, she had called for him. Sending his soul avatar inside, Yang Kai stood in front of Zhang Ruoxi. She smiled slightly and said delightedly, "I knew you would come to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, sir." Yang Kai was surprised and asked, "Did you come here just to look for me?" Blinking, she continued, "Hasn't sir been looking for me all this while as well? Senior Sister Gu told me everything. She said that you once sought her out in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary to ask about me. Gu Pan came to look for you?" Upon further consideration, Yang Kai understood the situation. He had asked Gu Pan for information on Zhang Ruoxi back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. At the time, she said she had never heard of the name Zhang Ruoxi before. It was not until she returned to Langya Paradise that she deliberately went around inquiring for information. That was how she found Zhang Ruoxi. Senior Sister Gu has taken great care of me. I would not have been able to become an inner disciple if not for her. Then, I'll have to thank her properly next time. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The image of a petite young girl with a paintbrush in hand, eating dried fish with her head lowered slightly involuntarily flashed through his mind. Sitting cross-legged opposite Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai looked at her and grinned. "I'm glad. Although it has been years since we've last met, you've not gotten thinner. Good, very good." She blushed beet red. "Sir, are you calling me fat?" "Of course not. You're perfect the way you are right now. You're neither fat nor thin." Yang Kai chuckled. "By the way, did you go straight to Langya Paradise after we parted ways back then?" She nodded. "That's right. I couldn't find sir. However, I knew you knew that my ancestor came from Langya Paradise. I believed that you would surely look for me there, so I went there." Zhang Ruoxi had not been very strong at the time. Moreover, she had to wander the 3,000 worlds alone. How difficult had it been for her to go to Langya Paradise? It was fortunate that she had some of her ancestors' memories and knew quite a lot about the outer universe. Otherwise, a lone girl like her would have been devoured cleanly by others. Even so, the journey had taken her more than 10 years. It was not until several years ago that she finally arrived at Langya Paradise. Joining Langya Paradise was not difficult. Her ancestor had been a Langya Paradise disciple after all, so she received some preferential treatment. Besides, her own aptitude was not poor. Langya Paradise was also happy to accept a disciple like her. It was just that it had not been easy to survive in Langya Paradise. That place was one of the 72 paradises, so although it had a grand reputation, it was still a large sect. It was not easy to stand out among the countless disciples. Zhang Ruoxi had crawled her way through the lower levels and finally borrowed Gu Pan's help before she successfully became an inner disciple. Be that as it may, she did not tell Yang Kai about these matters. The hardships she went through in the past were not worth mentioning. Meeting her sir once more in this vast universe was the greatest gift from the heavens she could ask for. Yang Kai nodded. "I guessed as much. I wanted to head to Langya Paradise, but I was held up by some other things." After he came out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had wanted to go to Langya Paradise to look for Zhang Ruoxi. It was just that he later obtained Void Land and the root from the World Tree, so he had to hurriedly return to the Star Boundary instead. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4277, You actually have the guts to come here. After Zhang Ruoxi finished her story, she asked Yang Kai about what he had encountered over the years. Yang Kai did not conceal anything from her. He told her that he had been lured to a place called Seven Wonders Land where he served as a worker for some time following their separation. Later, he took the opportunity to escape when an incident arose and inadvertently joined First In. Afterwards, he wandered into the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Zhang Ruoxi's eyes filled with pleasant surprise upon learning that he had gone back to the star boundary and repaired the shattered world principles. She was different from him in the sense that she was truly born and raised in the star boundary. Therefore, she held a special affection for that world. When the world principles shattered and the star boundary was on the brink of collapse, she too had hoped to find a method to restore the world one day. Nevertheless, she knew that it was bound to be an extremely long and difficult process. Contrary to her expectations, Yang Kai had succeeded in such a short time. Sir is really amazing. He is capable of performing feats that ordinary people can never hope to achieve. If I think back to everything he has done in the past, which of those feats were something an ordinary cultivator could have done? When she learned that he had acquired a spirit province in the 3,000 worlds, established Void Land, and brought several 100,000 people from the star boundary there, her admiration for him grew stronger and stronger. Over the past few years, she had cultivated extremely hard just to become one of Langya Paradise's inner disciples. On the other hand, Yang Kai had founded a sect in the outer universe. The gap between them was apparent at a glance. She had condensed the fifth-order elements. Since entering the outer universe, she had spent most of her time journeying to Langya Paradise. She did not have any means to earn resources either, therefore, it could be said that she achieved nothing for the past decade. Her strength had not grown by much either. It wasn't until she entered Langya Paradise that her circumstances changed for the better. Disciples from any sect had to obtain their own cultivation resources through hard work, meaning it was impossible for them to receive anything without effort. For that reason, Zhang Ruoxi had no resources available for use even after she joined Langya Paradise. After all, she was only an insignificant outer disciple at the beginning. That might be the reason why many disciples of various sects had such slow progress in their cultivation. They often had to perform various tasks for years, decades, or even longer just to build up enough merits to exchange for necessary cultivation resources. When they finished consuming these resources, they would have to continue completing tasks until they could gather all of the required open heaven element powers. If they had a sufficient supply of resources, then their speed of cultivation would surely increase significantly. After Gu Pan returned from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she sought out Zhang Ruoxi, checked her aptitude, and gave her some fifth-order materials. It was only then that Zhang Ruoxi finally began cultivating for real. Gu Pan was one of Langya Paradise's core disciples. Although she had condensed sixth-order elements, even she could not obtain sixth-order materials at will. After all, each sixth-order material was worth 10 or 20 million open heaven pills. These resources were treated as strategic reserves in any sect, so it was impossible to obtain them casually. It was the limit just for her to acquire fifth-order materials. Senior Sister Gu has been very good to me. She told me that you helped her greatly in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Moreover, she said she would not have come out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary alive without Sir's help. Yang Kai smiled. She is a virtuous and upright woman. Pondering quietly for a moment, he continued, "Do you want to start over again? I have some Tai-E soul cleansing water in my possession. It can wash away the powers in your Dao seal and allow you to condense new ones. There's no need to worry about the resources. I have quite a lot of them." Zhang Ruoxi shook her head at those words. "No need, sir. I know my own limits. Even though I am capable of forcefully condensing sixth-order elements, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive the breakthrough to the open heaven realm." The consequence of failure was the destruction of her body. That was one of the problems that plagued countless cultivators. In order to advance into the open heaven realm, one of the problems the cultivators faced was obtaining resources. The higher the order of the material, the more expensive and difficult to obtain such resources became. The other problem was the carrying capacity of a cultivator's Dao seal. That was why cultivators would only choose resources within the range of their financial abilities and carrying capacities, regardless of who they were. While Zhang Ruoxi's aptitude was certainly not bad, it was not as good as Chu Huashang or Gu Pan's. It was undeniable that condensing sixth-order elements would be dangerous for her. However, Yang Kai had the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills in his possession. The Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was refined with World Source Liquid as its main ingredient and could significantly increase a cultivator's chances of entering the open heaven realm successfully. Therefore, Yang Kai believed that her risks of failure when advancing into the open heaven realm was not high even if she condensed sixth-order powers. But upon further consideration, Yang Kai realized that fifth-order elements were enough. Zhang Ruo she could slowly cultivate until she reached the seventh-order open heaven realm one day. There was a risk even if she used the Tai Yi soul cleansing water, so he decided to leave the decision to her. After telling her to get a good rest, Yang Kai withdrew his mind from the small sealed world. A few more days passed. Zhang Ruo she was almost fully recovered at this point, so Yang Kai released her and properly introduced her to Chu Huashang. Only then did Zhang Ruo she learn that the other party was a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Her expression became a little weird when she looked at him. Needless to say, she had heard of the name Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang and Yang Kai had been traveling together all by themselves. Not to mention that the way Chu Huashang looked at him and spoke to him were clearly suggestive. It was inevitable that Zhang Ruo she would misunderstand. As they gradually moved forward, they began to come across traces of other cultivators. They also encountered the occasional fleeing monster beasts and even found several battlefields. Yang Kai knew that they had finally caught up to the others after rushing to get here. Be that as it may, the gains he received inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were practically negligible. It was extremely depressing. Chu Huashang had obtained a 7th-order monster beast core at the Blood Lake, while he only obtained a 5th-order monster beast core. By contrast, he had acquired so many treasures back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that he nearly couldn't carry them. Just as Yang Kai was wondering whether he had used up all his luck back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he suddenly noticed a large group of people gathering at a spot not too far ahead. Thus, he couldn't help feeling surprised. It had to be said that this place was located quite deep in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It had far exceeded the range of the areas marked on the map. Throughout history, nobody had ever gotten this far since the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was first opened. It was rumored that the deeper one ventured into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the greater the dangers became. However, their journey here had been completely unimpeded, without the slightest hint of danger. It was not just Yang Kai's group who managed to get this far, there were also many others who had gotten there before them. Hence, it was strange why these people were gathering in that direction. Curious, Yang Kai led Chu Huashang and Zhang Ruoxi over. It didn't take long before they arrived atop a crowded mountain. Yang Kai swept his gaze around and saw several acquaintances whom he once met in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. These people were bearers chosen by the divine spirits. In the end, it was only thanks to his help that they could leave the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary safely. When they parted ways, these people had left their respective faith tokens with Yang Kai so that he could visit them at their sect when he had the time. They promised to provide him with the best hospitality they could offer. For that reason, many eyes immediately lit up upon seeing Yang Kai again. They quickly came forward and cupped their fists at him in greeting. Yang Kai returned the greeting, but before they could exchange pleasantries, he heard a furious roar. "Yang Kai, I can't believe you actually have the guts to come here." For some reason, listening to this voice enraged Yang Kai greatly. He looked in the direction of the voice only to see a group of people flying over from another mountain with great fanfare. It was clear that this group of people had been resting over there but came over after spotting him. The person in the lead was none other than Yin Xen Zhao of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Yin Xen Zhao and Yang Kai had a feud between them. Before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened, Yang Kai had stolen his entrance and almost caused him to lose out on this opportunity. Yin Xen Zhao later led a pair of his junior brothers to hunt Yang Kai down. There was no saying what would have happened if Yang Kai had not borrowed the strength of Golden Gorilla King and a monster beast wolf to escape their pursuit. It was only natural for these two sworn enemies to blaze with hatred now that they came face to face with each other. Yin Xen Zhao was surrounded by many people. However, what surprised Yang Kai slightly was that Pei Wenxian of Myriad Demons Heaven was among them. This guy didn't die. Yang Kai glanced at Pei Wenxian in astonishment. He recalled Black Crow Divine Monarch shooting a blood arrow at him, and Pei Wenxian no longer had an identity token to protect him. How did he survive? As expected of a disciple from a major sect, his heritage was indeed extraordinary. The sight of these two together caused Yang Kai's teeth to grind slightly. Is he Yang Kai? A handsome young man swept his eyes over him and asked. Inexen Zhao said, "That's right. He is Yang Kai." The young man arrogantly said, "I heard you defeated my junior sister Yu Luo Sha in one move in the Azura arena." Yang Kai raised a brow at those words. "Yu Luo Sha is your junior sister? Or you? If Yu Luo Sha is his junior sister, then he must also be from Azura heaven." The young man replied, "My name is Ba Liang. Remember it well, for I will be the one to kill you." While saying so, he grinned at Yang Kai, revealing a set of white teeth. Another young man stepped forward. "Brother Ba, where does your confidence come from?" Yang Kai's head is mine. "And you are?" Yang Kai was so furious that he laughed. He had heard from Chu Huashang that many people wanted to kill him. The cave heavens and paradises had taken notice of him already, but it was inconvenient for the renowned Open Heaven Realm Masters to take direct action against him because they had their reputation and their sect's reputations to maintain. For that reason, they left this matter to their juniors. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was undoubtedly the best place to resolve this issue. Nobody would say anything if Yang Kai was killed in this place. Nevertheless, rumors were simply rumors. He never imagined that so many people would actually want to kill him as soon as he arrived at this place. It was one thing if Pei Wenxian and Inexen Zhao wanted him dead. They had personal grudges against him after all. It was also reasonable for Ba Liang of Azura Heaven to come looking for trouble. Ba Liang had a justifiable reason to avenge his junior sister and recover Azura Heaven's face. On the other hand, the last person who popped up out of nowhere was completely unfamiliar to Yang Kai. Clear Mind Heaven, Qiu Kong Xian. Clear Mind Heaven? Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that the name sounded familiar. After thinking carefully about it, he suddenly recalled where he heard the name before. He had met a Clear Mind Heaven disciple with the name Young Master Hai during his first time in Thousand Bird Star City. That person had been harassing Luo Hai, so Yang Kai taught him a little lesson. As a result, he was captured and punished by the law enforcement team of Thousand Birds Star City. The incident had enraged the proprietress so badly that she silently pursued and killed young Master Hai in the void outside the Star City. Due to this incident, Hai Ping Lu of Clear Mind Heaven joined forces with Qin Ji and the others to besiege the proprietress during Old Bai's breakthrough to the Open Heaven realm. Another person stepped forward and politely cupped his fist at Yang Kai. "Azure Nether Paradise, Yi Qing, here for your head, Brother Yang." Martial Peak, Chapter 4278, Assistance. 4 cave heavens and 1 paradise. All of them wanted Yang Kai to die. These were only those who openly announced their intentions. There were even more who kept silent but watched Yang Kai with great interest. Many gazes were fixed on his neck and heart, as though wondering which location was better to target should they make their move. A rough estimate indicated that there were as many as a dozen cave heavens and paradises, with approximately 20 to 30 other cultivators together with Pei Wenxian and Inexen Zhao in the lead. These people were the elite core disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises and had condensed 5th-order Open Heaven realm elements at the very least. Even so, many amongst them had condensed 6th-order Open Heaven realm powers. It could be said that the most excellent and talented cultivators in the younger generation of the 3,000 worlds were gathered here. One day, the cultivators in this place who managed to advance into the Open Heaven realm would surely become powerful great experts who ruled over the world. The audience was horrified as many people looked over from the mountains in the vicinity. They did not know who Yang Kai was or how he managed to provoke so many cave heavens and paradises that so many people hated him and wanted to take his life. On the mountain where Yang Kai was standing, the expressions of the cultivators who came over and greeted him earlier became very solemn. They only came to greet him because they received his help back in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Who could have known that they would be mixed up in this mess as a result? They were not ungrateful people who did not know how to repay their debts, and a life-saving debt was heavier than a mountain. It was only natural that they paid him back in full. It was just that each of them was a representative of their respective sect. If they got caught up in Yang Kai's mess, there was a high chance that their actions would also affect the force behind them. Thus, they hesitated to take action. Yi Cheng of Azure Nether Paradise gave a small smile and looked at Yang Kai with a warm expression. I've long heard of you, Brother Yang. After meeting you today, I can see that you are worthy of your reputation. It's a pity that I can't chat with you, Brother Yang. It truly makes me sigh with regret. Yin Exanzhao coldly snorted. Why are you spewing so much nonsense? Let's attack him altogether. His head will belong to whomever manages to kill him. Pei Wenxian smiled deviously. In that case, all of you should stand aside. I'll be the one to kill him. If not for the fact that he had some means to protect himself, he would have died a long time ago due to Yang Kai's schemes. Therefore, he was holding a rather heavy grudge. Outsiders, step back. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Another person shouted. It was unknown which cave heaven or paradise he came from, but the aura around him was impressive. Yang Kai had arrived here late, so many people had gathered around on the mountains. Some had quietly escaped after seeing that a conflict was about to break out, and at this moment, even more people retreated after hearing this person's warning. These cultivators quickly scattered into the distance in an instant, like swallows leaving their nests. On the other hand, the cultivators who came over to greet Yang Kai earlier were looking very troubled. A long while passed before one of them cupped his fist and said, I'm sorry, Brother Yang. With a heavy sigh, he turned and left. It was true that he received a huge favor from Yang Kai in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Nevertheless, he had no intention of making enemies with so many cave heavens and paradises. There was a high possibility that not only would he die in this place, but he would also bring trouble to his sect. If he were killed by these people, his sect would not dare to seek revenge either. His death would be in vain. With such a bright and promising future ahead of him, why would he willingly choose to die in this place? With the retreat of one person, the others also quickly followed suit, each of them apologizing in shame as they did. Chu Huashang, why aren't you leaving? Ba Liang of Azura Heaven looked at Chu Huashang and questioned. Why would I leave? The world is so vast, so I can go anywhere I want. Can you stop me? Chu Huashang snorted. Ba Liang snorted. It looks like Yin Yang Cave Heaven is standing on the side of this bastard. She replied, all of you should stop speaking in the name of your sects. You can only represent yourselves. Ba Liang gently nodded. There's nothing I can say to refute your words, Junior Sister Chu. I just hope you won't blame me for being ruthless when the fight begins later. To which she chuckled softly, you can try. Junior Sister Zhang, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come here. Somebody shouted through gritted teeth from among the crowd. Zhang Ruo, she looked up and saw that it was the man who had previously been her travel companion, Du Su. He had arrived at some point and was looking at her sternly from amongst the crowd at this moment. She glanced at him and slowly shook her head. I'm not going. Du Su's expression changed slightly as he snarled, Junior Sister, do you know what you are doing? Do you know who he is? Du Su and Zhang Ruo, she were both inner disciples of Langya Paradise. They had yet to reach the level of core disciples or legacy disciples, so they had not heard about Yang Kai before. Nevertheless, that did not stop Du Su from assessing the current situation. With so many elite disciples of various cave heavens and paradises seeking Yang Kai's life, it was only natural that he did not wish to bring trouble upon himself. When he saw Zhang Ruoshi standing beside Yang Kai, he immediately tried to call her over so as not to implicate him. Of course, I know who he is. He is my life's savior and benefactor. If anybody wishes to kill him, they will have to go through me first. Zhang Ruoshi raised her hand and summoned the Heaven's Order sword, displaying a heroic demeanor. Yin Exanzhao turned to look at Du Su. Junior brother Du, is that your junior sister? Then you better persuade her well. Weapons have no eyes. It will be bad if she were injured once the battle begins. Du Su cupped his fist in horror. Please forgive me, senior brother Ian. Junior sister Zhang might be part of Langya Paradise, but she only joined the sect a few years ago and is not very sensible. However, her attitude does not represent Langya Paradise. Senior brothers, senior sisters, please do what you need to. If she were injured in the fight, then I'm afraid that is her fate. Not bad, brat. Pei Wenxian glanced at Du Su approvingly, but the depths of his eyes were overflowing with deep disdain and contempt. She cannot represent Langya Paradise, but I can. Isn't that right? A clear voice rang out and a petite figure landed nearby. Zhang Ruo, she looked in that direction with an expression of pleasant surprise. Senior sister Gu? Du Su looked embarrassed and awkwardly cupped his fist. Du Su greets senior sister Gu. The person who came was none other than Gu Pan. As a Langya Paradise core disciple, there was no denying that she could represent Langya Paradise's stance in this matter. Everybody was stunned. They did not think that another person, apart from Chu Huashang, would dare to support Yang Kai at this time. One was from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven and the other was from Langya Paradise. A mere 2 sects might not seem like much, but the momentum was not heading in a good direction. It was said that the major cave heavens and paradises had 2 opposing attitudes towards Yang Kai. One side wanted to kill him as early as possible while the other side wanted to win him over to their side. It would now seem that was indeed the case. The attitudes of those cave heavens and paradises were clearly reflected here. Tao is nature and nature is the heart. Ning Dao Ran greets Taoist brothers. An elegant voice sounded. At the same time, another figure landed beside Yang Kai and bowed slightly with one hand on his chest. How lively! Ha! Why is everybody gathered over here? A loud hearty laughter rang out, followed by a burly figure landing nearby. He had a huge sword strapped to his back and his aura was sharp and fierce. This man immediately drew everybody's attention to him. He was very tall and burly, almost 1 head taller than the average cultivator. The huge sword on his back was even larger, seeming to pierce the sky even while being carried. It was easy to imagine that this sword would have the power to split mountains with a single swing. This senior brother is? Yang Kai glanced over suspiciously. He was certain he had never met this person before. When Gu Pan and Ning Dao Ran appeared to support him, he was pleasantly surprised. However, their reasoning was understandable. They had interacted with each other in the grand ancient ruins boundary, so it could be said that they had some friendship between them. It was just that the current situation was so tense that he could not greet them properly. He could only nod his head at them in response. But who is this tall and muscular guy? Why is he standing on my side? Ning Dao Ran smiled slightly. This is Wei Bouquet of Divine Cauldron Heaven. I don't think you've met Brother Wei yet, Brother Yang. Divine Cauldron Heaven? Yang Kai immediately understood. Where is Senior Brother Su? The image of a little fatty popped into his mind. The Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd in his possession was something the little fatty had refined for him. Wei Bouquet said, Junior Brother Su is busy and could not participate in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, before I left, he told me to thank you on his behalf should I meet you in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, little brother Yang. Yang Kai replied, Senior Brother Su is too kind. In Xen Zhao's expression turned dark. Wei Bouquet, why is Divine Cauldron Heaven meddling in this matter and not focusing on artifact refining? It's bad enough that Divine Cauldron Heaven is meddling in this matter. I can't believe they are opposing us. This is outrageous. Wei Bouquet tilted his head to the side and picked his nose with a finger. Flicking a booger in Xen Zhao's direction, he said, Is Divine Cauldron Heaven only capable of artifact refining? So what if I want to meddle in this matter? Not only is Divine Cauldron Heaven choosing to meddle, but people from True Martial Cave Heaven are choosing to meddle too. He then turned to the side and shouted impatiently, Lin Feng, you're already here. Why are you hesitating like a little girl? Hurry up and get out here. A handsome man with a face like a jade crown coldly snorted from among the crowd in the distance and walked in this direction. snarling while walking, "Wei Bouquet, if you dare to utter just a single rude word again, I will knock out all your teeth." Wei Bouquet laughed heartily. "You'll get the chance. We should find a time to spar together next time. We'll see who knocks out whose teeth." Lin Feng coldly snorted and came to stand beside Yang Kai in a few steps. Yang Kai's heart warmed slightly and cupped his fist. "Yang Kai greets senior brothers and senior sisters. Many thanks for your help." Various cave heavens and paradises had joined hands to work against him. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling extremely grateful that there were people willing to stand up for him at this moment. Their willingness to side with him undoubtedly sent out a glaring signal that their respective sects wanted to win him over to their side. Be that as it may, the reason their sects made this decision was definitely related to their persuasion and efforts. Lin Feng glanced at Yang Kai and spat in disdain. "Even women are capable of protecting you. It makes no sense for men to do any less than them." "What do you mean by women?" Chu Huashang immediately became unhappy. "Lin Feng, you better watch your words." Lin Feng turned his head to the side and feigned ignorance. On the opposite side, the expressions of Yin Xen Zhao and the others turned ugly. At first, there were only Chu Huashang and Gu Pan, but now there was also Ning Dao Ran, Wei Bouquet, and Lin Feng. Although there was a huge contrast in numbers still, it would be troublesome to actually attack them. Aside from Zhang Ruoxi, who they considered insignificant, the others would be very difficult to deal with. Martial Peak, Chapter 4279, Cloud-Piercing Arrow. After pondering for some time, Yin Xen Zhao finally spoke up. "Senior brothers, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been intricately linked and connected since ancient times. Why damage our relations for this? I ask that you retreat as a favor to this Yin." Wei Bouquet smiled. "What if I refuse to retreat?" Yin Xen Zhao replied grimly, "Although you are talented people, senior brothers, you are few in numbers. If it really came down to a fight, are you sure you can protect that bastard surnamed Yang?" Wei Bouquet frowned slightly. As one of Divine Cauldron Heaven's core disciples, he did not fear these people, but if it really came down to a fight, the opposing side only needed to send somebody to keep him busy. The same held true for the others. It could be said that the opposing party would only need to send out a small group of people to distract them while the others continue to besiege Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai is extremely powerful, it will be hard for him to survive this calamity. The best outcome at the moment is if he escapes immediately. But he turned to look at Yang Kai and saw that the latter was perfectly calm. Despite being watched by so many great talents of the same generation, Yang Kai showed not the slightest hint of fear. He has no intention of escaping. Truly admirable. Wei Bouquet had heard about Yang Kai from Suzhen, so he knew that he was very strong. It was just that he had never seen Yang Kai in action before. He did not believe that Yang Kai could turn the current situation around all on his own. If it comes down to a fight, I'm afraid things will end badly for Yang Kai. "You want to compete with numbers?" A furious roar rang out. "Do you think nobody from Firstin is here?" Following the appearance of that voice, a chubby fatty ran over from a great distance. He had a kitchen knife in his hand and an apron tied around his waist. The apron was covered in grease stains and the word "butcher" was written in large characters across it. He looked like a chef who just came right out of a kitchen, and it really was none other than the chef. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "I can't believe Chef is here too." Chef rushed over aggressively, the fats on his face jiggling with every movement as he called out, "Don't worry, brat. Just see what I can do." Then he raised his hand and shot out an arrow into the sky. A sharp piercing sound entered their ears. He shouted vigorously, "One cloud-piercing arrow, calling upon 1,000-man army." He did not summon thousands of troops, of course. Be that as it may, the accountant, Lang Qingshan, and the others quickly appeared right behind him. When the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven first appeared, Yang Kai had stolen many of Xianyuan Cave Heaven's entrances and sent his subordinates into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven instead. After Yang Kai entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, he parted ways with the rest of them. The people gathered in this place were not many. There were only 10 or so of them. Another 10 or so were nowhere to be seen. They were probably not in the vicinity. The blood monster cave heaven covered a vast area after all. Not everybody would travel in this direction. The accountant glanced sideways at Yang Kai through his triangular eyes and muttered under his breath, "Brat, why do you have to cause trouble wherever you go?" Yang Kai said, "It's not that I like to cause trouble. On the contrary, trouble likes to come knocking on my door. What can I do?" The accountant gave those words some serious thought and nodded. "I can't blame you for that." "Brother Yang, is that you? What a coincidence." A pleasantly surprised voice rang out. Immediately after that, a person emerged from the crowd. He was followed by a large group that numbered around 40 or 50 people. "Brother Ding!" Yang Kai exclaimed in astonishment. The person who popped up out of nowhere turned out to be Ding Yi. Yang Kai had a deep impression of this person. Back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Ding had established an organization known as Emperor Heaven and took in a large batch of subordinates. He traveled extensively across the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and made a name for himself. When the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary closed, most of Emperor Heaven dispersed and scattered around. Only a small number of people remained united around Ding. It was not surprising to meet Chu Huashang, Gu Pan, and the others here. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was an important event after all. It was a given that the cave heavens and paradises would let their disciples enter as well. That being said, it was rather shocking for Ding Yi to enter this place. He is only in the half-step open heaven realm. How did he manage to snatch an entrance? Not to mention, there are so many people following behind him. "It's been many years since we last met, Brother Yang. Have you been well?" Ding Yi roared with laughter. His posture was arrogant, almost as if he was not bothered by all the disciples from the major sects on the opposite side. Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Ding, your bearing is as imposing as usual." Enexen Zhao was furious as he roared, "Where did these wastes come from? How dare they jump out and embarrass themselves? Get lost." He had been incredibly upset by the sudden appearance of Gu Pan, Ning Dao Ran, Wei Bouquet, and the others in support of Yang Kai. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do as their strengths and statuses were all similar. On the other hand, he could tell at a glance that Ding Yi did not have much of a background. How dare he meddle in this affair? He does not know his place. While snapping, Enexen Zhao raised a hand and shot a stream of light in Ding Yi's direction. Although it was a casual blow, his strength was extraordinary. The power behind this stream of light was absolutely shocking, and all the people gathered around the mountain peaks in the vicinity were horrified by the sight, secretly thinking to themselves, as expected of a core disciple from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. They would find it difficult to defend themselves even though it was just a casual blow. Out of all the cultivators present, 90% would be killed within 10 moves if they fought Enexen Zhao one-on-one. His attack was also intended as a warning to the others, lest more and more people popped up again, creating an unending cycle. Ding, however, burst out laughing. Raising his hand into the air, he summoned a blade. "I was just wondering about the abilities of a Cave Heaven disciple." His blade came slashing down. The flames wrapped around the blade swept upward and transformed into a stream of light that easily cut down Enexen Zhao's attack. The disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises were shocked by the sight. They initially assumed that Enexen Zhao's attack would cause Ding Yi to panic, even if it could not kill the latter. Who could have known that the other party was so powerful? Ding easily stopped Enexen Zhao's attack, but that was not all. After destroying that stream of light, Ding Yi's flame blade did not stop swinging, and he shouted loudly, "Receiving without returning is impolite. Take this." A blade light mixed with flames came slashing down towards Enexen Zhao. Enexen Zhao coldly snorted. Summoning a long sword, he flicked out countless sword shadows to meet the attack. The flames flashed though, and the sword shadows were annihilated. Enexen Zhao abruptly turned pale as he shouted out, "Seventh order fire element power?" Just from this exchange of blows, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. This guy can unleash a 7th order fire element power? No wonder he was able to block my attack. In desperation, Yin Xen Zhao immediately drew on the powers in his Dao seal. A dense wave of water vapor spread out and enveloped his entire body. He had not condensed a 7th order element, so all he could do at the moment was use water to suppress fire. Hong! The moment water and fire collided, Yin Xen Zhao groaned and a cloud of steam exploded in all directions. By the time the mist dispersed, everybody gasped in surprise. Although Yin Xen Zhao was perfectly fine and unhurt, his appearance was disheveled and messy. Everybody stared at Ding in shock, wondering where this freak came from. They couldn't believe he bested Yin Xen Zhao. Only Yang Kai was aware that Ding Yi could unleash the 7th order fire element power because he was chosen by Bai Fong to become a bearer in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Bai Fong had forced him to condense 7th order fire element power in order to increase his strength. This approach had heavily impacted Ding Yi's future as he would be forced to withstand the 7th order fire element power when he advanced into the open heaven realm in the future. If he could not survive the impact, then his future would be bleak. Even now, Ding Yi's face was flushed red after using Bai Fong's fire and his entire body was steaming with heat. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness, resting his blade on his shoulder as he loudly proclaimed, "Cave Heaven disciples are nothing special after all." Yin Xen Zhao was rendered speechless. If it really came down to a fight, Ding Yi would not be his opponent. Ding Yi could clearly not use Bai Fong's fire many times, so he only needed to block the 7th order fire element power once or twice to stand in an invincible position. It would be an easy victory once Ding Yi could not use that power. It was just that he did not know anything about Ding Yi. Is he the disciple of some unknown old monster? Otherwise, how could he be capable of unleashing a 7th order fire element power? He asked through gritted teeth, "What is your name, Your Excellency?" Ding Yi burst out laughing, "Do you take me for a fool? You are a Cave Heaven disciple. If I tell you my name, won't you remember my name and come after me for revenge in the future? I'm not telling you. I won't tell you even if you beat me to death." What he didn't seem to realize was that Yin Xen Zhao would remember his appearance even if he did not know his name. Ding Yi had brought his men as reinforcements, and counting Lang Qingshan and the others, the numbers on Yang Kai's side were almost equal to the opposing side now. However, only their numbers were equal. There was a huge disparity in terms of quality. Core disciples and legacy disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises were abundant among the opposing side, and even the weakest among them were inner disciples who had condensed 5th order elements. On the contrary, aside from Gu Pan, Ning Dao Ran, Wei Bu Kei, Lin Feng, Chu Huashang, Ding Yi, chef, and accountant, there were not many who had condensed 5th order or higher elements on Yang Kai's side. The people from Emperor Heaven were even more of a mixed bunch. Yang Kai was not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight, but there was a problem now. As long as Yin Xen Zhao and the others had their identity tokens on them, he could not kill them unless he was willing to die with them. At present, he could only injure them at most. But what was the point of doing that? That was why it was hard to tell who would win and who would lose if it actually came down to a fight. The scene was tense. Ding Yi's attack had greatly frightened Yin Xen Zhao and the others. If they did not attack, then Yang Kai and the others naturally would not attack either. Thus, the situation fell into a stalemate. Are you done making a fuss? If you're done, then shut up. Everyone keeps shouting at each other. It's so noisy. All of a sudden, somebody leisurely walked over from the foot of the hill with his hands behind his back. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. Reacting as though he was facing a great nemesis, he prepared all the strength in his body to attack at any time and directed all his focus at this newcomer solemnly. There was only one person in the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven whom he considered a formidable enemy, Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had returned to life through possession. Yang Kai had never thought much of anybody else, no matter which cave heaven or paradise they belonged to. Similarly, Chu Huashang's expression became grave. On the opposite side, Pei Wenxian narrowed his eyes and inconspicuously took a few steps back. He had suffered badly at the hands of Black Crow Divine Monarch previously. In addition, his identity token had been destroyed. If Black Crow Divine Monarch attacked him once more, he would be powerless to resist, so upon hearing Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice, he immediately began to consider whether he should flee. "Now who the hell are you? How dare you speak so arrogantly?" Yin Xen Zhao had nowhere to vent the rage in his heart. Just as he was about to deal with Yang Kai, various people had popped up one after another to get in his way. Ding Yi's sudden appearance had also caused him to fall into such a disheveled state, losing a great deal of face. And now, another unknown nobody had emerged. This series of happenings made him incredibly angry. It felt as though the entire world was looking down on him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4280, Blood Monster Divine Palace. Yin Xen Zhao had never been to the Blood Lake, so he did not know about Black Crow Divine Monarch or the latter's strength. Although Pei Wenxian was aware, he did not think to warn Yin Xen Zhao for some reason. Most likely, he was racking his brains and single-mindedly thinking of ways to protect himself. A cultivator approached Yin Xen Zhao and whispered something in his ear, causing the murderous intent in Yin Xen Zhao's eyes to flare brightly. "A great thousand bloodland disciple? How dare a disciple of a trivial second-class great force utter such arrogant words in this place?" Scram. Black Crow Divine Monarch had possessed the body of Zhou Yi from Great Thousand Bloodland. It was obvious that the person who whispered in Yin Xen Zhao's ear earlier had recognized the former's appearance. Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to look in that direction and grinned meaningfully. "What did you say, boy? I dare you to repeat those words again." Yin Xen Zhao was further enraged and snapped, "If you dare act disrespectful again, I'll take your dog life." Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded repeatedly. "It has been many years since this monarch appeared in the world. I was not aware that young people were so bold nowadays." While chuckling to himself, he raised a hand and pointed in Yin Xen Zhao's direction. Yin Xen Zhao originally did not think much of Black Crow Divine Monarch as, in his eyes, the other party was just a disciple from a second-class great force. There was no need for him to take notice of the other party. Even if he killed the other party here for irritating him, Great Thousand Bloodland would not dare to make a single complaint. However, Yin Xen Zhao suddenly felt that something was wrong when Black Crow Divine Monarch pointed at him and a suffocating aura of death suddenly enveloped him. A small crimson point of light appeared in Yin Xen Zhao's vision and rapidly magnified in front of him. It obscured his vision and flooded his other senses. Before he could realize what was happening, he suddenly heard the sound of something shattering coming from his waist. The identity token hanging on his belt suddenly crumbled to dust. Amidst the cloud of dust, a stream of light burst out and slashed towards the crimson light. The crimson light broke apart, but the stream of light did not lose its momentum and crashed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch had suffered badly due to a similar incident before. Back at the palace in the middle of the lake, he had been sliced in two by Pei Wenxian's identity token, so how could he be unprepared now? After unleashing his attack, Black Crow Divine Monarch kicked off slightly and floated backwards. At the same time, he left a blood shadow that looked exactly like him in the place where he was standing before. The blood shadow was almost like a soul clone. Its aura was no different from his. That stream of light slashed down upon the blood shadow and it collapsed with a loud splash, transforming into a crimson pool. The stench of blood permeated the air. After slashing down this blood shadow, the stream of light dissipated. The entire place went dead silent. Only Yang Kai, Pei Wenxian, and Chu Huashang were mentally prepared for this situation. All the remaining people stared at Black Crow Divine Monarch in shock, regardless of which sect they came from. Their eyes were filled with horror. Yin Xen Zhao was also as pale as a piece of paper. Even now, he was completely clueless about the situation. All he knew was that the identity token his master had painstakingly created for him had been activated and his protective charm had been up. The identity token he carried would only activate automatically at times where his life was in danger. In other words, he would be a corpse by now if not for the protection of that stream of light. What just happened? His thoughts were all over the place. Are all the cave heaven and paradise disciples so shameless nowadays? How boring! Black Crow Divine Monarch shook his head. He had tried to kill Pei Wenxian before but failed, and now he once again failed to kill Yin Xen Zhao. It was all because his attacks were blocked by the divine ability released by their identity tokens. He turned to look at Yang Kai with a smile. These kids are so much weaker than you. There were so many talented young people present, but the only person that interested him was Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai was capable of actually fighting him and surviving despite being pursued over 10,000 kilometers. Yang Kai coldly snorted in response. Who are you? Yin Xen Zhao no longer dared to underestimate Black Crow Divine Monarch. Somebody who could nearly kill him in a single move could not have been nurtured by Great Thousand Bloodland. Although Ding Yi's display had surprised him, it was nowhere near as terrifying and shocking as what he experienced just moments ago. He originally thought that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would be where he could display his talents and rise to fame. Who could have known that each person he met in this place would be stronger than the last? Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to look at Pei Wenxian and grinned. Who is this monarch? Why don't you ask your companion? If it was someone else speaking such words, they wouldn't hold much weight, but after his little display, Black Crow Divine Monarch certainly had such capital. Everyone save for a few glanced towards Pei Wenxian. Pei Wenxian was standing very far away by now, with all the energy in his body prepared to attack at any time. He had the posture of escaping at the first sign of something going wrong. When Black Crow Divine Monarch looked in his direction, his heart tightened in fear and he nearly fled. To his surprise, Black Crow Divine Monarch smilingly assured him, "Don't worry. I won't attack you since you're capable of reaching this place." Pei Wenxian did not know whether to believe those words or not. However, he realized that he would not be able to escape if Black Crow Divine Monarch had appeared here with the intention of actually killing him. Upon arriving at this conclusion, he relaxed considerably and quickly said, "This is Black Crow Divine Monarch." Divine Monarch? Everybody was so astonished that they could barely believe their ears. Since ancient times, the only ones with the qualifications to call themselves Divine Monarch were high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so how could there be a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master in this place? Besides, they had never heard of the name Black Crow Divine Monarch before. Pei Wenxian explained, the Divine Monarch was trapped in this place by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, but his soul did not perish. He recently possessed Zhou Yi of Great Thousand Bloodland and came back to life. Everybody felt their scalps going numb with fear as Bao Yang exclaimed in horror, "Is that the truth?" Pei Wenxian nodded solemnly in response. Nobody doubted his words. After all, they witnessed what happened just now with their own eyes. Aside from a divine monarch possessing somebody and coming back to life, nobody else could have the strength to nearly kill Yin Xen Zhao in one move. In an instant, it wasn't just the Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples who looked at Black Crow Divine Monarch warily. Even the people standing around Yang Kai became anxious and uneasy. From the actions of Black Crow Divine Monarch earlier, it was obvious that he was not a compassionate man. There was a high possibility that he was subject to shifting moods and killed others casually. If a person like him were consumed by bloodlust, nobody in this place could stop him. Don't be so nervous. On the other hand, Black Crow Divine Monarch was smiling cheerfully. This monarch did not spend so much effort to gather all of you in this place just to kill you. You gathered all of us in this place? Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows. Of course. Black Crow Divine Monarch tilted his head to the side. If not for this monarch, do you think all of you could have arrived here safely? I was the one who removed all the dangers and barriers along the way for you. Yang Kai did not doubt those words. His journey here had certainly been very smooth. Logically speaking, that should not have been possible. It was not until this moment that he learned Black Crow Divine Monarch had removed all the dangers and obstacles along the way. No wonder so many people arrived here even though nobody had ever managed to arrive at the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven after so many years. This junior has a question, Ding Yi suddenly spoke up. Speak, Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to him. Sir Divine Monarch, you could have quietly cultivated after possessing somebody and coming back to life. Why did you have to gather all of us here? What are your intentions, Sir Divine Monarch? This question hit the nail on the head. Everybody wanted to know the answer. Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled softly, making him seem rather insidious. Of course, it's for the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Why else would this monarch spend so much effort to gather you all here? The Blood Monster Divine Palace? A series of exclamations rang out. Everybody's eyes blazed with excitement. It had long been said that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was located in the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, wherein the inheritance and legacy of Blood Monster Divine Monarch were hidden. Anybody who could locate the Blood Monster Divine Palace and pass Blood Monster Divine Monarch's various tests would be able to inherit everything within the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, rumors were just rumors. Nobody had ever confirmed these rumors. After all, nobody had ever found the Blood Monster Divine Palace throughout the years, so how could these rumors be verified? Be that as it may, Black Crow Divine Monarch had mentioned the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Does the Blood Monster Divine Palace really exist? You're not trying to deceive us, right? Yang Kai stared at Black Crow Divine Monarch suspiciously. Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed. Of course the Blood Monster Divine Palace exists. I don't mind telling you. The Blood Monster Divine Palace is right in front of you. In this very mountain valley. While speaking, he reached out and pointed downward. They looked down but did not see the Blood Monster Divine Palace anywhere. The mountain valley might be green and lush with beautiful scenery, but there was no sign of a palace at all. Black Crow Divine Monarch calmly explained, as long as the barrier is not broken, the palace will not show itself. If you want to find the Blood Monster Divine Palace, you have to destroy the barrier first. Yang Kai quickly asked, what does that have to do with you gathering all of us in this place? Black Crow Divine Monarch snickered. If this monarch had his full strength, no, with just 10% of the strength I possessed before, it would have not been a problem destroying that barrier. Unfortunately, you have also seen this monarch's current situation. The strength I can wield currently is very limited. Although I know the secrets behind the barrier, my strength is not enough for me to break it alone. I need the help of many people. Upon hearing those words, everybody understood the situation. They finally knew why Black Crow Divine Monarch had gathered so many people in this place. It was not rare to see barriers like this which required the joint efforts of many people to destroy. Therefore, there was nothing strange about his words. There's one more thing. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression became a little solemn. There is probably a monster beast protecting the palace, and if this monarch's guess is correct, it is a 7th order monster beast. 7th order? Everybody exclaimed in surprise. All of them had killed some monster beasts during their travels, so they each had a rough idea of the strength of these monster beasts. A 5th order monster beast was roughly equivalent to a half-step open heaven realm master. On the other hand, a 6th order monster beast was as strong as a low-rank open heaven realm master at the very least. Wouldn't that mean that a 7th order monster beast could exert the strength of a mid-rank open heaven realm master? Who among all the people present could resist such a monster beast? Even Black Crow Divine Monarch himself could not win against it in his current state. You are unable to detect the existence of the monster beast because it is sleeping at the moment. However, it will awaken once we begin breaking the barrier. That's why this monarch doesn't just need some people to help him break the barrier. I also need some people to help fend off the 7th order monster beast. Are you insane? Yang Kai jokingly asked. He had already been at a serious disadvantage during his previous battle with Golden Gorilla King at Abundance City. Golden Gorilla King was only at the peak of the 6th order, not to mention that he was heavily injured at the time. If Golden Gorilla King was already so powerful, how much stronger would a 7th order monster beast be? With their current strength, meeting a 7th order monster beast was no different from courting death. Martial Peak, Chapter 4281, Discussing Terms. Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed. A seventh-order monster beast might be extraordinary, but it's been asleep for a very long time. It is unknown how much strength it can exert at the moment. Every one of you are the elite disciples of Major Sex. I'm sure it won't be a problem if you join forces and work together to fight it. Besides, this monarch is not asking you to kill it. You only need to distract it for some time. Once we enter the Blood Monster Divine Palace after the barrier is broken, what can that seventh-order monster beast do to us? Yang Kai ignored Black Crow Divine Monarch's little speech. Before entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, he had hoped to encounter a metal element or een element seventh-order monster beast and obtain the monster core by slaying it, but he completely gave up on that idea after his battle with the Golden Gorilla King. A seventh-order monster beast was not something he could challenge. Black Crow Divine Monarch continued, "The Blood Monster Divine Palace is where old ghost Shui Yao lived. There are countless hidden treasures inside there. If you can obtain some of those treasures, you will surely experience a soaring improvement in your cultivation." Although his words were bewitching, not many people were moved. After witnessing the methods Black Crow Divine Monarch displayed previously, many people were very scared of him. He was a divine monarch who not only came back to life through possession but also had a deeper understanding of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven than them. Even if what he said was true, even if they could work together to fend off the seventh-order monster beast and destroy the barrier, who could remove the treasures from beneath his nose? Wouldn't he take all the good things for himself? Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of others? The disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises were not stupid and understood this point clearly. Black Crow Divine Monarch stretched his arms and shouted, "Everyone, please lend me your strength. This monarch can only rely on you. Once we succeed, we will split the treasures in the palace according to our respective opportunities." Countless pairs of eyes stared at him indifferently, but nobody responded. Yang Kai sneered, "Black Crow Divine Monarch, I'm afraid you took the wrong approach by trying to borrow our strength to open the Blood Monster Divine Palace. I suggest you give up on that idea as soon as possible." Black Crow Divine Monarch looked around after hearing those words. This monarch is being sincere. Is nobody going to show some appreciation? Bao Yang quickly said, "Divine Monarch, you are a senior master and we can only sigh at our inferiority before you. Please help yourself to all the treasures in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. I'm afraid we will have to decline your offer to participate." Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled lightly. "What are you so afraid of? Are you afraid that this monarch will simply slaughter you once we enter the palace? If that's the case, this monarch can swear a blood oath." While saying so, he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist. Both his hands quickly formed seals, guiding the blood mist to transform into a mysterious blood pattern. He faced the blood pattern and solemnly swore, "This monarch Heya will swear a blood oath on his Dao seal. If you all cooperate with this monarch to open the Blood Monster Divine Palace, we will split the treasures according to our respective opportunities once we enter the palace. And as long as you do not provoke me first, this monarch will not harm you. May my soul be extinguished if I break this oath." After saying that, he formed a final seal and the blood pattern transformed into a blood light that shot straight into his forehead. Grunting softly, he staggered backwards and turned a few shades paler. Upon seeing that, everybody looked at each other in shock. The fact that Black Crow Divine Monarch would decisively swear a blood oath on his Dao seal was something nobody expected. Moreover, this oath sounded rather sincere. As long as they entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace, he would not attack anyone who did not provoke him. Those words essentially guaranteed their safety. Of course, they could guess that the more sincere he seemed, the more it meant that he desperately wanted something from within the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Even so, there was no denying that many people became interested after Black Crow Divine Monarch made the blood oath. The main reason for their hesitation previously was their fear of his strength. He could force Xen Zhao's identity token to activate with a single move, which meant if he really wanted to kill them, nobody could stop him. However, things were different now that their safety was guaranteed. In any case, his actions had clearly shown his sincerity. Yin Xen Zhao and the others looked at each other and saw the interest in each other's eyes. They were the first batch of people to arrive in this place since ancient times, so there was no saying what kind of treasures they could find if they managed to open the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Qiu Kong Xian of Clear Mind Heaven asked, "Divine Monarch, can you tell us what kind of treasures can be found inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace?" Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled softly, "How would this monarch know? I've never entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace before. Nevertheless, that old ghost Shui Yao was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. There must be some treasures inside. Who knows? There might be some 7th Order or 8th Order cultivation resources within." Those words made Qiu Kong Xian and the others breathe a little quicker in excitement. Even Yang Kai's eyes flickered slightly. Although he could not let his guard down around Black Crow Divine Monarch, he desperately needed 7th Order metal and Yin element resources. If there really were 7th Order or 8th Order resources inside, then he had to try his luck no matter what. Even though those thoughts swirled in his heart, Yang Kai revealed nothing on the surface. Ba Liang considered for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. How can this Ba back down after coming here? Sir Divine Monarch, this Ba Liang is willing to lend you a hand no matter what the others may choose." "Good. Very good. Boy, you're not bad." Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at Ba Liang approvingly. Qiu Kong Xian said, "There's no reason for me to refuse if Brother Ba agrees." Yi Cheng of Azure Nether Paradise smilingly chimed in, "This Yi will lend a hand too." As soon as these people expressed their stance, more people immediately expressed their willingness to help Blood Monster Divine Monarch break the barrier. Even so, there were also some cultivators who realized that their strength was inferior to others present. After hesitating for some time, one of them cupped his fist and said, "Sir Divine Monarch, please forgive us. Our strength is lacking and I'm afraid we won't be of much help even if we joined you. We will take our leave now." That person quickly led several of his fellow brothers and retreated down the mountain after saying that. Black Crow Divine Monarch did not stop them. He simply watched their departing backs with a faint smile. Those people had not walked further than several tens of meters away when a layer of crimson-red blood mist emerged from the ground and enveloped them. Their screams of agony immediately rang out, followed by several energy fluctuations. The blood mist disappeared as quickly as it appeared. It didn't take more than several breaths of time before the crimson-red mist vanished out of sight. What entered their sights made them gasp in horror. The cultivators that were preparing to leave just now had been turned into mummified corpses that collapsed to the ground without a shred of vitality. Black Crow Divine Monarch grinned. This monarch even went so far as to swear a blood oath. Who else dares not give me face? He turned and looked around. Who else wishes to leave? Reveal yourselves to this monarch. Who else would dare to step forward with such a precedent? Even though those people died a horrible death right in front of them, nobody had noticed when Black Crow Divine Monarch made his move. It was only natural that nobody wanted to follow their footsteps. As such, he sneered, "I don't mind telling you. This monarch has already arranged a grand array in this area. Nobody can leave without this monarch's approval." Yang Kai calmly said, "Don't wag your tongue so wildly, Divine Monarch, you might bite it." Yang Kai had tried to activate his space principles just now and discovered that he was not bound by any restrictions. In other words, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not stop him if he wanted to leave. Black Crow Divine Monarch glanced sideways at Yang Kai, murderous intent overflowing from his eyes. However, he quickly composed himself and snickered, "You're quite capable, brat. It's true that this monarch cannot stop you if you wish to leave. You can escape, but can the people by your side do the same?" Yang Kai's expression immediately darkened. There was really nothing he could do if Black Crow Divine Monarch threatened the people around him. While he might be able to place everybody into the small sealed world and leave with them, Black Crow Divine Monarch would surely act before he could finish. Ignoring Yang Kai, Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at the others and asked, "Does anybody else wish to leave?" "Leave my ass. Those who tried to leave died right in front of us. Who would dare try to leave?" Regardless of whether they were willing or unwilling, they had no choice but to follow Black Crow Divine Monarch now. Pleased with the situation, Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded repeatedly. Then, he turned to look at Yang Kai. What about you? Are you coming or not? Only the people around Yang Kai had yet to express their stance, which meant as long as Yang Kai agreed, then all the pieces were in place. Do you agree to let me leave, Divine Monarch? Yang Kai asked. You can try. Black Crow Divine Monarch smiled brightly in response. However, his gaze swept across Chu Huashang, Zhang Ruoxi, and the others with malicious intent. Yang Kai was so furious that his teeth hurt. After a brief consideration, he quickly said, Divine Monarch, I can assist you, but I have a condition. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst into laughter. You want to negotiate with this monarch? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to do so. Yang Kai shook his head. I believe I do. After saying that, he immediately changed his tone. You mentioned it yourself, Divine Monarch. There are two main issues. One is to destroy the barrier and the other is to fend off the 7th Order monster beast. We are completely clueless about the barriers in this place while you seem to know something. In other words, you will be presiding over the process of breaking the barrier. During this time, you will be preoccupied so you won't be able to do two things at once. As such, you will need somebody else to distract the 7th Order monster beast. So what? Black Crow Divine Monarch looked over calmly. Yang Kai said, You know the ferocity of a 7th Order monster beast. Out of everybody here, I am the only one who stands a fighting chance against it. Who else can fight a 7th Order monster beast? Black Crow Divine Monarch snorted. Many of those little ones have those nameplates. When they are in grave danger, the divine abilities within the nameplates will automatically be activated. Forget keeping the 7th Order monster beast occupied, even killing it won't be an issue. Yang Kai said, They will need to be in grave danger for that to happen. Do you think they will intentionally place themselves in grave danger and use up the divine abilities in their identity tokens? Why fool yourself, Divine Monarch? These people are unreliable. You know you can only rely on me to distract the 7th Order monster beast. You've seen what I can. At this point, Yang Kai frowned and murmured, No. Were you waiting for me, Divine Monarch? Yang Kai suddenly recalled that Black Crow Divine Monarch arrived here a long time ago. However, it was not until he arrived here that the latter leisurely showed up. It was clear Black Crow Divine Monarch was waiting for him. Upon understanding this point, Yang Kai immediately realized something else. This old ghost planned to use me to hold off that 7th Order monster beast from the start. This old ghost is so sly. I nearly fell for his trick. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted, Brat, those who are too smart tend to die young. Yang Kai burst out laughing, Divine Monarch, why are you getting angry out of shame? Since Black Crow Divine Monarch had planned for him to distract the 7th Order monster beast in the first place, there was no reason to be reserved, so Yang Kai immediately asked, Do you think I have the right to negotiate with you now, Divine Monarch? Martial Peak, Chapter 4282, Blood Principles Restriction Secret Technique. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression became gloomy and uncertain for a time before he coldly snorted, What is your condition? Let's hear it. But I'll say this in advance. If it's too excessive, then don't blame this monarch for acting ruthless. Don't worry, Divine Monarch. My condition is not excessive. Yang Kai smiled brightly. I only need a 7th Order metal or Yin element material. Upon hearing those words, Black Crow Divine Monarch shook his head so hard that it rattled. I don't have any. Yang Kai said, Divine Monarch, how can you be so unreasonable? You are a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who came back to life through possession. Although 7th Order materials are valuable, they should not be a problem for you, right? Don't you have any kind of legacy? Black Crow Divine Monarch angrily snarled, This monarch was trapped in this place by Shui Yao for countless years. What legacy would I have to speak of? I would not hesitate to give you such trash if I had one in my possession, but I don't have anything right now. He paused for a moment before he continued, Why don't we do this instead? Help me open the Blood Monster Divine Palace, and if I find what you need inside, this monarch will deliver it to you. I'm sure there are some 7th order materials inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Yang Kai scoffed at those words. Divine Monarch, do you take me for a 3-year-old child? If this bastard finds anything good inside, he would never hand them over to me. It's not the first time I've encountered betrayals. Black Crow Divine Monarch said, There's nothing I can do if you don't trust this monarch. It's just that this monarch really does not have what you want. Why don't you change your request to something this monarch can satisfy? Yang Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Since you said that, Divine Monarch, then I won't make things difficult for you. I'll change my condition to something you have. That's right. I'll take the True Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. Junior, don't go too far. Yang Kai looked at Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly. Divine Monarch, don't you think you're being rather insincere? I wanted high-rank materials, but you claim that you don't have any. Now, I'm asking for the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Are you going to tell me you don't have it either? Black Crow Divine Monarch was furious. Who is the one being unreasonable here? This monarch is simply asking for your help to distract the 7th order monster beast for a while. How dare you try to covet the Blood Light Scripture for such a small task? It's unfortunate that this monarch has only just been reborn and not recovered his strength, or I would have killed you long ago. You know that if I have to face a 7th order monster beast, I will have to risk my life, Divine Monarch. The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture is the core secret art of that old dog Shui Yao's Tao of Blood Inheritance. This monarch spent countless years obtaining it. Handing it to another person is impossible. Not unless it's a dead person. This won't work, that won't work. Divine Monarch, are you trying to benefit without giving anything in return? I may be young, but I'm not so easily fooled either. Likewise, Yang Kai looked annoyed. Black Crow Divine Monarch furrowed his brow tightly and softened his tone. Brat, don't make things difficult for me. This monarch is unable to fulfill the 2 conditions you asked for, so why mention them? You're simply causing everybody to become unhappy as a result. Change your condition. This monarch will not refuse you if it is within my abilities to satisfy you. Really? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Black Crow Divine Monarch arrogantly said, Of course. This monarch will not deceive a junior like you. Yang Kai pretended to think for a while before he finally said, In that case, please hand over the Blood Principles Restriction Secret Technique in the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Why would you need that? Black Crow Divine Monarch glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously, but a few moments later he suddenly realized something. Are you trying to bring somebody out of here? He looked Yang Kai up and down, then he grinned meaningfully. Brat, you beat around the bush for so long, but it seems your real aim was the Blood Principles Restriction Secret Technique. He seemed delighted to have seen through Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai revealed nothing, just tell me whether you'll give it to me or not. The truth was that Black Crow Divine Monarch was reluctant. It was just that he had already rejected Yang Kai twice, and doing so a 3rd time would likely lead to a complete breakdown in negotiations. If that was the case, then there was no need to continue discussing this matter. Besides, the Blood Secret Technique was not related to the core of the Blood Light Scripture even though it was part of it. There was no need to worry about Yang Kai deducing the rest of the Blood Light Scripture from this derivative technique. Thus, he immediately nodded. This monarch can agree to this condition. Black Crow Divine Monarch agreed so readily that Yang Kai couldn't help feeling uneasy, so he frowned and said, Divine Monarch, don't try to deceive me. I've also comprehended a bit of the Blood Light Scripture myself, so I'll know whether those secret techniques are real or fake. If you dare to play tricks on me, don't blame this junior for turning around and betraying you. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted, Rest assured. This monarch made a promise to you. I will not cheat. Why do you need to be so suspicious, brat? While saying so, he took out a jade slip. His divine sense surged for a moment, seeming to inscribe something, before he tossed the jade slip over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out to catch the jade slip. While maintaining a thread of consciousness to watch Black Crow Divine Monarch warily, he examined the contents of the jade slip. If not for the experience at the Blood Lake, Yang Kai would not have been able to determine the authenticity of the information contained within the jade slip. Fortunately, he had comprehended several chapters of the Blood Light scripture previously and did not find any flaws after he carefully examined the secret technique in the jade slip. The Blood Principle's restriction secret technique was not hard to undo. The only issue was that he needed to consume some of his own blood chi. If only I could return to Abundance City. I'd be able to experiment on the cultivators there. That way, I'd know whether this information is real or fake. Everybody paid close attention to the conversation Yang Kai and Black Crow Divine Monarch were having via divine sense transmission. However, they had no idea what was being said. They saw various expressions flitting across the faces of those two, and a short while later, Black Crow Divine Monarch tossed a jade slip to Yang Kai, who then began examining it. Everybody couldn't help looking at each other, wondering what kind of deal Black Crow Divine Monarch made with Yang Kai. A quarter hour later, Black Crow Divine Monarch urged impatiently, "Brat, are you done? Do you have to study it so carefully? You'll have plenty of time to study it once we're out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Yang Kai put the jade slip away and nodded, "Good." Black Crow Divine Monarch looked satisfied. "In that case, let us begin. But there's something I have to say in advance." He looked around him and his expression gradually became colder as he darkly added, "You will all need to work together to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If this monarch discovers that somebody is secretly attacking another or holding back, then this monarch will kill him." While speaking, he specifically glanced at Yang Kai and Yin Xen Zhao. It was obvious he knew that these two were not on good terms. Yang Kai nonchalantly said, "I won't do anything if nobody provokes me first." Yin Xen Zhao cupped his fists. "Divine Monarch, please rest assured. In the current situation, the Blood Monster Divine Palace is the top priority. This junior understands his priorities." "Very good." Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed. "In that case, this monarch will explain how we will work together to break the barrier. As long as we can break through and enter the Blood Monster Divine Palace, this monarch guarantees that you will all gain something." Nobody understood the Blood Monster Divine Palace better than him, so it was only natural that he presided over the process of breaking the barrier. In addition, Black Crow Divine Monarch was very well prepared. Now that he was in charge of coordinating the entire situation, he immediately conveyed order after order. That was not all though, as he brought out array flags from somewhere and distributed them to the cultivators. The cultivators gathered in this place numbered 1,000 at the very least. Soon, everybody except the people around Yang Kai were divided into 64 groups to stand at various positions according to Black Crow Divine Monarch's arrangement. The leaders of each group were elite disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, each of whom carried an array flag with them. Yang Kai frowned slightly at the sight. Black Crow Divine Monarch had been imprisoned in this place for so many years. Not to mention, he himself was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who came back to life through possession. Logically speaking, he should have a deeper understanding of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven than anybody else. And yet, even with his extensive knowledge, experience, and ability, he still needed to go to such lengths to set up such a grand array in order to break the barrier here. Furthermore, there was also a slumbering 7th Order monster beast that would awaken the moment they began to break the barrier. Did Blood Monster Divine Monarch really have the intention to pass down his legacy and inheritance? Yang Kai seriously doubted that Blood Monster Divine Monarch had truly considered such a thing. Otherwise, why would he set such high difficulty tests? These were not obstacles that ordinary Emperor Realm Masters could overcome. Be that as it may, it was too late to think about it now. Black Crow Divine Monarch had already begun his preparations. Whether or not they could open the Blood Monster Divine Palace would depend entirely on his methods. The entire process took no more than an hour before the grand array was ready. Black Crow Divine Monarch appeared in front of Yang Kai and solemnly said, "Brat, It will be great if the 7th Order monster beast does not appear later, but if it does, then I can only rely on you and the people around you to distract it. The others will be part of the grand array, so they will be unable to move. Don't disappoint this monarch. Yang Kai said, I'll do my best. I have no idea how much strength a 7th Order monster beast can exert. If I can't win, then I'll definitely make my escape. How can I just stay here and wait for death to come? Black Crow Divine Monarch clearly read between the lines and understood the thoughts that Yang Kai did not express. Thus, he glared at Yang Kai deeply. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do except try to entice Yang Kai with the benefits. Didn't you want metal element and een element high-rank materials? If you help this monarch distract the monster beast, I will surely bring you what you need if I find them in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Yang Kai nodded. That can be discussed later. Needless to say, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not be trusted. He might be showing a kind and friendly facade at the moment, but that was only because he needed him right now. Once Yang Kai's value vanished, why would Black Crow Divine Monarch bother playing nice? But Yang Kai was a little excited. I wonder what element the monster beast sleeping in this place is. If it happens to be the metal or een element, I'll definitely kill it. I haven't used the divine ability bead given to me by Proprietress yet. If I do, there's a high chance I can kill the monster beast in one blow. Black Crow Divine Monarch transformed into a bloodlight and departed. By the time he reappeared, he was standing in the middle of the mountain valley. He formed a set of hand seals and shouted, Get ready. Our success or failure depends on this. Start the array. As he spoke, he reached his hand into the void and pulled out a large banner from somewhere. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist. The large banner absorbed the blood chi and immediately seemed to come alive. Martial Peak, Chapter 4283, Star Turtle. The large banner fluttered, flapping loudly in the wind. The cultivators holding the array flags at all 64 array nodes activated them according to the secret technique taught to them by Black Crow Divine Monarch. Then the array flags began to resonate with the control banner. A vibration that came from the depths of one's soul resounded through the air. The entire world seemed to shudder for a moment, and crimson-red mist emerged from the ground before spreading out to cover the entire mountain valley in the blink of an eye. They had all witnessed the strangeness of this blood mist earlier. The cultivators who fell into it had quickly turned into mummified corpses. Therefore, everybody was terrified when the blood mist appeared once more and their scalps tingled with fear. Black Crow Divine Monarch shouted, Focus! If you dare to slack off, then don't blame this monarch for being ruthless. Everybody felt very uneasy. Nevertheless, they could only grit their teeth and continue cooperating with him to activate the grand array when they thought about his horrifying methods. Fortunately, the blood mist only lingered within the mountain valley and flowed around their bodies. The blood mist soon squirmed like a living creature under the influence of those array flags and gradually gathered together to form a gigantic array in the mountain valley. A faint outline suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The outline only revealed the tip of the iceberg, but it looked like a part of an enormous palace. All the cultivators were stunned by the sight of that outline. Only then did they realize that Black Crow Divine Monarch did not deceive them. The rumored Blood Monster Divine Palace was truly hidden in this place. It was just that it had always been protected by a barrier, so it was never revealed. If not for Black Crow Divine Monarch's guidance, most would have never noticed any of the mysteries in this place even if they were standing in front of them. Yang Kai stood at the top of the mountain in his original spot. He looked at the outline and became more certain that Blood Monster Divine Monarch had no intention of passing his legacy and inheritance down to anyone. Everything in this place could not be accessed by a cultivator in the Emperor Realm. Without Black Crow Divine Monarch, it would have been impossible for them to even find any traces of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. The blood mist twisted and squirmed back and forth within the mountain valley, constantly climbing over the outline of the palace. Over time, the outline revealed more and more parts of the palace while at the same time, the outline became more and more solid. Next to Yang Kai, Chu Huashang, Gu Pan, Zhang Ruoxi, Lin Feng, Ning Dao Ran, Wei Bouquet, Ding Yi, chef, accountant, and Lang Qingshan were all ready to attack at a moment's notice. However, there were no signs indicating the appearance of the seventh-order monster beast despite waiting for so long. Ding Yi scratched his head and chuckled. Could Black Crow Divine Monarch have been mistaken? There doesn't seem to be a seventh-order monster beast sleeping in this place. With such a commotion going on, any monster beast would have woken up a long time ago if they were sleeping here. Wei Bouquet grinned. It's best if there's nothing. We can just watch them work. Then, we can rush in and search for treasure once the Blood Monster Divine Palace opens. Ding Yi reacted like he had found his best friend and looked at Wei Bouquet enthusiastically. I was thinking so too. Keep your guard up. Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Although they had yet to see anything resembling a seventh-order monster beast, there was obviously a reason why Black Crow Divine Monarch was so serious about this matter. It was most likely that there really was a seventh-order monster beast sleeping in this place. During the conversation between Ding Yi and Wei Bouquet, a faint and barely perceptible monster chi suddenly spread out. It didn't take long before the monster chi became dozens of times more potent. Moreover, the monster chi was so pure that it was simply indescribable. Even the Golden Gorilla King could not compare. There was no doubt that the seventh-order monster beast sleeping in this place had been awoken from its slumber. Everybody's expressions froze. The mouths of Ding Yi and Wei Bouquet, who had been joking around, twitched slightly. They realized that their words had jinxed the situation. They had only just mentioned the monster beast and the monster beast immediately showed signs of appearing. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Spreading out his divine sense, he monitored the surroundings. He wanted to know where the monster beast would emerge from for, at this moment, there was no sign of it. Even so, just the monster chi permeating the air alone was enough to create a sense of terror in their hearts. One could only imagine the horror of a seventh-order monster beast. A short while later, Yang Kai looked down and shouted, "It's coming from below." The entire view in the mountain valley was unobstructed, but there was no trace of the monster beast at all. Thus, the only possibility was that the monster beast would emerge from underground. As soon as the words left Yang Kai's mouth, they heard a loud rumbling coming from deep below. It was followed by an earthquake, almost as though a behemoth was crawling out of the ground. Without any warning, an enormous head suddenly popped out from below the ground, accompanied by a deep roar. A large bloody mouth opened and swallowed up several dozen people standing nearby in one bite, along with the soil they were standing on. All of a sudden, there was one less array node among the 64. Fortunately, Black Crow Divine Monarch had obviously anticipated this issue when setting up the Grand Array. Even though there was one less array node, it did not affect the operation of the Grand Array at all. The blood mist continued to drift over the Blood Monster Divine Palace, making it appear more and more solid. It was even starting to show signs of emerging from the void. Hong hong hong. The monster beast broke out of the ground in the next moment, causing a gigantic pit to appear. Its enormous body was as large as a small hill, with thick scales covering its body forming a powerful defense. The blood mist swirled around the sides of its body but could not corrode it at all. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai, who had been paying close attention to his surroundings all this while, finally had a good look at the monster beast. It was a star turtle with a 200-meter long and 50-meter tall body. In addition, it was covered in a layer of dazzling yellow light. Yang Kai was both disappointed and relieved, an earth element monster beast. He was disappointed that this monster beast was not of the metal element or yin element like what he desperately needed, but rather the earth element. He had already condensed an earth element power. Moreover, he had used the dragon bead of a great dragon. There was nothing much to gain even if he killed this star turtle. At the same time, he was relieved that it was an earth element monster beast. The earth element was mainly about defense, so although it would be difficult to kill, the posture of this star turtle indicated it had poor offensive abilities, so the risk of facing it was minimized to a great extent. Furthermore, the star turtle had been sleeping for many millennia, so at this moment, it was still a little dazed and sluggish from having just woken up. It blankly rolled its eyes around, looking very drowsy. The cultivators forming the array nodes nearest to the turtle trembled uncontrollably. They had witnessed with their own eyes as the star turtle gulped up an entire batch of cultivators as soon as it appeared. Therefore, they were scared that it might turn around and eat them too. One should not be fooled by its dazed appearance. Nobody present was its opponent if it decided to attack. After all, its strength lay in its defense. The possibility was high that nobody could put a scratch on it. One of the cultivators from a second-class great force gulped nervously and subconsciously took a few steps back. He wanted to hide behind the others to seek a sense of security, but who could have known that his retreat would cause him to fall into the blood mist? There was a series of sizzling sounds and that person screamed in pain. The blood mist crawled up his body like snakes, enveloping him completely. By the time the blood mist dissipated, the man had become a mummified corpse. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted while waving the control banner, "Stand where you are. Whoever dares to move about rashly will die." Everybody felt a bitter taste in their mouths. It was not until this moment that they realized they were stuck in this situation with no way out. Out of all the areas covered by the Grand Array, only the areas around the array nodes were safe. Everywhere else was flooded with the blood mist. In other words, they could only stand at their respective array nodes once Black Crow Divine Monarch activated the Grand Array, otherwise they would have to bear the risk of death. Yang Kai was delighted when he saw this situation. He initially thought that he and the others had taken on a laborious task while the others had it easy, but it would now seem that fighting the Star Turtle was undoubtedly better than having no say about one's own life. He couldn't help looking in Yin Xen Zhao's direction, secretly hoping that the Star Turtle would kill the latter. Coincidentally, Yin Xen Zhao also happened to be looking this way. Their gazes met for a moment and Yin Xen Zhao immediately figured out what Yang Kai was thinking. Thus, he angrily shouted, "Yang Kai, why aren't you moving yet?" The array node he was managing was not that far from where the Star Turtle was located, so he had reason to be uneasy. Yang Kai calmly called out, "There's no rush." Yin Xen Zhao nearly spat blood at those words. "You might be in no rush, but I'm about to die from anxiety." Yin Xen Zhao never imagined that the situation would turn out this way after the Grand Array was activated. If he had known earlier, he would have volunteered to trade places with Yang Kai. At the very least, he would have some control over his own life or death. At this moment, he was unable to move a single step from this spot. Whether he lived or died was completely up to fate. It was a horrible feeling. "You should act now before it's too late." Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice rang out. "This monster beast has been sleeping for eons, and now that it's just woken up, its strength has yet to recover. This is the best time to take it down. If you delay, it will be even harder to handle." How difficult would it be to inflict heavy damage upon such a defense-oriented 7th-order monster beast? Yang Kai was not sure if they could put a scratch on it even if everybody on his side used their full strength. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch was right about one thing. This was indeed the time when the Star Turtle was at its weakest. At that thought, Yang Kai nodded. Since Divine Monarch has said so, then this junior will comply. Then he shouted, "Kill!" Swinging his arm widely, Space Principles surged to form a huge moon blade that broke the void and slashed towards the Star Turtle. Everybody around Yang Kai swiftly unleashed their secret techniques one after another. Colorful lights swept towards the Star Turtle, showering down on its huge figure in an instant. The people gathered around Yang Kai were a mix of both the strong and weak. For example, many from Emperor Heaven were rather weak. However, there was no shortage of elites like Gu Pan, Chu Huashang, and Ning Dao Ran either. The attacks of these core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises were extraordinarily deadly. Hong hong hong. Explosion after explosion rang out deafeningly as numerous halos of light from these explosions spread out in all directions. When the lights dissipated, everybody looked over and felt a headache. Although they had known that the Star Turtle would have high defensive strength, they never imagined that it would be so outrageous. Their previous barrage had not even broken through the yellow layer of light surrounding its body, let alone cause any form of damage. Wei Bouquet grinned, This bastard sure is tough. Yang Kai shouted, again. Another round of attacks was launched and nobody dared to hold back. The best method to deal with the earth element was to counter with the wood element. Among the 5 elements, wood suppressed earth. Unfortunately, the wood element was generally focused on restoration and healing. Few people could comprehend offensive divine abilities from their wood element. Martial Peak, Chapter 4284, The Might of a 7th-Order Monster Beast. Although Yang Kai had condensed his wood element power from the essence of the immortal tree, he had yet to comprehend a wood element divine ability. On the other hand, his originally strong restorative and healing abilities had been greatly enhanced as a result. There were precious few among the crowd who had realized any form of wood element divine ability at all, so even if they unleashed these divine abilities, the effects on the star turtle were negligible. This was a 7th-order monster beast. Therefore, the earth attribute light surrounding its body was formed from a 7th-order earth element power. It was very difficult to destroy such a barrier without a high enough order strength. When everybody attacked at this moment, the disparity between their strength was revealed. Chu Huashang, Gu Pan, and the others were undoubtedly the strongest in the group. They were core disciples of their respective cave heavens and paradises after all. As the future pillars of their respective sects, they had been vigorously nurtured since young. The power behind their secret techniques was amazing, difficult for ordinary cultivators to match up to. Meanwhile, chef, accountant Lang Qingshan, Ding Yi, and several others were slightly inferior in comparison. As for the ones from Emperor Heaven, their attacks were quite weak by comparison. However, what they lacked in individual strength they made up for in numbers. Their attacks raining down on the star turtle gradually made the light surrounding its body slightly dimmer. At this moment, the star turtle seemed to be slowly awakening, and soon it swiveled its head around and looked in their direction. Roaring up into the sky, it immediately began moving. It rushed over towards them at an extremely high speed despite looking clumsy and heavy. Every step it took made a thunderous thud against the ground. He's coming! Yang Kai shouted at the top of his lungs. At this moment he did not dare to hold back any longer. Drawing power from his Dao seal, Golden Crow's true fire spread out and began burning everything before him. Yang Kai had condensed 5 types of high-rank elements and had managed to comprehend divine abilities from 2 of them so far. One was the Dragon Shield and the other was the Golden Crow cast the Sun. Be that as it may, it did not prevent him from mobilizing these powers in other ways. The pitch-black flames threatened to burn down the space around them, and even the horrifying blood mist evaporated upon contact. When the pitch-black flames reached the star turtle's body, a series of crackling sounds rang out. The khaki's yellow light dimmed further by a considerable extent. The others continued to provide support while at the same time, they quickly retreated and scattered in all directions. It was not until the star turtle approached to within 1,000 meters that its yellow light barrier finally shattered. Yang Kai was overjoyed by the sight. Without even pausing to think about it, he summoned the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd and opened its lid. A dazzling light immediately swept out and wrapped around the star turtle. A loud cry sounded once more. The Yuan magnetic divine light contained devastating destructive power that tore into the softer parts of the star turtle's body that were not covered by its shell, slicing open countless bloody wounds all over its body. When a dim light suddenly lit up, a sense of terror descended on the world. Everybody felt a shudder going through their hearts. It felt as though they could hear death calling out their names. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the star turtle had opened its large mouth to reveal its jagged fangs. Moreover, there was a small ball of khaki's yellow light the size of a wash basin taking shape in its mouth. The attack was aimed directly at where Yang Kai was standing. "Watch out!" Chu Huashang screamed. Touching her fingers together, she quickly formed a seal and pressed her hand down in the direction of the star turtle. At the same time, Wei Bouquet slashed out with his sword. The whip-like sword light caused all the colors to drain out of the world. Ding Yi summoned Bai Feng's fire and stirred the clouds. Lin Feng drew his sword and flicked out countless sword shadows that covered the sky. Gu Pan held a paintbrush in her grip, drawing in the air. An enormous seal character appeared as though printed upon the star turtle's mouth. Meanwhile, the peachwood sword behind Ningdao Rant's back came flying out to transform into a flitting shadow that cut down the stars. Last but not least, Lang Qingshan, the people of Emperor Heaven, and the others also attacked all at once. It was an extremely lively scene, with all kinds of blinding lights bursting forth and dazzled their sight. Unfortunately, the star turtle was unaffected. It allowed the numerous attacks to simply land on its body as the ball of light spewed out from its mouth like a winding bolt of lightning. The sword lights shattered and the sword shadows were erased. Moans and groans rang out from all around. Chu Huashang was thrown backward like a paper kite, spitting up blood in midair. Wei Bouquet was pushed back several dozens of meters by the huge impact force, dragging his feet and creating long troughs in the dirt. Ding Yi's face was flushed and his body glowed red as though cooked through. Creaking sounds came from the wooden sword in Ningdao Rant's hand as slim cracks appeared along its length. The combined strength of so many elites could not stop a single blow from the star turtle, horrifying them all. In the meantime, the ball of light continued to shoot towards Yang Kai even though the momentum had decreased somewhat. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned out the Azure Dragon Spear. Gripping it in both hands, he thrust out. A dragon roar resounded, reverberating through the sky as the figure of a great dragon seemed to flash out from the Azure Dragon Spear to collide with the ball of light. In the next moment, the ball of light exploded and a shockwave spread out in all directions. Yang Kai felt a mighty force slamming straight into his chest and the sound of his bones breaking rang out. Several of his ribs were broken in an instant and the bone fragments stabbed into his lungs. The pain was absolutely unbearable. Unable to hold back, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The khaki's yellow force raged about wildly. Everybody present was forced back and thrown into a miserable state. Some of the weaker Emperor Heaven cultivators were heavily injured by the impact and collapsed on the spot. It was hard to tell if they were even still alive. Only Yang Kai advanced instead of retreating. Raging flames blazed in his eyes because he knew that at least half of the people on his side would die in the next instant if it backed down. Black Crow Divine Monarch had valid reason for choosing him to challenge the 7th Order Monster Beast. He was the only person who could stand a fighting chance against this 7th Order Monster Beast. Holding his spear in one hand, Yang Kai kicked off slightly and swiftly arrived in front of the Star Turtle. Taking advantage of the latter's lack of vigilance, Yang Kai flipped himself onto the opponent's back with several agile leaps. In the next moment, spear shadows rained down endlessly to stab into the vulnerable spot behind the Star Turtle's neck. Do. Several muffled thuds rang out. The Azure Dragon Spear that had never failed Yang Kai before turned out to be ineffective. Although the defenses on the back of the Star Turtle's neck were relatively weak, that was only in comparison to the other parts of its body. For a 7th Order Earth element monster beast like this, every part of its body was as solid as rock. It was not that the Azure Dragon Spear was weak, but rather that Yang Kai was not strong enough. The Azure Dragon Spear was bestowed to Yang Kai by Ada. Moreover, it was refined from the corpse of a true Azure Dragon. Yang Kai had never been able to bring out the full power of his spear. Hundreds of consecutive thrusts might have turned the back of the Star Turtle's neck into a bloody mess, but such injuries were no more threatening than an insect bite to it. The turtle shook its head and flicked its tail, trying to throw Yang Kai off, but how could Yang Kai comply with the Star Turtle's wishes? He didn't budge in the slightest, almost as though his feet were nailed in place. Needless to say, everybody else did not hold back in this situation. They quickly unleashed their killing moves and attacked the Star Turtle from all directions. Bursts of light exploded against the Star Turtle's body, but although these attacks were incredibly violent, they did not cause any effective damage to it at all. Suddenly, the turtle stopped struggling and its entire body shuddered for a moment. Immediately following that, countless rays of khaki's yellow light flickered and shot out from its body, each ray containing incredible power. Yang Kai was caught off guard, and as a result, he was hit by one of the light rays and immediately grunted in pain. His body flew high into the air while the others were similarly flustered by the attacks and many were now lying motionless on the ground. Upon shaking Yang Kai off, the star turtle reacted like a flood dragon that had escaped its bonds. Its ferocity was greatly magnified and its enormous body thrashed about from side to side. Nobody dared to approach within a radius of 1,000 meters. "Move aside. Leave it to me." Chef roared furiously, suddenly charging forward. He was holding his kitchen knife in his left hand and a chopping board in his right. His appearance made him look like it was about to butcher a pig or a goat. It was a rather funny sight. However, what he was aiming to butcher this time was a 7th-order monster beast. The chopping board in Chef's hand flew out and rapidly expanded in the wind before it slid under the star turtle's body. It was hard to determine what kind of artifact the chopping board was, but it was emitting a strange and mysterious aura. A monster beast as powerful as the star turtle was trapped on the chopping board in a moment of negligence. Chef strode over with a wide grin. "I am the knife and the chopping block, you are the fish." As he shouted, his body suddenly swelled and transformed into a several dozen meter tall giant. That was not all. The kitchen knife in his hand also became incomparably huge. His expression was so savage that it could only be described as terrifying. He stretched out a large hand and pressed the star turtle against his chopping block. The apron around his waist showed the large printed "Butcher" character. At the same time, the kitchen knife in his hand swung down. For a moment, it looked like Chef was in control of the situation. The star turtle seemed no different from a fish that was being cut up in the kitchen. Everybody was stunned by the sight. They never imagined that Chef had such skill. Such means were beyond the reach of even the core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises. Even Yang Kai never expected Chef to be so astonishing. He had always believed that Bai Qi was the strongest among all the shop hands working under the proprietress, and only now did he realize that he might have been mistaken. If Chef successfully advances into the open heaven realm, he will surely end up stronger than old Bai. Every time the knife chopped down, Chef caused dazzling bursts of sparks to shoot out from the star turtle's shell. He was forcefully gouging a white mark into the shell with every cut. While everybody was in a trance, Accountant flew over with an abacus in hand. His fingers flew across the abacus, shooting out bead after bead that enlarged and came crashing down on the star turtle's head. Hong hong hong. Every single blow made the star turtle's head dip downward slightly. The star turtle's head was smashed deep into the ground by the time hundreds of beads finished crashing down. Everybody quickly took out their artifacts and unleashed their secret techniques, viciously attacking the star turtle. All of a sudden, Chef's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "It's up to you now." While saying that, his huge figure shrunk back to his original size like a deflated balloon. The chopping board also flew back to his hand. After returning to his original appearance, his aura was so weak that he could barely stand. Moreover, his complexion was as pale as a sheet. Upon seeing that, Yang Kai immediately understood that the secret technique Chef executed just now had consumed essentially all of the latter's strength. It was not as if Chef could actually transform into such a big giant, it was simply a manifestation of the secret technique he used. Therefore, Yang Kai immediately stopped his indiscriminate bombardment of the star turtle and flashed to appear beside Chef while shouting, "Don't resist." Reaching out to grab him, Yang Kai tossed Chef into the small sealed world. Since the latter was no longer in any condition to fight, leaving him outside would only put him in danger. Since that was the case, it was better to let him rest in a safe place. The star turtle seemed to have been agitated greatly by Chef's attack. When it raised its head again, it shook its body hard. Its tail swept out in all directions like a meteor hammer, the power behind each blow so immense that nobody could defend against it. Countless people were thrown into the air and instantly suffered grievous injuries. Zhang Ruo, she was about to be hit by the sweeping tail of the star turtle. Seeing that she could not dodge the attack in time, Yang Kai flashed to her side and thrust out with his spear. When the mighty impact came, they both crashed into each other and became entangled. Yang Kai quickly got back to his feet and confirmed that she was all right before shouting, "Hey ya, we're all going to die here if you don't do something quick." Martial Peak, Chapter 4285, Would Element Divine Ability. Black Crow Divine Monarch, who was presiding over the grand array, coldly snorted at those words. "Brat, don't you dare shirk your responsibility." It was obvious that Yang Kai had not gone all out. If nothing else, he had yet to use the divine manifestation that he showed previously. That divine manifestation contained an impressive amount of destructive power. Unleashing that move here would surely be of great help to the current situation. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not ignore Yang Kai's plea for help. Should Yang Kai's side be defeated, his grand array would also be affected. He was at a critical juncture to break the barrier and did not wish for all his efforts to be in vain. Therefore, he waved his large banner despite his dissatisfaction with Yang Kai's inadequacy. A large part of the blood mist suddenly converged to form a blood cloud that floated towards the star turtle and wrapped around it. Immediately after that, the blood cloud condensed into two blood beasts that were no smaller than the star turtle, as well as countless blood snakes that wriggled like living creatures. The two blood beasts fearlessly flanked the star turtle from both sides. On the other hand, the countless blood snakes swarmed the star turtle's body by crawling along the edges of its shell. The star turtle flicked its tail and one of the blood beasts immediately exploded, only to regroup immediately in a seemingly immortal and indestructible manner. Thanks to these blood beasts, the others had some time to catch their breaths and readjusted their formation. Then, the barrage of divine abilities and secret techniques resumed once more. Yang Kai took a small breather. It was true that he had not used his full strength. After all, under these circumstances, he did not dare to exert his full strength. Although the power of the Golden Crow casts the sun was explosive, its power consumption was simply too high. He might not have any strength left for self-protection if he consumed too much energy in his battle against the star turtle. How could he do something so stupid? Fortunately, Black Crow Divine Monarch valued the Blood Monster Divine Palace so much that he could not afford to be distracted even though he understood Yang Kai's intentions. As a result of the two immortal and indestructible blood beasts charging the enemy and the countless blood snakes distracting the star turtle, everybody's safety was greatly increased. Even though the star turtle was strong, its sentience seemed to be somewhat lacking. There was no saying whether the cause was its long years of sleep or its inherent nature. Annoyed by the blood beasts' badgering, it fought them endlessly. The battle occupied it so much that it had no time for anything else. This situation delighted Yang Kai and the others. Before they could rejoice, though, the blood beasts were destroyed to the point where they could no longer recondense. Similarly, the blood snakes crawling all over the star turtle's body were destroyed by the earth element power it emitted. Yang Kai secretly cursed. With no other choice, he stepped forward once more. The Azure Dragon spear flew out and pierced forward to draw the star turtle's attention. This was something he had promised Black Crow Divine Monarch earlier after all. It was also related to whether the Blood Monster Divine Palace could be opened, so Yang Kai could not simply stand back and watch. Nevertheless, the pressure was as heavy as a mountain. Any negligence could turn into a fatal mistake when facing such a seventh-order monster beast, so Yang Kai had no choice but to remain alert at all times. The others provided support from the side, and for a time, they successfully kept the star turtle at bay. Taking a slight breather amidst the pitched battle, Yang Kai glanced in the direction of the Blood Monster Divine Palace and discovered that it had become far more solid in such a short time. It would seem that Black Crow Divine Monarch and the others were making good progress. According to the agreement from before, Yang Kai's task would be over once the Blood Monster Divine Palace was completely opened and he would no longer have to strive so hard against this monster beast. Meanwhile, Wei Bouquet was secretly shocked. He had heard about Yang Kai's strength from his junior brother, Su Zhen. He had also heard about how Yang Kai defeated Yu Luosha in the Azura Arena of Thousand Birds Star City in one move. Even so, it was one thing to listen to the stories and quite another to witness it for himself. It was not until this moment that he understood how wide the gap between him and Yang Kai was. Everybody had done their best when facing the Star Turtle, but the majority of the pressure was borne by Yang Kai, who constantly charged forward to attack the enemy. Wei Bouquet had to admit that he would have been exhausted in less than an incense stick if he were in Yang Kai's shoes. He might even face the risk of death. On the contrary, Yang Kai persevered against all odds. The scene might seem precarious and sometimes extremely dangerous, but things also seemed to be in his control. Black Crow Divine Monarch truly has a good eye for people. It's also no wonder that Junior Brother reminded me countless times before my departure that I should try and win Yang Kai over should I meet him. With such talent, he will be incomparable to ordinary 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters even if he only achieves that realm upon breaking through. A ray of light suddenly shot in Wei Bouquet's direction. Shaking his head, he cleared his mind of the many distracting thoughts and slashed forward with his sword. With the passage of time, the number of wounded increased. Even Wei Bouquet and the other elites were covered in injuries. There was no need to mention Yang Kai's condition. If not for his strong recovery abilities and endurance, he would have died countless times over by now. The strength of a 7th Order monster beast was terrifying indeed. Despite combining so many people's strength, they could only keep the monster beast at bay. It was impossible for them to kill it. Yang Kai had the feeling that only a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master had hope of killing the Star Turtle. Moreover, it had to be a 5th Order or 6th Order mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. A 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not capable of such a feat. With the Star Turtle being held back, Black Crow Divine Monarch was undisturbed and made rapid progress. In the short span of an hour, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was almost fully condensed into solid form. On the other hand, the Star Turtle's purpose in sleeping here was probably only to protect the Divine Palace. As such, the further Black Crow Divine Monarch progressed, the more violent and powerful its attacks became. Yang Kai and the others who were fighting the Star Turtle could feel these changes clearly. All of a sudden, there was a soft crack. It was followed by a horrifying aura that permeated the air. Immediately after that, a sword chi slashed out from Lin Feng's waist and shot towards the Star Turtle. The sword chi swept out wantonly and the void shattered. A several-meter-long crack was sliced open, stretching across the Star Turtle's solid back. Through that crack, they could practically see the wriggling flesh and internal organs inside. Yang Kai, who was struggling against the Star Turtle at the time, couldn't help feeling stunned for a moment. Likewise, the others were stunned too. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stiffened and looked down at his waist. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. The identity token at his waist was shattered. In other words, his life had been in mortal danger just now. That was why the divine ability sealed within the identity token had been triggered. He was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He barely even understood what had happened. All he knew was that a yellow stream of light had shot out from the Star Turtle and flew in his direction. It had happened so fast that he had no time to react. "Good job!" Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed loudly. Another blood cloud wriggled over and slipped into the Star Turtle's body via that wound to wreak havoc from the inside. The Star Turtle's shell and flesh were extremely tough. Even though such a large group of people had been attacking him for half a day, the damage they managed to cause was negligible. In contrast, the Sword Chi Divine ability unleashed from Lin Feng's identity token had inflicted heavy damage in an instant. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch miss out on such a good opportunity? He took the initiative to attack without waiting for Yang Kai's call for help. The blood cloud vanished out of sight and the Star Turtle roared in pain while the pressure on Yang Kai and the others fell noticeably. "Are you all right, Brother Lin?" Wei Bouquet asked while taking a breather. Lin Feng slowly nodded, but a trace of fear lingered on his face. Never once had he ever felt so close to death before. He had never been so terrified in his life, not even when he was captured by Kun Sha in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary back then. It would now seem that it was unrealistic to rely on the hope that the divine abilities sealed within the identity tokens of the Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples could kill this Star Turtle. That sword chi just now had been indescribably powerful, but even so, it had only managed to open a single wound on the opponent's back. Based on the outcome of this situation, they could not take the Star Turtle's life even if they activated all of their protective divine abilities. Nevertheless, it was thanks to this sealed divine ability that broke open the tough shell and allowed Black Crow Divine Monarch's methods to take effect that Yang Kai and the others could catch their breath for a moment. In the meantime, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was becoming more and more solid. Another quarter hour passed, and there was a loud rumble accompanied by an earthquake that shook the entire world. Then, the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace slowly opened. Black Crow Divine Monarch's eyes blazed with a raging heat. Similarly, the cultivators standing at the various array nodes looked excited. Success! Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed out loud. This monarch will be leaving first. After saying that, he ignored everybody else and charged forward. He rushed straight into the Blood Monster Divine Palace and disappeared out of sight. Upon seeing that, the others did not hesitate to follow suit. All of them quickly swarmed towards the Blood Monster Divine Palace, scrambling to be the first. On the contrary, Yang Kai wanted to curse and scream. That was because the Star Turtle was no longer restrained by Black Crow Divine Monarch following his departure. Like a tiger that had been released from its cage, the Star Turtle's aura soared wildly. Yang Kai and the others had barely been able to cope earlier, but the pressure increased sharply at this moment. Several people gathered near the Star Turtle were swept away by its aura and swiftly retreated into the distance. A battlefield was like a game of chess. One wrong move would lead to another, then another, until everything collapsed. Black Crow Divine Monarch's sudden departure had left Yang Kai and the others in an extremely difficult and precarious position. The Star Turtle shook its body. Dozens of figures collapsed on the ground, bleeding profusely as a result. This attack was swiftly followed by numerous yellow bolts of light shooting out from its body, causing the remaining people to panic. Black Crow Divine Monarch probably never intended to bother about the lives of Yang Kai and the others in the first place. From his standpoint, he couldn't be happier if Yang Kai and the others were killed by the Star Turtle. That was why he left without the slightest hesitation. Although Yang Kai struggled hard to fight back, it was difficult for him to block the onslaught of a seventh-order monster beast. "Go quickly!" he shouted while stabbing out continuously with his spear. As soon as the words left Yang Kai's mouth, the Star Turtle raised his meteor hammer-like tail. A blinding yellow light gathered at the tip of its tail, and a moment later, it moved at lightning speed and smashed down at the place where the most people were gathered. Chu Huashang stood in that spot, her beautiful face drained of all color. She knew that she would die if she didn't move, but the Star Turtle's horrifying aura locked her firmly in place. A feeling that she could not escape in time washed over her. The light in front of her eyes became obscured and the world darkened around her. Yang Kai felt his teeth nearly cracking at the sight. Manipulating space principles, his figure flashed and appeared in front of her as a terrifying wind pressed down on him. He already felt suffocated before the Star Turtle's attack arrived. "I can't block this. With my current strength, I can't block an attack of this magnitude. It's not enough even if I use Golden Crow Cast the Sun. But if I can't stop this attack, then Chu Huashang will definitely die." In that moment between life or death, an aura flashed through his mind and the wood element power shone brightly in his Dao seal. An emerald aura flowed out and a great tree appeared out of nowhere behind his back, holding up a huge canopy that swayed in the wind. The tree gave off the feeling that it would stand tall even if the sky came crashing down. Honk! The Star Turtle's tail smashed down and the yellow light collided with the canopy of the great tree. The emerald light and yellow light impacted with an explosive sound that shook the world. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4286, The Blood Monster Divine Palace. Chu Huashang stared blankly at the figure standing in front of her, feeling as though some kind of barrier which wrapped around her heart was struck by something and shattered in an instant, making it race faster than it had ever before. She was one of Inyang Cave Heaven's core disciples. Having been vigorously cultivated by the sect since she was young, she never lacked for anything. Not only did she have great aptitude and high cultivation, but she also had a beautiful appearance. Countless senior brothers and junior brothers in Inyang Cave Heaven had tried to woo her in the past. What she cultivated was the heartless Tao. In order for her to advance into the open heaven realm, she would first need to experience love. She herself knew that it was only a matter of time before she had to settle down with a man. Most of the other female disciples in the sect from her generation had long since fallen in love and became intimate with their partners of choice. However, she had never been able to find a suitable candidate. Hence, she was always honest and straightforward with the senior brothers and junior brothers who approached her. It was only when she entered the grand ancient ruins boundary that she encountered a man who could clearly and eloquently discuss yin-yang union cultivation with her. Although she found the man rather interesting, she did not give much thought to the matter at the time. After returning to yin-yang cave heaven, she underwent intensive cultivation to absorb all the benefits she received in the grand ancient ruins boundary. It was not until she finally came out of retreat that she heard many things about Yang Kai. Feeling appreciative of the life-saving grace she received from him in the grand ancient ruins boundary, she persuaded her sect to take a softer approach to win him over instead of trying to kill him. Her status as a core disciple gave her some say in making decisions, and due to her constant lobbying, the higher-ups in the sect agreed. Naturally, the task of winning Yang Kai over fell upon her as the person who proposed this idea in the first place. Besides, she was already acquainted with him, so there could be no better candidate than her. Upon entering the blood monster cave heaven, Chu Huashang was not surprised to meet Yang Kai again. She was entrusted with a task from her sect and had her own grand Tao to consider as well, therefore she was much more proactive in approaching him than before. During this period she survived through various hardships and even shared life and death together with him. The admiration in her heart grew greatly after she witnessed his abilities and temperament with her own eyes. Despite the mutual protection and unfaltering support during their travels, she only felt that he was a very responsible man. A trace of affection would occasionally bloom in her heart, but she knew that those feelings were a far cry from love. She had more than once asked herself, "What is love?" Unfortunately, she could not find the answer to her question. However, at this very moment, when her life flashed before her eyes as the darkness of death enveloped her, that familiar figure had descended from the sky without hesitation to stand in front of her. That figure was akin to a majestic mountain that shielded her from rain and storm. Chu Huashang suddenly felt as though a seed in her heart had germinated and burst out of the ground with great vigor. It was a strange feeling that instantly permeated her entire body. Even though she was standing at the threshold of life and death, she broke out into a smile. Her aura that had gone chaotic when danger loomed over her suddenly cleared up and became calm once more, even becoming more vigorous than before. Hong! The star turtle's tail came slamming down to crash against the huge canopy. The yellow light and emerald light symphonically blended together. The great tree stood strong below, forcefully holding up the enormous tail. Everybody was stunned by the sight, and even Yang Kai was taken aback. He looked up and stared at the large tree and huge canopy behind him, and a single question flashed through his heart: "What is this?" In that moment just now, he had instinctively pushed the wood element power in his Tao seal. It never occurred to him that a giant tree would appear behind him. Among the 5 elements, the wood suppressed earth. What the star turtle unleashed was undoubtedly a 7th-order earth element power. On the other hand, the wood element power in Yang Kai's Tao seal was condensed from the essence of the immortal tree. In terms of order, his wood element power was definitely much higher than the star turtle's earth element power. In addition, these 2 elements mutually restrained each other, so it was not hard to understand how he managed to block that terrifying blow. What Yang Kai could not understand was what he did just now. He was astonished that he managed to comprehend a wood element divine ability at such a critical moment. All this while, he had been trying to unlock the mysteries of the elements in his Tao seal in hopes of comprehending a divine manifestation no weaker than his golden crow casts the sun. If nothing else, comprehending a divine ability or secret technique like the dragon shield was not bad either. In particular, the wood element was the first open heaven power that he condensed, so he had been rather disappointed that he could not comprehend any divine abilities from it. Over the years, Yang Kai had wondered if the order of the wood element power that he condensed from the essence of the immortal tree was simply too high for him to comprehend anything from it. Nevertheless, he knew that some things could not be forced. Everything would remain an unreachable dream if the timing was not right. Correspondingly, Everything would naturally fall into place once the moment arrived. Even so, he never imagined that the wood element divine ability would emerge right here and right now due to necessity. Sure enough, the fine line between life or death not only contains great terror but also holds great opportunities. At the time, Yang Kai simply wanted to save Chu Huashang. There were no other thoughts in his head, so he drew on the wood element power in his Dao seal instinctually, causing the giant tree behind him to suddenly appear out of nowhere. This must be a defensive divine ability. Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. It was just that he did not have time to investigate it carefully. He could sense that the large tree could not withstand the star turtle's aggressive attacks for long. Thus, he quickly shouted, "Go quickly!" Everybody returned to their senses. How could they dare to delay a moment longer? They hurriedly rushed towards the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Black Crow Divine Monarch was the first person to rush inside, while the rest of the cultivators acting as array nodes soon followed out of fear and greed. Therefore, those fighting the Star Turtle were the last ones remaining outside. At this moment, the Blood Monster Divine Palace had been opened, so there was no longer any need to fight this 7th Order monster beast. Since it was impossible to kill this Star Turtle, it was only logical to flee as soon as possible. One after another, their remaining figures slipped into the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Before leaving, Lin Feng, Wei Bouquet, Ning Dao Ran, and the others each sent a divine ability in the direction of the Star Turtle, giving one last burst of effort to help relieve some of the pressure on Yang Kai. Ding Yi also followed close behind with the rest of the surviving members of Emperor Heaven. Accountant shouted, "Brat, we're going on ahead. Take care of yourself." After saying that, he summoned Lang Qingshan and the others before they charged into the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Zhang Ruo she was not willing to leave, but Gu Pan dragged her into the Blood Monster Divine Palace by the arm and vanished out of sight. Chu Huashang quietly whispered, "Junior brother, I'll be waiting for you inside. Hurry and catch up." Her emotions were a little agitated at the moment, and for some reason, her body felt soft and weak. She knew that she would only add to his worries if she stayed here, so she forced herself to leave. Yang Kai grunted in reply without looking back, sensing her aura quickly disappear. In a blink of an eye, he was the only person left in the entire mountain valley. The great tree condensed from the wood element power was already beginning to falter. It was true that the wood suppressed earth. Moreover, this newly comprehended defensive divine ability was absolutely amazing in terms of power. Unfortunately, even the strongest defense could only last so long in the face of a furious attack. Seeing that the huge canopy of the large tree was about to break, Yang Kai grit his teeth and stared up at the Star Turtle. Space principles fluctuated around him, and he appeared outside the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace in a flash. If possible, he would have preferred to kill the Star Turtle. Although he was not in need of a 7th Order Earth Element Monster Core, it was still an invaluable cultivation resource. If he brought this back with him, he might be able to exchange this for something that he did need. It was a pity that a 7th Order monster beast was not something he could defeat with his current strength. So many people working together had been unable to leave a scratch on that monster beast earlier, so what could he do now that he was alone? Standing in front of the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace, Yang Kai gave one last glance at the enraged and roaring Star Turtle before he turned around and rushed inside. The furious roars behind him stopped abruptly. Instead, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white everywhere he looked. Although his divine sense was not restricted by anything, he could not detect any other presences in this place. All the cultivators who rushed in before him were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai stopped and looked back, only to see that the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace were gone, replaced by a completely white world. It was as though there was nothing else in this place aside from the dazzling whiteness that stretched out in all directions. Where are the others? Yang Kai frowned. Judging by the current situation, there seemed to be a strange restriction in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. It might not be harmful, but it gave off an indescribably peculiar feel. After trying for a while, Yang Kai did not sense any danger. Furthermore, He could neither see anything within his field of vision nor detect any life auras within the range of his divine sense. It was as though the people who came in before him had vanished without any rhyme or reason. Seeing as it was impossible for them to have gone missing, Yang Kai suspected that they were stuck in the same situation as he. They had all fallen into this world of pure white. How can the inside of the Blood Monster Divine Palace look like this? Why was Black Crow Divine Monarch so desperate to enter this place? Yang Kai was a little worried about Zhang Ruoxi, but upon further consideration, he recalled that Gu Pan had dragged Zhang Ruoxi by the arm and entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace together. The two of them were most likely together at this moment. Even if something dangerous were to appear, Zhang Ruoxi would have Gu Pan taking care of her. At the very least, she would not have to deal with the dangers alone. With that thought in mind, Yang Kai relaxed slightly. He pondered for a moment before activating the Demon Eye of Annihilation. His left eye immediately transformed into a majestic column of golden light. The Demon Eye of Annihilation had impressive power and utility, and Yang Kai had never been disappointed whenever he used this skill. However, he gained nothing this time around. He suspected that this was some sort of spirit array like an illusion array or a bewildering array. Seeing as he did not gain anything from the use of his Demon Eye of Annihilation though, it could only mean that there was nothing odd about this place, or that his Demon Eye of Annihilation was not strong enough. Thinking about it, Yang Kai realized that this was not surprising. This place was the Blood Monster Divine Palace, the home of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. If an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master decided to place a restriction on this place, it would not be something Yang Kai could see through so easily. Withdrawing his divine ability, he let out a sigh. This damned place had nothing. There was only whiteness all around. Furthermore, it gave off the feeling of infinity which made him somewhat anxious. With no other clues, Yang Kai could only take things one step at a time. He adjusted his breathing and recovered his strength. At the same time, he decided on a direction and walked forward. There was no saying how much time had passed. He even had the feeling that the flow of time in this place was very strange. For that reason, he was unable to judge just how long he had been walking. It seemed like it was only a moment, but it also seemed like several days had passed. Just as Yang Kai was starting to get frustrated, he suddenly heard a scream coming from a certain direction. His expression stiffened in shock and he hurriedly turned to look in that direction. However, he frowned deeply the next moment. That was because a figure had appeared in his field of vision. It was almost as if that person had been there all along and he simply had not noticed the man all this while. It was a male cultivator who looked around 40 years old or so. There was no way to tell which sex disciple he was, but at this moment, he seemed absolutely panicked. His eyes were filled with terror, as though he had seen something extremely horrifying, and he was running around screaming, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4287, Soul Extraction and Refinement. This person seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying and his expression was filled with fear. Having finally come across another person, Yang Kai could not let this man leave so easily even though he knew that the other party was seemingly in trouble. He moved forward and stopped in front of that person with his hand raised up in the air. "Excuse me, friend." Unexpectedly, that person ran straight at Yang Kai as though he didn't see him at all. Yang Kai's scowl grew deeper. He exerted some strength and stretched his hand forward to stop that person by force, but to his surprise, his arm passed through that person's body. This scene shocked him greatly, but before he could recover from his shock, that person had already passed through his body and ran off. Yang Kai abruptly turned back to look. There was nobody there at all. It was almost as though everything that happened just now was just an illusion. A disquieting feeling rose in his heart and he felt a chill running down his back. This damned place was full of mysteries. It was not a place one should stay for long. Unfortunately, he was completely clueless about this place and had no idea how to get out of here at the moment. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly saw a round platform ahead with something seemingly placed on it. He couldn't help rubbing his eyes and looking vigilant. That was because he was certain that there had been nothing in this direction when he looked earlier, And yet, this round platform suddenly appeared when he looked in this direction once more. Holding his breath and focusing his mind, Yang Kai stared forward, frowning. Even so, he could not see what was placed on top of the round platform. He hesitated for a long time before he steadily walked in that direction. It didn't take long for him to arrive in front of the round platform. He walked up the short flight of stairs and looked up. What he saw made his expression change drastically. That was because there was a severed head sitting on top of the round platform. Furthermore, the owner of that severed head was Chu Huashang. How did Chu Huashang die here? And who placed her head here? He suddenly felt as though his eyes were going to explode from the sight. A ball of rage burned in his chest like a volcano that was about to erupt. He wanted to burn everything in the world. He had traveled with this senior sister from Yin Yang Cave Heaven, mutually supporting each other all the way. If she had not carried him on her back while fleeing desperately, he would have been killed by Yin Xen Zhao in his unconscious state. Thus, he had a good grasp of her character by now. It could be said that he already considered her as one of his friends. Be that as it may, she had died in this place. Yang Kai's heart felt like it had been sliced to pieces by a knife. At this moment, Chu Huashang's severed head jerked its eyes open and cried out to him miserably, "Save me! It hurts!" Yang Kai lurched back and retreated slightly, staring in the direction of the head in shock and disbelief. She repeatedly pleaded for help, but his expression slowly became cold and calm instead. This is definitely not Chu Huashang's head. It's impossible for a dead person to speak. He was almost certain that he had fallen into some sort of illusion array. What he was seeing at the moment was nothing more than some kind of hallucination. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he quickly slipped into the small sealed world without delay. He originally wanted to use this method to break free from the illusion in front of him. To his surprise, he discovered that there was something wrong with him when he entered the small sealed world. At some point in time, his body had been surrounded by faint traces of energy. This energy emitted a hint of malevolence that lingered and wrapped around his body. If he had not entered the small sealed world, he would not have noticed this phenomenon. This bizarre energy constantly twisted and distorted upon itself, creating all sorts of peculiar sights. The illusion he saw just now was definitely caused by this energy. His expression darkened and he immediately activated the Golden Crow's true fire around his body. There was a crackling sound as the traces of evil energy entangled around his body were instantly burned to a crisp. After confirming that he no longer had that bizarre energy around him, Yang Kai finally slipped out of the small sealed world and returned to the outside world again. However, he remained cautious this time around. He did not withdraw the Golden Crow's true fire and instead coated his body in a protective layer of it. As soon as he appeared in the outside world, Yang Kai heard sizzling sounds coming from his surroundings. Black smoke rose into the air as though something was being burned by him. It was similar to the scene where he burned off the evil energy inside the small sealed world. Therefore, he immediately understood something. This weird place was filled with that strange energy, and anybody who entered this place would begin to hallucinate as a result. The order of this evil energy was not low and was most likely one of the means set up by Blood Monster Divine Monarch to guard this palace. Fortunately, Yang Kai's Golden Crow's true fire was of extremely high order and was able to fully restrain it. If it were any other cultivator in this place, they would not be able to deal with this scenario. Yang Kai couldn't help becoming worried. Be it Gu Pan, Zhang Ruoxi, Chu Huashang, Ning Dao Ran, accountant, or Lang Qingshan, none of them had a heritage as great as his. At this moment, they were probably being tortured by those illusions. It was almost certain that all the cultivators who rushed into the Blood Monster Divine Palace had encountered the same situation. Just because he could break free of those hallucinations did not mean that those people had the ability to do so. Yang Kai looked back at the round platform, and naturally Chu Huashang's head was nowhere to be seen. Even the round platform was gone. Thus, he breathed out a sigh of relief. It would seem that what he saw previously was really just an illusion. Chu Huashang had not been beheaded after all. Constant crackling sounds came from around him as the strange energy was steadily burned away. He took a step forward and compared to earlier, he now felt much more clear-headed. A long while passed when he suddenly heard a weak but extremely miserable cry. It sounded like somebody was going through unimaginable torture. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He did not know whether the voice was an illusion or whether there really was somebody screaming. Just in case, he entered the small sealed world once more to check on his body. He confirmed that he was not affected by the evil energy before he returned to the outside world. The miserable cry sounded again, so this time around, Yang Kai could be sure that it really was somebody screaming. After listening for a while, he followed the source of the sound and headed in that direction. He walked for a while and came to a stop in front of a ball of fire. Then he stared at the flames solemnly. He did not know what kind of flames these were, but even if they were incomparable to his golden crow's true fire, they were still quite strong. However, what shocked him was not this ball of fire but rather what was inside this ball of fire. There was a humanoid figure inside the ball of fire. Under the burning of those flames, that figure screamed out again and again. He constantly writhed in pain. Once in a while, he would collide with the flames in an attempt to break free. However, every time he tried to do that, he would be restrained by an inexplicable force that immobilized him. Yang Kai felt his scalp going numb with horror. The humanoid figure inside the flames was emitting the aura of a soul avatar. It was somebody's soul. Ever since he started cultivating, Yang Kai had offended many people, and many of them had also threatened him with all sorts of things. For example, they would threaten to torture him or subject him to soul extraction and refinement. Even so, those people were normally just making threats. At this moment, he was actually witnessing a person's soul being continuously burned by flames but unable to die. This was the process of soul extraction and refinement. The soul was truly experiencing a fate worse than death. Yang Kai wanted to see the identity of the soul within the flames, but could not get a clear glimpse. That person was far too distorted. Moreover, he had the vague feeling that this soul did not belong to any of the cultivators who came in before him. That was because the person gave off a feeling that he was once very powerful, even though he was incredibly weak now. Just as Yang Kai was suspiciously eyeing the scene, that soul suddenly stopped screaming or struggling. A twisted transformation revealed a face staring straight at him through the flames. It was an unfamiliar face that he had never seen before, so Yang Kai subconsciously circulated his strength and raised his guard. "Who is it? Who is standing there?" The person shouted through gritted teeth. It was not out of fury. It was simply because he was suffering immense pain from the flames burning his soul at all times. Yang Kai frowned and looked into the soul avatar's eyes. Unexpectedly, he discovered that those eyes were unfocused even though the other party was looking in his general direction. In other words, that person probably could not see Yang Kai and simply sensed his presence. This person must have been a powerful master in the past. Otherwise, it's impossible for a soul to persist for so many years. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about Black Crow Divine Monarch. Could it be that Black Crow Divine Monarch is not the only one imprisoned inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Are there other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters? Who is standing there? Speak. That person yelled impatiently, like a wounded beast. Yang Kai frowned. And who are you? Why are you being imprisoned inside those flames? Me. The soul avatar seemed taken aback. I've forgotten who I am. You can see me? How could Yang Kai know that he was being imprisoned in a ball of flames unless Yang Kai could see him? I can see you. Yang Kai nodded affirmatively. That's impossible. What order within the Open Heaven realm are you? How can you see me? This place is the nothingness array set up by that old dog Shui Yao. It's difficult for anybody to see through the mysteries in this place unless they are a high-rank Open Heaven realm master. Don't tell me. You are in the high-rank Open Heaven realm? Yang Kai replied, I'm only in the half-step Open Heaven realm. Pausing for a moment, he firmly added, but I'll become a high-rank Open Heaven realm master one day. A half-step Open Heaven realm junior. That person seemed stunned for a moment but quickly reacted, did you condense high-rank elements? Indeed. The figure immediately understood, No wonder you can see me. Were you also captured and brought here by that old dog? Yang Kai fell silent for a moment. Based on what he said, it is likely that Blood Monster Divine Monarch captured him, extracted his soul, and left him to suffer the pain of being burned by these flames. How long has he suffered here? How did a soul survive for so long without being extinguished? And what did he do to offend Blood Monster Divine Monarch? After thinking about it, Yang Kai explained truthfully, Blood Monster Divine Monarch died a long time ago and the Blood Monster Cave Heaven has turned into a sealed world. I came here for training. That old dog is dead? That person's expression became rather complicated, muttering to himself for a bit before he burst out laughing. Ha! Shui Yao. So what if your strength was greater and your fist bigger? I still lived longer than you. Yang Kai lightly coughed into his fist, not knowing what to say. It's better to die than to be stuck in this living hell, neither dead nor alive. That person continued to laugh, then he suddenly burst out crying, if that old dog is dead, then there's no more reason for me to persevere. He couldn't even remember his own name, but he never forgot Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It could be seen that there was a deep grudge between the two of them. It was also precisely because of that hatred that he had persevered until today and his soul remained indestructible. Soon he composed his emotions once more. Enduring the pain from the burning flames, he said in a surprisingly calm voice, Junior, please do me a favor. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4288, The Way Out. What do you want me to do, Senior? This Junior's cultivation is low and may not be able to help you. Although Yang Kai felt sorry for what this man had experienced, he did not dare to talk too much. The main reason was his meeting with Black Crow Divine Monarch previously. All these old monsters who lived for countless years were not easy to deal with. He could fall into their trap at the slightest negligence. The soul replied, Rest assured. It's nothing too difficult for you. I just want you to kill me. Yang Kai fell silent. He had seen this person suffering a life worse than death due to the soul extraction and refinement, so he was not surprised by the request. Rather than being stuck in this state, it was certainly better to die. Little friend, are you still there? The soul asked tentatively when Yang Kai did not answer for a long time. I'm still here. Yang Kai breathed out lightly, What must I do, Senior? The soul replied, My soul has completely integrated with this soul flame. As long as the soul flame exists, my soul will not die. If you wish to kill me, you need to extinguish this fire. I'm sure you've condensed a water element power, right? You only need to use it. Yang Kai nodded, Please wait a moment, Senior. I will send you off. The soul, who had been tortured and trapped in pain for such a long time, suddenly seemed to calm. Many thanks, little friend. Yang Kai did not say anything else. Activating the water element power in his Dao seal, he reached out his hand towards the soul flame. His water element power was 7th order, condensed from the moon essence back in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Although it was technically of the water element, it leaned more heavily towards the icy attribute. Thus, a bone-chilling cold aura permeated the air when Yang Kai drew upon it, seemingly holding a hazy ball of moonlight in the palm of his hand. Among the 5 elements, the water extinguished fire. Using the water element power to destroy the soul flame was akin to using the right tool for the right situation. If anybody else were to come here, they might not succeed even if they knew the correct method because the order of this soul flame was not low. Fortunately, Yang Kai's water element power was more than enough to deal with it. A chill spread out, wrapping around the soul flame. In response, the soul flame began to shrink at a rate visible to the naked eye. The soul was completely integrated with the soul flame, so he immediately noticed the changes, his voice calling out in a somewhat conflicted tone, I'm finally free. Yang Kai asked while working, Senior, do you have any last wishes? The soul, who was sitting cross-legged within the soul flame, quietly waiting for death to come, laughed when he heard the question, I don't even remember who I am anymore. How can I still have any last wishes? Oh, that's right. I think I used to have a sect. What was the sect called? After pondering for some time, he could not remember anything. Thus, he could only sigh in resignation, "Forget it. So many years have passed. I'm sure the sect is gone by now. There's nothing for me to worry about." In that short time, Yang Kai had worn the soul flame down with his water element power until it became extremely dim. Even the soul inside became hazy and indistinct, almost as though he was about to be completely extinguished. Another short while passed. Be it the soul flame or the soul integrated with the soul flame, only a faint shadow of them remained. With a crisp sound coming from the depths of the soul flame disintegrated and the soul was extinguished. The last vestiges of the soul's voice entered Yang Kai's ears. "This place is the nothingness array set up by that old dog. It operates on the principle of the 5 elements mutually reinforcing each other. If you want to find the exit, you must first reverse the flow. Perhaps you might still have a chance to survive." Looking at the spot where the soul and the soul flame had vanished, Yang Kai couldn't help sighing in regret. He was certain that this soul was not inferior to Black Crow Divine Monarch. I wonder what he did to offend Blood Monster Divine Monarch so terribly that he was subjected to the soul extraction and refinement torture, unable to die even after being tormented for so many years. It could be seen that Blood Monster Divine Monarch was by no means a kind man. How could such a cruel and ruthless person be so kind as to leave his inheritance behind for others? Without Black Crow Divine Monarch, the Blood Monster Divine Palace would never have been found, much less opened. Nevertheless, the words that Soul left behind before his death had given Yang Kai great inspiration. He probably wanted to reciprocate the favor. Since Yang Kai gave him eternal relief, he wanted to return the kindness in full. It truly was as the saying went, when one door closed, a window would open. Yang Kai immediately sat down cross-legged. The nothingness array operates on the principle of the 5 elements mutually reinforcing each other. If I reverse the surrounding flow, then the 5 elements would mutually oppose each other. He cautiously perceived his surroundings and sure enough, it didn't take long before Yang Kai detected the pure 5-element powers in this vast white world. He had failed to perceive this phenomenon previously for 2 reasons. The first was that he had not investigated this place calmly, and the second was that he had been too anxious searching for an exit. It was not until the remnant soul gave him a hint that he discovered this phenomenon. At present, Yang Kai had condensed 4 out of the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, and water element. As he had yet to come across a suitable metal element treasure, he had not condensed his metal element power. Be that as it may, he had the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd which contained the 6th Order Yuan Magnetic Divine Light, so he could use that as a replacement. After coming to a decision, Yang Kai didn't hesitate. Regardless of the circumstances, there's no harm in trying. It will be great if I can find the exit. In any case, it's not too late to figure out another solution if I fail to locate one. Taking out the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd, he opened the lid and focused his mind. He then quietly drew on the 4 powers in his Dao seal and guided the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light out of the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd. Following that, he activated them in a sequence where the 5 elements mutually suppressed each other. In an instant, the energy in his surroundings surged violently and bursts of crackling sounds kept ringing out. When Yang Kai activated the wood element power, he suddenly remembered the wood element divine ability that he had the fortune to comprehend earlier. The situation had been too urgent back then, so he had no time to study it further. It would now seem that the wood element divine ability contained more than mere defensive abilities. There were even more aspects to it that he had yet to discover. Unfortunately, the current situation was not the right time to ponder about this wood element divine ability either. I have to find a time to research this divine ability properly once I leave the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The power of the 5 elements circulated endlessly, mutually suppressing each other. Yang Kai separated a thread of his consciousness to monitor the changes in his surroundings. However, nothing happened even after waiting for a long time. This situation made his heart sink. He did not suspect the soul of lying to him as, generally speaking, the words of a dying man tend to be the truth. The soul had been tortured by blood monster divine monarch for so many years, so it was highly unlikely for him to leave behind lies when Yang Kai was the one to relieve him of his suffering. There could only be two reasons for this outcome. Either Yang Kai's strength was insufficient or the soul was so confused that he remembered wrongly. The soul had been tortured for so many years that he forgot his own name, so it was possible that his memory was flawed. An idea came to Yang Kai the moment that thought crossed his mind. He reversed the power of the 5 elements once more, instantly transforming the cycle so that the 5 elements mutually reinforced each other. As soon as he completed the change, he suddenly noticed the faint outline of a step appearing in front of him. Yang Kai's expression bloomed in excitement, but before he could take a closer look, the step vanished out of sight again. I'm confident that what I saw just now is not an illusion. It's a real staircase, even if it's only one step. Stopping the movements of his hands, Yang Kai considered for a brief moment. Then he repeated his previous action. Sure enough, the step appeared before him again. It was just that the step vanished out of sight once more when he blanked out in astonishment. Soon, however, a light flashed through Yang Kai's eyes and seemed to have understood something. He breathed out softly and stood up. Activating his Dao seal and the power of the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd, he drew on the 5 elements and the step appeared before him again. This time around, he did not hesitate. Simultaneously climbing the step, he repeated his previous action once more and the second step appeared. Yang Kai did not hesitate and stepped forward. The power of the 5 elements surged around him, mutually suppressing then mutually reinforcing one another in a cycle. The third step appeared under his feet. In the beginning, Yang Kai moved fast but cautiously. It was not until he verified the conjectures in his heart that he no longer held back. Every time he put his foot down, the next step would appear beneath his feet at a suitable time. The higher he walked, the further he went. His footsteps were steady, almost as though he wanted to walk above the clouds and slip through the barriers of the sky. He did not know how long had passed, but it felt like he had climbed at least 1,000 steps. At one point, he lifted his foot and realized that there were no further steps in front of him. His first reaction was shock. He originally thought that he had made a mistake somewhere and caused something to go wrong as a result, but when he looked ahead, he discovered that he had somehow appeared in a grand hall. Looking back, there was no sign of a staircase and even the world of white was gone. I'm out. Yang Kai felt a mixture of astonishment and joy. The soul had not remembered the method to break the grand array wrongly, it was just that what he recalled was incomplete. It was fortunate that Yang Kai had a flexible mind, otherwise he might not have been able to escape that strange grand array. There was a whirring noise coming from the side, similar to the pumping of an old and broken bellows. Yang Kai turned to look and immediately became horrified. Taking a large step backward, he retreated into the distance and shouted through gritted teeth, "Hey ya! I can't believe I'm meeting Black Crow Divine Monarch here." At this point, how could he not realize that this old bastard had tricked everybody? Earlier, Black Crow Divine Monarch had to borrow everybody's power to break the barrier around the Blood Monster Divine Palace and distract the 7th Order monster beast guarding it. For that reason, he had given a lot of sweet promises to the others. He even went so far as to swear a blood oath on his Dao seal, claiming that he would not attack anybody once they entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace as long as they did not provoke him first. His attitude had been extremely sincere, which was why everybody willingly cooperated with him. After all, the Blood Monster Divine Palace would surely contain many treasures. It was not easy for them to arrive this far, so who would not want to go in and take a look around? Even Yang Kai had been extremely tempted, but after his experience just now, how could he not understand that everybody had fallen for Black Crow Divine Monarch schemes? Black Crow Divine Monarch clearly knew about the White World. He also knew that anybody who tried to enter the Blood Monster Divine Palace would fall into that nothingness array. However, he alone knew the way out. If everybody else was trapped inside the Grand Array and he alone could escape, then wouldn't that mean that the entire Blood Monster Divine Palace would belong to him? If Yang Kai had not received guidance from that remnant soul, he would not have been able to escape this quickly either. What he did not expect was that he would come face to face with Black Crow Divine Monarch as soon as he entered the Grand Hall. Similarly, Black Crow Divine Monarch was as shocked as Yang Kai. His eyes widened as large as eggs and he breathed rapidly as though he had seen a ghost, blurting out incredulously, "Brat, why are you here?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4289, Hey Yuz Aim. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "That's what I wanted to ask you." Upon taking a closer look, Yang Kai realized that Black Crow Divine Monarch was severely injured and covered in blood. Black Crow Divine Monarch looked as though he had undergone enormous pressure. Despite his knowledge about the mysteries of the nothingness array, it would seem that escaping had still taken quite a lot of effort from him. It was no surprise considering that he had possessed Zhou Yi's body. Zhou Yi was simply a great Thousand Bloodland disciple who had condensed fifth-order elements. There was quite a large gap between his foundation and Yang Kai's. Black Crow Divine Monarch probably received those injuries during his escape from the nothingness array. Recalling the blood oath Black Crow Divine Monarch made just now, Yang Kai's expression became calm. What is there to fear? He is restricted by his own blood oath inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. As long as I don't provoke him, he cannot attack me. Yang Kai flicked his wrist and put away the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress. Then he coldly asked, "Hey ya, where are the others?" Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled. "Why ask when you already know the answer? They are stuck in the same place you just came out from." I was right. Yang Kai previously suspected that everybody who entered through the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace would fall into that world of pure white. Now that he received confirmation from Black Crow Divine Monarch. This knowledge made Yang Kai so furious that his teeth hurt. The nothingness array was not only incredibly peculiar, but also filled with deadly dangers. There was no saying what kind of fate one might face inside that place. It could be said that everybody had been tricked by Black Crow Divine Monarch. They had helped him open the Blood Monster Divine Palace only to be trapped in the nothingness array. Yang Kai was very tempted to summon the Azure Dragon Spear and stab this bastard to death. This monarch is truly astonished. I can't believe you escaped that place in such a short time. You truly are extraordinary. Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at Yang Kai with admiration. The only reason he made it this far so quickly was that he had known about the nothingness array in advance. On the other hand, Yang Kai managed to reach this place despite knowing nothing. His aptitude and comprehension ability were simply astonishing. Yang Kai ground his teeth and said, "The only thing I want to know right now is how I can get them out." Black Crow Divine Monarch grinned meaningfully. "You want to save them? It's simple. You just need to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace. If you successfully refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, forget rescuing them, it won't be difficult for you to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Yang Kai stiffened at those words. Has your aim been to snatch the Blood Monster Cave Heaven all along? Based on what Black Crow Divine Monarch said, it was clear that he planned to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace and take control of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. How could Yang Kai tolerate something like that? If Black Crow Divine Monarch succeeded in his endeavor, then the lives of all the people in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would fall into his hands. Why else did you think this monarch spent so much effort to come here? Black Crow Divine Monarch stared at Yang Kai with a measured look and quickly said, "Junior, you're a talented one. In the future, you will achieve greatness. If you submit to this monarch, I will share a portion of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven with you. What do you think?" "Good." Yang Kai agreed readily. "Tell me how to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace first." Black Crow Divine Monarch snorted with disdain. "The opportunity is right in front of your eyes, but you don't know how to grasp it. Junior, you are so short-sighted. It will cost you your life one day." After saying that, his body shuddered and turned into a blood cloud that rushed to the back. Yang Kai exclaimed, "Where are you going?" At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't care less about Black Crow Divine Monarch's blood oath anymore. He immediately pushed his space principles to imprison the world around Black Crow Divine Monarch. However, The blood cloud abruptly exploded and shot out in all directions. Although Yang Kai managed to trap most of the blood lights, some still slipped through his fingers. Xiao. The blood lights transformed into several clusters of blood that flew about inside the Grand Hall, but Black Crow Divine Monarch was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth, knowing that Black Crow Divine Monarch was not afraid of him. Rather, Black Crow Divine Monarch was simply eager to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace and did not want to be held up here. How could Yang Kai allow such a thing though? He immediately chased after Black Crow Divine Monarch. At this moment, Yang Kai was the only other person aside from Black Crow Divine Monarch who could move freely inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. If Yang Kai failed to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch and the latter successfully refined this place, he would gain total control over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Everybody would end up enslaved by Heiya as a result. It would be a life worse than death. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had no idea which direction Black Crow Divine Monarch was heading. The Grand Hall was connected to the rest of the palace and there were many corridors heading in different directions. Thus, he could only choose a direction at random in his pursuit of Black Crow Divine Monarch. Rushing out of the Grand Hall, Yang Kai arrived at a long corridor with rooms on either side. He frowned and came to stand in front of one of the rooms. After investigating with his divine sense and confirming that there were no dangers inside, he pushed open the door and entered the room. What he saw stunned him for a moment. It was probably a woman's bedroom. Yang Kai might not know the identity of the owner, but the furnishings in the room gave off a feminine aura. It was just that too much time had passed and everything inside had long ago rotted away. The slight gust of wind that stirred up from when he opened the door caused many things to disintegrate into dust. Yang Kai glanced around and determined that there was nothing of value inside the room. There were no signs of Black Crow Divine Monarch either, so he immediately left. He then pushed open the door to another room and found that it was rather similar to the previous room. After investigating the rooms one by one, Yang Kai found nothing at all. This area seemed to be filled with women's bedrooms. Thus, he secretly guessed that this place used to be the living quarters of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's harem. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so it was not strange for him to have several women by his side. Even so, his women couldn't survive until today when he himself had already passed away. Passing through the harem, Yang Kai arrived at another grand hall. This grand hall covered an extremely large area. Moreover, it was surrounded by strange and seemingly indestructible stones that emitted a constant brilliant light. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. There were many cages inside the grand hall. Furthermore, these cages were filled with many monster beast skeletons. Some were as small as one's palm while others were several meters tall. These monster beasts came in all shapes and sizes. The list could go on forever. It could be conceived that countless monster beasts had once been imprisoned here a long time ago. With the passage of time, though, they had reached the end of their lifespans and finally died. Yang Kai walked over to one of the cages and studied the pile of bones. When he noticed a dull and faded bead among the bones, a sudden thought came to him and he immediately retrieved it. Upon careful investigation, however, Yang Kai sighed. This dull and faded bead turned out to be the monster core of a monster beast. Judging from the weak aura remaining in this monster core, this monster beast used to be a 5th Order monster beast at the very least. It was just that too much time had passed. The monster beast core had not been properly preserved, so most of the energy within had dissipated. A monster beast core like this had very little value. Weaving through the grand hall, Yang Kai found monster core after monster core that had long lost their value. He even suspected that some were 7th Order monster cores. Thus, he couldn't help feeling his heart ache. If these monster cores had retained their usefulness, then he would no longer need to worry about cultivation resources. This place seemed to be where Blood Monster Divine Monarch used to research monster beasts. He was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming, but that was not all. He also managed to modify monster beasts so that they only had singular attributes in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was proof of his supreme attainments in the Tao of Beast Taming. Unlike in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, The monster beast cores in the outside world would normally have a complex mix of elements. Not many of them could be refined and used by cultivators directly. However, the monster beast cores in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were different in the sense that they could be used directly as open heaven resources. If this method was leaked to the outside world, the various cave heavens and paradises would surely scramble over themselves to get their hands on it. Since this place used to be where Blood Monster Divine Monarch did his research on the monster beasts, wouldn't he have left some notes here? Yang Kai had a sudden idea and carefully searched the surrounding area. It didn't take long before he found a few remaining jade slips lying around. He carefully picked these jade slips up and confirmed that they were not damaged. Only then did he immerse his divine sense into the jade slips to check their contents. A short while later, he revealed a look of pure joy. These jade slips might not contain information that fully described the methods to nurture these monster beasts, but there were some scattered records within them. There were many parts that Yang Kai did not understand, however, that was not a problem. Martial Beast Great Emperor Mo Huang would surely be very interested in these research notes. After all, he rose to the status of Great Emperor by cultivating the Tao of beast taming. Yang Kai solemnly put these jade slips away. Afterwards, he circled around the grand hall once more. When he confirmed that he had not missed anything else, he finally continued to head deeper into the palace. There were many grand halls and rooms in this place, but most of them were empty. Apart from those jade slips, Yang Kai did not find anything else that was of value. It was not that this place did not contain great treasures, it was just that too much time had passed and many of these treasures had long since lost their spirituality. Take for example the monster cores he came across earlier. Some of those monster cores were originally 7th order resources. Unfortunately, they had long since lost their effects and became worthless as a result. Yang Kai also found some artifacts that were of very high quality, but their aura was so dim that they could not be refined at all. It could be seen that the rosy picture that Black Crow Divine Monarch had previously painted in front of everybody was nothing more than a bunch of nonsense. He simply wanted to borrow their strength to help break the barrier of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. There was no saying where he was hiding at the moment. He might even be refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now. Even if Yang Kai wanted to search for Black Crow Divine Monarch though, he had no idea where to even begin. As such, he could only proceed one step at a time. At a certain moment, Yang Kai pushed open the door of a room and was surprised to discover a large alchemy furnace inside. There were many wooden shelves in the surroundings which contained various herbs and jade bottles. Is this the pill refining room? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat in excitement. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th order open heaven realm master, so the things that he would keep in this place would surely be of high quality. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was disappointed once more when he stepped forward to examine the shelves. There were many herbs on the wooden shelves. Not only were they of very high quality, but they also had various barriers and methods cast on them to preserve them. It was just that far too long had passed, so most of the barriers had lost their effects, causing these herbs to lose most of their medical efficacy. It was the jade bottles that Yang Kai held out some hope for. After checking through the rows of jade bottles, he finally obtained some results. Most of the spirit pills in the jade bottles had lost their effects, but Blood Monster Divine Monarch seemed to be fairly skilled in alchemy. Quite a few of the spirit pills here had pill veins. Once a spirit pill produced pill's veins, they would retain their efficacy no matter how much time passed as long as they were properly stored. They would be even more incredible if they formed pill's clouds, in which case their medicinal efficacies would continue to increase with the passing of time. Martial Peak, Chapter 4290, Universe Furnace Open Heaven Pills. Spirit pills with pill clouds were extremely difficult to refine. Many alchemists might never even refine a single spirit pill that formed pill clouds in their entire lifetime. Yang Kai had refined countless spirit pills since he first started cultivating, but the number which formed pill clouds could be counted on one hand. There were no spirit pills with pill clouds in this place, but there were quite a few with pill veins. Moreover, there was quite a wide variety of them. Some were used to facilitate cultivation and some were for healing purposes. There were also some Yang Kai did not recognize. Nevertheless, he swept all of them into his space ring without exception. When he picked up one of the jade bottles to investigate the content, he couldn't help but frown as it only had a single open heaven pill. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so why would he place a bottle with a single open heaven pill here with such solemnity? What surprised Yang Kai even more was that this open heaven pill still retained its medical efficacies. He casually tossed the bottle into his space ring, but just as he was about to continue with his search, he froze in surprise. That can't be right. If that really was an open heaven pill, then it should have lost all its medical efficacies over the years. It's impossible for them to be preserved so perfectly. Besides, that open heaven pill seemed a little different from the other open heaven pills that I've seen before. Yang Kai quickly took the jade bottle out again and opened it and poured out the single open heaven pill. At a glance, there was no doubt that it was an open heaven pill. Both the size and color of the spirit pill were almost identical to that of a common open heaven pill, but even so, Yang Kai could clearly sense that this spirit pill contained an energy that was countless times stronger than ordinary. There was also a faint hint of the world force leaking out of this open heaven pill. Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he immersed it into the spirit pill to investigate. Hong! A wave of dizziness swept over him as it felt as though he had tried to sweep his divine sense over an entire small world, his soul shaken under the oppression of the world force. That was not all. A distinct kind of grand Tao aura emanated from this open heaven pill, making him feel enlightened all of a sudden. Sucking in a breath of cold air, Yang Kai focused his mind and studied the spirit pill in his hand intently. It was not until this moment that he noticed that there were countless fine and delicate patterns on this open heaven pill. These patterns intertwined with each other and covered the entire surface of the spirit pill, seeming to contain 10,000 grand Taos within them. These patterns made a person subconsciously yearn to investigate them further. These were neither pill veins nor pill clouds. More importantly, this spirit pill was definitely not an ordinary open heaven pill. Yang Kai suddenly thought of a possibility that excited him so much that his hands trembled. When he set off from the star boundary, Zhang Ruoshi had once explained to him about the use of open heaven pills. Open heaven pills were generally used by open heaven realm masters to increase their strength. They were also the hard currency used throughout the 3,000 worlds. It was just that there were limits to consuming open heaven pills for advancement. Generally, one could only increase their order twice by consuming open heaven pills, and they became completely useless after that. The cultivators who had reached this point had also reached the limits of their strength. However, those who were lucky enough to find innate open heaven pills could go a step further. The heavens never sealed off all hope, so there was always a path forward, no matter how narrow and dangerous. There was a mysterious supreme treasure in this vast universe known as the Universe Furnace. Most of the time, the Universe Furnace was hidden in the void, and it was something most people would never have the chance to encounter. The Universe Furnace drew upon the very essence of the universe to produce innate open heaven pills. These innate open heaven pills not only had incredibly potent medical efficacies but also carried no side effects for cultivators. It was rumored that the cultivation and order of a cultivator could be improved continuously without any risk or hidden dangers as long as one had enough innate open heaven pills. Be that as it may, these innate open heaven pills were extraordinarily rare, and a reign of terror would be unleashed every time the Universe Furnace appeared. Even the cave heavens and paradises would do everything in their power to snatch these naturally formed open heaven pills. That was why they were considered treasures that ordinary cultivators would never even lay eyes on. Not many people even knew what these innate open heaven pills looked like. The open heaven pills circulating in the 3,000 worlds today were actually imitations of the innate ones refined by alchemists in the ancient past. There was a large difference between imitations and the genuine product, be it in terms of medicinal efficacies or effects. Yang Kai gulped nervously. He was almost certain that this spirit pill in his hand was a legendary Universe Furnace open heaven pill. Thinking about it carefully though, it was not that surprising. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it would not be impossible for him to obtain such a treasure. This bottle contained only one spirit pill, but although this one pill did not seem significant or useful, its value was practically immeasurable. Just imagine, a cultivator who had initially broken through to the 6th order open heaven realm then spent countless years and energy to finally advance to the peak 8th order open heaven realm. Unfortunately, this was the pinnacle of his or her life and the limit of their martial Tao. At this point, they could not increase their strength again no matter how many open heaven pills they consumed or how many cultivation resources they refined. However, this innate open heaven pill gave a glimmer of hope in that desperate situation. If that were the case, they would probably agree to any condition just to obtain it. This spirit pill was simply priceless. Yang Kai's heart pounded with excitement. Regardless of whatever else he gained, this trip to the blood monster cave heaven would be worthwhile just with this pill alone. Yang Kai took a moment to compose himself. Although he was almost certain that what he received was the legendary item, he would still need the proprietress to verify whether it was genuine. After all, she had far more experience and a better eye than him and would definitely be able to tell whether they were real or fake. Placing this bottle into the small sealed world, Yang Kai continued to look around. The results made him very excited. He actually found 5 bottles with innate open heaven pills. In other words, he now had 5 of these spirit pills. Yang Kai did not know how many innate open heaven pills an 8th order open heaven realm master would need to consume to advance into the 9th order, but since these 5 pills were stored so carefully here, they would definitely be of at least some use. Compared to these 5 spirit pills, all the other gains he obtained up until now could only be regarded as bonuses. Yang Kai quickly stored them away and looted the rest of the spirit pills that could still be used. He didn't even spare the furnace. Voidland would surely need to refine their own open heaven pills in the future, and this alchemy furnace belonged to Blood Monster Divine Monarch, so it would definitely be of great quality. It would be perfect if he brought this back for Wondrous Pill Great Emperor to use. Yang Kai exited the pill room and continued his search. It was just that he seemed to have used up all his good luck now and had no gains for a while after that. All of a sudden, he heard a loud rumbling sound coming from the depths of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. This phenomenon made his expression change drastically. At this moment, the only one who could move about freely inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace aside from him was Black Crow Divine Monarch. Seeing as he was not the one creating this sound, then it had to be the doing of Black Crow Divine Monarch. Such a large commotion could only mean that Black Crow Divine Monarch had already begun to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Yang Kai became desperate. He hurriedly followed the source of the sound but could not find Black Crow Divine Monarch no matter where he searched. On the other hand, the rumbling sounds could occasionally be heard from a certain direction in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. These sounds were extremely upsetting. He searched for another hour only to find no clues, causing him to grind his teeth hard. If Black Crow Divine Monarch succeeded at refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then he would be able to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, everybody's life or death would be his to control. Moreover, Yang Kai had greatly offended Black Crow Divine Monarch, so the first person to die would undoubtedly be him. It was impossible to retreat now, not unless the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened again and ejected them all. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Yang Kai suddenly had a tingling feeling in his heart and he turned to look in a certain direction while shouting, "Who?" What he saw made his expression freeze in surprise. There was a bright figure floating in midair and staring at him expressionlessly. This figure looked like a 7- or 8-year-old boy. He seemed to exist between the lines of ethereal and corporeal. Moreover, he wore a child's traditional outfit. His hair was tied into a braid, making him look very soft and adorable. It was just that his expression was so cold that it was terrifying. Even his gaze gave off an air of indifference. Yang Kai frowned. This child was clearly not a living creature as he could not sense the slightest hint of vitality coming from the other party. The boy was not a dead creature or a in soul either because he did not give off a gloomy feeling. Rather, he gave Yang Kai a vague sense of familiarity. It felt as though they had met somewhere before. But, Yang Kai could not recall where at the moment. Child, who are you? Yang Kai asked, watching the other party warily. The child swept his eyes over Yang Kai and said, I can offer you a fateful encounter. Do you want it? It was a child's voice, but it spoke in an old-fashioned manner, so it sounded extremely strange to the ears. What do you mean by fateful encounter? Yang Kai remained unmoved. The child replied, This world. Yang Kai immediately sneered in response, Such a small child, but what arrogance! What gives you the right to offer this world to me in the name of a fateful encounter? The child calmly said, You only need to swear a Tao oath to obey me in the future. Then I can give you this world. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and pursed his lips, such a small child spouting such nonsense. Aren't you afraid that the wind might slice off your tongue? I can't believe you want me to swear a Tao oath. While speaking, Yang Kai seemed to recall something. He looked the young boy up and down, then he exclaimed in astonishment, Are you the artifact spirit of this place? He finally recalled why this small child gave him such a familiar feeling. This was clearly the aura of an artifact spirit, similar to how Lu Yen used to be. Combined with the child's seemingly shameless boasting, how could Yang Kai not realize the truth? The child nodded. That's right. I am the artifact spirit of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Yang Kai's expression turned serious. Isn't there somebody refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now? Yes. The child nodded. Yang Kai became greatly anxious. If somebody is refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then why are you still wasting time here with me? Why aren't you stopping him? The child shook his head. I am just an artifact spirit. I can't stop anybody from refining me, no matter who comes to do so. Yang Kai frowned at those words. Didn't you just say you can give me this world? Doesn't that mean you want me to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace? That's right. Why? Yang Kai was truly puzzled. The one who is trying to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now is a great enemy of my master. I don't want him to inherit the Blood Monster Divine Palace. So, I came to you. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at those words. This artifact spirit was the artifact spirit of the Blood Monster Divine Palace, so he definitely inherited a part of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's will. It made sense that he would instinctively hate Black Crow Divine Monarch, and at this moment, the only one who could move around in the Blood Monster Divine Palace aside from Black Crow Divine Monarch was Yang Kai. That meant that he basically had no other choice. Martial Peak, Chapter 4291, Competition. Yang Kai excitedly said, Sounds good. Hurry up and tell me how to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace. The artifact spirit said, You must first swear a Tao oath to obey me in the future. Yang Kai snarled furiously, How dare a trivial artifact spirit speak so arrogantly? You truly don't know your place. Sure enough, this place is a den of rats and snakes. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was not a good thing during his lifetime, so it makes sense that the artifact spirit born from the Blood Monster Divine Palace wouldn't be good either. I can't believe he wants to control me. Don't you want the Blood Monster Divine Palace? Don't you want the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? The artifact spirit looked at Yang Kai curiously, seeming not to understand why Yang Kai would refuse him. Yang Kai coldly snorted, What is there in this vast world that can compare to my freedom? The artifact spirit said, If you can refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then everything in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven will be under your control. You will have endless resources at your fingertips. With enough time, you might even grow to rival the heights of my master. What is losing a little bit of your freedom in comparison? Besides, I won't make you do anything that will trouble you even if you swear the Tao oath. I just want to protect myself. Yang Kai looked at the artifact spirit in surprise. You even understand the art of temptation. It looks like your sentience is not that low. Shaking his head, he continued, But you don't need to waste your efforts on me. I cannot agree with your condition. There was no guarantee that he would die even if Black Crow Divine Monarch refined the Blood Monster Divine Palace. On the contrary, his life would be forfeited the moment he agreed to this artifact spirit's condition. The artifact spirit scowled deeply. Yang Kai said, "Black Crow Divine Monarch was a great enemy of your master. If he is allowed to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, do you think he will tolerate your existence? It's a given that he will immediately wipe out your sentience. If not for that, you would not have come to me on your own. Since you need my help, then don't bother trying to force such nonsensical conditions on me. Why don't we cooperate instead?" The artifact spirit asked, "How do we cooperate?" Yang Kai relaxed slightly when he saw the artifact spirit's attitude. This artifact spirit might have some measure of sentience, but he was not a living creature. Seeing as he could ask this question though, then there was room for negotiation. "Take me to Heya. I will help you to stop him from refining." "I'm afraid you won't be able to stop him," the artifact spirit shook his head disbelieving. "If I don't try, how will you know?" Yang Kai looked at the artifact spirit. "Compared to standing here waiting for your death, why don't you take a gamble instead?" The artifact spirit fell silent for a while, and only after a long time passed did he respond, "Come with me." While saying that, he drifted in a certain direction at an extremely high speed. Yang Kai did not hesitate and quickly followed. The artifact spirit was born from the Blood Monster Divine Palace, so it was only natural that he knew this place better than anybody else. Yang Kai followed closely behind him, twisting and turning inside the various halls and corridors. After traveling for a whole quarter hour, Yang Kai suddenly found himself inside a grand hall. The grand hall was completely empty, with only a grand array glowing faintly on the ground. At this moment, a figure was sitting cross-legged at one corner of the grand array. Who else could it be but Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had taken possession of Zhou Yi's body? Blood mist was spreading out from Black Crow Divine Monarch's body. The crimson-red blood chi frantically expanded outward, trying to fill the patterns of the grand array. Following his unrelenting actions, the entire Blood Monster Divine Palace rumbled in response. With a single glance, Yang Kai knew that he could not allow Black Crow Divine Monarch to finish refining the grand array in this place. Once Black Crow Divine Monarch finished, then control of the Blood Monster Divine Palace would fall into his hands. It was obvious that Black Crow Divine Monarch had been refining the grand array for some time now. At this moment, approximately 10% of the grand array had been taken over by him. The places where he refined were filled with blood mist while the rest of the area was still dull. Nevertheless, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the situation. He was not too late yet. Even if he rushed over, there was nothing he could do to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch if too much progress had already been made in the refinement process. "Artifact Spirit, how dare you disrupt this monarch's plans? The first thing I'm going to do when I finish refining this Blood Monster Divine Palace is to extinguish your soul." Black Crow Divine Monarch immediately snapped hatefully when he looked up to see Yang Kai and the Artifact Spirit. After saying that, he turned to Yang Kai and snarled through gritted teeth, "Boy, you're such a persistent little bastard. Why do you keep getting in this monarch's way? Damn you." "Enough nonsense, Heya. Hand over your life." Yang Kai shouted. Lifting a hand, he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. A black hole the size of a fist swirled above the tip of the spear, containing heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. When the spear thrust out, everything around it collapsed. Rupture! Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression changed slightly, and the layer of blood mist surrounding his body immediately became denser. At the same time, the area around him turned into a blood sea. Yang Kai plunged into the blood sea and fervently attacked with everything he had. However, he could not tell north from south or even up from down inside the blood sea. He was unable to determine Black Crow Divine Monarch's location, much less kill him. In the end, he rushed out of the blood sea with an extremely ugly expression after attacking fruitlessly for some time. Black Crow Divine Monarch's mocking voice came out from within the blood sea. "Junior, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You overestimate yourself just because you're a little capable. Your little tricks are nothing more than pitiful tricks in this monarch's eyes. If you want to play so much, then this monarch will play with you." You better play to your heart's content. The blood sea squirmed and a large number of blood crows charged out from it, clawing loudly. The noise they made was extremely distracting as they swooped down on Yang Kai in an overwhelming manner. Yang Kai quickly raised his spear and thrust out rapidly. Blood crow after blood crow exploded into blood mist, but they could not be killed completely. On the contrary, Black Crow Divine Monarch did not stop refining the Grand Array during the battle with Yang Kai. In fact, his blood mist continued to spread towards the middle of the Grand Array at even greater speed. What you're doing is not working. The artifact spirit spoke up from the side. Nobody can stop him anymore once he finishes refining the Grand Array. How could Yang Kai not know that forceful methods were ineffective? It was just that he was currently riding a tiger and had no other solutions to the problem at hand. Quickly enter the Grand Array to compete with him for the right of control over the Grand Array, the artifact spirit added. Yang Kai grimly replied, "It looks like that's the only way." With a flicker of his body, Yang Kai swept out his spear and turned countless blood crows into mere splattered blood. Then, he arrived at the opposite corner of the Grand Array in a flash. His divine sense surged and burrowed into the Grand Array as he frantically began refining it. Upon seeing Yang Kai's actions, how could Black Crow Divine Monarch allow this situation to continue? He controlled the countless blood crows to madly swarm Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai was as steady as a rock. Separating his consciousness, he continued refining the Grand Array while simultaneously dealing with the blood crows. Yang Kai's divine sense was immensely powerful. Moreover, he also had the support of a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. Hence, it was not difficult for him to do two things at once. It was just that he could not move once he started refining the Grand Array, so he could only stand there and become a target for the blood crows. This enraged him greatly. On opposite sides of the Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch and Yang Kai sat. They were both competing for the right of control over the Grand Array. The person who succeeded in completely refining the Grand Array would have total control over the Blood Monster Divine Palace. As the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the core of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, controlling the Blood Monster Divine Palace was equivalent to controlling the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It could be said that the lives of the natives and monster beasts, as well as all the people who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, were resting on Yang Kai's shoulders alone. However, Yang Kai's expression soon turned ugly. That was because he discovered that Black Crow Divine Monarch was much faster at refining the Grand Array compared to him. The blood mist had already occupied 20% of the Grand Array in such a short amount of time. It would not take more than a few more hours for Black Crow Divine Monarch to completely refine it. In the first place, he had begun refining before Yang Kai. This increase in speed clearly indicated that Heyo was also working hard to move faster. Thus, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to catch up to him at this rate. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and yelled, "Artifact Spirit, help me." The Artifact Spirit shook his head and said, "There's nothing I can do. Although I was born from this place, my master has restricted what I can do." Yang Kai was so furious that he nearly spat blood. "Then, why were you shamelessly boasting that you can give me this world earlier?" He thought that he could easily refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace if he cooperated with the Artifact Spirit. Only now did he realize that he was greatly mistaken. The Artifact Spirit said, "Although I cannot help you, I can explain the mysteries of the Grand Array to you. Whether or not you can comprehend these mysteries will depend entirely on you." "Explain them then." The Artifact Spirit immediately began teaching, while Yang Kai listened attentively. By combining the information with the situation in front of him, there was no doubt that his refining speed improved greatly. Even so, it was still difficult for him to catch up to Black Crow Divine Monarch's progress. As time passed, the Grand Array was gradually flooded with two different colors. One was Black Crow Divine Monarch's crimson while the other was Yang Kai's black. Nevertheless, it was very obvious that the area occupied by Black Crow Divine Monarch was much larger than Yang Kai's. In this huge Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch occupied a little more than 60% of the territory while Yang Kai only occupied some 30% or so. In the beginning, things had remained somewhat peaceful when they were both refining separately, but once all the parts of the Grand Array had been filled with their respective energies, a clash between them would become inevitable. Looking down from above, the Grand Array that controlled the Blood Monster Divine Palace was like a large plate. Black Crow Divine Monarch currently held some 65% of the plate while Yang Kai held the rest. If they wanted to occupy the entire plate, then they would first have to drive out their opponent's power. When their powers bordered on each other, Yang Kai's body stiffened. He could feel an immense force rumbling towards him from the opposite side, giving him the feeling that the opposing force was unstoppable. Be that as it may, he had no choice but to defend even if it was futile. He hurriedly urged the part of the Grand Array that he controlled and viciously slammed his energy forward. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. On the other hand, Black Crow Divine Monarch just swayed slightly in response. In this collision, who was stronger was abundantly clear. Black Crow Divine Monarch had obviously occupied the absolute advantage. This was not something that could be helped. The two of them were currently fighting with their respective control over the Grand Array. It had nothing to do with their personal strength. For that reason, Black Crow Divine Monarch was going all out. Even the blood crows that had been pestering Yang Kai all this while vanished without a trace. It could be seen that he had no time to care about anything else. During their first clash, Yang Kai clearly felt that a part of his territory had been lost. Black Crow Divine Monarch's energy continuously crept in his direction and gradually occupied the territory that he controlled previously. Seeing this, Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed wildly. "Junior, stop being stubborn. Obediently accept your death. It will save you some pain." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and ignored the other party. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted, "Stubborn fool." While speaking, he controlled the power of the Grand Array he controlled and it slammed towards Yang Kai once more. Even though Yang Kai had prepared himself in advance and used all his strength to defend, he was still overwhelmed. At the same time, he lost another part of the Grand Array that he controlled. It gave Black Crow Divine Monarch a chance to take further control of the Grand Array, allowing his progress to reach 70%. "I can't let this continue any longer. Although I still control 30% of the Grand Array, it will only be a matter of time before I am completely overtaken by this old dog. If that happens, there will be no hope left." Martial Peak, Chapter 4292, Fierce Counterattack. Artifact Spirit, is there any other way to stop him? Yang Kai asked through gritted teeth while struggling to defend. The Artifact Spirit remained silent. Looking at the Artifact Spirit, Yang Kai knew that the other party was powerless to help. Thus, he couldn't help feeling desperate. Under normal circumstances, the Artifact Spirit would have absolute control over the Blood Monster Divine Palace. However, he had said that Blood Monster Divine Monarch had limited his abilities, so he was utterly powerless to help at this time. Otherwise, he would not have gone to Yang Kai for help in the first place. Hong. Black Crow Divine Monarch guided the power of the Grand Array to slam towards Yang Kai once more. Even though Yang Kai struggled desperately to defend, he was once again driven back, allowing the territory controlled by Black Crow Divine Monarch to expand a little bit more. The situation was extremely precarious and Yang Kai had almost fallen into a desperate situation. Black Crow Divine Monarch let out a wicked cackle. "Boy, let's see how long you can resist. The moment this monarch completely refines this Grand Array will be the moment you die." Then, he turned to look at the Artifact Spirit, "And you. It was not easy for you to be born and gain sentience. If you acknowledge and repent for your mistakes, this monarch is not opposed to forgiving you and sparing your life." The Blood Monster Divine Palace was not a living creature, so it was indeed extremely difficult for an Artifact Spirit to be born out of it. Besides, his current strength was not that great. If Black Crow Divine Monarch could obtain the support of the Artifact Spirit, then it would be easier for him to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If that were not the case, why would he bother wasting his time on a mere Artifact Spirit? The Artifact Spirit remained silent and glanced in Yang Kai's direction. Seeming to notice the Artifact Spirit's gaze, Yang Kai jerked in surprise and quickly said, Artifact Spirit, don't listen to his nonsense. Even if you join him now, things will not end well for you in the future. However, the Artifact Spirit drifted over and landed behind Black Crow Divine Monarch and bowed deeply. This Artifact Spirit greets Master. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst into laughter. Good. Obediently stand to the side. This monarch will speak to you once I deal with this annoying ant. Yes. The Artifact Spirit immediately stood to the side. Yang Kai coldly snorted at the sight. This Artifact Spirit is completely unreliable after all. A two-faced coward. Earlier he came to me in hopes that I could defeat Black Crow Divine Monarch. I can't believe how eagerly he submitted himself to Black Crow Divine Monarch after seeing that I am having trouble defeating the opponent. Nevertheless, it didn't matter who the Artifact Spirit recognized as his master. It did little to change the current situation since he had no power to interfere with the Grand Array in the first place. For that reason, Yang Kai ignored the Artifact Spirit even though he scorned his actions. Meanwhile, the attacks from Black Crow Divine Monarch were getting stronger and stronger with each passing moment. The portion of the Grand Array that Yang Kai refined had always been smaller compared to Black Crow Divine Monarchs. Moreover, their repeated collisions caused Yang Kai to lose large tracts of his territory. On the contrary, Black Crow Divine Monarch's territory grew larger and larger with each clash. This situation created a vicious cycle that quickly exhausted Yang Kai to the bone. It didn't take more than an hour before the territory that Yang Kai controlled in the Grand Array was reduced to a mere 20%. At this point, it could be said that he was suffering from a crushing defeat. Although they were both holding the right of control over the Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch was using 80% of its power against Yang Kai's 20%. It was practically impossible for Yang Kai to resist. Have I reached my limits? Yang Kai grimly asked himself. If I fail to stop him here, then he will take control of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Leaving aside whether or not I can escape if that happens, Chu Hua Shang, Zhang Rua Shi, Chef, Accountant, Lang Qing Shan, and the others will surely become his prisoners. Knowing Black Crow Divine Monarch's personality, everybody will be better off dead by then. Chef. Yang Kai abruptly recalled something and his eyes suddenly lit up with hope. Hurriedly activating his divine sense, he released Chef, whom he previously placed into the small sealed world. Earlier, Chef had used a powerful secret technique against the star turtle, one that consumed a massive amount of his strength, leaving him almost completely drained. As such, Yang Kai later placed him into the small sealed world for his safety. He had almost forgotten about him. At this moment, Yang Kai was facing off against Black Crow Divine Monarch and neither side could afford to be distracted, so whoever had an extra helper would surely gain a huge advantage over the other. As soon as Chef appeared, he took in his surroundings warily. What entered his eyes left him stunned and he exclaimed in amazement, "What's going on?" Black Crow Divine Monarch was just as taken aback. Even though he wanted to ask the same question, it didn't matter how this fatty appeared in this place as it was incredibly disadvantageous for him. The only thing that reassured him slightly was that this newcomer did not seem to be in a good state. Even though Chef had recovered some of his strength, his complexion was still very pale and his aura was quite weak. Yang Kai explained the current situation to Chef in the briefest manner possible. When Chef finished listening to the explanation, he understood the severity of the matter. Thus, he gritted his teeth and glared at Black Crow Divine Monarch. In other words, everything will be fine as long as I can take this opportunity to kill this guy, right? You can say that, but... Before Yang Kai could finish his sentence, Chef summoned his kitchen knife. His chubby figure moved with indescribable agility as he rushed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch and roared, "Old dog, die." Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression was incredibly gloomy. Things had reached a critical juncture where he was about to take full control over the Grand Array. He initially thought that this matter would be settled soon, but how could he have predicted that a disturbance would pop up at the last moment? While Black Crow Divine Monarch was not afraid of Chef, he was forced to split his attention in order to defend against him. Opening his mouth, he spewed out a massive blood cloud that wrapped around Chef tightly. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and saw that Chef could no longer be seen. All that could be seen were the wriggling and squirming movements coming from within the blood cloud. In addition, violent bursts of energy would occasionally erupt from within the blood cloud. It was obvious that Chef was struggling fiercely. Yang Kai ground his teeth. There was no time for him to be concerned about Chef's safety though. Taking this opportunity, he quickly drew upon the power of the Grand Array to counterattack. Black Crow Divine Monarch had anticipated this move though and pretended that he was being pushed back, retreating slightly before suddenly surging forward with a counterattack. Yang Kai was caught off guard. Not only did he fail to turn the situation around, but he made the situation worse instead. This outcome nearly depressed him to the point of spitting blood. Chef, who had been enveloped in the crimson blood cloud, finally broke out at that moment. His eyes were widened with rage and the kitchen knife in his hand glinted with a cold light. He was about to charge forward once more when Yang Kai hurriedly sent a divine sense transmission to him, "Attack the Grand Array." At this moment, it was unrealistic to try and wrestle control of the Grand Array from Black Crow Divine Monarch. The latter held the absolute advantage in this situation. If things were to continue, nobody would be able to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch once he completely assimilated Yang Kai's territory. Since competing for control was no longer viable, then they could only choose to destroy the Grand Array. In the worst case, it would be ruined for good and nobody could try to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace again. Chef's eyes brightened and he nodded at those words, "Good idea." Following that, he brought his knife slashing down on the patterns of the Grand Array that covered the ground. Black Crow Divine Monarch paled in shock at the sight and roared, "Junior, you dare?" Chef just sneered, "Watch me." His attack did not falter in the slightest and the blade light sliced down hard. At the same time, Yang Kai took the opportunity to counterattack. He needed to distract Black Crow Divine Monarch so that the latter could not interfere with Chef. A series of clanging noises rang out and sparks flew in all directions. Both Yang Kai and Chef were a little dumbfounded by the situation. Chef's attack was incredibly fierce, but even so, it did no damage to the Grand Array at all. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst out laughing at this sight. "Ignorant child. This control array was arranged personally by that old dog Shui Yao. It cost him a massive fortune to even just refine its base. How could it be something you pitiful weaklings could destroy? Stop making me laugh." Yang Kai's expression darkened. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Just keep attacking." Chef gritted his teeth and grunted in reply. Leaping onto the Grand Array, he used all his strength to launch a barrage of attacks down on it. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression remained calm though. When he saw that Chef could not damage the Grand Array in any way, he stopped trying to interfere and simply watched coldly from the sidelines. After attacking for some time, Chef panted for breath and called out, "Brat, this isn't working. My strength isn't high enough. I'm afraid this method will not work." Yang Kai's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, he only retained control over some 10% of the Grand Array. It could be said that he was being pushed into a corner, literally. Black Crow Divine Monarch only needed to attack a few more times to completely remove his energy from the Grand Array. If that happened, Black Crow Divine Monarch would easily refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace and take control of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The situation is desperate. Yang Kai sighed. "It looks like I will have to use the divine ability bead given to me by Proprietress in this place." He was very reluctant to use this divine ability bead unless he really had no other choice. Besides, he did not know whether the divine ability bead could destroy the Grand Array. Proprietress might be powerful, but she was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. How much power her divine ability bead could unleash remained unknown, so it would be a waste if it had no effect on the current situation. It had been extremely difficult for the Proprietress to refine this divine ability bead, so how could he willingly let it go to waste? But Yang Kai had no choice now that things had come to this. He had to use it even if he was reluctant. Aside from the divine ability bead, he had no other means to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch. Yang Kai glared coldly in the direction of Black Crow Divine Monarch, but just as he was about to bring out the divine ability bead, his gaze landed on the artifact spirit. A light flashed through his eyes at that moment, and a bold conjecture emerged from the depths of his heart in the next moment. Then he secretly sent a divine sense transmission to Chef. Chef was still gasping for breath, but he raised his brow at those words and nodded almost imperceptibly. Swinging his kitchen knife, he slashed several dozen sword lights towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted, "How dare a mere ant act so impudent?" The blood mist around his body boiled, and countless blood crows flew out to meet the sword lights. They cawed noisily when they were cut down, but still easily blocked the assault. Taking this opportunity, Chef raised his hand and summoned his chopping block. He casually tossed the block out, and it rapidly enlarged, radiating a strange aura as it quickly slid under its target. At the same time, Chef's figure abruptly swelled up and became massive. He looked extremely ferocious. The apron around his waist was covered in grease stains, and the butcher character stretching across his chest was absolutely horrifying. He grinned savagely as he roared, "I am the knife and chopping block, you are the fish." The artifact spirit jerked in surprise. He was astonished to discover that he was standing on top of the chopping block without him noticing. Furthermore, he was being restrained by a strange force. He couldn't help feeling the situation was all rather absurd. At this moment, he felt like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch not realize Chef's intentions after seeing the situation? He did not know what effects would come from killing the artifact spirit, but he did not dare to take this gamble. Hence, he roared, "Don't you dare!" Raising his arm, he shot a blood arrow in Chef's direction. Yang Kai flashed forward. At this moment, he completely gave up on the territory he had been guarding. If Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted, he could have taken this opportunity to finish refining the Grand Array. It was just that he was distracted in his efforts to stop Chef and failed to notice this point. By the time he realized Yang Kai was attacking, the spear was already rapidly enlarging in his vision. The pitch-black golden crow's true fire lingered at the tip of the spear, and its power was too great for him to simply ignore. Martial Peak, Chapter 4293, This is Bad. The spear shadows shrouded the sky, looming over Black Crow Divine Monarch. It was accompanied by crackling sounds that rang out endlessly. Heiya gave a furious roar. Under normal circumstances, it would have been easy for him to block this attack from Yang Kai. In the worst case, he could simply dodge. However, he was currently in the last stages of refining the Grand Array, so not only was he unable to move, but most of his attention was also focused on the array itself. There was no way for him to avoid this attack, much less defend himself. His entire body was instantly riddled with holes by Yang Kai's spear, and countless large and bloody holes appeared on his body, gushing with fresh blood. Any other person would have died from such injuries, but he had cultivated the grand evolution immortal blood-light scripture. He even resurrected on the spot after being split in two by the protective divine ability from Pei Wenxian's identity token. Hence, Black Crow Divine Monarch's injuries would only cause him to expend his chi and did not threaten his life in any way. At the same time, Chef made several consecutive chopping motions with his kitchen knife, all while shouting, "Chop, chop, chop." A chilling blade light loomed down upon the artifact spirit. 3 breaths later, Chef gave a muffled groan. His enlarged body deflated rapidly, and the chopping block flew back into his hands. His complexion as pale as a sheet, he muttered weakly, "It's up to you now." When he last used this secret technique, he had exhausted all his energy in an instant. Thus, Yang Kai had placed him into the small sealed world for his safety. Performing this secret technique again after such a short time made his condition worsen even more than the first time. Yang Kai quickly appeared beside Chef at that moment, lifted a hand to grab him, and tossed him into the small sealed world. On the other hand, the flesh around Black Crow Divine Monarch's wounds squirmed vigorously, and his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Yang Kai was no longer opposing him in the Grand Array, and it could be said that there was nothing stopping him now. As long as he willed it, he would be able to refine the Grand Array to completion. Even so, he seemed numb to this fact and was simply staring in the artifact spirit's direction with an ugly expression. Similarly, Yang Kai was watching the artifact spirit closely. His spear was held loosely by his side, and his expression was a mixture of nervousness and vigilance. His other hand was holding the proprietress divine ability bead. Moreover, his strength was circulating wildly, ready to attack at a moment's notice. The artifact spirit looked perfectly fine, standing there motionlessly as though Chef's secret technique had been completely ineffective on him. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst out laughing, cackling so hard that he nearly cried. However, his expression began to stiffen in the middle of his laughter. The artifact spirit lowered his head to look down at his body. All of a sudden, he gave a soft sigh and murmured to himself, "This is fine too." While speaking, his body shattered without warning and turned into wisps of light that soon faded into nothing. He was just an artifact spirit without any real defensive strength, so how could he withstand the ferocious attacks of Chef's secret technique when he could not mobilize the power of the Blood Monster Divine Palace? The artifact spirit was annihilated. Both the gazes of Yang Kai and Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to look at the Grand Array in unison. Yang Kai's gaze was cold while Black Crow Divine Monarch's entire face twitched. "Gotcha!" A soft sound suddenly came from the Grand Array, and they both looked over to see that a crack had appeared in one of its corners. Yang Kai was overjoyed. How could he not realize that his conjecture had been correct? The artifact spirit might have seemed useless, but his very existence was closely tied to the Grand Array. Chef might have been powerless to destroy the Grand Array, but killing the artifact spirit was well within his means. As soon as the artifact spirit was destroyed, the Grand Array was deeply affected too. There was no reason to hesitate, so Yang Kai thrust his spear at the crack. "Don't even think about it." Black Crow Divine Monarch roared furiously, and a blood arrow shot directly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai used his dragon shields to protect himself while focusing all his strength into his spear thrust. Hong! A violent force burst forth, and the crack in the Grand Array immediately spread outward like a spiderweb. At the same time, the dragon shields protecting Yang Kai shattered to pieces and his body was sent flying out. "Gotcha!" A series of cracking sounds came from various spots of the Grand Array. Black Crow Divine Monarch hurriedly activated his power to try to stabilize the situation, but unfortunately for him, the damage had already been done. There was nothing he could do to reverse it with his current strength. It didn't take longer than 10 breaths before the Grand Array completely lost all spirituality and broke apart. "Damn you, Junior!" Black Crow Divine Monarch felt as though his eyes were going to explode at the sight. The raging flames of fury in him threatened to burn him alive. There was only a little bit left to refine. If he finished refining that remaining bit, then he would have gained complete control over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, recovering to his full strength would have been a breeze. However, that little bit was now as wide and deep as a mountain valley. He had fallen short at the very last moment. There had never been a time where the murderous intent he felt towards Yang Kai had been so intense. Although Yang Kai had ruined his plans back at the Blood Lake, it had not affected the overall situation. He had managed to possess Zhou Yi's body and came back to life in the end. Unlike that time though, there was no way to recover from this loss. A deep sense of regret filled Black Crow Divine Monarch's heart. If he had known this would happen earlier, he would have slaughtered Yang Kai back at the Blood Lake. If he had known earlier, he would never have allowed Yang Kai to enter the Blood Monster Divine Palace. But it was too late for regrets now. Yang Kai stood up and wiped at the trickle of blood at the corner of his lips before letting out a wild, loud laugh. "Hey ya, let's see how you refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace now." Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice was low, but his entire body gave off a bone-chilling coldness. "Since I can't refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, this monarch will refine you instead." Yang Kai's heart clenched. He knew that he had truly enraged Black Crow Divine Monarch by ruining his plans. "It looks like this guy is determined to kill me now." Before Black Crow Divine Monarch could do anything though, a huge change suddenly occurred. A rumbling sound came from the depths of the Blood Monster Divine Palace, like distant thunder. Both Yang Kai and Black Crow Divine Monarch looked surprised. Releasing their divine senses, they examined their surroundings, and it didn't take long for their expressions to change drastically. That was because the Blood Monster Divine Palace was showing signs of collapse. The surrounding walls came crumbling down one after another, turning the structure into ruins. Similarly, the bedrooms and grand halls also came crashing down with a loud rumble. Yang Kai never imagined that destroying the artifact spirit would trigger a chain reaction of this scale. First, the Grand Array had broken apart, and now, even the Blood Monster Divine Palace would soon cease to exist. Regardless, this was a good thing for Yang Kai. His friends had been trapped inside that strange nothingness array and were unable to extricate themselves, so if the Blood Monster Divine Palace was destroyed, then they would regain their freedom. With that thought in mind, Yang Kai's figure flashed away as his voice lingered in the air. "Hey ya, I'll spare your life today. I'll definitely kill you when we meet again." How could Black Crow Divine Monarch allow Yang Kai to escape though? He roared, "Don't even dream about escaping." His entire body shuddered for a moment and a blood cloud that blocked out the whole sky appeared. However, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so if he was determined to flee, there was no way for Black Crow Divine Monarch to stop him without sealing the world in advance. Yang Kai vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind Black Crow Divine Monarch, who was so furious that he nearly coughed up blood in response. The reason Yang Kai fled was not that he was afraid of Black Crow Divine Monarch. The old dog might be powerful, but he was not yet an Open Heaven Realm Master. If it came down to a fight, neither of them would come out unscathed. On the contrary, Yang Kai was thinking that the Blood Monster Divine Palace contained many treasures. Now that it was on the verge of collapse, he was anxious to do one last search to see if he could find anything else of value. He barely had any time to search though when the entire Blood Monster Divine Palace fell apart completely. One after another, numerous silhouettes suddenly appeared in the initial mountain valley, every one of them in a miserable state. All of these people had entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace, but their situation was different from Yang Kai's. They had been trapped inside the world of white from the moment they entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace, unable to tell north from south or find an exit. Yang Kai had relied on the power of his Golden Crow's true fire and the guidance of a remnant soul. He helped to break free of that array, but the others had neither the strength or the luck to do so. It was not until this moment when the Blood Monster Divine Palace collapsed completely that they were freed. Looking around, there was no trace of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. All that remained in front of them was a huge ruin. Therefore, they couldn't help feeling shocked. Nobody knew what had happened earlier, but before they could recover from their shock, they heard a gloomy roar. Immediately after that, an overwhelming aura enveloped them. Somebody shouted in horror, "It's the Star Turtle!" The Seventh Order monster beast was still guarding the mountain valley. Having lost all his targets when all the cultivators fled into the Blood Monster Divine Palace previously, how could it hold back when it saw these people reappear? Countless rays of yellow light shot out like a storm of arrows, raining down on the cultivators. Many of the cultivators were caught off guard and nearly lost their lives as a result. The Star Turtle had previously been restrained thanks to the efforts of Yang Kai and his allies, not to mention that they had prepared themselves in advance. The current events had happened so abruptly though that none of them could stop the might of this Seventh Order monster beast. It didn't matter whether it was the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises or the cultivators from weaker forces. All of them quickly fled for their lives. Yang Kai was also flying away at the time when he spotted Chu Huashang and Gu Pan. Each of them was fleeing in different directions. Zhang Ruoshi was following closely beside Gu Pan. It was likely that Gu Pan had located Zhang Ruoshi as soon as they were freed from the spirit array. Yang Kai was about to join up with them when a blood cloud appeared in front of him. The blood cloud morphed into Black Crow Divine Monarch's furious face and his eyes searched the surroundings as his howls rang out endlessly, "Boy, show yourself! Persistent bastard!" Yang Kai was a little annoyed. He knew that Black Crow Divine Monarch was not going to let him go this time, so he stopped trying to chase after Gu Pan and the others. Instead, he summoned the Shadowless Veil and covered himself, concealing himself in an instant. The Shadowless Veil was an absolutely invincible artifact in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was impossible to trace by anybody below the mid-rank Open Heaven realm, much less Black Crow Divine Monarch, who was just a remnant soul that did not have such a powerful divine sense. Just as Yang Kai was considering if he should take the chance to launch a sneak attack on Black Crow Divine Monarch, the world rumbled. It was followed by a deafening sound. Large fissures suddenly appeared throughout the sky like ferocious and terrifying wounds. That was not all. Continuous rumbling sounds also came from the deep underground. Countless large ravines suddenly emerged, turning many places into canyons that were thousands of meters deep. The world split apart and rumbled violently. Cracks and ravines continued to extend outward while at the same time, more scars appeared in the sky. Yang Kai was dumbfounded for a moment. It took a long while for him to realize what was happening, but once he did, a bitter taste filled his mouth as he muttered, "This is bad." He never imagined that the chain reaction from killing the artifact spirit was not over yet. It was not until this moment that the true extent of the consequences appeared. The entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to collapse. Thinking about it again, this was not too surprising. Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace in order to seize control of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That meant that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the core of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Now that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was destroyed, it made sense that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would also be affected. If the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had been completely stable, it might not have been affected so badly. Unfortunately, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was already showing signs of collapsing in recent years. The destruction of the Blood Monster Divine Palace was simply the last straw that broke the camel's back. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4294, Do You Want to Live? When the Blood Monster Cave Heaven first appeared, there was only one entrance. That entrance had been firmly controlled by the major cave heavens and paradises. Only disciples of the cave heavens and paradises had the right to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to train, gain experience, and search for treasures. With the passage of time, though, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven became more and more unstable. There were signs that it was gradually merging with the Blood Monster territory. The most obvious sign was that more and more entrances were appearing. This was the result of both worlds colliding and coming into contact with each other. Consequently, it became difficult for the cave heavens and paradises to maintain control over the entrances. Things gradually evolved into a situation similar to what happened when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven most recently opened. Everybody would each occupy a spot in the Blood Monster territory and wait for entrances to appear to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven's opening evolved into a huge event throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, drawing countless cultivators to this place. In any case, it was undeniable that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had become unstable. This was something Mo May and the others from Abundance City had also mentioned. One day, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would eventually merge with the Blood Monster territory and dissipate into it. When that happened, the Universe Cave Heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be completely exposed to the outside world. The collapse of the Blood Monster Divine Palace had simply hastened the timeline. With the collapse of the world, a scene of the apocalypse approaching spread to all corners of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The world hummed continuously, as though crying. Countless monster beasts hiding in the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven fled for their lives in a panic. The native cultivators living in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven looked up at the sky, ashen-faced with despair filling their souls. Their ancestors had been captured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, who then planted a blood principles restriction in them so that they could only live and breed inside his small universe. If not for the blood principles restriction, they would have been the happiest about the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That was because they could finally be free of the restrictions of this world and head out into the vast 3,000 worlds instead. Unfortunately, they were trapped in this world and unable to leave because of the blood principles restriction in their bodies. Once they stopped receiving nourishment from the blood monster cave heaven's aura, they would all die. In the mountain valley where the blood monster divine palace used to stand, Black Crow divine monarch rampaged around as a blood cloud to search for Yang Kai. Everywhere he went, he left a reign of terror in his wake. Countless cultivators had the vital essence of their bodies devoured by him and died on the spot. Yang Kai remained hidden for some time before he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help cursing aloud, "Damn it!" He originally wanted to remain hidden until the end, as once the blood monster cave heaven collapsed completely, he would be able to escape from here and return to the blood monster territory. Black Crow divine monarch would not be able to continue to do as he pleased in the blood monster territory. He was cruel and ruthless. Moreover, he was an old monster from the distant past that came back to life through possession. The cave heavens and paradises would never let him walk free. It was not that they were allies of justice and wished to purge evil out of kindness. Rather, it was that an old monster like Black Crow divine monarch would surely have many valuable secrets on him. His strength was still rather low at the moment, so if they could capture him, then they could interrogate him for information and receive some benefits. At the very least, he knew the grand evolution immortal bloodlight. Such a heaven-defying secret art would surely tempt some people. However, Yang Kai suddenly recalled Mo Mei and the others in Abundant City. It was very safe for him to hide there, as with the shadowless veil concealing his body and his aura, Black Crow divine monarch would never be able to find him amidst all the surrounding chaos. However, wouldn't the people in Abundance City die if the blood monster cave heaven collapsed completely? Earlier, Yang Kai even went out of his way to ask Black Crow divine monarch for the secret technique to remove the blood principles restriction. Didn't he do that so that he could help the people in Abundance City? Not only were they related to the proprietress, but Yang Kai also had his eye on their potential. It was almost certain that Mo Mei and the other great elders were existences who could advance into the open heaven realm as long as he could save them. They had lived their entire lives in the blood monster cave heaven, so they had no place to go even if they left this place. Therefore, it should not be a problem to take them into Voidland if he could save them. Voidland was currently in urgent need of open heaven realm masters, so Yang Kai could not let such a good opportunity pass him by. When that thought crossed his mind, he couldn't afford to be so cautious anymore. Doing his best to conceal his figure and his aura, Yang Kai hurried in the direction of Abundant City while secretly praying fervently in his heart. I hope the blood monster cave heaven doesn't collapse too quickly. At the very least, please wait until I finish removing the blood principles restriction from the people in Abundant City. After flying for some time, he finally stepped out of Black Crow divine monarch's detection range. Thus, he was no longer held back by any scruples and increased his speed to a whole other level. Manipulating space principles, his figure flickered again and again to reach Abundance City at a high speed. Humongous void cracks would appear in front of him from time to time. These were the signs the world was collapsing. Large tracts of land in the blood monster cave heaven vanished, flowing into these void cracks and disappearing. Under these circumstances, most people would have a hard time moving forward as they would be swallowed into the void cracks if they were not careful. Yang Kai could feel the aura of the blood monster territory coming from these void cracks. In other words, there was no danger even if a person was swallowed into them. The most likely scenario would simply be finding themselves back in the blood monster territory. After understanding this point, he felt slightly more at ease. It shouldn't be a problem for accountant, Lang Qing-shan, Zhang Ruoxi, and the others to return to the blood monster territory safely. Thanks to his mastery of space principles, Yang Kai could detect the existence of these void cracks in advance. Hence, he was not greatly delayed in his travels. While moving forward, Yang Kai separated a thread of his consciousness and immersed his mind into the jade slip given to him by Black Crow Divine Monarch. He had glanced through the contents of the jade slip earlier, and based on his foundation in the bloodlight scripture thanks to the few chapters that he comprehended previously, he could basically confirm that the contents of the jade slip were real and this information could indeed remove the blood principles restriction. It was just that he had never used this secret technique before. Even though he was confident he could reach Abundance City in time, time would still be very tight. He needed to practice what he learned from the jade slip in advance. That was the only way he could rescue all the people in Abundance City in the shortest time possible. The collapse in the world was becoming more and more obvious, so there was a possibility that it would fall apart at any moment. Therefore, Yang Kai became anxious and desperately rushed towards Abundance City. It was just that there was still some distance to go. It would still take at least half a day before he could arrive, so all he could do was fervently pray that the blood monster cave heaven would last for a little longer. 4 or 5 hours later, Yang Kai had already gone over the contents of the jade slip 100 times. He was very skillful in theory, so now he just needed practical experience to pull it off. At this moment, a panicked figure suddenly rushed in Yang Kai's direction like a headless fly. His figure floated about erratically and his complexion was extremely pale. He was a young man in the half-step open heaven realm. It was just that the energy fluctuation coming from his body indicated that the order of the open heaven elements that he condensed was not very high. Yang Kai initially planned to ignore this person, but a sudden idea came to mind. With a flash of his figure, Yang Kai arrived next to that person and captured him. At the same time, he did not stop moving and continued to head towards Abundance City. The young man instinctively fought back after being caught so suddenly. However, the power that leaked out of Yang Kai's hand shocked him. He could tell that he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all, so he wisely gave up struggling and simply looked at Yang Kai in puzzlement. "Who are you? Why did you capture me?" Yang Kai asked, "Are you a cultivator born in the blood monster cave heaven?" "So what if I am?" The young man gritted his teeth. As expected, he is a native after all. Yang Kai did not waste any time and got straight to the point. "Do you want to live?" The young man was stunned as he thought to himself, "Isn't that a stupid question?" Still, he bitterly replied, "Who would want to die if they can live?" Yang Kai nodded, "Good. I want to perform an experiment on you. If it works, you'll survive. If it doesn't..." The young man sighed and gloomily said, "I don't know what you want to do, but you don't need to waste your energy. You're an outer world visitor, right? I'm afraid you don't know, but those who live in the blood monster cave heaven have a restriction placed on our bloodline. As long as this restriction exists, we can never leave the blood monster cave heaven. We will immediately explode and die without the nourishment of this world's aura. Now that the blood monster cave heaven is about to collapse, we can only wait for our deaths to come to us. I know about the blood principle's restriction. What I want to do is remove it." The young man was dumbfounded, but immediately after, his eyes lit up. "Do you have a way to remove the blood principle's restriction?" He originally thought that his only option was to wait for death. All the cultivators who lived in the blood monster cave heaven had heard from their elders that they would die alongside the blood monster cave heaven once this land ceased to exist. That was because the blood principle's restriction would immediately activate without the nourishment of the blood monster cave heaven's aura. When the changes in the world occurred and the apocalypse arrived, all the native cultivators living in the blood monster cave heaven suddenly realized that what their elders mentioned was about to come true. Unfortunately, all they could do was prolong their dying breath. When he had fled from his residence, he never imagined that he would encounter a person with the ability to remove the blood principle's restriction. It was only natural that he became overjoyed. "Yes, but I have no idea whether it will work." Yang Kai replied truthfully. He had never experimented with the secret technique in the jade slip after all. Only the heavens knew whether Black Crow Divine Monarch had done anything to the secret technique, although the possibility was small. "Go ahead and try. In the worst case, I'll just die if it doesn't work," the young man quickly said. He originally thought that there was no way to escape death. But now, a chance for survival had appeared in front of him. It was only natural that he firmly grasped this opportunity. Yang Kai gently nodded, "In that case, cooperate with me and don't resist." While speaking, Yang Kai cut his fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood. He flicked his wrist, turning the drop of blood into blood mist. After that, he used one hand to guide the blood mist so that it formed into a mysterious seal. "Go!" Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped the seal against the young man's forehead. The seal sank into the young man's body and disappeared. The young man's body shuddered slightly, then an inexplicable look appeared in his eyes. "How is it?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. The young man smacked his lips. "I can't say for sure, but I feel a little more relaxed for some reason." Yang Kai's eyes brightened. A little more relaxed? If he can feel something, then it can only mean that the secret technique is working. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4295, Collapse of the Universe Cave Heaven. The young man said, "I can't confirm whether the blood principles restriction has been removed or not. I will only know when this place collapses completely." If he was not dead when the blood monster cave heaven collapsed, then that would mean he no longer needed the nourishment of this world's aura. It would also mean that Yang Kai's methods had worked. "There's no need to go to such trouble. I'll send you somewhere." How could Yang Kai possibly wait until the blood monster cave heaven collapsed? It would be too late by then. He tossed the young man in his grasp into the small sealed world while speaking. At the same time, he paid close attention to the young man's condition. It was not as if he had never thought of hiding the people from Abundance City in the small sealed world to bring them out of the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that the limitations of the blood principles restriction had ruined his plans. The small sealed world was an independent world, so without removing the blood principles restriction, rashly sending Mo May and the others into the small sealed world was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. At this moment, the success of the secret technique recorded in the jade slip obtained from Black Crow Divine Monarch depended entirely on the young man's survival. Under Yang Kai's careful watch, the young man entered the small sealed world and looked around his surroundings in confusion, not feeling uncomfortable in any way. After a while, he seemed to realize what had happened and threw his head back to release something that seemed to be a mixture of a roar and laughter. The excitement and joy in his heart could not be expressed. He initially thought that he had no other option aside from death. Unexpectedly, he encountered a person who helped him remove the blood principles restriction and sent him to an unfamiliar world. Although he had no idea what kind of world this was, at least he no longer needed to worry about dying. The feeling of waiting helplessly for his death was not something he ever wanted to experience again. Yang Kai let out a small breath of relief. It would now seem that the jade slip given to him by Black Crow Divine Monarch was real. The secret technique recorded inside had not been falsified. Thinking about it again, it made sense. The situation had been very urgent at the time, so Black Crow Divine Monarch had no time to do anything after he came up with his request. It was one thing if he was completely clueless about the Bloodlight Scripture. However, Yang Kai had comprehended several chapters of the Bloodlight Scripture. If Black Crow Divine Monarch had falsified the information, there was a chance Yang Kai might have noticed something. Besides, this secret technique was unrelated to the core secret art of the Bloodlight Scripture, so Black Crow Divine Monarch was more than happy to oblige. Now that it had been proven that the secret technique worked, all that was left was whether or not Yang Kai could arrive at Abundance City before the blood monster cave heaven collapsed. In addition to his joy though, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling troubled. The residents in Abundance City were neither too many nor too few, somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 in total. It would take a lot of time for him to remove the blood principles restriction from so many people. Clearly, he would not be able to rescue everybody. Still, he could only do his best and leave the rest up to fate. Space principles fluctuated and Yang Kai's figure flashed erratically. The shaking in the world had gotten worse, and the world principles in the blood monster cave heaven were showing signs of shattering. He became extremely anxious. Even though he was traveling very quickly, it had taken him half a day's time before he could see the lake where Abundance City was located in the distance. At this moment, the spirit array outside Abundance City had been destroyed due to the changes in the blood monster cave heaven. In the first place, the lake was a product formed from an illusion array, not a real existence. At this moment, it had become heavily distorted and Yang Kai could vaguely see the cultivators of Abundance City fleeing in a panic through the spirit array's disguise. Just before he arrived at Abundance City, an incomparably large ravine suddenly appeared outside Abundance City. It was immediately followed by the appearance of another void crack in the sky, as though the sky had been torn apart. Abundance City, along with several hundred kilometers of land in the surrounding areas, were swallowed up by the void crack and vanished in an instant. Screams rang out from all over Abundance City, and many of the cultivators turned pale with fear as they stood absolutely petrified. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight. Despite his rush, he was still one step too late. Nevertheless, he did not slow his pace. His figure shifted and he rushed straight into the void crack. A wave of dizziness washed over him, but he ignored it. His divine sense was fixed firmly upon the land where Abundance City was located as he hurriedly gave chase. The Blood Monster territory was a vast and desolate void. It was one of the few great territories without any great forces or even living creatures. The Blood Monster territory was originally no different from other great territories with several great forces and many universe worlds. However, things changed because of the entrances of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven that would appear at random all over the Blood Monster territory. These entrances eventually resulted in the instability and collapse of the universe worlds, as well as the destruction of the spirit provinces. Thus, this great territory became dead and silent over time. Only when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened would it become extremely lively once more. At present, countless cultivators were gathered on top of a large platform in the middle of the Blood Monster territory. There were as many Open Heaven Realm Masters here as the hairs on an ox, including many in the mid-rank. It was unknown which senior expert had brought out the platform, but it had become the base of many cultivators. These Open Heaven Realm Masters had led their disciples here to participate in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, and after their disciples had entered, there was no reason for them to wait around doing nothing. Hence, they gathered here and this place became a kind of shopping district. With so many Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered together, meeting up with friends or holding an exchange meeting was a great way to pass the time. They might even obtain some unexpected benefits in this place. At this moment, all the cultivators in the shopping district were staring at the void around them in shock. Half a day ago, some unusual changes seemed to have taken place in the Blood Monster territory. It started out with frequent space fluctuations, followed by the emergence of large void cracks. Many people could even see the situation inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven through these void cracks. "Proprietress, what's going on?" Bai Qi asked with a frown while looking at the void crack located 1,000 kilometers away. The proprietress' expression was unbelievably solemn as she observed the situation for a while before shaking her head. "I'm not sure. But something seems to have happened in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." He suddenly became nervous. Something happened in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? What will happen to the young master? The proprietress remained silent. Yang Kai, chef, accountant, and the others were all in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Even so, nobody knew what the situation was like inside. Judging by the situation in front of them, though, something major had happened. After pondering in silence for some time, the proprietress took out several communication beads and sent out various messages to inquire about the situation. A figure suddenly flew over from not far away and landed beside her. It was the man with a crown on his head from Xianyuan Cave Heaven, Guanu. He asked, "Junior Sister Lan, do you know what happened?" She glanced sidelong at him and sneered, "How would I know when even Xianyuan Cave Heaven doesn't know?" Still, he shook his head. First Inn is renowned for its intelligence-gathering abilities. Did you not hear anything about this? The proprietress might be annoyed with him, but she was in no mood to argue at the moment. Hence, she simply shook her head in response. "This happened too suddenly. I have not received any news." "What's wrong? Are you worried about your treasured apprentice?" "That kid might have good aptitude, but he does not have much experience with worldly affairs. It's inevitable that I will worry about him." Guanu sighed. In this field, it was not easy to find a disciple suitable to inherit his mantle. It was only natural that he regarded his disciple like a treasure. Bai Qi asked, "Proprietress, could it be that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is about to close?" Guanu shook his head. The closing of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would not have created such a huge commotion. The current situation seems a bit more like... Like what? Bai Chi asked. Guan Yu said nothing. He simply glanced at the proprietress, who solemnly spoke. It looks like the blood monster cave heaven is collapsing. Bai Chi jumped in fright and exclaimed in shock. The blood monster cave heaven is collapsing? Why so suddenly? Although everybody knew that the blood monster cave heaven would collapse and merge completely with the blood monster territory one day, that was something far in the future. Anybody would be surprised to be faced with this situation so suddenly. Something is coming out. He suddenly pointed at one of the void cracks in front. The words had only just left her mouth when they saw numerous figures rushing out of the void crack. Upon a closer look, it turned out to be monster beasts. Guan Yu reached out a hand and grabbed at the void. Even though it didn't look like he had moved, a monster beast suddenly appeared in his grip. He gave a slight shake and the monster beast exploded into a cloud of blood mist. All that remained was a monster core in his hand, a fifth-order water element monster core. This monster beast came from the blood monster cave heaven. Even the monster beasts had come rushing out of the blood monster cave heaven, which was a clear indication that the blood monster cave heaven was about to collapse. Not far behind these monster beasts, a huge mountain came floating out of the void crack. Monster beasts fled from the mountain peak, leaving several trembling people behind. Inside the shopping district, a certain master turned into a giant and rushed into the mountain peak to bring those cultivators back to the shopping district. What happened inside the blood monster cave heaven? Somebody asked. Those cultivators were only in the Emperor realm, with the strongest among them being just half-step open heaven realm juniors. Therefore, they were so frightened that they couldn't speak when they suddenly found themselves surrounded by a huge group of open heaven realm masters. At this moment, a fourth-order open heaven realm master squeezed out of the crowd and cupped his fists in all directions. Sirs, please wait a moment. These are the disciples of my heavenly crane palace. The open heaven realm master who brought them back said, Don't worry. We don't want to cause trouble. We just want to ask a few questions. The fourth-order open heaven realm master wiped at the cold sweat on his forehead and spoke to those young cultivators. Answer any questions that these seniors may ask. Don't hide anything. Heavenly Crane Palace was just a second-class great force. Furthermore, it was somewhat weak even among the second class. How could this man dare to be impolite in front of these masters from the various cave heavens and paradises? The disciples calmed down upon seeing an elder from their sect. Thus, the leading disciple took a breath and said, This disciple has no idea what happened either. We were hunting a fifth-order monster beast when the world suddenly began breaking apart without warning. Then, we found ourselves here for some reason. Another disciple added, Countless void cracks appeared in the sky of the blood monster cave heaven. Numerous ravines also split the ground open. It was like the blood monster cave heaven was about to be destroyed. Many of the open heaven realm masters turned solemn at those words. How could they not know that the blood monster cave heaven was truly about to fall apart? Judging from the current situation, the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven would not mean its exile to the void, but rather its dispersion into the blood monster territory. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4296, Time Waits for No One. Many open heaven realm masters stood on the platform with different expressions on their faces. Some were worried while others were excited. They were worried about the safety of their disciples. Judging by the current situation, the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven was inevitable. The vast blood monster cave heaven was bound to break apart and become countless pieces scattered across the blood monster territory. It was an unknown factor as to whether their disciples could return safely. After all, they would be lost forever if they got trapped inside the void cracks. On the other hand, some were excited that open heaven realm masters like themselves would finally have the qualifications to participate. Throughout the ages, whenever the blood monster cave heaven opened, the responsibilities of the open heaven realm masters had always been to escort their respective disciples to the blood monster territory, quietly wait for the blood monster cave heaven to close, and bring their disciples back to the sect. There were many valuable treasures inside the blood monster cave heaven that made their eyes turn green with envy. Unfortunately, The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With restrictions in place, there was no way for them to enter. If the Blood Monster Cave Heaven really were to collapse and countless parts were to merge with the Blood Monster territory, then they could go around searching for the various treasures that came from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If nothing else, even obtaining a high-order monster beast core would earn them a fortune. After recovering from their shock, many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately flew off, heading straight for the depths of the Blood Monster territory to search for opportunities. In this short span of time, countless humongous void cracks had appeared throughout the entire Blood Monster territory. Moreover, enormous spirit peaks and vast spirit provinces had appeared out of the void cracks. They quietly floated in the void of the Blood Monster territory, adding some life to this dead and silent space. Soon, there were Open Heaven Realm Masters swarming all over every spirit peak and spirit province in search of treasure. Those who found anything valuable were few and far between. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven had been opened so many times before after all, so most of the valuable treasures had already been taken away. Of course, there were also some lucky enough to find invaluable treasures as soon as they arrived. Be that as it may, those Open Heaven Realm Masters who landed on the spirit provinces also revealed looks of great jubilation despite not finding anything valuable. Somebody exclaimed in amazement, "Such dense world force!" The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was only natural that the world force it contained was extraordinary. The most basic method for cultivators in the Open Heaven realm to strengthen their power was to enhance the world force of their small universe. Therefore, any Open Heaven realm master would benefit greatly if they could refine the world force from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was just that cultivators would need to have great compatibility between their own small universes and the world force in order for them to refine a world force that did not belong to them. Take old ancestor Mou for example. The reason he had his eyes on the demon realm and tried to conquer it was that the demon realm's aura was highly compatible with his small universe. Not only would he not suffer major drawbacks after refining the demon realm, but he would also recover from his injuries and improve his cultivation in a very short time. On the other hand, if their compatibility was low, there were heavy repercussions that could result in one's own world force becoming unstable or even damage being done to the foundation of their small universe. The opening of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a great event that swept across the entire 3,000 worlds, so there was no shortage of cultivators who came here. As such, there were bound to be some people who met the refining conditions. These people were absolutely overjoyed. Landing on the spirit peaks and spirit provinces, they quickly used various means to collect them into their respective small universes to slowly refine at a later date. Even though most people did not meet the refining conditions, there was no reason for them to pass up on the spirit peaks and spirit provinces from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven either. If they brought these spirit peaks and spirit provinces back to their sects, the world force contained within could greatly enhance the heritage of their respective sects. For that reason, many battles over the spirit peaks and spirit provinces broke out across the Blood Monster territory in a very short period of time. The Open Heaven Realm Masters fought viciously among themselves, and some of them would die from time to time. Even the Proprietress and the others joined in the fight. They collected several spirit provinces into their respective small universes and placed a seal on them for later use. The small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters would only turn from ethereal to corporeal when they advance into the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. At that point, their small universes would be no different from actual universe worlds and could even accommodate living creatures in them. Even so, the small universes of mid-rank and low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were not mere decorations either. Back when Yang Kai first entered the outer universe, he had been lured into Duan Hai's small universe. Duan Hai was the fire spirit land protector venerable of Seven Wonders Land, but he was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. It could be seen that even the small universes of mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could accommodate living creatures as long as certain conditions were met and techniques were used. The only difference was that their heritage was not as majestic as a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe. The proprietress and the others had spread out to search for the traces of Yang Kai and the others as at present, the blood monster territory was in chaos. Yang Kai and the others were not yet in the open heaven realm, so they had no means to protect themselves if they encountered danger. Unfortunately, the blood monster territory was a great territory, so it was incredibly vast. Even if they split up their forces to search, it was difficult for them to obtain results in short order. As such, they could only spread the news around in hopes of contacting Yang Kai and the others. Meanwhile, Yang Kai burst out of the void crack in pursuit of the spirit province. When he abruptly found himself in a vast and dead environment, he immediately realized that he had returned to the blood monster territory. Not far away, a large spirit province floated in the void. All the cultivators in Abundant City stood on the spirit province, looking very uneasy. They might not know what had happened, but they had witnessed the sudden collapse of the world around Abundant City. Looking around, they found that they were currently in a completely unfamiliar environment. Numerous spirit provinces not inferior to the one Abundance City sat on floated about in the void. The world force was beginning to dissipate and the aura of the blood monster cave heaven gradually weakened as a result. When the aura of the blood monster cave heaven completely dissipated, the blood principles restriction in their bodies would immediately burst out. At that time, the only thing waiting for them was death. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Mo Mei and the great elders stood side by side. They looked out at the chaotic Abundant City and gave a small sigh. Despite having always known that such a day would eventually come, it was not until that day actually arrived that they realized how weak and powerless they were. Everyone, do you have any last wishes? Mo Mei was slightly ashen-faced, but her tone was calm. She could be considered a person who had weathered many storms in her life, so her mentality was stronger than most. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a woman to take up the City Lord's position. Although what was happening before her was literally a world-ending disaster, it was not enough to cause her to panic. Thanks to her influence, the great elders also became much calmer as a result. Pang Duo spoke after some thought. I still want to go and see what the world outside looks like. Unfortunately, we will never get this chance. Gong Yang, she stroked his beard and smiled. This old master has lived a long time. I don't really have any regrets. Jin Yuan Lang said, I kind of want to know what the open heaven realm is like. It's a pity we could not advance any further in the blood monster cave heaven. Mu Qian laughed softly. Big brother Yuan Lang, do you want to try advancing into the open heaven realm right now? His expression changed upon hearing those words. What she mentioned was correct. They had already finished condensing their yin, yang and 5 element powers. It was just that they had always been stuck inside the blood monster cave heaven, so they could not advance into the open heaven realm. Now that they had broken free of the blood monster cave heaven's limitations, they could advance into the open heaven realm as long as they were willing. However, he soon shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's too late. Even though he had never tried to break through before, he knew that advancing into the open heaven realm was not such an easy matter. He would almost certainly explode and die from the activation of the blood principles restriction before he could finish preparing himself for the advancement. Mo Mei suddenly bowed elegantly. This mistress is honored to have received your help all these years. Many thanks for all your hard work. Everybody quickly turned towards her while Pang Duo spoke. You are far too polite, City Lord. We were only performing our duties. Rather, it is your dedication to Abundant City that I highly admire, City Lord. Mo Mei smiled. It's not that bad to have your company on the road to the Yellow Springs. He laughed loudly. Let us build another Abundant City when we arrive in the next world. We will behead anybody who dares to look down on us. The others roared their agreement. What are you talking about so happily? A voice entered their ears suddenly, and in the next moment, their vision blurred slightly as a figure abruptly appeared in front of them. They jumped in fright and Pang Duo even took a few steps back without realizing. After taking a good look at the newcomer though, he exclaimed in astonishment, Yang Kai? Why did you come back? Yang Kai smiled. Of course, it's to fulfill my promise. Mo Mei was puzzled. Promise? Seeming to recall something all of a sudden, she exclaimed in a mixture of surprise and joy, "Did you find a way to remove the blood principles restriction?" When Yang Kai left earlier, he had mentioned that there was somebody who could remove the blood principles restriction in their bodies. He also promised that he would do his best to obtain that method. Even so, it had not been long since he left. Despite asking that question, Mo Mei had only asked out of a small sliver of hope. She did not actually believe that he had succeeded. Contrary to her expectations, Yang Kai nodded in affirmation. I obtained the necessary secret technique. I can help you remove the blood principles restriction in your bodies so that you will never be bound by the blood monster cave heaven again." Gong Yang Shi accidentally tore out his beard hairs as his eyes widened when he heard those words and shouted, "Are you serious?" Likewise, Mu Qianxian's eyes gleamed. "Yang Kai, you better not be lying to us." Yang Kai replied seriously, "Of course I wouldn't lie to you. I've already experimented on the way here. The secret technique works." Pang Duo was taken aback for a moment, before he burst out laughing. "There's always a way out. The heavens have eyes after all. Ha!" Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt. "Don't get so happy just yet. There's still a difficult problem to solve first." Mo Mei seriously asked, "What is it? Can we help? If so, then please speak freely." Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and answered in a troubled voice, "There are too many people in Abundance City. Using the secret technique depletes my strength. If I do this one at a time, I'm worried that the world force here will dissipate completely before I can remove the blood principles restriction from everybody." There were some 4,000 or so people in the city, so Yang Kai estimated it would take him at least 1 month to finish lifting the restriction from all of them. However, the cultivators in Abundance City would lose the nourishment of the blood monster cave heaven's aura when the world force in this place fully dispersed. The only reason they were safe and sound at the moment was that Abundance City was located on a rather large spirit province. Hence, some of the blood monster cave heaven's aura still remained. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4297, Collecting a Spirit Province. Yang Kai's meaning could not be any clearer. Time waited for no man. When Mo Mei heard those words, her expression became grim. If that were the case, she would be stuck with the extremely unenviable problem of choosing who to save and who not to save. Having served as the city lord for so many years, she knew every single person in the city personally, from the oldest man to the youngest child. All these faces floated in front of her eyes. It would be extremely cruel if she had to choose a person's death in exchange for another person's survival at a time like this. Fortunately, Yang Kai continued, there is another possibility, but it will be a gamble. If it works, then everybody in Abundance City will be saved. If it fails, well, we'll discuss that when that happens. Mo Mei immediately asked, what's the gamble? Yang Kai explained, I have an independent world. I can collect this piece of land into that independent world and use certain means to lock the world force in place. It's just that I'm not certain whether I can maintain and preserve the unique world force in this land for long. If he could preserve the world force for an extended period of time, then the aura of the blood monster cave heaven would not dissipate so quickly and the blood principles restriction in their bodies would not be triggered. In that way, he could slowly set everyone free. On the other hand, this method would be useless if he could not preserve the world force for long enough. Mo Mei's eyes lit up at those words and she immediately agreed. If you have a method like that, then please perform it as quickly as possible, Sir Yang. Nodding, Yang Kai requested, please wait for a moment. I also need you to tell everyone in the city not to resist what happens next. He was quite certain that it would not be difficult for him to collect this spirit province into the small sealed world. After all, his current spiritual energy was extraordinary. The main issue was that there were so many strong cultivators in the city as well. If anybody were to resist, it would add great strain to the load. Especially at a time like this where all the cultivators in Abundance City were already on edge. The slightest disturbance could send them into a panic. So it was crucial that they cooperated with him. Mo Mei and the other great elders quickly relayed orders to the people. While comforting and reassuring everyone, they explained the current situation and told them not to resist under any circumstances. The cultivators in Abundance City slowly calmed down, and soon there was not a single sound in the entire city, only their uneven breathing and the sound of pounding hearts remained. Floating in the void above the spirit province where Abundance City was located, Yang Kai spread his divine sense into the surroundings to cover every corner of the floating piece of land. Even though he had already mentally prepared himself in advance, it was not until he actually attempted it that he discovered his initial assumption was far too naive. Even if his divine sense was incredibly powerful, his spiritual energy was gushing out like a waterfall at this moment. It didn't take long before his knowledge sea was almost drained dry. If not for the soul-warming lotus continuous nourishment, he would probably be a dry oil lamp before he could even take action. At times like this, Yang Kai couldn't help missing the aspect of the sealed world bead that could transform into Gun. After all, Gun had even devoured the entire demon realm. Everybody watched Yang Kai nervously, only to see that his complexion was pale and his body was trembling slightly. Nevertheless, they could sense his overwhelming divine sense that was madly spreading out into the surroundings like a tidal wave. Mo Mei and the others were shocked by the sight. Restrained by the limitations in the blood monster cave heaven, they could only linger in the emperor realm for their entire lives. For that reason, their accumulation and precipitation in this realm were by no means comparable to most other cultivators. Be it in terms of the purity and density of their emperor chi or their mastery of their spiritual energy, it was rare for outer world cultivators to match up to them. However, it was not until they compared themselves with Yang Kai that they understood their ignorance. Just in terms of spiritual energy alone, comparing themselves to him was like comparing a creek to the vast ocean. A whole incense stick later, Yang Kai finally felt his divine sense wrapping around the spirit province without leaving out a single gap. His eyes, which had been closed all this time, jerked open abruptly and he roared, "Receive!" The boundary of the small sealed world opened and space principles fluctuated violently and the spirit province became distorted. A series of ripples spread across the surface, then the spirit province suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai exhaled softly in relief. Taking out some spirit pills, he stuffed them into his mouth and flashed into the small sealed world at the same time. A large spirit province suddenly appeared in the small sealed world, its world force clashing with the ambient world force, causing the blood monster cave heaven's aura to dissipate rapidly. There was no time to rest as Yang Kai hurriedly communicated with the sealed world bead to seal the space around the new spirit province, preventing its world force and the blood monster cave heaven's aura from dissipating. After working so hard, Yang Kai was so tired that he could see stars dancing in his vision. Nevertheless, the results were gratifying despite the huge effort required. The world force of the spirit province that Abundance City was located on finally stopped dissipating. The preservation of the world force meant that the blood monster cave heaven's aura would not disappear, hence, the Abundance City cultivators had no need to fear or worry about the blood principle's restriction being activated. It would seem that Yang Kai's idea was feasible. A wave of relief washed over him after confirming this fact. Then he informed Mo Mei and the others about the results. Likewise, they also let out a deep sigh of relief. City Lord Mo, now is not the time for me to perform the secret technique. I'll come to help you remove the blood principle's restriction in your bodies when I've settled down in a safe place, Yang Kai said. The blood monster territory was in chaos at the moment, so even if he wanted to help them, it was impossible for him to do so immediately. Mo Mei bowed. Please take care of your matters first, Sir Yang. This mistress will manage Abundance City. Abundance City is greatly indebted to you for your life-saving grace, sir. Pang Duo and the others solemnly cupped their fists. Many thanks, sir. Yang Kai returned the gesture and slipped out of the small sealed world. Even so, he was in no hurry to leave. He stayed there and took a short rest. All of a sudden, his eyes flickered. He had just noticed something rather interesting. When he was collecting the spirit province where Abundance City was located into the small sealed world, the small sealed world had absorbed the world force that dissipated from the spirit province. Upon further consideration, he realized that it was nothing to be surprised about. Back when he killed some mid-rank open heaven realm masters in Voidland, the small universes in their bodies had collapsed upon their deaths. Accordingly, a portion of the world force that dissipated and filled Voidland had been absorbed by Voidland to enhance its heritage. It was said that the masters of various cave heavens and paradises would choose to return to their respective sects when their predestined time of death was approaching. When the small universe in their bodies collapsed, their world force would enhance their sect's heritage. In that way, the world force of those cave heavens and paradises became incredibly dense and rich with the accumulation of many years. That was also how they grew to their current scale and power. Being an independent world, it was only natural that the small sealed world could devour and absorb world force from external sources to strengthen itself. Yang Kai suddenly regretted it a bit. If I had known earlier, I would have tossed the corpses of those open heaven realm masters I killed into the small sealed world. That way, the small sealed world could have absorbed the world force from their small universes. Nevertheless, it was not too late to understand this now. He might not be able to kill any open heaven realm masters at the moment, but there was no shortage of spirit provinces in all shapes and sizes in the blood monster territory. The blood monster cave heaven had collapsed to form countless spirit provinces scattered across the blood monster territory. These were all unowned property. If Yang Kai could collect some of them into the small sealed world, the small sealed world would surely be greatly enhanced as a result. In the past, a bold idea had unintentionally formed in his heart. This idea was closely related to the small sealed world. If the small sealed world could become stronger, then it would only benefit him even more when his idea came to fruition. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt that the destruction of the blood monster cave heaven might not be such a bad thing for him after all. How else could he have obtained an opportunity like this? After a short rest, Yang Kai immediately rushed in the direction of a nearby spirit province. At present, there was no shortage of spirit provinces in all shapes and sizes in the blood monster territory. They practically filled the entire blood monster territory, so he could easily find one or two without putting in much effort. It was just that this particular spirit province did not contain any native cultivators from the blood monster cave heaven. It didn't even contain the slightest hint of life. Not to mention, it seemed significantly smaller than the spirit province with Abundant City. Yang Kai spent a lot of effort to collect this spirit province into the small sealed world. But fortunately, there was no need to preserve the world force of this place, so he simply allowed it to freely dissipate and add to the small sealed world's heritage. After 2 previous experiences, Yang Kai was becoming more and more skillful. He collected spirit province after spirit province into the small sealed world. Around half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he was not the only one doing this. Many other open heaven realm masters were also doing this. It would seem that he was not the only one to realize that these spirit provinces contained great benefits. Thinking about it again, it was not that strange. The open heaven realm masters here were not stupid, so how could they ignore the benefits in front of them? This was the world force of a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master after all. As things stand, I have to move faster. The blood monster cave heaven was vast, so it broke into countless spirit provinces after its collapse. Even so, these spirit provinces could not last long with so many people gathering them. It was conceivable that the entire blood monster cave heaven would be divided up among the open heaven realm masters and cease to exist before long. Unwilling to compete with the open heaven realm masters, Yang Kai found a relatively remote area and rushed in that direction. The truth was that he still held a glimmer of hope that he would come across a city similar to Abundant City. There should be many native cultivators within the blood monster cave heaven. If he could rescue them at a time like this, they would surely bring great benefits to Voidland in the future. Unfortunately, he collected some spirit provinces along the way but did not encounter any native cultivators from the blood monster cave heaven. Yang Kai couldn't help sighing slightly, knowing that these native cultivators would not meet a good end. The other Open Heaven Realm Masters had no way to remove the Blood Principle's restriction even if they collected the spirit provinces that had native cultivators inhabiting them. All that awaited these native cultivators was death. With the passing of time, Yang Kai noticed that the world force contained in the spirit provinces that he collected into the small sealed world was getting weaker and weaker. It was understandable. After all, the world force contained in the spirit provinces would slowly dissipate as they drifted about in the void. In the end, these spirit provinces would all turn into dead land. At one point, Yang Kai was floating in the sky above a certain spirit province located several hundred meters away. Opening the boundaries of the small sealed world, his divine sense surged as he made a move to collect the spirit province. However, a violent aura erupted from the depths of the spirit province at that moment and smashed his divine sense to pieces in an instant. Not only did Yang Kai fail in his endeavor, but he also received some backlash from this encounter. For a moment, he was so dizzy that stars danced in his vision. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. He had checked the spirit province just now and found no traces of life, so where did this violent burst of aura come from? Martial Peak, Chapter 4298, A Gently Pointing Finger. This aura was clearly hidden somewhere in the spirit province. It was only exposed because Yang Kai's actions had disturbed it. Not to mention, this aura gave him a sense of déjà vu. It felt like he had encountered it before. Before he could figure out the answer, an enormous figure emanating a sharp and overwhelming monster chi burst out of the spirit province. In addition, the figure was covered in dazzling golden light. Yang Kai took a good look and exclaimed in surprise, "Golden Wolf King. No wonder I found the aura familiar. I've actually met this fellow before." When Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were being hunted down by Yin Xen Zhao, he had accidentally stumbled upon a battle between two peak 6th order monster beasts. One of them was Golden Gorilla King while the other was a Golden Wolf King. Those two monster beasts were very powerful. At the time, the fight was evenly matched and both parties ended up wounded as a result. It was with the borrowed strength of these two monster beasts that Yang Kai had escaped the pursuit of Yin Xen Zhao and the others. He later arrived at Abundant City. During Yang Kai's stay in Abundant City, Golden Gorilla King had taken advantage of the time when the barrier over the city had been torn open by Tan Luoxing to enter and wreak great havoc. In the end, Yang Kai fought him and managed to force him back. According to the explanation from Mo Mei and the others, Golden Gorilla King was a 6th order monster beast that they supported. He also helped Abundance City out of trouble several times in the past. For that reason, Mo Mei pleaded on his behalf after Yang Kai severely injured him. Thus, Yang Kai allowed him to go free. Yang Kai never expected to meet the Golden Wolf King in this broken spirit province after the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He gnashed his teeth wondering just how unlucky he could be. It was clear that the intense battle between the Golden Wolf King and Golden Gorilla King had left both parties heavily injured, therefore, they had both been treating their wounds and hiding. Yang Kai's actions just now must have disturbed the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King and Golden Gorilla King were both peak 6th order monster beasts, and the grudge between them was not something that was just 1 or 2 days old. They were both metal element monster beasts, so both of them were coveting each other's monster core. When Yang Kai and Chu Huashang encountered these two monster beasts during their escape, both had been covered in serious wounds. Some of these injuries were fresh while others were fully healed. It could be seen that they had fought each other numerous times. It was just that they were so evenly matched that neither could finish the other. Upon meeting the Golden Wolf King again, Yang Kai discovered that the other party's wounds from earlier had not healed. Furthermore, new wounds had been added into the mix. The flesh around those bloody wounds squirmed, looking extremely disturbing. In other words, the Golden Wolf King was currently in extremely poor condition. Yang Kai was capable of pushing back the heavily injured Golden Gorilla King even when he himself was not fully healed. Therefore, he was not afraid of the Golden Wolf King in the slightest. As such, he immediately raised the spear in his hand. A furious roar reverberated through the air and the golden light around the Golden Wolf King's body shone out brightly. He swiftly moved about on all fours and arrived within several dozen meters of Yang Kai in an instant, opening his large and bloody mouth as he bit at him. An overwhelming aura loomed over Yang Kai from above. He could even smell the nauseating stench coming from the Golden Wolf King's mouth. Just as he was about to engage in battle against the Golden Wolf King, he suddenly became shocked and hastily retreated with a kick of his foot. That was because he discovered that the Golden Wolf King was not in the Sixth Order anymore. The entire body of the Golden Wolf King was radiating with the aura of a Seventh Order monster beast. If Yang Kai had not encountered the Star Turtle previously, he might not have been able to judge this accurately. Fortunately, he had fought a great battle against the Star Turtle not long ago. The ferocity of a Seventh Order monster beast was still fresh in his mind. That was why the realization struck him immediately the moment the Golden Wolf King attacked. This was not the Sixth Order monster beast that he knew, it was a Seventh Order monster beast. Is it a different Golden Wolf King? That can't be. This is the same monster beast I met previously. The wounds on his body look very familiar. But I'm certain it was only at the peak of the Sixth Order when I last saw it. How did it advance into the Seventh Order? Looking at the wounds on the Golden Wolf King, Yang Kai immediately understood. This guy probably killed Golden Gorilla King and devoured the latter's monster core. That's why he advanced into the Seventh Order. Both the monster beasts had been at the peak of the Sixth Order, so no matter who killed whom, the surviving party would definitely be able to break through because they were only one step away from the Seventh Order. It was impossible for them to remain stagnant at their previous level after devouring the monster core of another monster beast at the peak of the Sixth Order. Under normal circumstances, these two monster beasts would have been evenly matched. However, Golden Gorilla King had been badly beaten by Yang Kai in Abundant City, causing his already serious injuries to worsen. The Golden Wolf King must have taken that opportunity to kill his longtime enemy. Yang Kai could almost imagine the scenario. The Golden Wolf King had been silently stalking Golden Gorilla King and waiting for a chance to finish him off after he invaded Abundant City. After Golden Gorilla King was driven away by Yang Kai and went into hiding to quietly lick his wounds, the Golden Wolf King finally made his move and dealt the finishing blow. The Golden Wolf King managed to kill Golden Gorilla King, devour his opponent's monster core, and advance into the Seventh Order. Even so, he had paid a heavy price for his success. That much was evident from the fresh injuries all over his body. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind. Although he could not prove his conjectures, he was certain that his guesses were not too far from the truth. Nevertheless, he couldn't help feeling a mixture of fear and joy upon learning that the Golden Wolf King was now a Seventh Order monster beast. He was apprehensive towards the terrifying might of a Seventh Order monster beast. After all, he had a previous experience with the power of the Star Turtle. Even though so many people had joined forces, they failed to harm the Star Turtle in any meaningful way. The defenses of an Earth attribute monster beast were already extraordinary, so nothing need be said about one that was in the Seventh Order. On the other hand, Yang Kai was happy because the Golden Wolf King's body currently contained a Seventh Order metal element monster core. Why did he enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in the first place? Wasn't it because he was searching for metal and yin element cultivation resources? Out of all the yin, yang, and 5 elements, Yang Kai only needed 2 more. Once he gathered all of them, he would be able to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. Only then would he finally have the qualifications to face all sorts of dangers and create a place for himself in the vast 3,000 worlds for himself. Do I fight or flee? Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment before he reached a decision. The Golden Wolf King might be a Seventh Order monster beast, but it had not been long since it broke through. Besides, its injuries had yet to heal. Why else would it be hiding here instead of leaving when such a huge disaster had befallen the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? In other words, it was hard to say whether it could fully exert the strength of a Seventh Order monster beast. More importantly, Yang Kai had no idea when he might come across another Seventh Order metal element treasure if he passed up on this opportunity. Kill! Yang Kai held his spear horizontally by his side. His gaze was fixed on the Golden Wolf King, who was charging at him fiercely. While drifting backwards continuously, he gripped the divine ability bead that the proprietress had given to him in his other hand. He had always been reluctant to use this divine ability bead. Even when facing Black Crow Divine Monarch or the Star Turtle, Yang Kai had reserved the use of this divine ability bead. However, this was related to a 7th order metal element monster core. He could not afford to hold back or delay. After Yang Kai poured his strength into the divine ability bead without restraint, the proprietress' familiar aura permeated from the inconspicuous divine ability bead. The Golden Wolf King was charging straight at Yang Kai when it seemed to detect a great crisis. Its enormous figure halted abruptly in the void, and its strangely humanized eyes revealed uncertainty. In the next moment, it turned and fled. It was also at this moment that the divine ability bead in Yang Kai's hand shone brightly. A slender jade finger suddenly appeared and gently pointed forward. That movement was absolutely gentle and did not carry the slightest hint of aggression. It was almost as if it was a flirtatious act between lovers, stirring up faint ripples in one's heart. However, this gentle movement contained an extremely horrifying power. In an instant, the world was turned upside down. It seemed as though even a universe world would shatter to pieces if it stood before that finger. The slender jade finger pressed down in the direction that the Golden Wolf King was fleeing. The Golden Wolf King clearly noticed that it was in a dangerous situation. Thus, its figure moved about erratically in an effort to dodge. A short while later, the jade finger vanished out of sight. On the other hand, the Golden Wolf King had already fled several hundreds of kilometers away. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood frozen on the spot in shock. He was feeling slightly dumbfounded. Is that all? Nothing dramatic had happened. The divine ability didn't seem to have done anything to the Golden Wolf King either. When he first felt the power contained within that finger, Yang Kai wondered whether it could even kill a 4th order Open Heaven Realm Master. Contrary to his expectations, the results were completely unexpected. That can't be right. Proprietress spent so much energy to refine that divine ability bead. It's impossible for it to be useless. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai quickly chased after the Golden Wolf King. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King, who had fled forward, suddenly howled in agony. It stumbled and collapsed in the void, blood mist violently gushing out of all the pores on its body. Even the golden light around it dimmed in an instant. The damage caused by that gentle finger might not be apparent from the outside, but it was clearly effective on the inside. Before the Golden Wolf King could get up once more, Yang Kai swooped in and fiercely thrust his spear out. Blood splattered everywhere. Although the Golden Wolf King tried hard to avoid the blow, this spear stabbed straight into its eye socket and caused it to burst. If the Golden Wolf King had not shifted his head away at the last moment, Yang Kai was certain he could have killed his opponent in one move. The pain made the Golden Wolf King howl again. The golden light around its body fluctuated, and a beam of light aggressively shot out from its mouth, aiming directly at Yang Kai. The destructive power was extremely high. Yang Kai did not dare to underestimate this attack and dodged aside. Surging his space principles, his figure floated about erratically as he rained down spear attacks on the Golden Wolf King like a storm. An endless wave of stabbing sounds sliced through the air as the Azure Dragon's spear pierced again and again. Although Yang Kai had experienced some setbacks in his battle against the Star Turtle, that was mainly because the Star Turtle's defenses were beyond terrifying. The Golden Wolf King might also be a 7th order monster beast, but it had only just finished its advancement and was also heavily injured. More importantly, the metal element was specialized in attacking, not defending. Therefore, countless new wounds were added to the Golden Wolf King's body in the blink of an eye, constantly drawing blood. Yang Kai swung his spear with the speed of lightning. There were no tricks to his attacks. They were simply a barrage he unleashed without restraint. In spite of his calm exterior, Yang Kai's emotions were incredibly excited. I can kill him. I can kill this 7th order Golden Wolf King. As long as I kill the Golden Wolf King, I will obtain a 7th order metal element monster core. Then I will only be missing the Een element. It was impossible for the Golden Wolf King to do nothing and wait for death under the endless rain of spears. It endured the pain and injuries on its body and fought back with all its strength. Its battle against Yang Kai was fierce. Although it was not an evenly matched situation, it was not a landslide victory either. The heritage of a 7th Order monster beast was truly extraordinary. Even if it was just a newly advanced 7th Order monster beast, it was absolutely incomparable to a 6th Order monster beast. The same logic applied for Open Heaven Realm Masters. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master might only have a difference of 1 order between them, but it was the difference between a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Even 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters working together might not win against a single 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Martial Peak, Chapter 4299, a 7th Order Monster Core. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai was thankful that he had not tried to hold back and had used the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress from the start. Otherwise, he would not have been a match for the Golden Wolf King. Thanks to the gentle finger within the divine ability bead, the Golden Wolf King had been considerably weakened. It was conceivable how powerful it would have been if Yang Kai had not heavily injured it from the start. A vicious battle ensued. Although Yang Kai inflicted wounds all over the Golden Wolf King's body, actually killing the opponent would take much more effort. It would take at least an hour or more for him to succeed. Of course, the longer the battle went on, the more advantageous it would become for Yang Kai. That was because the Golden Wolf King's injuries would only worsen with time and the strength it could exert would also weaken. At some point, it would become easy for Yang Kai to kill it. However, Yang Kai could not afford to drag things out. He had to end the battle as soon as possible as this place was the blood monster territory. There were Open Heaven Realm Masters everywhere and there was no shortage of mid-rank ones among them. It would definitely attract unwanted attention if somebody detected the commotion here. A 7th Order Monster Beast's monster core was extremely valuable, so it would inevitably arouse the greed in others and incite their killing intent. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai raised his spear and surged the power in his Dao Seal. Golden Crow's true fire spread out, distorting the void. A great sun suddenly leaped out from behind his back, and the sound of the Golden Crow's cry rang out. Inside the great sun, a 3-legged golden crow danced happily. The moment the divine manifestation appeared, Yang Kai's aura increased madly. A look of shock and fear flashed through the Golden Wolf King's humanized eyes and it hesitated for a moment before turning around and fleeing. How could Yang Kai allow the Golden Wolf King to escape though? His expression was calm as he manipulated space principles to turn the void into a prison, instantly slowing the Golden Wolf King's movements. Meanwhile, with the great sun perched atop the tip of his spear, Yang Kai thrust forward fiercely. At the critical juncture of life and death, the Golden Wolf King turned around angrily and shot out a beam of golden light from its mouth to meet the dazzling great sunday. A violent collision erupted. Beams of light spread out everywhere and brutal energy ran rampant. When the golden light finally went out, the great sun enveloped the Golden Wolf King completely. A short while later, the dazzling light dissipated. Yang Kai's complexion was slightly pale as he held his spear and breathed heavily. Not far from Yang Kai, the Golden Wolf King's head had been blasted to pieces. The headless carcass twitched slightly as its vitality rapidly faded. This battle began abruptly and ended swiftly. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was extremely lucky to have killed the 7th Order monster beast. If the Golden Wolf King had not been heavily injured in the first place and he did not have the proprietress divine ability bead, the only thing Yang Kai could have done upon encountering a 7th Order monster beast with his current strength would be to flee. It was only because of multiple coincidences overlapping with each other that led to the death of the Golden Wolf King. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yang Kai flashed over to the Golden Wolf King's carcass. He swept his divine sense over the carcass and quickly found something in the chest area. Thrusting his arm into the carcass, Yang Kai grasped something and pulled his hand out, holding a bloody monster core that emitted a golden radiance. The monster core was about the size of his fist. 7th Order. It really is a 7th-order metal element monster core. The urge to throw back his head and laugh wildly consumed Yang Kai. He originally thought that he would not obtain what he desired from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time around, but who could have known that he would gain a 7th-order metal element monster core after the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? It truly was a blessing from the heavens. Great efforts will be rewarded indeed. I'm glad the proprietress divine ability bead was well used. Before he could put away the monster core though, a figure appeared suddenly and landed not far away from him. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight. He knew that he would attract the attention of others if he did not finish the fight quickly. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Both the proprietress divine ability bead and his own divine manifestation were incredibly powerful after all, so it would be more difficult for people not to notice if they were nearby. The person who came was an elderly man. Yang Kai glanced at the man briefly and was surprised to realize that he could recognize this person. He did not know the name of this elderly man and only knew that other people called him Old Hong. If he remembered correctly, this elderly man came from a great force known as Heaven's Border. Back when Yang Kai snatched the carcass of the Golden Crow in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, Old Hong and several other Open Heaven Realm Masters had chased after him. Afterwards, Yang Kai escaped into First Inn. When the matter in the Golden Crow Divine Palace was exposed, 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Old Hong lost the qualifications to participate. And so, Old Hong backed down quickly. As soon as Old Hong arrived, he glanced at the Golden Wolf King's carcass with a gloomy expression. His eyelids twitched at the sight, a 7th Order monster beast. The Golden Wolf King might be dead, but the aura of a 7th Order monster beast coming from his body had yet to dissipate completely. Being rather knowledgeable, it only took one glance for Old Hong to understand this. He then turned to look at Yang Kai and his gaze immediately became fierce. "Brat, it's you." It was obvious that he recognized Yang Kai. His memory of this boy was still fresh in his mind. There were few who could survive the pursuit of several mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters after all. It had been his first time meeting such a person. Yang Kai ignored the other party. Quietly taking out some spirit pills, he stuffed them into his mouth. Following that, he waved his large hand and kept the Golden Wolf King's carcass into his space ring. "Brat, hand over the monster beast's monster core and this old master will spare your life." Old Hong's expression was a mixture of excitement and greed. It was a 7th Order monster beast's monster core after all. He had never seen one in his life. As a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was vastly superior to Yang Kai in terms of identity, strength, and status. However, he had less than 1/100th of Yang Kai's wealth. How many cultivation resources can I receive in exchange for a 7th Order monster core? It could be said that Old Hong would never have to worry about money again. How could he not be moved by such huge benefits in front of his eyes? Recalling how Yang Kai escaped in the past, he secretly drew upon the world force in his small universe to seal this surrounding space while he was speaking. As long as he could seal this place, Yang Kai would never be able to escape from the palm of his hands no matter what kind of method he employed. He was not clear as to how Yang Kai managed to slaughter a 7th Order monster beast with his trivial Emperor realm strength. In any case, it was obvious that Yang Kai had a great stroke of luck. Otherwise, how could a little brat who was not even in the Open Heaven realm kill such a powerful existence? The might of a 7th Order monster beast was such that even he did not dare to face it lightly. Yang Kai immediately noticed the moment Old Hong made a move. Raising a hand, he tossed a brilliant golden monster core at Old Hong and shouted, "Here!" Old Hong instinctively reached out and grabbed the monster core in his hand, but after looking down at it, he nearly exploded with rage. "How dare you deceive me, boy?" It was indeed a metal element monster core, but it was a 3rd Order monster core that was only worth 10 or 20,000 Open Heaven pills at most. By the time he looked up again, Yang Kai was already a black dot in the distance. Yang Kai had taken advantage of his momentary distraction to use space principles to escape. Old Hong felt as though his teeth were about to crack from rage. Having learned from his past experience where this brat had escaped his clutches, how could he give chase only to be left behind again? He knew that it was unrealistic to catch up to Yang Kai with his abilities alone. Even so, the temptation of the Seventh Order Monster Core made him unable to give up so easily. Burning his blood essence, he struggled to catch up. At the same time, he took out communication bead after communication bead and sent various messages out. Old Hong would never have informed others if he could enjoy the benefits alone. However, he wouldn't even be able to catch up to Yang Kai with his abilities alone. He could only rely on others to help. Besides, the value of a Seventh Order Monster Core was so great that he would still receive quite a lot even if he had to divide his gains with others. Old Hong's cultivation and identity might not be particularly outstanding, but he still had some friends. Not to mention, several Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heaven's Border also came here with him. Be that as it may, he was cautious and did not inform the others about the specific details. He only asked them to help intercept Yang Kai and promised to reward them greatly afterwards. Somebody soon responded to his message. Overjoyed, Old Hong desperately chased in that direction. An incense stick later, Yang Kai had only just planted his feet in the void when he sensed world force surge and lock him in place, creating a sealed space. Yang Kai was shocked as he never imagined that somebody would block the path in front of him. Looking at this situation, it seemed to be targeting his space principles. Why else would somebody purposely seal off space around him? Did Old Hong call for help? The moment that thought flashed through his mind, he heard a loud voice entering his ears. "Junior, obediently surrender without a fight." Yang Kai desperately pushed his space principles again and moon blades slashed out in all directions, but could not tear apart the opponent's world force that was holding him in place. When he looked up again, he saw a middle-aged man approaching him and cutting off his escape. The middle-aged man studied Yang Kai curiously. He did not know the reason why Old Hong had sent him a message asking him to stop this young man. It was just that he happened to be nearby and Old Hong promised great benefits, so he simply acted in passing. Yang Kai's thoughts flashed through his head like lightning before he immediately shouted, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The middle-aged man asked, "And who are you? Does this guy not know who I am?" Yang Kai opened his mouth to respond, "I am a manager under Madame Lawn of First Inn. I have an urgent matter I must report to her and need to meet up with her immediately. If there's a misunderstanding, please allow me to pass. It will be very serious if Madame blames you for this delay." "Madame Lawn?" The middle-aged man jumped in fright. "This kid belongs to First Inn? What the hell is old Ghost Hong up to? Did he swallow the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard? How could he dare to pursue somebody from First Inn? What would happen if that crazy woman, Lan Yu Rua, finds out about this?" He might not have heard about there being managers in First Inn, but he had no time to think about it either. After frowning and pondering for a while, he asked, "Little brother, you claim to be from First Inn. Do you have any proof?" "Madame's token is right here. I'm just afraid that you might have eyes but fail to recognize her greatness." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Raising his hand, he tossed a token towards the other party. He could sense the other party's cowardice, so his courage increased sharply. At a time like this, he could not afford to be polite. It was better to be arrogant instead. Besides, the token was not fake. It was something the proprietress handed to him in the past so that he could go around collecting debts. He had been keeping it all this while, hence, her aura was indeed contained inside the token. The middle-aged man took the token and probed the contents with his divine sense, and instantly his expression cramped. He could sense a strong residual aura was contained within the token. Although he could not confirm that the aura belonged to Lan Yu Rua specifically, it definitely belonged to a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Like Old Hong, he was simply a Fourth Order, so how could he dare to go against a Sixth Order? Furthermore, First Inn was very well known. The token felt like a hot potato in his hand. Thus, he quickly returned the token and cupped his fists. "So little brother is a subordinate of Madame Lawn of First Inn. Forgive me, little brother. Everything was just a misunderstanding." Yang Kai shook his head and impatiently said, "If this is a misunderstanding, then hurry up and release me." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4300, Reunion. Please go ahead, little brother. After confirming that Yang Kai had a powerful supporter, the middle-aged man no longer dared to stop him, releasing his world force and returning the token. Yang Kai nodded gently and moved to leave. The middle-aged man said, "Little brother, you should head this way if you are looking for Madame Lawn. I last saw her graceful figure from afar in that direction 1 day ago." He stretched out his hand and pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai cupped his fists. "Many thanks. I hope we meet again." With a flash of his figure, Yang Kai hurried in the direction that man had pointed. At present, the blood monster territory was in chaos. Being only in the half-step open heaven realm, Yang Kai did not feel very safe moving alone. It would be best if he could meet up with the proprietress and the others. After Yang Kai departed, the middle-aged man angrily took out a communication bead and poured his divine sense into it to question why Old Hong had tried to harm him. Old Hong was rushing over when he saw the message, so furious that he nearly spat blood. "Brother Su, you let him go?" The man surnamed Su snapped. "He is First In's manager. How could I dare to stop him?" Old Hong scolded scathingly. "What do you mean by the manager? First In is just an inn. Why would it need another manager when Lan Yu Ruo is already there?" The man surnamed Su couldn't help realizing the oddity of the situation when he heard those words. He had been frightened by the reputation behind the names Madame Lan and First In earlier, but now that he thought about it, he realized the truth behind those words. First In was just an inn, a place that collected and sold information. Why would it need multiple managers? Despite feeling cheated, he replied, "Even so, that kid is from First In. We can't afford to provoke them. Old Hong, I suggest that you give up as soon as possible to avoid accidents." Regardless of Yang Kai's real status, the token was not fake. The aura contained within the token had terrified him. More so with the current situation in the blood monster territory. There were disciples from major cave heavens and paradises everywhere. One could not be fooled by the fact that the other party was only in the Emperor realm. Who could say which sect the other party came from? What if he offended somebody he could not afford to? Not only would he suffer misfortune, but his actions might also endanger his sect. If this were a more hidden environment, he could have silenced the witness to his crime and be done with the matter. However, it was not easy to silence someone out in the open with so many people crawling all over the blood monster territory. Determined to stay out of this shady business, the man surnamed Su cut off contact with Old Hong. Old Hong put away the communication bead and scolded angrily, "Cowardly rat! You are not qualified to participate in this great plan." Be that as it may, Old Hong could not be sure whether or not Yang Kai was from First In. If that were really the case, then he did not dare to provoke them either. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai had escaped into First In after snatching the golden crow carcass back then. Taking that opportunity to join First In did not seem unreasonable. In that case, that damned brat might really be part of First In. Old Hong's heart sank at the thought. It feels like the Seventh Order Monster Corps will no longer have anything to do with me. Nevertheless, it was a miserable feeling to have such a tempting delicacy in front of him that he could only stare at but not eat. Old Hong stood there hesitating for a while. Then he seemed to recall something all of a sudden. An idea came to him and he took out another communication bead. His expression became very respectful as he poured his divine sense into the communication bead and sent a message. Inside the void, Yang Kai swiftly headed in the direction pointed to him by the middle-aged man earlier. At the same time, he took out his communication beads and kept sending messages to the proprietress, Yu He, and Old Bai in hopes of getting in touch with them. He was certain that the proprietress and the others were also looking for him, it was just that they didn't know each other's location. The communication beads were certainly very useful and convenient, but they were limited by a certain distance. Thus, they would not be able to communicate with each other if they were too far away from one another. Half a day later, Yang Kai finally managed to contact Yu He. Once they exchanged information on each other's locations, he finally calmed down slightly. Yu He was relatively close to him, so it would only take her an hour or so to arrive. Not daring to move around carelessly, Yang Kai found a dead spirit province nearby and hid there. The spirit province he was hiding on clearly came from the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that it wasn't very large, only kilometers wide and long. Several days had passed since the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven, so the world force of these spirit provinces that were not collected in time had dissipated completely and merged with the void, causing these remnants to become barren. There were not many similar wastelands like this. Some 80% of the spirit provinces had been collected. It could almost be said that the entire blood monster cave heaven had basically been divided up between the open heaven realm masters who came here. This was the first time open heaven realm masters had benefited from the blood monster cave heaven. Unfortunately, this chance only came once. The blood monster cave heaven had collapsed, so it was impossible for another opportunity like this to arise again. Before an hour was up, a graceful figure landed nearby. He swept out her divine sense and looked around for a bit before she glanced at Yang Kai's hiding place and called out softly, "Young master." Yang Kai stepped out and took off the shadowless veil to reveal his figure. She hurriedly greeted him and asked in concern, "Young master, are you all right?" Her expression was filled with worry. The main reason was that Yang Kai seemed to have experienced various difficult battles. His outer appearance was quite a miserable sight. His clothes were ragged and torn. Moreover, the dried blood crusting his clothes could almost form a complete shell. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Have you found the others?" He examined his condition carefully and confirmed that he was really fine. Only then did she relax and answer his question, "We found almost all of them. 5 or 6 of them are still missing." Yang Kai fell silent. Those missing people had probably met with a disastrous end. Before he entered the blood monster cave heaven, he had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality when his subordinates decided to explore on their own. The blood monster cave heaven was not a safe place after all. There would always be a risk when going for training, but he could not stop them. If he refused their request and protectively brought them around with him all the time, they would never grow stronger. Only losing 5 or 6 people could even be said to be a great fortune amidst the various misfortunes. Furthermore, those who had survived the blood monster cave heaven would surely have grown tremendously. This would be of great benefit to their future. Yang Kai composed his emotions and nodded, "Let's go see proprietress." He immediately summoned her flight-type artifact and returned the way she came with Yang Kai. Searching for the proprietress took quite a lot of time as she was also searching for Yang Kai. It was quite troublesome not to have a fixed meeting place in this vast blood monster territory. It was fortunate that the proprietress had not been too far away from He in the first place. Half a day later, a familiar-looking ship came into view. When Yang Kai and He boarded the ship, Lang Qingshan and others rushed up to greet Yang Kai, cupping their fists as they shouted, "Sir!" Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and nodded lightly. It was certainly as he had mentioned earlier. There were a few missing from this group of subordinates that he brought along with him. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little sad. These subordinates had been serving under him since the grand ancient ruins boundary. Having carefully nurtured them over the years, they would surely have been able to advance into the open heaven realm with enough time. The most important point was that they were extremely loyal to him and had accompanied him through many dangerous and life-threatening situations in the past. Guimiao was also back, standing beside Guizi Yen. Accountant looked at Yang Kai with his triangular eyes and asked, "Where's Chef?" Yang Kai slapped his forehead. He had nearly forgotten about Chef again. Thus, he immediately brought him out of the small sealed world. Chef had previously used his knife and chopping block secret technique twice in a row, but his complexion was better after recuperating in the small sealed world for the past few days. As soon as he came out of the small sealed world, he immediately hooked his arm around Accountant. Then, they slipped away into the cabin to do something. The proprietress looked at Yang Kai and said, "Smelly brat, I heard that you caused a lot of trouble inside the blood monster cave heaven." She might have remained outside all this while, but she had received all sorts of news following the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven. Yang Kai replied shamelessly, "There's no such thing. Whoever said that must be slandering me. Then he hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, proprietress, there was this guy called Black Crow Divine Monarch in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Before he could finish his sentence, she raised a hand to interrupt him. The news regarding Black Crow Divine Monarch has spread already. At present, all the territory gates of the Blood Monster territory have been blocked. The cave heavens and paradises are currently searching for this person's whereabouts. Black Crow Divine Monarch had returned to life via possession. That in itself was not a big deal, as he would only have offended Great Thousand Bloodland. The body he possessed belonged to Zhou Yi of Great Thousand Bloodland after all. It was just that he had killed many people in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, including many disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises. More importantly, draining a person's blood essence was an infringement of a serious taboo. That was why the cave heavens and paradises immediately took action to block the territory gates of the Blood Monster territory as soon as the news of Black Crow Divine Monarch was exposed. Anybody who wanted to leave the Blood Monster territory would have to undergo a strict inspection. They were determined to find Black Crow Divine Monarch. The cave heavens and paradises had taken an extremely aggressive approach towards this matter. The first reason was that they wanted to avenge their dead disciples, but a bigger reason was that Black Crow Divine Monarch was an extremely valuable source of information. If nothing else, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture was enough to make anybody envious. Who would not want such an extraordinary secret art? Even if they could not cultivate that secret art, they could not let it fall into another person's hands. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief to hear the proprietress' words. If the cave heavens and paradises were taking the lead to deal with Black Crow Divine Monarch, then things were not going to be easy for that old dog. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had the sneaking suspicion that Black Crow Divine Monarch would not be captured so easily. There was a high possibility that the people deployed by the cave heavens and paradises would return empty-handed. In any case, this matter was no longer related to him. Yang Kai had obtained some benefits from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so his top priority was to digest them as soon as possible, especially the 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core. Just thinking about it made him excited. Once I refine that Metal Element Monster Core, I will only be one more step away from the Open Heaven realm. By the way, proprietress, do you know where the people of Langya Paradise are? Yang Kai asked. The proprietress looked at him strangely. Why? Did you quarrel with the people from Langya Paradise? I have a friend in Langya Paradise. I want to check up on her. He had seen Gu Pan escaping with Zhang Ruoxi when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed. It was just that he was not sure what happened after that. She replied, the people of Langya Paradise left 1 day ago. If you want to find them, you will have to go to Langya territory. Yang Kai was a little disappointed to hear those words. He had wanted to talk to Zhang Ruoxi some more, but it would seem that his plan was no longer feasible. In any case, the fact that Langya Paradise had left had to mean that Gu Pan and Zhang Ruoxi had met up with the others. There was no need to worry about Zhang Ruoxi's safety with Gu Pan watching out for her. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4301, Old Friends Meet. The proprietress looked at Yang Kai strangely. Forget about Langya Paradise for now. Tell me what happened with Yinyang Cave Heaven first. Yinyang Cave Heaven? Yang Kai immediately thought of Chu Huashang when he heard the name, hoping she was safe as well. As such, he subconsciously asked, what happened with Yinyang Cave Heaven? The proprietress gritted her teeth slightly as she snapped, I'm amazed that you have the cheek to ask me. A representative came to me to propose marriage. They are asking you to marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven. Propose marriage? Marrying into Yinyang Cave Heaven? Yang Kai's eyes widened in surprise. Why, you are joking, right? The people surrounding them also turned to look at Yang Kai in astonishment. Yu He's expression was resentful as she bit her scarlet lip lightly, looking like a wife who had been thoughtlessly abandoned. Huh? The proprietress gave a short humorless snort. I thought they were joking at first, but they're not. They even handed me a list of dowry gifts. Would you like to take a look? Yang Kai was oozing sweat like a waterfall as he shook his head. No need. I'm afraid there must be some sort of misunderstanding somewhere. The proprietress gave him a savage look, almost as though she was going to slowly shave off several pounds of flesh from his body. It's not a misunderstanding if Yin Yang Cave Heaven is proposing marriage. I heard that you were very close with Chu Huashang in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. You even know about that? Yang Kai was tempted to ask just which loud-mouthed person had told her this information. Be that as it may, this was not something that could be hidden anyway. Many people had seen him traveling with Chu Huashang before they arrived at the Blood Monster Divine Palace. As such, Yang Kai solemnly answered the question. Senior Sister Chu offered me great assistance in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. I would have been killed if not for her. What happened? The proprietress' eyes narrowed at those words and a chill began lingering around her. She only heard that Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had traveled together inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and that their relationship looked very intimate, but she was ignorant of everything else. She had no information about how the two of them had supported each other in the face of several deadly crises. In response, Yang Kai waved his hand to push the matter aside and simply said, "In any case, I owe a life-saving grace to Senior Sister Chu." He was reluctant to elaborate on this matter, not because he was afraid of causing further misunderstanding, but mainly because the person trying to kill him at the time was Yin Xan Zhao from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. The supporter behind First In was a Xianyuan Cave Heaven elder in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. If the proprietress learned about this matter, she would certainly stand up for him, but it would not benefit her if she burned her bridges with Xianyuan Cave Heaven. She had protected him for so many years, so how could Yang Kai possibly cause trouble for her? As for the grudge of being hunted by Yin Xan Zhao back then, he would exact his own revenge one day. The proprietress gave Yang Kai a deep look before finally sighing. It's not that I want to speak badly of somebody behind their back. I also know the Chu Huashang girl. She is a good person, but she is also a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. It might even be possible for her to inherit the position of sect master one day. It's not a good thing for you if she falls in love with you. Rest assured, proprietress. I will handle this matter myself. She sighed again and said, "In that case, you better take good care of yourself. We're done here. It's time for us to head back." As for those people who had not been found so far, even if something bad had happened to them, it was the result of their own choices. On the other hand, if they survived, they would naturally find a way to return to First in Thousand Birds territory or Void Land. Therefore, there was no point in lingering here further. The ship quickly turned around and headed towards one of the Blood Monster Territory's territory gates. Inside his room, Yang Kai took a bath and changed into a set of clean clothes. These simple actions immediately refreshed him. Then, he checked his harvest from this trip and smiled brightly. Strictly speaking, he did not gain many things from this trip, at least nothing compared to his harvest from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Even so, he was very satisfied. The main reason was that he had obtained a 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core. This was what he needed the most right now. However, he was in no hurry to refine the Monster Core. Refining a 7th Order Monster Core would definitely take some time, so he had to wait until he returned to cultivate in retreat. Aside from the 7th Order Monster Core, his largest harvest was the 5 innate Open Heaven pills formed in the Universe Furnace. These were treasures that would make anybody jealous. I should give one of these to proprietress later. It might allow her to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. If the proprietress could advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, then her status and strength would be greatly improved. It would give her the capital to speak even if she stood up against Xianyuan Cave Heaven. In addition, Yang Kai had high hopes for the cultivators from Abundant City. From the City Lord Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and the other great elders, down to Deacon Fan Wu Xian and the many ordinary residents, many of them had remained in the Emperor realm for centuries, constantly improving themselves. In his eyes, they were all seeds that could sprout into Open Heaven realm masters. As long as the blood principles restriction in their bodies were removed, they could advance into the Open Heaven realm at any time. At that point, Voidland's heritage would soar. Yang Kai himself had been targeted by various major cave heavens and paradises, so a strong sense of crisis now existed in the depths of his heart. Unfortunately, he himself had no means of advancing into the open heaven realm anytime soon. So, he could only think of other ways to increase the strength of Voidland. Otherwise, how would Voidland fight back if a powerful enemy were to attack one day? The Seventh Order Monster Core, the innate open heaven pills, and the cultivators of Abundance City, these were Yang Kai's greatest harvests during this trip. The partial method of cultivating monster beasts, the alchemy furnace, and the various pills obtained in the Blood Monster Divine Palace, and even the fragments of the Blood Light Scripture were only incidental gains. There was no comparison with the former gains that he obtained. Naturally, there was also his wood element divine ability. Yang Kai had to take some time to properly comprehend the divine ability. At the time, the aura of the divine ability had burst out without any warning and came out of him directly. Hence, he himself was not clear how that divine ability worked. It was only natural that he had to understand his own methods. Otherwise, how would he activate them again when he faced an enemy next time? That's right. Mo Mei and the others are acquainted with the proprietress. It's time for me to let them meet. Yang Kai had not had the time to tell the proprietress about Abundance City in detail. After considering this, he immediately entered the small sealed world. When he swept his divine sense over his surroundings, he couldn't help revealing a look of surprise. He collected plenty of spirit provinces into the small sealed world back in the Blood Monster territory, but only the spirit province with Abundance City on it had received special treatment. Yang Kai used his authority as master of the small sealed world to seal and contain the world force of the spirit province. On the other hand, he had not bothered to do anything to the other spirit provinces. For that reason, the world force contained in those spirit provinces had already begun to merge with the small sealed world. At this moment, the world force in the small sealed world was many times denser than before. As the master of the small sealed world, Yang Kai could feel this difference very clearly. He secretly sighed to himself. Truly worthy of the universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order open heaven realm master. All I did was collect some broken fragments, but the small sealed world experienced such a huge leap in growth as a result. What will become of the small sealed world if I devoured the entire Blood Monster cave heaven? What's more, the fusion of the world force would not be completed after just a few short days. The world force in the small sealed world would only become richer and richer with the passage of time. The benefits enjoyed by the small sealed world were also extremely beneficial to him. If the idea he concocted in his head could be completed, then his strength would surely be greatly enhanced in a short period of time. Focusing himself, Yang Kai came to Abundance City with a flicker. This place had been sealed by him. Consequently, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven aura had been preserved and the people of Abundance City remained safe. Mo Mei and the others were gathered in one place, so they quickly came over to welcome Yang Kai when they noticed his arrival. After greeting each other, Yang Kai said, "Everyone, I came here to help you remove the blood principles restriction. After that, I'm going to bring you to meet some old friends." Old friends? Mo Mei was astonished, but she quickly understood the situation. Is it Big Sister Lan? Exactly. Yang Kai nodded. My independent world is incomplete and cannot accommodate open heaven realm masters, so the proprietress cannot enter this place. In that case, I can only bring you out to meet her instead. Mo Mei revealed a look of pleasant surprise and nodded repeatedly. Good. I haven't seen Big Sister Lan for many years. I wonder how she is now. He smiled. You'll know when you see her, City Lord Mo. Yang Kai immediately began using the secret technique without further ado. Thanks to his previous experience, it was not difficult for him. It was just that every time he cast the secret technique, some of his blood would be consumed in the process. Numerous seals shot out and entered Mo Mei and the others' foreheads. Closing their eyes, they perceived their conditions and soon Mo Mei said with a look of pleasant surprise, although there is no proof, it feels like something in my body has been freed and I feel more relaxed. I think the blood principles restriction no longer exists. Pang Duo, Jin Yuan Lang, and the others also nodded in agreement. We'll know whether the restriction has been lifted after we test it out. Yang Kai's divine sense surged and wrapped around them. Then, he slipped out of the small sealed world. By the time Mo Mei and the others realized what had happened, they were already standing in a room. Yang Kai watched them nervously. Although he was fairly certain that they would not suffer any backlash from the blood principle's restriction, there was always a possibility. Under his careful watch, he saw that they were in perfectly fine condition. Thus, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Heya might have been despicable, but he at least did not deceive me in this matter. Where is Big Sister Lan? Mo Mei turned to look around but did not see the proprietress. Yang Kai beckoned to them and said, "Come with me." Leading them out of the room, he came to another room on the top deck of the ship and gently knocked on the door. The proprietress' voice soon called out, "Enter." Yang Kai opened the door to see the proprietress and he sitting opposite each other at the table. They seemed to be discussing something, but their expressions stiffened in surprise when they looked up. In the next moment, the proprietress slowly got to her feet. She stared at the people behind Yang Kai in shock, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Meanwhile, he couldn't stop herself from covering her red lips with her hands as she asked in a trembling voice, "Mo Mei?" Even though so many years had passed, the memories they had of each other had not faded. Both he and the proprietress had recognized Mo Mei and the others as soon as they appeared. Mo Mei's eyes reddened. She walked forward and gave an elegant bow. "Big Sister Lan, Big Sister Yuhi, we finally meet again after so many years. Have you been well?" The proprietress reached out to lift Mo Mei up, her cherry lips moving as though she wanted to speak, but she couldn't bring herself to in the end. Her eyes reddened too. Pang Duo and the others cupped their fists. "Greetings, Senior Sister Lan, Senior Sister Yuhi." Yuhi murmured in a daze, "Why you here? What about the blood principle's restriction planted by Blood Monster Divine Monarch in your bodies?" Mo Mei wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and explained, "It's all thanks to Sir Yang. He removed the restriction on us. That's how we broke free of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's shackles to appear here." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4302, please take us in. The proprietress looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "You can remove the blood principle's restriction from their bodies." Yang Kai replied, "Black Crow Divine Monarch obtained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. I made a deal with him previously and received the necessary secret technique from him in exchange." A look of realization appeared on her face, and she nodded at him. The truth was that she had never forgotten the people in Abundance City even though so many years had passed. After all, Lan Tingyu had made a promise to them when he was still alive. Following his death, the proprietress had wanted to fulfill this promise and thought about sending somebody into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to help bring the people from Abundance City out. Unfortunately, bringing them out without removing the blood principle's restriction was equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's blood principle's restriction was also extremely difficult to remove, hence, she was strong in will but weak in strength. She never imagined that her wish would be fulfilled by Yang Kai at this moment. Yang Kai was certain that they had a lot to say to each other. After all, it had been centuries since they last met each other. Besides, Mo Mei would surely want to ask about Lan Tingyu. Therefore, he did not stay for long after bringing Mo Mei and the others to the room. Yang Kai quickly left them there and returned to his room alone. Returning to the Star City in Thousand Bird territory from the Blood Monster territory would take a long time, but Yang Kai did not want to remain idle. His top priority was to completely remove the blood principle's restriction from all the people in Abundance City. He might have sealed the spirit province containing Abundance City to prevent its world force from dissipating, but he could not guarantee how long this solution would last. If he failed to free all the people in Abundance City before time ran out, they would be met with a gruesome death. For that reason, Yang Kai remained inside the small sealed world over the next few days and constantly performed the blood secret technique, consuming copious amounts of blood during this process. It was fortunate that his healing abilities were extraordinary, Otherwise, he would not have been able to persevere for so long. There were many people in Abundant City, therefore, Yang Kai decided to temporarily house them inside the small sealed world until he arrived at a safe place and could figure out his next course of action. 4 or 5 days later, Yang Kai was busy working in the small sealed world when he suddenly sensed somebody knocking on his door in the outside world. He asked the Abundant City cultivators who were waiting in line to wait for him, then returned to his room with a flash. Pushing the room door open, he saw Mo Mei and the others standing outside the door. "Sir Yang." Mo Mei bowed elegantly. Pang Duo and the others also cupped their fists in greeting. "City Lord, elders, please come in." Yang Kai did not know the reason they came to him, but he stepped to the side and invited them inside to talk. After they took their seats, he served them tea and finally asked, "Is there something you need from me?" Mo Mei explained, "We came here to thank you, Sir Yang. Those of us who were born in the Blood Monster Cave haven't lived our entire lives there. We have never left that place in our lives, and had very faint hope we ever would. It's all thanks to your life-saving grace that we can finally break free from the shackles of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and be released from the Blood Principle's restriction inherited from our ancestors. We finally obtained our freedom." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. "You're too polite, City Lord Mo. This was a simple matter for me. If not for the jade slip he received from Black Crow Divine Monarch, it would have been impossible for him to bring them out. But with the secret technique recorded within the jade slip, this matter was truly not an issue for Yang Kai. All it cost him was some blood and some time." Mo Mei shook her head sternly. "It might be a simple matter to you, Sir Yang. However, what you did amounts to a life-saving grace for all of us in Abundant City. Such great kindness is not something Abundant City can ever hope to repay. Even now, this mistress has a request. City Lord Mo, please speak freely. I will not refuse as long as it is within my means to help." He looked her straight in the eyes. Hesitating for a moment, she began to speak. "It's like this, Sir Yang. I heard from Big Sister Lon that you have a spirit province called Voidland in the 3000 Worlds. It is a beautiful place with a vast area." She looked a little ashamed of herself. Even Pang Duo and the others looked apprehensive. Yang Kai nodded, "And indeed. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven has been destroyed, so we have nowhere else to go. May we request that Voidland take us in, Sir Yang?" Mo Mei asked tentatively. Pang Duo and the others sat up straight and placed their hands on their knees, looking very uneasy. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, but immediately after, he was overjoyed and burst out laughing. "City Lord Mo, you're far too polite. What do you mean by take you in? If you are willing to join Voidland, then there's nothing more that I could wish for." He was certain that recruiting the people from Abundant City into Voidland would be easy. After all, he had just saved all their lives and they had nowhere else to go. It was just that he had yet to figure out how to broach the subject. He never imagined that Mo Mei would take the initiative to come and discuss this matter with him. A moment later, realization struck him. The proprietress had probably helped by acting as the middleman. She knew that Voidland was desperately in need of manpower. On the other hand, Mo Mei and the others were seeds that would eventually become Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they joined Voidland, they would not be the only ones benefiting from the deal. Their affiliation would also be tremendously beneficial for Voidland. It could be said to be a win-win situation. Seeing how readily Yang Kai agreed to their request, they all breathed a sigh of relief and stood up in unison. "Greetings, Sect Master." Yang Kai raised a hand to stop them and smiled at them. "Please don't be so uptight. In the future, we will all be one family. We can discuss the specific details once we arrive back at Voidland." They responded, "We obey your orders, Sect Master." Yang Kai was so elated that flowers were practically blooming in his heart. He swept his gaze over Mo Mei and the others, seeming to see them as future mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The people in front of him had experienced thousands of years of accumulation and precipitation in the Emperor Realm, so their heritage was extremely impressive. Advancing into the Open Heaven Realm would not be an issue for them. What's more, he also had the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills. These spirit pills would dramatically improve their chances of successfully breaking through. It could almost be said that there was no risk of failure at all. Pang Duo, Jin Yuan Lang, Mu Qianxian, and Gong Yang she had condensed the fifth-order elements, while Mo Mei had condensed sixth-order element powers. And this was just a few of them. When Yang Kai helped to remove the blood principles restriction from the Abundant City cultivators, he noticed that there were quite a few of them who had condensed fifth-order elements. It could be said that once these people advanced into the open heaven realm, Voidland's strength would increase by several folds. At the time, Voidland would no longer have a severe shortage of open heaven realm masters. It would become a true second-class great force. During their conversation, the ship groaned loudly for some reason and came to an abrupt halt. A person's voice rang out a moment later, "You there, stop. Lower your defenses and prepare to accept our inspection." Yang Kai swept out his divine sense and frowned slightly. Many flight-type artifacts were floating around in the void ahead. Each artifact was magnificent in shape and huge in size. He could tell that they belonged to the cave heavens and paradises at a glance. More importantly, there was a large territory gate slowly rotating behind these ships. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he vaguely guessed that this matter was related to Black Crow Divine Monarch. The proprietress had mentioned that the news of Black Crow Divine Monarch coming back to life via possession had already spread everywhere. All the cave heavens and paradises were searching for his current whereabouts. For this reason, they even went so far as to seal all the territory gates in the Blood Monster territory to prevent him from escaping. Any cultivator or flight-type artifact that wished to leave the Blood Monster territory would be subjected to careful inspection. Therefore, it was not strange to be stopped here. Nevertheless, the origins of Mo Mei and the others were a little special, so it would be best if they were not discovered. After considering everything, Yang Kai said, "Everyone, please hide inside the small sealed world for now. I will let you out again once we reach our destination." Mo Mei and the others had no objection to his suggestion and did not resist. Yang Kai successfully placed them back into the small sealed world, and when he was done, he moved to the deck. On the deck, the proprietress swept her beautiful eyes in Yang Kai's direction. Seeing that Mo Mei and the others were nowhere to be seen, she knew that he must have hidden them away. At this moment, everybody had gathered on the deck. For figures came from the opposite side and slowly fluttered down. Yang Kai looked at them and immediately felt a little sick. This couldn't be helped. He recognized 2 out of the 4 figures. They were both from Xin Yuan Cave Heaven. One was Guanu and the other was Yin Xen Zhao's master, Chu Lushan. During their time inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yin Xen Zhao had attempted to murder Yang Kai when he was heavily injured. It was only natural that Yang Kai did not hold a favorable impression towards Yin Xen Zhao's honored master. Be that as it may, both Guanu and Chu Lushan were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so they could not be underestimated. It was not just them. The other 2 who landed on the ship were also in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. This was not difficult to understand though. The opening of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a grand event, so the masters leading the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises could not have weak cultivations. Those in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm were considered high-rank Open Heaven realm masters, so there was no need for them to appear at these kinds of occasions. It was just right for 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters to come. Yang Kai did not recognize the other 2 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters, but he could be certain that one of them was from Great Battle Heaven. That was because the people of Great Battle Heaven were very recognizable in terms of the aura surrounding them and their uniforms. This 6th Order Open Heaven realm master from Great Battle Heaven wore a set of golden armor and had a full-plate helmet. He also had a long sword at his waist. His appearance was similar to a great general who just returned from battle. It was a glorious sight. Yang Kai did not know which great force the 4th person belonged to, but that person most likely belonged to one of the cave heavens and paradises. Otherwise, he would have no qualifications to stand here. "Why do I run into you wherever I go?" The proprietress looked as sick and tired as Yang Kai as she gave Guanyu an undisguised look of disgust. Guanyu chuckled. This senior brother is relieved to see you so spirited, junior sister Lan. She coldly snorted and turned to look at the others. Then, she bowed only to the golden armor general from Great Battle Heaven, senior brother Mao. The man with the surname Mao nodded lightly and cupped his fist. Junior sister Lan, this is routine procedure. Please forgive us. As you know, a person called Black Crow Divine Monarch appeared in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. This person is ruthless and cruel. He killed many disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. In order to prevent him from escaping the Blood Monster territory, all flight-type artifacts and people who want to leave have to undergo a strict inspection. The proprietress flicked her sleeve. I know. Please go ahead, senior brother Mao. He immediately gave a wave of his hand. Check carefully. Don't let any corner go uninspected. Following his orders, a bunch of 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stepped out from behind him and charged into the ship to investigate. While everybody was waiting on the deck, senior brother Mao did not spare all the people who were gathered here either. Yang Kai clearly felt a powerful divine sense sweeping over him. It probably belonged to the man surnamed Mao. However, he soon furrowed his brow tightly together. The man surnamed Mao quickly had withdrawn his divine sense after a quick inspection, but there was another divine sense that was locked onto him the whole time. Martial Peak, Chapter 4303, If the house is crooked, the foundation must be too. Yang Kai could not figure out who the divine sense belonged to. The 4 people standing in front of him were all in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm after all, so the difference in strength between them was simply too great. He vaguely guessed that the divine sense belonged to Chu Lushan. That was because this old man was on bad terms with the proprietress. Not to mention that there was also now a feud between Yang Kai and his disciple, Yin Xen Zhao. It was not strange for him to be paying extra attention to Yang Kai at this moment. Just as Yang Kai was making guesses in his head, the 4th 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that he did not recognize suddenly spoke up. Madam Lan, I heard that you have a little one called Yang Kai in First Inn. Which one is he? The proprietress immediately looked at that person vigilantly. Why are you looking for him? That person smiled and replied, there are some things I want to ask him. He turned his gaze to Yang Kai and continued, if my guess is correct, it should be you, right? This person probably did not know Yang Kai directly. It was just that Yang Kai's aura stood out distinctly from among the many Emperor Realm Masters here, so it was not surprising for his cover to be blown. In any case, Yang Kai didn't bother to hide his identity either after being called out so directly. There were so many people here who knew him that it made no sense to hide anyway. Instead, he quickly responded, yes. Or you. How can I help you? That person smiled and nodded. You might not know me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng. Heavenly Sword Union? I can't believe that this guy does not belong to one of the cave heavens or paradises. When Yang Kai first saw this person standing beside Guanyu, Chu Lushan, and senior brother Mao of Great Battle Heaven, he had assumed that he too was from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Only now did he realize that this person was the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. Nevertheless, Heavenly Sword Union was one of the top second-class great forces. As the Union Master, this person was indeed qualified to stand in this place. After all, neither Guanyu, Chu Lushan, or senior brother Mao were especially powerful people in their respective sects. They could only be considered middle management at most. Knowing that this person belonged to Heavenly Sword Union, Yang Kai immediately recalled the few Heavenly Sword Union disciples he killed previously. Is this person here to seek justice for his disciples? That can't be it. Among those who witnessed me killing them were Chu Hua Shang, Zhang Ruoxi, and that Langya Paradise disciple called Du Su. Those Heavenly Sword Union disciples had brought death upon themselves by persistently chasing and trying to kill Zhang Ruoxi and Du Su. Chu Hua Shang and Zhang Ruoxi would never expose this matter to the public. Could it have been Du Su? Sure enough, the smile on Kong Feng's face suddenly faded and he said, I heard you killed some of the outstanding disciples belonging to my union. Yang Kai was furious. As I thought, it was that little bastard Du Su who leaked the news. Otherwise, there's no reason for Kong Feng to know about this matter. I should have killed him. It was bad enough that Du Su had focused on running away alone without any regard for the safety of his fellow junior sister when they were in danger. However, it could also be said that Yang Kai had saved his life. I can't believe he is repaying a life-saving favor with enmity. If I had known that he was such a despicable villain, I would never have allowed him to live at the time. Before Yang Kai could say a word, the proprietress coldly snorted, "Union Master Kong, rice may be eaten at will, but some words should not be spoken casually. You claim that Yang Kai killed several of Heavenly Sword Union disciples. Where is the evidence?" She was convinced that Kong Feng did not have any evidence. That was why she countered his question in this manner. To her surprise, Kong Feng answered lightly, "Naturally, I have the evidence. I was informed about this matter, and I believe that person is not lying. I only came here to confirm the truth." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Those Heavenly Sword Union disciples were blinded by greed and were trying to oppress the weak, so I killed them. What will you do now? Kong Feng didn't seem to expect Yang Kai to be so hard-hearted, so he couldn't help glancing at him again. He nodded lightly and said, "It's good that you admit to your actions. It saves this king from wasting more time on nonsense. Since ancient times, debts are repaid with money and murder is repaid with one's life. You killed several of Heavenly Sword Union's core disciples and caused Heavenly Sword Union to suffer huge losses, including the loss of several talented individuals who were the backbone of the future generation. Don't you think this king should avenge them?" The proprietress did not move, but her aura at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm permeated the air and her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. "I dare you to try." He glanced at her and calmly replied, "Madame Lan, your reputation precedes you. This Kong is aware that he is not your opponent. Besides, I have no wish to fight you. If this boy was unrelated to you, this Kong would have killed him to provide justice for my disciples. But, since you wish to protect this boy, madam, then this Kong will back down out of respect for you. As long as this boy can provide some compensation, then we can forget about this matter. What do you think, madam?" She scowled fiercely, vaguely sensing that Kong Feng's intentions were not noble. Otherwise, he would not have brought up the deaths of his disciples at a time like this. It was just that she did not know what snake oil he was selling. She asked warily, "What kind of compensation do you want? Yang Kai is only in the Emperor realm. What can he offer as compensation?" He smilingly answered her question, "You don't need to worry about that, madam. This Kong will discuss with him myself." Turning to look at Yang Kai, he asked, "You don't have any objections to that, right?" The rage in Yang Kai's heart blazed even higher. If I had enough strength, I would not be wasting time talking nonsense with him. I only killed those Heavenly Sword Union disciples because they were doggedly chasing Zhang Ruoxi. Why is Kong Feng talking about justice? How ridiculous! Unfortunately, the only reason he could stand here today was thanks to the proprietress' protection. If he made things difficult, it would only drag her into this mess. Thus, he suppressed the rage in his heart and asked coldly, "What do you want?" Kong Feng calmly said, "Don't worry. What I want is definitely in your possession. Moreover, it won't harm a single hair on your head." All of a sudden, he stopped talking out loud and sent a divine sense transmission to Yang Kai instead. "I want that 7th Order Metal Element Monster Beast Core." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed at those words. His first reaction was to wonder how this guy knew that he had a 7th Order Monster Beast Core, let alone that it was of the metal element. However, he soon realized the truth. Kong Feng learned about the fact that Yang Kai killed those Heavenly Sword Union disciples because Du Su tipped him off. On the other hand, Old Hong of Heaven's Border had witnessed Yang Kai obtaining the 7th Order Metal Element Monster Beast Core back then. He could also have tipped Kong Feng off about this matter. So, this is his true purpose. Yang Kai responded flatly without even thinking about it, "I don't know what you're talking about." If Kong Feng had asked for anything else, there might have been room for discussion. Yang Kai was not averse to exchanging money to avoid disaster. Be that as it may, it was impossible for him to hand over the 7th order metal element monster core. This matter was related to his future. If he lost the monster core in this place, he did not know when he would obtain another opportunity like this again. Kong Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Boy, you should think carefully before you answer. Yang Kai coldly snorted. I was wondering why those Heavenly Sword Union disciples were so despicable. Now I understand. If the house is crooked, then the foundation must be too. Kong Feng gave Yang Kai a deep look and calmly said, I hope you don't regret your choice. After that, he stopped conversing via divine sense and spoke out loud instead. A 7th order monster core might be a precious treasure, but you are only in the Emperor realm. Don't you think possessing something like that is very dangerous? A 7th order monster core? Both Guan Yu and Chu Lu Shan murmured in unison, immediately turning to look at Yang Kai. Even senior brother Mao gave Yang Kai a surprised look. It was obvious that they had been kept out of the loop earlier. A 7th order monster core was an extremely rare object. When the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed, everything inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had flowed out as a result, but as far as they were aware, there was only one instance where somebody had killed a 7th order Earth attribute monster beast and obtained a 7th order monster core. Aside from that, there were no other known 7th order monster cores in existence. Therefore, it was unexpected to learn about another 7th order monster core here. Chu Lu Shan frowned. Brother Kong, are you saying that this brat possesses a 7th order monster core? Kong Feng gave Yang Kai a deep look and said, That's right. This boy is quite lucky. It seems he killed a 7th order metal element monster beast and obtained a metal element monster core. Guan Yu scowled. Brother Kong, how did you find out about this? And how could he possibly have the strength to kill a 7th order monster beast? Kong Feng chuckled. You don't need to be so suspicious, Brother Gua. This Kong learned about this matter from a personal source of information, but there is no doubt about the truth of this matter. I can guarantee that this boy possesses a 7th order monster core. He paused for a moment and continued with malicious intentions. I heard that this boy is very ambitious. He plans to advance directly into the high-rank Open Heaven realm. He has already condensed many Open Heaven powers. If he refines the metal element monster core, I'm afraid it won't be long before he succeeds. Turning to Chu Lu Shan, he cupped his fist. Congratulations, Brother Chu, Xianyuan Cave Heaven will soon have another talented individual. Chu Lu Shan's expression was extremely ugly. If Yang Kai had been somebody from Xianyuan Cave Heaven, he would have been so happy that he would wake up laughing from his dreams for the next month. The problem was that Yang Kai was not from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Firstin might have some involvement with Xianyuan Cave Heaven, but they were ultimately unrelated. Besides, Lan Yu Rua had always had a poor relationship with him. More importantly, his disciple had a life-or-death feud with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai were to advance into the high-rank Open Heaven, the future of his disciple would be disheartening. This can never be allowed to happen. Looking at Yang Kai, he spoke in a cold voice, Hand it over. Yang Kai glanced sideways at Chu Lu Shan. What the hell do you count for? What an impudent junior. Chu Lu Shan's expression darkened. The proprietress stepped forward and scolded, Brazen old dog. Chu Lu Shan was livid. Lan Yu Rua. Guan Yu hurriedly came forward to mediate the situation. He stood between them, lest they actually got into a fight. All right. Calm down, both of you. Stop arguing. He turned to the proprietress and continued, Junior Sister Lan, you're not unaware of the boy's situation. The 7th order monster core in his possession is not a good thing for him. The proprietress coldly snorted, Why bother coming up with such high-sounding excuses when all you want is to snatch the 7th order monster core by force? Guan Yu shook his head. Junior sister, what are you saying? We don't want to snatch anything from him. If he does have the 7th order monster core, we can purchase it from him. Ask him to set a price. As long as the price is reasonable, this senior brother will not quibble about it. Snorting, she replied, Let's put aside whether or not he does have a 7th order monster core in his possession. Even if he does have one, it will never belong to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Turning to look at Yang Kai, she asked, "Do you have a 7th order monster core?" Yang Kai replied decisively, "That's a groundless accusation." Chu Lu Shan coldly snorted, "We'll know whether he has the item or not if we perform a check." "I dare you to try," the proprietress glared at Chu Lu Shan. Chu Lu Shan calmly said, "It doesn't matter who has the 7th order monster core, but it must not be in this brat's hands. This matter is very important. There is no room for negligence. Lan Yu Rua, I advise you not to make a mistake." She was so furious that she laughed instead. "This queen will happily be your opponent if you want to fight. Why are you wasting time with nonsense?" Saying so, world force surged around her body. Martial Peak, Chapter 4304, only one left. Similarly, both the auras around Chu Lu Shan and Kong Feng fluctuated violently, seemingly ready to attack at any time. Guan Yu revealed a troubled expression. He did not want to make an enemy of the proprietress. Unfortunately, he could only side with Chu Lu Shan now that things had progressed to this point, so he sighed softly, "Junior Sister Lan, why must you do this?" Yang Kai's expression was extremely gloomy. If it came down to a fight, the proprietress would surely suffer a loss. Although both the proprietress and he were in the 6th order open heaven realm, they were still outnumbered. Leaving aside the fact that Chu Lu Shan and the others were also in the 6th order open heaven realm, even the 4th order and 5th order open heaven realm masters inspecting the ships were a formidable force that could not be ignored. It could be said that First In would definitely suffer a loss if it came down to a battle. He was not willing to let the proprietress and he suffer because of him. Thus, he sighed inwardly. "It's so depressing to be weak. Even if I obtain something good, I can't keep it. Do I really have to hand over the 7th order monster core?" Yang Kai was extremely reluctant. All the cultivation resources he obtained along his journey were the results of personal effort, great opportunities, and massive amounts of luck. The wood element power came from the immortal tree he obtained in his early years, which happened naturally. He later obtained the fire element power by stealing the golden crow carcass from under the noses of a bunch of open heaven realm masters. It could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Next, obtaining the earth element power was a daunting experience but not dangerous. He had picked up and refined the monster core of an earth attribute true dragon. Nevertheless, it was only possible for him to find the monster core thanks to the dragon source in his body. His water element power came from the moon essence he obtained and refined in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, having to escape from Kuan Sha at that time. Lastly, he obtained the yang element power by refining the 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng. Even that had come with quite a hefty price tag. It had taken so much effort, and he had struggled so hard just to pave the way to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. All his efforts had been for the sake of a brighter future. He wanted to set foot in a wider sky and enjoy better scenery. Obtaining the 7th order metal element monster core this time had also been a lucky coincidence. Who could say whether he would come across another opportunity like this? What kind of dangers would he face to obtain the cultivation resources he needed again? How long would he have to wait? Once he refined the 7th order monster core, he would only be one step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. How could he reconcile himself with the idea of falling short right at the last moment? But what could he do even if he was extremely reluctant? Under the current circumstances, a huge battle was inevitable unless he brought out the 7th order monster core. It was a given that First In would be the one to suffer if a battle broke out. The scene was tense and a battle could erupt at any time. Yang Kai swore ruthlessly to himself, "Even if I have to destroy the 7th order monster core, I will never sell it to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven or allow Heavenly Sword Union to get their hands on it." At this moment, senior brother Mao, who had remained silent throughout the entire situation, suddenly said, "Boy, do you have a 7th order monster core in your possession?" Yang Kai looked up and calmly replied, "There's no such thing." Senior Mao brother nodded lightly, In that case, there's nothing to be done here. You may leave. After saying that, he waved them away. Everybody was dumbfounded by this turn of events, and Kong Fong shouted, "Brother Mao!" Senior Brother Mao asked coldly, "How can I help you, Brother Kong?" Kong Fong exclaimed, "This brat definitely has a seventh-order monster core in his possession. We can't let him just leave like that, otherwise, it will lead to a huge problem in the future." Senior Brother Mao replied indifferently, "He claims that he does not have one. Why do you keep insisting otherwise? Do you want to snatch his space ring from him to check?" That, Kong Fong was suddenly at a loss for words. I can't do something so shameless. No matter how brazen he is, this Yang Kai is still just a junior. How can a sixth-order open heaven realm master like myself snatch his space ring in public? Even he could not act so shamelessly, as it would severely tarnish his reputation and face. Otherwise, instead of trying to negotiate with Yang Kai, he would have simply stolen it from him directly. "Junior Sister Lon, I apologize for the commotion." Senior Brother Mao cupped his fist at the proprietress, then he turned to the ship and shouted, "Are you done with the inspection? If you're done, then return immediately." The group of people who boarded the ship for inspection earlier quickly leapt down. After that, he waved his large hand, "Let them through." Nobody objected when he allowed them to pass. Chu Lushan and Kong Fong exchanged a glance with each other and were unhappy with the situation, but they were also unwilling to fall out with this Senior Brother Mao. The people from Great Battle Heaven were not to be trifled with. "Many thanks, Senior Brother Mao." The proprietress gave Senior Brother Mao an elegant bow before she drove the ship towards the territory gate. Before they left, Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard a transmission from Senior Brother Mao. "Take care of yourself, kid." He nodded at Senior Brother Mao gratefully. He knew that if not for Senior Brother Mao speaking up at a critical moment, things would not have been resolved so smoothly today. When the ship passed through the territory gate and vanished out of sight, Chu Lushan finally said, "Brother Mao, I heard that several Great Battle Heaven disciples became acquainted with Yang Kai inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Senior Brother Mao glanced sideways at Chu Lushan and responded lightly, "You are very well informed, Brother Chu. But, if you have time to worry about Great Battle Heaven disciples, why don't you spend it figuring out a method to track Black Crow Divine Monarch's whereabouts instead?" Chu Lushan's gaze flickered slightly. Staring in the direction of the territory gate, he gave a soft snort. At the same time, on the ship, the proprietress gave Yang Kai a strange look. "Are you acquainted with Great Battle Heaven?" Yang Kai pondered the question. "Perhaps, it's because I rescued several Great Battle Heaven disciples in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." He couldn't help thinking about Bu Lianzhong and the others. Back at the swamp filled with countless void cracks, Yang Kai had helped the trapped Bu Lianzhong and his companions to escape. It could be considered that he had saved their lives. It was just that he was separated from Bu Lianzhong and the others when they later arrived at the Blood Lake. In any case, Yang Kai had not taken such a trivial matter to heart. Rescuing Bu Lianzhong and the others was just a matter of convenience. He never imagined that his actions would return to benefit him or that Great Battle Heaven would return the favor here. The proprietress immediately understood the situation and nodded lightly. "The people of Great Battle Heaven are upright and just. Since you rescued those Great Battle Heaven disciples, it makes sense why Senior Brother Mao reciprocated the favor just now." Yuhi asked, "Young Master, did you really obtain a seventh-order monster core?" Likewise, Old Bai looked over curiously. These were people Yang Kai trusted, friends and allies, so there was no need to hide anything from them. He nodded in response, "That's right. But it was a lucky coincidence. The monster beast was heavily injured in the first place, and I also used the divine ability bead given to me by proprietress from the outset. That's how I managed to kill it." The proprietress narrowed her eyes slightly. "What elements are you missing now?" Yang Kai replied, "After refining this metal element power, then only the Yin element will be left." Old Bai was shocked. Only one left. It had not been long since Yang Kai came to the 3,000 worlds, so it was shocking that he was going to advance into the open heaven realms so soon. Which Emperor Realm cultivator would not spend decades, if not centuries, before advancing into the open heaven realm? Very few people could successfully refine the yin, yang, and the 5 elements and advance into the open heaven realm within 100 years. The main reason was that finding suitable cultivation resources took much time, energy, and money. This was true for any cultivator, including the disciples from the major cave heavens and paradises. The only exceptions were core disciples like Chu Huashang and Gu Pan, who were carefully nurtured by the sect and given basically unlimited resources. Be that as it may, even core disciples like them would need to spend some time refining these resources and consolidating their foundations. Therefore, it could take between several years to several decades just to refine the necessary elements. Those with poorer aptitude would take an even longer time. Soon, Old Bai became excited. You're going to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. Brat, you're reaching the sky in a single step. If Yang Kai could advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm, it would be no different from ascending to the heavens in one bound. Be it in terms of strength or status, there would be earth-shaking changes. On the other hand, the proprietress and he were not happy. Instead, they looked at each other worriedly. Yang Kai was already being targeted by the major cave heavens and paradises. Although it could be said that not every cave heaven and paradise was out to cause trouble for him, there would always be some. Those masters had been holding back from making a move personally because they were still concerned about their respective reputations. They did not wish to be seen as oppressing the weak. The main reason for their inaction was that they believed it would take much more time for Yang Kai to grow and develop. However, if news about the 7th order metal element monster core spread out, some people might become desperate. Brat, you should focus on carefully refining the metal element monster core in retreat once you return. As for the yin element, I'll search for you. The proprietress sent a transmission to Yang Kai. She had warned him against taking this path in the past, but now that he was already so far down it, all she could do was support him as much as possible. She might not be able to acquire a 7th order yin element treasure, but she certainly had more connections than him. Yang Kai replied respectfully. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly took out a jade bottle and handed it over. Proprietress, take a look at this and see if it will be useful for you. This jade bottle contained one of the innate open heaven pills that he obtained in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. She took the bottle from him suspiciously, but after opening it and sweeping the contents with her divine sense, her expression changed drastically. She quickly resealed the jade bottle and glanced at Yang Kai in astonishment. Where did you get this? With how knowledgeable and experienced she was, she immediately understood what this open heaven pill was, as well as its true origins. Yang Kai of course answered her honestly. Upon hearing his explanation, she returned the jade bottle to him. This is useless to me right now. You should keep it for yourself. If I ever have a need for it in the future, I will ask you for it then. She had advanced directly into the 6th order open heaven realm, so her cultivation would only reach its limit when she reached the 8th order open heaven realm. Taking this open heaven pill now was a complete waste. Nevertheless, Yang Kai understood that she was still restrained by the heart demon oath she took in the past after hearing what she said. As long as Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar remained standing, she would never be able to advance into the 7th order open heaven realm. Otherwise, she could have advanced into the 7th order open heaven realm even without the help of this innate open heaven pill. Sighing softly, Yang Kai put the jade bottle away before adding, "In that case, please don't forget to come to me when you need it." Yang Kai also secretly made a vow. When I advance into the open heaven realm, the first thing I'm going to do is eliminate Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar to resolve her heart demon oath. Old Bai probably guessed Yang Kai's intentions, so he secretly gave him a meaningful look, one that said, "Make sure to call me when that time comes." During his advancement into the open heaven realm, Bai Qi nearly failed because of Qin Ji of Golden Rainbow Province and Ling Chun Chiu of Boundless Altar. If Yang Kai had not given him the world source liquid at the critical moment, he would not be standing here today. This blood feud never left Bai Chi's thoughts and was something that would need to be repaid one day. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4305, Return to Void Land. In the deserted void, a ship sailed forward silently. All the people on board were consolidating their harvest from the blood monster cave heaven. Although Yang Kai lost 5 to 6 subordinates during this trip, those who came out of the blood monster cave heaven alive definitely had grown leaps and bounds. This experience would be of great help to their futures. In his room, Yang Kai hid in the small sealed world, helping the cultivators of Abundant City to remove the blood principle's restriction. Time passed, and it took almost a month for Yang Kai to finish this task. While helping them to remove the blood principle's restriction, Yang Kai took some time to meet and speak with each of them. He found out that Abundant City had brought up quite a few talents. In addition to the several great elders like Pang Duo, there were more than 10 people who had condensed the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm elements. Deacon Fan Wu Xian, who captured him and Chu Huashang back to Abundant City, was one of them. Although they had not been in the Emperor Realm as long as Pang Duo and the others, and had weaker foundations overall, they were still more than qualified to break through to the Open Heaven Realm. Furthermore, plenty of other cultivators from Abundant City had condensed Fourth Order and Third Order element powers. Yang Kai was extremely delighted about this. If he brought these people back to Voidland, once they broke through in the future, one could imagine a sharp increase in Voidland strength in a very short time. However, the number of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills needed would be huge too. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to spare some time to comprehend his new wood element divine ability, but it seemed he would have to put that aside for now. It was crucial to refine more Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills as soon as possible. Before leaving for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had refined some Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, but there were not many, and definitely not enough for those from Abundant City. Yang Kai estimated he would need at least 500 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to barely meet the consumption of the first batch of Abundant City cultivators. For other great forces, it would certainly not be worth it to exchange a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to secure a single cultivator's breakthrough to the Third Order or Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm. After all, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was essentially an extinct spirit pill. Anyone who obtained one would regard it as a treasure, leaving it for their disciple with the greatest potential. However, Yang Kai could refine this spirit pill on his own, and he possessed a large amount of world source liquid. Thus, he need not be concerned in this regard. Now, his main priority was to enhance Voidland's strength within the shortest time span, giving it the capability to protect itself in this 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai kept himself busy in his room, refining spirit pills without rest. Furnace after furnace of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills appeared, with each one representing the birth of an Open Heaven Realm Master for Void Land. After refining for an unknown time, Yang Kai only realized that his job was done when all his auxiliary ingredients were consumed. He calculated the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills he had, coming up with 435 in total. Although there was still a little gap from his initial estimate of 500, it should be enough for now. Not every cultivator would need this spirit pill to break through after all. It was unnecessary to waste it on someone who was confident in breaking through. Nevertheless, for those such as Mo Mei and Pang Duo, Yang Kai had to let them take this pill to assure their breakthrough, even if they were confident. Opening the barrier of the room, Yang Kai stepped onto the deck and looked at the scenery of the void around him. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. It should not have taken them so long to return to Thousand Birds territory from Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He spent 1 month helping the cultivators of Abundant City to remove their blood principles restriction, and about more than a month refining spirit pills. Given that it had been about 2 to 3 months, they should have arrived at Thousand Birds territory by now. Confused, he took out his universe chart to check their position and was dumbstruck. Young Master. Probably because of noticing Yang Kai coming out of his retreat, Yuhi hurriedly came out of her room too. Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked puzzledly, "Why are we in void territory?" With the help of the universe chart, Yang Kai could easily tell that they were now in void territory instead of thousand birds territory. He explained, elder sister wanted to send us back to void land first, then they will return to first in of thousand birds territory. Yang Kai immediately understood what this meant. The proprietress was worried that they might encounter some kind of danger during their journey, so she decided to escort them all the way here. His heart could not help feeling a little warm. I am going to see proprietress. He turned around and walked towards the room on the top floor. It was necessary to pay the proprietress a visit after coming out of his retreat, so Yang Kai knocked, entered the room, and had some casual conversation with her. Then, Yang Kai took out a bottle of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. Proprietress, chef and accountant will surely be breaking through to the open heaven realm soon after returning. These Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills should be useful to them. Back then at the auction in Thousand Bird Star City, Yang Kai got the pill recipe for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Furthermore, the proprietress also learnt from Old Bai that Yang Kai had World Source liquid on him, so she was not surprised that he could hand over Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills so casually. There was no need for her to refuse as they were really useful for chef and accountant. As such, she immediately took the bottle and said, I'll accept it with gratitude. When chef and accountant reach the open heaven realm masters, I will ask them to thank you in person. Yang Kai waved his hand. No need, we're friends. I hope they can successfully break through to the open heaven realm as well. The proprietress nodded gently and asked, What are your plans after going back this time? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai answered, No matter what, it's important to refine the metal element monster core first. After all, such a treasure could only truly belong to me after refining it. As it should be, the proprietress agreed. After refining it, don't be in such a rush to exit retreat. Stay to consolidate your cultivation. Although you have excellent aptitude, I'm afraid that your foundation will be unstable in the future given that you refined so many high-rank materials so quickly. Fortunately, it's not too late. There is still a chance to rectify some minor flaws before condensing the Yin element power. Proprietress is wise. Yang Kai accepted her advice humbly. He agreed that he should spend some time consolidating his cultivation. It was not necessarily good to progress rapidly when it came to cultivating. Although his Dao seal was incredibly firm due to the divine Dao water he had used, it would not hurt him to settle down a little and stabilize his foundation. During his adventures in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had comprehended a potent wood element divine ability, but he still lacked a water element divine ability and a yang element divine ability. When he condensed his metal element power upon returning this time, he should finish comprehending these. He had a faint feeling that if he could fully comprehend all the divine abilities of the 7 elements before advancing to become an open heaven realm master, it would be of great benefit to him during and after his breakthrough. It was an inexplicable feeling, but Yang Kai had no doubt about it. After a few days, the ship finally reached Void Land. Standing on the deck, the proprietress praised, Grandmaster Wu Liang has extraordinary skill indeed. This grand array is magnificent. It is so profound that even I can't see through it. Run this place well. One day, it may be one of the cave heavens or paradises. During her last trip here, she brought Grandmaster Wu Liang to patch or arrange a grand array for Yang Kai. At that time, Void Land was still 7 Wonders Land, but the current atmosphere had changed dramatically compared to that time. Yang Kai grinned. This grand array that Grandmaster Wu Liang set up is called the 9 Heavenly Layers and has 9 grand arrays linked together, including bewildering arrays, illusion arrays, killing arrays, and trapping arrays. It's indeed powerful. Grandmaster Wu Liang had excellent skills, but Yang Kai had to give him tremendous support to create this grand array. Even though he had made a huge fortune in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had to spend the majority of it for the sake of the 9 Heavenly Layers grand array. Only someone like Yang Kai would have the courage to support Grandmaster Wu Liang in arranging a spirit array like this. If it was any other second-class great force, they would not have had the financial resources necessary to support such an endeavor. Cost was also the main reason why it was so difficult for Grandmaster Wu Liang to implement his design before, even though he had conceived of it a long time ago. He had designed the 9 heavenly layers grand array many years ago and strongly recommended it to various great forces. However, those great forces rejected it despite their interest after hearing the price tag. It was only after he met Yang Kai that he was finally able to display his true mastery over the Tao of Spirit arrays. After setting up the array, Grandmaster Wu Liang had a burst of inspiration and enlightenment and went into retreat. He estimated that his cultivation would improve after he came out of his retreat. A good spirit array. The proprietress did not hesitate to praise. There's nothing special to see from the outside. You'll understand its true mystery only from the inside. Please enter, proprietress. Yang Kai gestured. Contrary to his expectations though, the proprietress shook her head. I'm not going in. Yang Kai was startled. Are you leaving now? The proprietress nodded gently. This trip away from First Inn has taken too long. It's not good to delay any longer. Don't forget what I told you. Cultivate well after you go back. Yang Kai was a little reluctant to send her off. Void Land and Thousand Birds Star City were not close to each other, so it was not easy to have them here. Now that they were leaving before even stepping foot into Void Land, Yang Kai somehow felt like he lost an opportunity to welcome them as a host. However, if the proprietress did not want to enter, he could not force it either. As such, he just nodded as he replied, I'll remember. Don't worry, proprietress. I will work hard and not slack off. Leading Yu He and the others off the ship, Yang Kai solemnly bid farewell to the proprietress and the rest. After seeing the ship, Yang Kai beckoned to the rest, let's go home. It was Guan Miao's first time coming to Void Land, and she could not help looking around curiously. She felt that this place was many times better than Blood Swan Continent, where she had stayed before. Although Void Land was also a second-class great force, Blood Swan Continent could not be compared with it at all. Yang Kai was the master of Void Land, so the 9 heavenly layers grand array naturally could not stop him from leading his people inside. The alarm activated by the grand array startled Bian Yuqing, who immediately came to investigate, but after finding that it was Yang Kai who returned, she quickly welcomed him delightedly. Sect Master, you've returned. Yang Kai nodded. Many thanks for your hard work, second manager. Speaking of the people who followed him all these years, besides head manager Hua Qingxi, it was second manager Bian Yuqing who had worked the hardest. Yang Kai was a well-known arm-flinging shopkeeper, always running around all year round while pushing the administrative work onto others. When he was not home, these 2 women were in charge of essentially all matters in the sect. Many would feel envious of the 2 managers for how much authority they possessed, but these people had no idea how much effort they had put in and how much cultivation time they had sacrificed for the sect. Back then in High Heaven Palace in the Star Boundary, head manager Hua Qingxi was there to share the burden with her, but now in Void Land, Bian Yuqing was doing it all alone. Recalling the time when he was captured by Bian Yuqing's subordinates when he first left the lower star field and entered the Star Boundary, Yang Kai could not help sighing nostalgically. All kinds of memories from the past were still vivid in his mind. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4306, Expenditure and Income. In the main hall at the center of Voidland, Yang Kai sat in the head seat, while Yu He stood behind him. Although she was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she was as humble as a maidservant, standing by the side to pour tea for Yang Kai. Below, Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui sat on the left and right. Hearing of Yang Kai's return, the 2 of them hurriedly came to greet him. For now Voidland was lacking Open Heaven Realm Masters, so besides Yu He, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there were only Lu Shui, a 5th Order Open Realm Master, Chen Tianfei, a 4th Order Open Realm Master, and Guizi Yen, a 3rd Order Open Realm Master. These were all the Open Heaven Realm Masters Voidland had for now. Of course, there was also Hei He, who was restricted by the loyalty list, but Yang Kai stationed him outside the Star Boundary to ensure its safety. In addition, there was the Divine Spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Zhu Jiuyin. This woman was extraordinarily strong, and after coming out of Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary for such a long time, a good portion of her strength should have been restored, but no one knew what her true condition was at the moment. Bian Yuqing's voice echoed in the main hall as she reported the developments and transformations of Voidland during this period of time to Yang Kai. In fact, there were not many changes. The 600,000 people who Yang Kai brought back from the star boundary were mostly cultivating in the retreat. All the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors had obtained some cultivation resources and now just needed time to refine them, so there would not be many results in the short term. However, as a result, the expenses for cultivation resources had become shockingly high. Although Voidland was still quite rich, it was clear that it could not handle this rate of consumption for long. If they continued to consume without any means of replenishing, Voidland would eventually be completely drained. Signs had already started showing when Yang Kai departed, but after this period of time, the situation had become progressively worse. In conclusion, the expenditures of Voidland were overwhelming. Before Yang Kai left, he basically handed over all the cultivation resources he had to Bian Yuqing and allowed her to distribute them. But now, after listening to the reported figures, there was really not much left, and they would most likely be exhausted soon. After reporting the spending, Bian Yuqing continued, even taking into consideration the expenditures though, the current income is also pretty good. Yang Kai raised his brow as her statement piqued his interest. Oh? Let's hear about it. Bian Yuqing turned to look at Chen Tianfei and smiled faintly. Sect Master, just so you know, the biggest income in Voidland now comes from the gourd vine, which is under the care of Sir Chen. The gourd vine truly lives up to its name as a divine medicine. In essence, we can collect a full set of 5th order yin, yang, and the 5 element materials once a month. It is truly valuable, and what makes it even more precious is that all of the materials stem from the same source. If a disciple can refine all their 5th order materials from the gourd vine, there may be unexpected gains. Yang Kai gave a light nod. When he saw the gourd vine in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he already had a vague feeling that it would become a foundation to the success of any sect that obtained it. By the looks of it now, it seemed that he was right. Good work, Fatty. Yang Kai nodded at Fatty Chen Tian. Chen Tianfei hurriedly got up. Although he replied humbly, his face was radiant, looking notably proudly. To be honest, it was a boring job to watch over the gourd vine, and the task of collecting the element treasures was not something really worth praising, but he was still glad to be noticed by Yang Kai. Although he was forced to leave his name on the loyalty list, and his fate was now Yang Kai's to control, after even a short period of time, he realized the terrifying potential Voidland had. It was many times better than Scarlet Star. Although Voidland was still in its infant stage, it would definitely have the world at its feet in time. His cultivation was not too high, but he had an exceptionally sharp vision, so he had no doubts about this. Even without the restriction of loyalty list, he would never choose to leave Voidland. This place had a broad and promising future. If he continued to stay here, he would benefit as Voidland rose. How could he find any place better than this? Not to mention, staying with Yang Kai could quickly improve his strength too. Until now, he still did not understand how Lu Shui could rapidly reach the 5th order open heaven realm after a simple trip out with Yang Kai. Initially, they were both 4th order open heaven realm masters, and he had reached that realm long before Lu Shui, but she had broken through to the next order first. Besides Lu Shui, even Guiziyan reached the 3rd order open heaven realm. Previously, Chen Tianfei secretly tried to gain information from Lu Shui, but her lips were tightly sealed, so he could not figure out anything. However, he was not discouraged. He believed that as long as he could win Yang Kai's trust, sooner or later he would be able to make sense of it all. Additionally, since he was now in charge of collecting the resources from the gourd vine, he believed that he must be able to have a share of the collected resources when he was promoted to the 5th order in the future. The 5th order materials were exceedingly valuable as each one cost on after 1 to 2 million open heaven pills, making a set of 7 nearly 10 million. Fatty Chen had witnessed Yang Kai's generosity towards his subordinates during this period of time, and he believed that as long as he could be promoted to the 5th order, he would definitely be able to obtain quite a number of gourd vine materials. With that, reaching the 6th order would be just a matter of time. If he left Void Land, where could he find this many resources? It could be said that Qin Tianfei had now truly pledged his loyalty to Void Land. Bian Yuqing pressed on. However, there is a problem now. The number of disciples who can refine fifth-order materials is limited, and a lot of the materials collected from the gourd vine may accumulate. The requirements for the Dao seal of a cultivator to refine fifth-order elements were somewhat high, and only Bing Yun, Wen Zishan, and other top emperors could refine them safely. Therefore, although there were 600,000 people in Void Land, not many of them could refine the fifth-order materials. Therefore, as the resources were collected monthly from the gourd vine, they would naturally begin to pile up. In contrast, third-order and fourth-order materials are in extremely high demand, and we are short on them. Therefore, without sect master's approval, this subordinate decided to exchange some fifth-order resources from the gourd vine for the third-order and fourth-order materials in the Star City. If there is anything wrong about this subordinate is willing to be punished. Yang Kai beamed. How could I punish second manager for doing such a good job? I should be thanking you instead. It was a reasonable move to exchange the fifth-order materials that could not be used for third-order and fourth-order materials that they lacked. Bian Yuqing was slightly relieved when she heard him and further reported, inside Void Land, aside from the income of the gourd vine, there are the spirit fruits collected in the various orchards. Although Wondrous Pill Great Emperor is deriving the pill recipe for Open Heaven pills, the progress has been quite slow because he is focused more on cultivating in retreat, so the accumulated spirit fruits cannot be refined into pills. Yang Kai nodded. I've solved the matter of the pill recipe and will give it to the Great Emperor later so that he can begin refining pills. Bian Yuqing nodded and continued. That's all for the income from within Void Land. Regarding the external income, a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master named Yun Xinghua came to Void Land and claimed that it was Sect Master that sent him to manage Void Territory's Star City. The harvest there is also not bad, and there is a fixed income every month from taxes and rent. I have asked him to exchange all the income into cultivation materials of various orders and ship them to Void Land. Yang Kai nodded. I did send Yun Xinghua over, but he is an outsider after all, so it's difficult to entrust such an important task to him. It's better to have someone in the Star City to assume proper command. Blood Swan Continent was originally Guamiao's great force, but after Yang Kai broke through its sect defending array, he forced Yun Xinghua to leave his name on the loyalty list. There was a shortage of manpower in Void Land, so Yang Kai had ordered Yun Xinghua to lead a group of people from Blood Swan Continent to enter and manage the Star City. Although there was the loyalty list to guarantee his compliance, and Yang Kai was not afraid of Yun Xinghua betraying him, he worried that this guy would be tempted by the fortunes he made and would begin embezzling them for himself. In Yang Kai's plan, the Star City of Void Land needed to be well managed and developed, and it would not be difficult to do so. As long as he threw out the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, the reputation of the Star City in Void Territory would soar overnight. When that happened, it would certainly attract countless people to the Star City of Void Land. The increase of population would bring the Star City to life, and by that time, even if he did not do anything, he could make a fortune just collecting taxes. For now though, Void Territory's Star City had no fame to its name and could only be regarded as a medium-sized Star City, incomparable to Thousand Bird Star City, not to mention the Star Cities in the Cave Heavens and Paradise's territories. Although the Star City was making some income, it was not much, so Yang Kai was not worried about letting Yun Xinghua take charge of it for now. However, when the Star City matured in the future, Yang Kai needed to station someone trustworthy there to manage it. More importantly, that person needed to be strong enough. At that time, the Void Territory Star City would be bustling and full of all kinds of people. Without enough strength, the one in charge would not be able to maintain order and security. That person had to be at least a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Currently, it seemed that Mo Mei was the only suitable candidate as there was no way Yang Kai could let He take charge of the Star City as she had to take care of Void Land itself. While thinking about it, Lu Shui got up and volunteered, Sir, let me go to the Star City. Lu Shui was a fifth-order open heaven realm master now. If she went to the Star City, Yun Xinghua would not dare to be presumptuous. After all, he had only just reached the fourth order. Yang Kai waved his hand. No, Lu Shui. Just focus on teaching in Voidland. The people I brought here from my homeland know nothing about the outer universe and the open heaven realm, so I need you to guide them. There were only a few open heaven realm masters in Voidland. Chen Tianfei was in charge of the gourd vine, while Lu Shui taught the cultivators from the star boundary. Almost every day, she had to solve countless questions and doubts of the disciples. It could be said that her task was tough. Even the great emperors would ask her for advice during their spare time outside of retreat. Although in the future, the achievements of Lu Shui may not be as great as those great emperors who were refining sixth-order materials, she was a fifth-order open heaven realm master now and had the experiences they needed most. At this stage, it was no problem for her to provide guidance to the great emperors. Lu Shui sat down after Yang Kai announced what she should do. Bian Yuqing continued. From the current situation, the income of Voidland is sufficient to cover the expenditure, and there's even some revenue left over, but it will be difficult to maintain in the long run. This was because as time passed, there would be more cultivators who condensed their own Dao seals. Once they had their Dao seals, they would need open heaven materials, which would put more pressure on Voidland's finances. It would be fine if there were just one or two of them. The problem was that there were 600,000 people in Voidland. Hearing that, Yang Kai asked, "Does second manager have a solution?" Bian Yuqing proposed, "Other than increasing the income of Voidland, I think we can let the disciples go out for training to find resources for themselves. Voidland can support them for the time being, but not for a lifetime." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4307, Future Plans. Yang Kai kept silent. Bian Yuqing added, "It's an honor that sect master showed such generosity and care to the disciples. It's truly a blessing for them to belong to a sect like Voidland. But if they don't contribute, they won't appreciate their gains. Furthermore, while it's safe for them to stay in Voidland, if they don't go out for training, how can they fight alongside sect master in the 3,000 worlds in the future? Flowers raised in the greenhouse will not be able to withstand wind and storms. Back then, when great demon god, Mo Sheng, caused disaster in the star boundary, everyone from High Heaven Palace participated in the battle. There were many casualties, but the ones who survived grew by leaps and bounds." Yang Kai nodded lightly. What second manager says is reasonable. He certainly understood this. When he went to Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time, he also agreed to let Lang Qingshan and the others move separately for training, because he knew that he could not always keep them under his wings. Similarly, he could not protect the 600,000 elites that he had brought back from the star boundary forever. They needed to grow and gain experiences of their own. Since second manager proposed this, do you have a specific plan? Yang Kai questioned. Bian Yuqing answered, "This subordinate does have an idea. As for whether it will work, I'll need sect master to decide." Yang Kai gestured her to speak. Bian Yuqing suggested eloquently, "The 600,000 cultivators who came back from the star boundary have different strengths. There are the strong ones like the great emperors, who have long condensed their own Dao seals, and are now refining sixth-order materials. As for the weaker cultivators, some of their cultivations have not reached the Dao Source realm or even the Origin King realm. It's too dangerous for such cultivators to travel the 3,000 worlds. Allowing them to leave would be the same as killing them. Therefore, this subordinate was thinking of letting them travel to the universe worlds within Void territory first." Yang Kai roughly knew about the situation of Void territory. Originally, other than Seven Wonders Land, which was a second-class Great Force, there were 7 third-class Great Forces, and more than a dozen universe worlds. When Yang Kai occupied Voidland back then, the masters of these third-class Great Forces and universe worlds paid him a visit. Since Yang Kai had become the ruler of Void territory, these subordinate forces and universe worlds naturally had to pay him proper respect. There are many places to seek both training and opportunity in those universe worlds. If the disciples go there, not only can it temper their minds and bodies, but it will also let them learn the difficulty of obtaining resources. Yang Kai nodded at her suggestion. This plan seems feasible. Seeing him approve, Bian Yuqing added, in addition, this subordinate feels that Voidland can follow the contribution system set up by other sects, and the prices of all kinds of cultivation resources should be clearly stated. If the disciples want to get the resources they need, they can exchange with their own contribution points. Of course, the disciples can get them by completing missions assigned by the sect too, or turning in the contribution points that they obtained through their training. Yang Kai had experienced the system of contribution points many times in the past, and such a system existed in High Heaven Palace as well. This system was used by many sects with different names, but they were all similar. Up to now, there were many great forces in the 3,000 worlds practicing the same system. The fact that the contribution point system was used by many sects proved that it was helpful to their development. Yang Kai beamed. With the help of second manager, how can Void Land not be prosperous? Bian Yuqing blushed slightly. Many thanks, Sect Master, for your high praise. This subordinate only adopted this idea from others. Yang Kai waved his hand. Whether it's from others or not, I'm relieved to have second managers overseeing Void Land. Just proceed as you mentioned. Bian Yuqing quickly bowed. Yes. After a pause, she continued, Sect Master, this subordinate has another request. And name it. After organizing her thoughts, Bian Yuqing remarked, although this subordinate has been following Sect Master for many years, my personal cultivation is too low for my current position. I was able to assist head manager in High Heaven Palace before, but now, it's really overwhelming for me to support the operation of Voidland all alone. Sect Master, you are always away, and the great emperors are all in retreat. If Voidland encounters any trouble, it will be difficult for me alone to make decisions. I request Sect Master set up an Elder Council. If there is any problem, the Elder Council can discuss and act together. There were Sect Masters, Protectors, Elders, Deacons, and so on in many other positions in normal sects. Although Voidland had quite a number of people, other than having Yang Kai as the sect master, Bian Yuqing was the only other one who had a specific status, which was manager. Meanwhile, the rest were just ordinary disciples who had not been given any position yet. It was not because Yang Kai forgot about this matter, but simply that the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland was far too limited, so it was hard to even appoint people to such positions. Bian Yuqing proposed this not only for the development of Voidland, but also to avert suspicion. After all, if she had all the power, it would inevitably cause some dissatisfaction among others. Of course, the main reason was that she truly needed help with the hectic workload. Does second manager have any suggestions? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing replied, this subordinate has received a lot of help from Sir Chen and Madame Lu these days, and I ask for their advice at times. They have experience in management and have good cultivation. As such, this subordinate feels that we can allow them to join the Elder Council first, and be the first batch of the elders of our Void Land. Chen Tianfei was originally one of the managers of Scarlet Star. Back then, when Zhao Baichuan was in retreat all year round to break through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Chen Tianfei was in charge of Scarlet Star, while Lu Shui was a manager from Sword Pavilion with numerous subordinates under her. Because of this, they both had experience in managerial positions. Hearing Bian Yuqing's words, Fatty Chen, who was sitting to the side, hurriedly straightened his back, sat upright and looked in front of him steadily, while Lu Shui just remained indifferent. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Second manager is right. Fatty Chen, Lu Shui. The two quickly got up, stood side by side, and cupped their fists. Sect Master. You two will establish an Elder Council with second manager to jointly manage Voidland. If there are any difficult decisions to be made, the three of you can discuss it among yourselves and follow a majority rule for the final decision. Yes. Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui responded in unison. Fatty Chen did not forget to bootlick. This subordinate assures Sect Master that he will do his best to assist second manager and develop Voidland without slacking off. Yang Kai waved his hand and asked them to sit down again. He next took out several space rings and pushed them over to Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing wondered, "These are?" Yang Kai explained, "These are the cultivation resources I obtained during my trip. You should keep them and distribute them according to the situation. As for the open heaven pills, keep some of them in reserve if you can and take the rest to the Star City to purchase more resources." Bian Yuqing accepted the order before scanning the rings with her divine sense and exclaiming, "So much." Yang Kai literally spent billions of open heaven pills on his way to First in Thousand Birds territory to buy the third order and fourth order materials. Just when he spent almost all his open heaven pills, he obtained another one. 25 billion open heaven pills in the Azura arena, all of which he spent wildly on purchasing items at the following auction and exchange meet. If he had not paid a large number of resources and pills to win the 7th Order Primordial Yang Profound Ginseng, there would be even more resources in the rings. Bian Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. With these things, Voidland can still maintain itself for another 5 years without issue. Yang Kai coughed gently into his fist. "I'm afraid it won't last that long." "Why?" Bian Yuqing looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Yang Kai disclosed, "Because Voidland will have a new batch of members joining, and their demand for cultivation resources will certainly be much more than the current disciples from the Star Boundary." After saying so, he waved his hand, releasing Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and the other elders from Abundant City. Mo Mei and the others were stunned for a moment but then hurriedly saluted when they finally comprehended the situation. "Sect Master." Bian Yuqing looked at Mo Mei and the others curiously and asked, "Sect Master, these are?" Lu Shui and Chen Tianfei looked confused too. Yang Kai introduced everyone and briefly explained the background of Mo Mei and the others. Lu Shui and Chen Tianfei were dumbstruck, for they did not expect Yang Kai to even bring back so many native cultivators from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. What's more, they could sense that Mo Mei had condensed 6th Order element powers. Although Pang Duo and the rest looked a bit old to still be Emperor Realm cultivators, they permeated stable and powerful 5th Order element auras. Once they advanced to the Open Heaven realm, they would be in the 5th Order. "Second Manager, please settle the people of Abundance City down carefully. They will all be our Voidland's disciples in the future," Yang Kai ordered. Bian Yuqing was delighted. "Don't worry, Sect Master. This subordinate will make proper arrangements for them." What Voidland lacked now more than anything was Open Heaven Realm Masters. These people in front of her were all seeds of mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Once they broke through, there would be a sharp increase in Voidland strength. How could Bian Yuqing not be happy? However, after a moment of excitement, she suddenly understood what Yang Kai meant. There were not many cultivators from Abundant City, only 3,000 or 4,000. Nevertheless, their needs would only be greater than the 600,000 disciples from the Star Boundary. Although there were a large number of people from the Star Boundary too, their cultivations were quite uneven and the vast majority had not even condensed their Dao seals, so they needed far fewer resources. However, the cultivators of Abundance City were different. Many people had begun to condense Open Heaven powers, which was exactly the time when they were extremely eager for the materials of various orders. Although Yang Kai brought back a massive amount of cultivation resources from his trip, they would not last long if so many people had to use them. But overall, it was worth celebrating. Bian Yuqing could even foresee the scene of the tremendous birth of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland. Yang Kai turned to look at the several people from Abundant City and asked, "Mo Mei, how many people from Abundant City can break through to the Open Heaven Realm right away?" Mo Mei immediately replied without a second thought. "Besides this mistress and the 4 great elders, there are 4 deacons, who have condensed 5th Order elements. Below the 5th Order, there are at least 300 who can break through to the Open Heaven realm at any time. However, we have just left Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so we must first become familiar with the outside world before proceeding." "As you should." Yang Kai nodded before taking out a ring. "Here are some spirit pills. Take them and distribute them to those who can break through." Take one before they attempt to break through, as it will ensure that they can successfully ascend. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4308, Let me check. Mo Mei accepted and happily thanked Yang Kai. To the side, Chen Tianfei looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. Sect Master, what spirit pills are these? Mo Mei and the others had lived in Blood Monster Cave Heaven for a long time, so they did not know anything about the outside world and had never been in contact with the open heaven realm before. Therefore, how would they know the hardships and dangers of breaking through to the open heaven realm? After a cultivator condensed their Dao seal, they had to work hard to collect all kinds of materials to refine. Even after they gathered the yin, yang, and 5 element powers, they may not have the courage to proceed to attempt to break through. After all, their soul was at risk of being extinguished upon failure. This was why there were countless half-step open heaven realm masters throughout the 3,000 worlds. Some were limited by their financial resources and could not gather sufficient cultivation materials, while some lacked confidence in themselves or had problems with their cultivation and dared not attempt to break through. It was for this reason that there were numerous second-order and third-order open heaven realm masters, as well as many even in the first order. Not because these people did not have dreams to pursue, but because the lower the order one attempted to break through to directly, the lower the impact on themselves would be. Likewise, the lower the risk they would need to take. The risk of advancing to the open heaven realm was well known, but there was no way to avoid it, and auxiliary aids or spirit pills that could increase the chances of success had all but vanished over the ages. Although Mo Mei did not fully understand how miraculous the spirit pills Yang Kai handed to her were, how could Fatty Chen and Lu Shui not know? Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills. Yang Kai answered casually. Chen Tianfei replied with a cracked voice. Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill? As in, the legendary Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills that have long gone extinct? Even Lu Shui had her beautiful eyes widen as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. They're not extinct anymore. I won the pill recipe for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill during my trip to the Thousand Birds Territory Star City in an auction. These spirit pills were refined by me. Chen Tianfei was stunned on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. Lu Shui, who had been indifferent throughout the whole meeting, could not help covering her red lips with her hands as she gasped. Seeing their reactions, Mo Mei and the others finally realized the value of the spirit pills in their hands. Although they had never heard of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, it did not mean that they lacked common sense. Earlier, when Yang Kai passed her the ring, she scanned it casually and found hundreds of spirit pills inside. She thought that these spirit pills were ordinary things that could be easily found everywhere, but now she learned how rare they were. Tentatively looking at Chen Tianfei, Mo Mei asked, Elder Chen, is this Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill very precious? Chen Tianfei gulped and started to explain with difficulty, it's more than just precious. It's a treasure that one can essentially never find. It's said that this spirit pill can stabilize one's Dao seal during their breakthrough to the open heaven realm, greatly improving their chances of success. Moreover, it is rumored that taking it during one's breakthrough can help a cultivator experience the birth of a new world, which harmonizes perfectly with the grand Dao of the splitting heaven and earth apart. Then, he continued with a solemn tone, Junior Sister, let's put it this way. If a cultivator has gathered sixth-order element powers like you, but their Dao seal is not firm enough to support their breakthrough, they are likely to fail and die if they insist on it. But with such a pill, their chances of succeeding increase dramatically. In other words, each of these spirit pills can guarantee the successful breakthrough of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. After hearing what Chen Tianfei said, Mo Mei and the others finally understood the value of these Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills. Although it seemed to only be a spirit pill, it actually represented a powerful open heaven realm master. Chen Tianfei continued, if you put such a spirit pill up for auction, it would be worth at least 10 to 20 million open heaven pills, and that is the absolute lowest price possible. And you may not know what 10 million open heaven pills means. In the 3,000 worlds, the value of a sixth-order material is generally 15 million. Mo Mei's hand, which was holding the ring, started trembling. Each of these spirit pills were worth 10 to 20 million open heaven pills, and there were some 300 of them in the ring Yang Kai gave to her. Didn't that mean this single ring was worth billions of open heaven pills? They had no idea about the value of an open heaven pill, but they did understand the value of a sixth-order material as they had only obtained a handful of them even after centuries of accumulation. Sect Master, these spirit pills are too valuable. Mo Mei hurriedly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand and grinned. What Elder Qin just said is not wrong. A single heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is worth a fortune, but that is only under the circumstances that they cannot be found. Previously at the auction, the price of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its recipe was indeed high, costing Yang Kai a great fortune just to win them. If a large number of these things were available in the world, their value would naturally reduce greatly. What our Voidland lacks now are open heaven realm masters, so you don't have to feel pressured about these pills. I can refine them myself, so I can always make more when they are used up. What you have to do is to assist the people of Abundance City to advance to the open heaven realm as soon as possible. Despite Yang Kai's words, everyone knew that the value of heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills would not drop much even if a large quantity of them became available on the market. No cultivator could be absolutely certain that their breakthrough to the open heaven realm would succeed, so as long as they had enough money, anyone would definitely be willing to buy one as insurance. Before Mo Mei could say any more, Yang Kai stopped her. This has already been settled. You don't need to think too much. Just use these spirit pills when you should. Realizing Yang Kai's decision was firm, Mo Mei grasped the ring in her hand and bowed deeply. Many thanks, Sect Master. Good, that's all for today. Second Manager, please help those from Abundance City settle in. Bian Yuqing received the order and the group followed Yang Kai out of the main hall. After Yang Kai released all of the cultivators of Abundance City from the small sealed world, Bian Yuqing led them away. Yang Kai dismissed Yu He and then returned to his residence with his hands folded behind his back. Knowing that he was heading to see his wives, Yu He did not bother to follow him. Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui still remained in main hall with somewhat complicated feelings. After a long time, Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. If I had a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill in the past, I would have been confident in attempting to break through to the fifth order open heaven realm. He chose to break through to the fourth order open heaven realm due to limitations in his aptitude, but if he had a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill to secure his breakthrough, he would stand a chance to directly advance to the fifth order. Although there was only one order difference between the fourth order and fifth order, the difference in upper limits was immense. The highest limit a fourth order open heaven realm master could achieve was the sixth order, which was still in the mid-rank, but a fifth order open heaven realm master could attempt to reach the seventh order, which was the high rank. Lu Shui remained silent. She had always been quiet, but she could also understand Chen Tianfei's feelings right now. If she did not obtain a mid-rank world fruit from Yang Kai due to unforeseen circumstances, how could she have the power and achievements she had today? Our sect master is not a simple man. The future of Voidland is really worth anticipating. Chen Tianfei sighed. Although he did not have as much authority as he did back in Scarlet Star, he was still proud to be in a sect with such high prospects. What could he do even if he wielded power in Scarlet Star? Scarlet Star would forever be a small place that could never stand out in the one-star city where it was situated, while Voidland had unlimited potential and would one day rise to become an existence on par with the cave heavens or paradises. By that time, Chen Tianfei would also be famous. When Yang Kai returned to his residence and pushed the door open, he saw Yu Rumeng, Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shui Yu, and Ji Yao standing side by side, with Yu Rumeng in the lead. They had obviously heard the news of Yang Kai's return, so they had decided to wait here. As soon as they saw him, happiness covered their faces. Under the lead of Yu Rumeng, they all saluted and greeted in unison. "Husband, many thanks for your hard work." Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly, Xia Ningchang and Ji Yao blushed, Shui Yu grinned, while Su Yan lowered her head slightly. her long hair falling from both sides of her ears and resting on her ample peaks. Yang Kai stared at all of them, stunned. Yu Rumeng's face remained unchanged, but the rest flushed increasingly red. It was mainly because they had never done something like this before. They were still in retreat previously, but were summoned out one by Yu Rumeng. They still had not gotten used to the situation where they all gathered together to welcome their man back. With a bang, Yang Kai closed the door again and left the room. Standing at the door, Yang Kai touched his chin, frowned, and pondered for a long time. He secretly thought to himself that he did not do anything out of line in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although that enchantress kept trying to seduce him, he righteously rejected her and did not display any inappropriate behavior towards her. Thinking so, he calmed down and put a smile on his face before pushing the door open again. "Husband, why did you do that?" Yu Rumeng asked puzzledly. Yang Kai hurriedly answered, "I can't help but be in such bliss when I see my wives welcome me like this, together. It took me by surprise. I forgot how to behave myself for a while. Please forgive me." Yu Rumeng looked at him suspiciously. "Really? Why do you seem to look a little guilty?" Cold sweat drenched Yang Kai's back as he smiled. "Rumeng, why would you say something so ridiculous? I wasn't unfaithful to you all, so why would I feel guilty?" Heh. Yu Rumeng grinned. This mistress never accused husband of being unfaithful, so why is husband in such a hurry to explain himself? Am I? Yang Kai frowned. "Nonsense. There's nothing of the sort. I'm afraid Rumeng has misunderstood me. I haven't seen you all for too long, and I miss all of you very much. Oh, Ningchang, have you condensed your Dao seal?" Little senior sister nodded innocently. I have condensed my Dao seal. Not just me, but everyone has condensed their Dao seal already. However, elder sister Rumeng said that we should only start cultivating after you come back, so we haven't condensed any elements yet." Yang Kai nodded. "Rumeng is right, it is exactly as she says. Come, let me check everyone's Dao seal." After declaring so, he spread his arms open and grabbed all the women together without hesitation, pushing them towards the bedroom. Su Yen, Ji Yao, and Shui Yu all exchanged looks, their faces flushed an even deeper red than before. They naturally knew what kind of checking he wanted to perform on them. However, little senior sister in all her innocence still had no idea that she was being led into the wolf's den, so she continued to boast proudly, "We asked senior Zhu Jiao-yin to check us once before. She said that we can condense fifth-order elements without a problem, and we can directly advance to the fifth-order open heaven realm in the future." And Yang Kai kept nodding. Since Zhu Jiao-yin said so, it should be right. However, in the end, she is a divine spirit, different from us humans. There could be errors in her judgment, so I still need to check each of you thoroughly. "Is that so?" Xia Ningchang thought about it for a while, and nodded. "It seems like what junior brother said is reasonable." Yu Rumeng sneered. "Then Ningchang, you can be the first one he checks later." Xia Ningchang replied, Junior brother, what are you?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4309, You're Not Dead Yet? The ladies, whether it was Su Yen, Xia Ningchang, Shui Yu, or Ji Yao, had good aptitudes. Otherwise, they would not have been able to cultivate to the Emperor realm in such a short time while still in the star boundary. Especially Su Yen, who bore the ancestral Ice Phoenix source and possessed the Ice Crystal Jade body. She had the most outstanding aptitude among all of them. Their time spent on cultivation was not a lot, but there were never insufficient resources when they were in the star boundary, allowing them to build upon solid foundations. They were restricted by the world bottle of the star boundary and could not be recognized by the world's will, so they could not condense their own Dao seal. Nevertheless, it was no longer the case when they leapt out of the star boundary and entered the outer universe. Here, it became a simple matter for them to condense their Dao seals. Due to their firm foundations, their Dao seals were also extremely stable. Zhu Jiao-yin was right. It would not be a problem for them to refine fifth-order elements. As for Yu Ru Meng, she was the demon saint of the demon race, so she already had her own Dao seal and had begun to refine sixth-order materials like the great emperors. Yang Kai would be pleased enough if the common disciples in Voidland could refine fifth-order materials, but since they were his wives, he definitely wanted the absolute best for them. As such, he took out the remaining divine Dao water and distributed it to them. It was given to him by Zhu Jiuyin in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Zhu Jiuyin had lived in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for many years and possessed a lot of valuable treasures. As a divine spirit, though, the divine Dao water was completely useless to her, so she generously gave it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai had used some for himself and traded a couple of drops away, but there was still about half of it left. Even though each one of them could only obtain 3 or 4 drops now, it was enough to further stabilize their Dao seals. One must first sharpen his axe before chopping wood. Ever since Yang Kai left the star boundary, he had realized the importance of a Dao seal to cultivators. It could be said that the future achievements of a cultivator and even one's chances of successfully entering the open heaven realm were tied directly to their Dao seal. The firmer the Dao seal, the higher the order of elements they could condense, while the chances of failure during the final breakthrough would be smaller too. Yang Kai and Yu Ru Meng stood guard, while the others entered retreat to refine the divine Dao water. Does husband want them to condense sixth-order elements? Yu Ru Meng guessed Yang Kai's plan and secretly asked via divine sense. At the moment, her clothes are a little untidy, her hair was disheveled, and her cheeks were still slightly flushed, giving her an extremely seductive air. Yang Kai grabbed her hand and played with it softly as he whispered, "Entering the open heaven realm is not the end of the martial Dao. The difference between just one order is enormous, so if they can have a higher starting point, it will save them many years of cultivation and also allow them to have a more promising future. So, I'll try to provide them with the best possible starting point." Yu Ru Meng nodded lightly. With a slight tilt, she fell into Yang Kai's arms, gently stroked the stubble on his chin, and stated in distress, "My husband has been running around all over the world these past few years. It must have been difficult." Although it was her first time hearing about the divine Dao water and she had never seen it before, how could anything that could improve a cultivator's Dao seal be common? It was definitely a treasure that most cultivators could only dream of. Everyone wanted such a treasure, so to obtain it, Yang Kai must have gone through plenty of hardships and only succeeded after much hard work. Yang Kai lowered his head, traced his finger over her ruby-red lips, and asked with a playful smile, "Indeed. How do you intend to compensate your hardworking husband, Ru Meng?" Yu Ru Meng glanced up at him shyly. "They are refining the divine Dao water. Don't make trouble. It's bad to disturb them." After a pause, she continued, "It's not often that you return home. When they're done, you should go and see Luo." Yang Kai nodded. "How has Luo been doing recently?" His wives were all here, except for Shanqing Luo. He could not help it, because when he brought her to Voidland from the star boundary, Zhu Jiuyin instantly felt a familial aura from Shanqing Luo and immediately took her away. Yang Kai could not stop this, and did not intend to either. After all, this was a good opportunity for Shanqing Luo too, and Yang Kai believed that with Zhu Jiuyin's teaching, Shanqing Luo would definitely have great achievements in the future. Yu Ru Meng answered, "I don't know. Luo has been following Senior Zhu Jiuyin and hasn't shown up lately. However, I heard from Su Yan that when they met Luo last time, she looked well." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll make time to see Zhu Jiuyin then." The several women did not take too long, only about 3 days to refine the divine Dao water. They opened their eyes one after another, and Yang Kai checked their Dao seals one by one. After confirming that their Dao seals were indeed stable enough to support sixth-order elements, he was relieved. If he did not have the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill with him, he may not be bold enough to encourage his wives to condense sixth-order powers. After all, having the capability to condense such element powers was completely different from having the courage to do so. The risks of breaking through directly to the sixth order rather than the fifth order open heaven realm were orders of magnitude different. However, Yang Kai did have the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, which could secure their breakthrough in the future. After ordering them to find Bian Yuqing to request sixth-order materials, Yang Kai departed to Zhu Jiuyin's residence. Other than meeting Shanqing Luo, he also wanted to know how much of Zhu Jiuyin's strength had been restored. She was a divine spirit born and raised in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After escaping the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she had to adapt to the world principles of the 3,000 worlds in order to regain her peak strength. It had been several years since she left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so in theory, she should have fully recovered. Zhu Jiuyin lived in the grandest palace complex which occupied an entire spirit peak. There were no outsiders here, only her and Shanqing Luo. Yang Kai came to the foot of the mountain, climbed the stairs, and soon reached in front of the palace. He adjusted his clothes as he cleared his throat before cupping his fist. "Senior, Junior Yang Kai is here to visit you." The sound echoed back and forth through the mountain peaks. Zhu Jiuyin's voice immediately reached Yang Kai's ear. "Brat, you're not dead yet." Yang Kai was speechless. "Why did you say so, Senior? You are my protector. Why do you wish for me to die?" Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly. "It's true that I'm your protector, but I can only keep you safe in this small place. Since you like to wander around, what does it have to do to me if you get yourself killed outside?" In fact, she could not wait for Yang Kai to die in a ditch somewhere outside. If he did, she did not have to guard this place anymore, and could go wherever she pleased with Shanqing Luo. Yang Kai was annoyed, and if not for the vast gap in their strength, he would have charged inside to teach her a lesson. Forcing down his grievances, he swiftly changed the subject. "Senior, please show yourself." Zhu Jiuyin snorted. "Just say what you want to say and don't waste our time. This queen is really busy and doesn't have the attention to spare to see you." Yang Kai wanted to ask her what she was busy with, but on second thought, since Shanqing Luo was with her, she probably was doing something related to Shanqing Luo. Irritated but still willing to compromise, Yang Kai simply asked, "Since Senior has been away from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for a few years, may this junior ask how much of your strength had been restored? Do you need any assistance from me?" Zhu Jiuyin sneered. "How can you help me? I don't need your help. If there's nothing else, go back and don't bother this queen." Yang Kai ground his teeth. He really wanted to grab this woman out and bite her. He proceeded with a low voice. "It's fine if Senior doesn't want to show herself, but I want to see Luo. Luoer is busy too. She's not free. Shoo shoo, go away." Yang Kai widened his eyes and burst out, "Senior, this is my void land. Not to mention, I am the master here. Luoer is my wife. I just want to see her. Why won't you allow me?" "Bite me?" Zhu Jiuyin sneered. "I really do want to bite you to death." Anger filled Yang Kai's heart, so he steeled himself and strode forward. "I was being polite just now for the sake of respect. Do you really think I have to look at your face? Do you think you can stop me from coming in?" Just as he took one step forward though, a force traveled through the air and smacked him in the face. Yang Kai lost his balance and literally rolled down the mountain. By the time he got up again, he was already at the foot of the mountain. Yang Kai looked up at the top of the mountain with clenched jaws. "Zhu Jiuyin, you crazy woman. Brat, if you have time to bother me, why don't you use it to study your void land? This place is not as simple as it appears." The voice of Zhu Jiuyin resounded around his ears. "Not as simple as it appears?" Yang Kai was stunned. "What's not simple about it?" He shouted loudly a few times, but there was no response from Zhu Jiuyin anymore. He had no idea if the woman did not hear him, or simply turned a deaf ear to him. In the midst of his anger, a rumble happened nearby. The ground trembled and it sounded like a thunderstorm. Yang Kai turned to it in shock, and saw two huge figures flying rapidly towards him from the mountain forest. When they got close, he saw sticky, slimy fluid dripping from the mouth of one of them, while the other one extended its huge head over to him, its eyes full of joy. "It's you too," Yang Kai was sulking, but his mood improved a bit at the sight. These two giant creatures were the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon that he brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Yang Kai had fed them dragon blood pills once in a while since the time in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Therefore, every time they sensed Yang Kai's aura, they would run over and beg for food. Although Yang Kai refined a tremendous number of dragon blood pills in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and the quality was excellent, he had been consuming them all these years, so he did not have many left. However, Yang Kai had no choice but to sigh helplessly when he saw the pleading looks on these two. He took out 10 dragon blood pills and fed them 5 each as he said, "This is the last time. You won't get it anymore." Without knowing whether they understood or not, they just swallowed the dragon blood pills one by one excitedly before circling around Yang Kai cordially. It was not surprising for them to appear here, because Zhu Jiao-yin lived here. They were all from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so they were more comfortable with each other. Furthermore, Zhu Jiao-yin would teach these two from time to time. Given their somewhat childish behavior, it was natural for them to stay here. Yang Kai looked at them and found that both the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon were more than twice the size from the first time he saw them. The dragon auras emanating from their body were also much stronger. After all, they both had dragon clan bloodlines, though only a trace amount. Nonetheless, the dragon blood pills were extremely helpful to them and had strengthened them to a great degree. Martial Peak, Chapter 4310, Refining the Metal Element. Zhu Jiao-yin, I will make you pay one day. Hovering in the sky of Void Land, Yang Kai declared silently with his teeth gritted. Since Zhu Jiao-yin stated that this Void Land was not as simple as it seemed, and asked him to investigate it carefully, Yang Kai naturally did not dare to neglect her words. This place was the foundation of his foothold in 3,000 worlds. Not to mention, there were 600,000 people he brought from the star boundary here. If anything happened here, how could he face those that remained in the star boundary? But after checking for days, he found nothing at all. He had lived in this place for quite some time, and did not notice anything strange about it. At most, it was just a spirit province where a second-class great force stood. There was truly nothing special about it. He took Zhu Jiao-yin's words seriously because she was a powerful divine spirit. That perhaps she may have felt something. But now, it seemed that it was either that woman had misled him, or he was too weak to detect it. Yang Kai believed that the former was more likely, which enraged him. After a few bitter grumblings, Yang Kai gave up on continuing his investigation. He found second manager Bian Yuqing, informed her that he would be in retreat for a while, and told her not to disturb him unless there was an urgent matter. Bian Yuqing respectfully acknowledged his orders. Thus, Yang Kai returned to his residence, went into the secret room and activated the various barriers. He sat cross-legged and focused his mind for 3 days before solemnly taking out the 7th order metal element monster core. The monster core was the size of a fist, its entire mass golden, and a strong and pure metal element power surrounded it. When he probed his divine sense into it, he could clearly feel the massive energy contained within. Yang Kai was delighted, but his face remained calm. It was not easy to obtain such a treasure, and it could be said that he was very lucky to have held on to it. He initially hoped to find the materials he needed in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but his efforts turned out to be in vain. He had completely given up, especially when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was collapsing. However, when one door closes, a window opens. Yang Kai bumped into the severely injured Golden Wolf King that happened to have devoured the monster core of Golden Gorilla King, allowing it to advance from the peak of 6th order to the 7th order. At that time, Yang Kai still had the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress. Part of the reason the Golden Wolf King could defeat the Golden Gorilla King and advance to the 7th order was because of Yang Kai. If he had not fought with Golden Gorilla King in Abundant City back then, there would not have been a decisive battle between the two monster beasts, both at the peak of 6th order. After all, they had fought with each other for many years, and neither had prevailed. It could be said that their strength was always on par with each other. It was precisely because Yang Kai fought with Golden Gorilla King in Abundance City and greatly weakened it that the Golden Wolf King had a chance to succeed. It was all kinds of opportunistic coincidences that brought Yang Kai the 7th order metal element monster core in his hand. Now, It seemed that it was no longer necessary for him to go to Golden Antelope Paradise, where he was planning to head if he failed to obtain anything from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After all, he might just be able to find something he needed there. However, he didn't have to anymore. No matter how indifferent he looked, Yang Kai was still a little exhilarated in his heart, because as long as he refined this monster core, he would be just one step away from the open heaven realm. As soon as he found a suitable Yin element treasure to refine, he could split heaven and earth within himself to create a small universe, directly advancing to the high-rank open heaven realm. By then, he would have the ability to protect himself in the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai took a soft breath and closed his eyes. Before refining this metal element monster core, he still needed to make some preparations. Among the Yin, Yang, and 5 element powers, Yang Kai first condensed his wood element, then fire, then earth. However, he had not found an appropriate metal element. Fortunately, Zhu Jiao handed him the Defying Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart Scripture, allowing him to skip the metal element and condensed his water element as well as his Yang element. Nonetheless, although the Defying Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart Scripture was amazing, anyone who used it had to dedicate a part of their attention to maintaining its operation. Once it was interrupted, the powers inside the Tao Seal would fall into chaos, leading to disastrous results. When refining his water element, Yang Kai spared a part of his focus on operating the Defying Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart Scripture. Similarly, Yang Kai had to spare another part of his focus when condensing his Yang element power. It could be said that Yang Kai has always been in the state of multitasking on at least 3 things at the same time. It was a great load on any cultivator who did this, because multitasking on 3 things would consume a lot of one's focus. Without a powerful soul, this could not have been done, let alone fighting with others in this state. Maybe multitasking on 3 things would not be too difficult for a short time, but the problem was this circulation could not be interrupted and had to be maintained at all times. Fortunately, Yang Kai's soul was much stronger than other cultivators in the same realm. Thus, he was able to maintain this state without making any mistakes. Now, since he wanted to condense the metal element power, he had to spare another part of his focus again. Divine sense surged, and his focus was divided. As the Defying Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart Scripture was operating, Yang Kai held the 7th Order Monster Core with both hands, surged the powers within his Tao Seal, and began absorbing the metal element power in the Monster Core. The metal element was renowned for its sharpness, and specialized in attacking. As such, the Monster Core's metal element power had an unparalleled sharpness to it. As soon as Yang Kai absorbed a trace of this power, he felt a stabbing pain in his physique and meridians, as if a tiny needle had poked into his body, shuttled through his physique and meridians, and pierced his Tao Seal. Yang Kai's face trembled while he endured the pain. Soon, an almost imperceptible golden aura appeared in his Tao Seal, and it began to tremble slightly. The powers of wood, fire, earth, and water seemed to become a little lively at this moment. Yang Kai did not know whether it was an illusion, but he did not have time to find out now. Since he had begun to refine the metal element power, he could not give up halfway, and constantly utilized his Tao Seal, absorbing the energy of the monster core in his hand. As time passed, Yang Kai felt as though countless fine needles were drilling into his body, as if thousands of ants were eating his physique, and he had to endure the unbearable pain the whole time. However, the golden aura in his Tao Seal was gradually growing stronger. With the increase of the metal element power, the rest of the 5 element powers became more and more active in his Tao Seal. Even the vibration of his Tao Seal became more and more apparent. The 5 elements were a complete cycle that brought about unity. The process of advancing to the open heaven realm was to integrate this unity into their Tao Seal. Before, the 5 element powers in Yang Kai's body were incomplete and could not harmonize with each other properly, so they had to act on their own. But now, Yang Kai has refined the metal element power and finally gathered all of the 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were gradually integrated with each other in an infinite loop, connecting to each other in an endless and wondrous cycle. The Tao Seal vibrated more and more, and its light flickered constantly. With the refining of the metal element power, Yang Kai's aura also became stronger and stronger. It was not easy to refine a seventh-order material, and if it were any other cultivator, they would have to be extremely careful, especially towards the metal element power, because its innate nature to attack and kill was too strong. One mistake would lead to irreparable losses to their own meridians and Dao seal, possibly even death. Therefore, the time required for refining would naturally be exceedingly long, ranging from 3 to 5 years to more than 10 years. Yang Kai was not worried about this though. His Dao seal was extremely firm, and among the 5 elements, he had gathered the wood, water, fire, and earth already. As such, he had great experience in condensing this kind of high-rank power. He refined rapidly, and the aura of the metal element monster core in his hand disappeared at a visible speed. On the contrary, the golden light in Yang Kai's Dao seal gradually expanded. At a certain moment, when the last bit of power within the monster core in his hand was absorbed and condensed, Yang Kai felt that his mind relaxed, as if a heavy burden was lifted from him. He instinctively withdrew the several parts of his split focus, which had now been spared, and stopped the operation of the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture. Although the technique was interrupted, there was no sign of disorder with the powers in his Dao seal. On the contrary, as the 5 elements in his Dao seal were complete now, the metal, wood, water, fire and earth element powers mutually reinforced and suppressed one another, forming a complete cycle. Cultivators had to condense the elements in a specific order, but the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture negated that necessity. Now that Yang Kai possessed all the 5 elements though, he naturally did not need this technique. It was a great relief for him, especially from the stress of maintaining it. Yang Kai examined himself carefully and clearly perceived the endless cycle of the 5 elements in his Dao seal. Following the cycle of the 5 elements, an inexplicable aura was released out of the Dao seal. This aura felt like a newborn world, like the prototype of world force, but at the same time not. The feeling of the complete 5 elements circulating in his own body mutually reinforcing and suppressing each other was even more amazing. Yang Kai had long experienced the world force. After all, he was the owner of the small sealed world, which was also an independent world itself and naturally had its own world force. However, the small sealed world was not his own body, and the feeling that came from his own being at this moment was completely different. A sudden realization suddenly dawned on Yang Kai. This was the true half-step open heaven realm. Although previously he had refined 5 elements to reach the standard of the half-step open heaven realm, due to the scattered powers in his body, he did not form an orderly cycle at all. Therefore, he had not truly stepped into the half-step open heaven realm. But now, he had finally reached the threshold of the half-step open heaven realm. If he could take another step forward, he would be in the open heaven realm. Yang Kai concentrated his mind and immersed himself in this wonderful feeling. His Dao seal constantly vibrated, and each vibration seemed to be a throb from the depths of his heart. The cycle of the 5 elements resonated with his soul, giving rise to the illusion that his Dao seal was about to evolve into a world. And he himself was the creator of this world. The feeling of dominating the world arose spontaneously, and his mood lifted a little. After condensing the metal element power, Yang Kai stood firm in the half-step open heaven realm. He could sense that his strength had increased by another leap. Even though it was not too outrageous, it was certainly different from before. More importantly, with the completion of the 5 elements, it gave him another trump card to use. Just when Yang Kai wanted to try a technique he had not used for a long time, a soft noise suddenly came out from within himself. Yang Kai was slightly stunned, unable to react to what had happened. When the soft noise resounded for the second time, Yang Kai hurriedly examined its source and his face turned deathly pale. Martial Peak, Chapter 4311, 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters. A crack had appeared in his Dao seal. Yang Kai was beyond startled, his face turning green from shock. After reaching the peak of the Emperor realm, the Dao seal became the foundation of a cultivator. It was where their grand Tao was stored, the product of a cultivator's lifetime of hard work. If something went wrong with their Tao seal, it would be the end of the cultivator. Yang Kai never thought there would be a problem with his Tao seal because it was extremely firm and robust, especially with the nourishment of the divine Tao water. But the most unlikely thing happened, and it happened so abruptly. Yang Kai drew a deep breath and held it for a long while, focusing his divine sense closely on his Tao seal. A small crack had indeed appeared in his Tao seal, but he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt light and refreshed. What's happening? After waiting for a long while, the movement from his Tao seal gradually stopped. Yang Kai tried to stimulate the powers in his Tao seal, but instead of any hindrance, they flowed smoother than ever. Still, the tiny crack was real, and there was no sign of it healing. Yang Kai was baffled. Boldly, he raised his hand, and a wave of sword chi swirled around his fingertips, one that encompassed all 5 elements. 5 elements indestructible sword chi was a secret technique that Yang Kai cultivated a long time ago. Resources of the 5 elements needed to be consumed during its cultivation, but the grade of those resources he used to do so were not very high. With the improvement of his cultivation, this secret technique lacked utility and was thus set aside. However, this secret technique was also good because of its unlimited potential. The stronger the 5 element powers used, the greater the power of the 5 elements indestructible sword chi. The 5 element powers that Yang Kai refined to reach the open heaven realm were all high rank. Thus, the current sword chi he could use was on a completely different scale from before. That sword chi lingered around the secret room ceaselessly for a long time, and one could imagine how difficult it would be for the enemy to contend against it. Of course, Yang Kai was not testing out the power of this sword chi, but was instead using it to investigate his own Tao seal. After a while, he concluded that there was really nothing wrong with his Tao seal. Yang Kai frowned, feeling even more confused about his situation. He had no mentor to guide him throughout his cultivating journey, and had been experimenting and fumbling on his own most of the time. Right now, he was secretly worried that something had gone wrong and he was simply unable to detect it. Feeling uneasy, he opened the secret room and summoned Yuhi to ask her for some advice. After all, Yuhi was an experienced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so she might know something. Unfortunately, there was no reply even after a long time. As such, Yang Kai summoned Lu Shui, but there was no response from her either. Yuhi and Lu Shui were the 2 most powerful Open Heaven Masters in Voidland currently, a 6th Order and a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master respectively, and Voidland supposedly didn't have any urgent matters going on currently, so how could they not reply to him? The only explanation was that they were not in Voidland. This made Yang Kai's heart clench tight. Did something happen to Voidland when he was in retreat? Completely abandoning the problems about his own Tao seal, he hurried out and sent a message to Bian Yuqing. Fortunately, Bian Yuqing quickly replied. After the 2 met, Yang Kai quickly asked, "Second manager, what happened to Voidland? Why are Yuhi and Lu Shui not here?" Bian Yuqing was momentarily stunned, but then laughed lightly and reassured him, "Sect Master, don't worry, something did happen to Voidland, but it's something worth celebrating." Yang Kai raised his brow. "What is it worth celebrating?" Bian Yuqing pointed up at the sky and explained, "The people from Abundance City are breaking through to the Open Heaven Realm. There are many of them, and it was an important matter, so all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland are standing guard outside." Oh! Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard the news, and his anxiety was immediately relieved. He thought something serious might have happened when he did not receive a response from Yuhi and Lu Shui, but now he learnt that they actually left to stand guard for the people of Abundance City. Yang Kai silently calculated the time and figured he should have taken 3 months to refine the metal element monster core in retreat. It was not too long nor too short, and during this period the people from Abundance City should have familiarized themselves with the outside world and made the necessary preparations to break through to the Open Heaven Realm. Suddenly feeling excited, he quickly left after saying, "I'll go take a look too." In a flash, he opened a hole in the 9 heavenly layers grand array and left Void Land, reappearing in the void alone. The reason why the people of Abundant City chose to break through to the open heaven realm outside of Voidland was mainly that they were afraid of what damage the failure of their breakthroughs might bring to Voidland. The breakthrough to the open heaven realm did not have much requirement from the external environment. It could be done in a land rich in world energy, or in the empty void, as it was mainly dependent on one's own heritage. He and the others were naturally there too. Outside of Voidland, He, Lu Shui, Chen Tianfei, and even Guiziyan were standing by, spread out to the 4 corners of a huge space in the void where Mo Mei, Peng Duo, and several the others sat cross-legged, separated from each other by more than 10 kilometers, each of them permeating vigorous auras. There were not many of them, only 9. Besides City Lord Mo Mei, Peng Duo, and the other 4 great elders, the remaining 4 were deacons who had condensed 5th-order elements. Beyond that, there were many more cultivators clustered in another location. Yang Kai arrived just in time for Mo Mei and the others to break through to the open heaven realm. Without needing to approach, Yang Kai could already clearly feel world force permeating from them. He had witnessed Old Bai's promotion to the open heaven realm before, but he was the only one in that situation. Now that 9 people were breaking through together, how spectacular was the scene going to be? Voidland probably would be the only place to have such a spectacle in the entire 3,000 worlds. It was impossible for other sects to find so many disciples who were all so close to open heaven realm at the same time. Yang Kai watched for a while, feeling that Mo Mei and others should have no problem with their breakthroughs, but he was still not sure, so he flickered towards Yuhi. "Young master, did you exit retreat?" Yuhi was pleasantly surprised to see him. She felt around slightly, sensed the metal element power element permeating from Yang Kai, and confirmed that he had successfully refined it. Yang Kai nodded as he motioned with his mouth to the people in front. "How are they doing?" Yuhi replied, "Everything is going well. I'm certain it won't take more than 3 to 5 days for them to succeed." Yang Kai was delighted. "That's good." Yuhi covered her mouth and giggled. "Congratulations, young master, Voidland's strength will greatly increase now." Yang Kai found what she said funny, then reached out and pinched her face. "You are also from Voidland, we should be celebrating together." After pinching her, Yang Kai froze. Although Yuhi has always been obedient, he also knew the reason for it, so he had always been careful not to be too intimate with her. However, he was stunned by his own sudden action. Yuhi was also dumbfounded, and the both of them stared at each other. After a while, Yang Kai cleared his throat and looked away awkwardly. "What's their condition?" There were nearly 300 people gathered there looking nervously at Mo Mei and the others, all of them likely cultivators of Abundant City. Yuhi reported, "They have broken through to the open heaven realm already, young master. There are 315 new open heaven realm masters in total, including 35 4th order, 191 3rd order, and 89 2nd order open heaven masters. This number is quite unbelievable." Yang Kai was elated when he heard this. Before now, the number of open heaven realm masters in Voidland could be counted with just one hand, but the sudden rise in numbers to more than 300 of them meant that the strength of Voidland had soared. With so many open heaven realm masters, Voidland still may not be as good as some top second-class great forces, but how many years had they been established and developing for? How old was Voidland? And this was just the beginning. Not to mention that there were even more cultivators in Abundant City that were only 1 or 2 steps away from the open heaven realm. The more than 600,000 people brought from the star boundary were also all elites. Many people would definitely break through to the open heaven realm in the near future. But even if the number was not as good as other forces, Voidland was definitely not lacking in terms of quality. Of the more than 300 people who had broken through successfully, 35 of them were 4th order open heaven masters. This ratio was terrifying, and only a special environment such as the Blood Monster Cave Heaven could foster such potential, giving them the time to accumulate and break out of their shells all at once. Not to mention, there were still 9 more who were still in the process of breaking through. These 9 people, except Mo Mei, who was about to break through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, were all going to break through to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Once successful, Voidland's background would become quite terrifying. Why did Yang Kai spend so much to set up the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array? It was to prepare for rainy days. The strength of the people who came from the star boundary was uneven, and the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland was scarce. If anyone really decided to come looking for trouble, they may not be able to triumph against them. But with the protection of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, they at least would have a safe environment. However, he did not need to worry about that anymore, unless those cave heavens and paradises launched a major attack on them. Otherwise, there were only a few great forces in the 3,000 worlds that could compete with Voidland now. Excited, Yang Kai suddenly felt much more relaxed. Although he had occupied Voidland that day by chance, formed a sect here, then spent a fortune to arrange the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, he always felt a little insecure. However, he no longer felt that way. With so many Open Heaven Realm Masters guarding Voidland now, this place had now become a true place of refuge for him. In the distance, the world force escaping from the bodies of Mo Mei and the others became more and more apparent, giving off a vague feeling that a new world was about to be born. However, judging from their appearance, it would still take a few days before the real promotion to Open Heaven Realm took place. Yang Kai relaxed and then recalled the reason for coming out of his retreat, quickly asking in a small voice, "Yu-He, I want to ask you something." Yu-He turned her head and asked, "Feel free to ask anything, young master." Yang Kai reiterated what happened during his retreat, and Yu-He could not help getting nervous. "A crack on your Dao seal?" Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Common sense says that when the Dao seal is broken, even if one's cultivation is not completely destroyed, they would at least be seriously injured, but I don't feel anything is off about myself. In fact, I feel quite comfortable. Yu-He pondered for a while before asking, "Young master, will you allow me to investigate carefully?" Yang Kai nodded. "I was hoping you would." The Dao seal was the root of a cultivator, so it was not something to be opened up to others casually. If the other party had any malicious intentions, he would be dead without knowing how he was killed. Nevertheless, Yu-He was trustworthy and Yang Kai was confident it was impossible for her to have any ill intentions towards him. Yu-He immediately stretched out and tapped her slender jade finger on Yang Kai's chest, surging her divine sense as she probed him carefully. After a while, Yu-He retracted her finger, a frown on her face. "What is it?" Yang Kai asked nervously. Yu-He thought carefully before replying, "I didn't notice anything wrong, but young master, your Dao seal has signs of breaking. This is something unprecedented and what? There are signs of you advancing to the Open Heaven Realm." Martial Peak, Chapter 43:12. Great Peng spreads its wings and soars into the sky. Signs of breaking through to the Open Heaven Realm? Shock surfaced on Yang Kai's face. "What do you mean?" Yu-He explained, "Young master may not be aware, but whenever a cultivator is about to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, one's Dao seal must be broken to integrate Yin, Yang, and 5 elements together with one's grand Dao to form their small universe." She then pointed at Mo Mei and the others. They are currently in that phase. Once they succeed, they can advance to the Open Heaven Realm. If they fail, the consequences will be dire. Such a thing happens? Yang Kai was astonished. He really did not know that the Dao seal would have to be broken while advancing to the Open Heaven Realm. He always thought that the Dao seal would accompany a cultivator for the rest of their life, but now it seemed that there was no Dao seal in those within the Open Heaven Realm, because their Dao seal would shatter and merge into their small universe, imprinting the cultivator's grand Dao. Yang Kai then asked with a frown, "But the Dao seal is critical to a cultivator, wouldn't it cause irreparable damage to us when it shatters?" Yu-He chuckled. What young master described is the consequences of one's Dao seal being destroyed by external forces. For example, if a certain half-step Open Heaven Realm master was subjected to a secret technique that shattered their Dao seal, even if this person did not die, their cultivation would be completely crippled. However, when breaking through to the open heaven realm, this process is essential, otherwise, how would one integrate their own grand Tao into their small universe? This can be considered as breaking the old to build up the new. That's why the advancement to the open heaven realm has always been extremely dangerous, and one careless mistake will put all previous efforts to waste. Yang Kai had a vague idea now but was still confused. I am still one step away from open heaven realm, but it is not easy to even take this step. So why did my Tao seal change like this? He did not understand what was going on either, so shaking her head, she replied, I cannot say, young master. Do you really not feel anything wrong? Yang Kai answered, if there was something wrong, I would notice it, but I truly don't feel anything abnormal, except for the crack in my Tao seal. He pondered for a long time before opening her mouth hesitantly. Perhaps it has something to do with the order of the materials you have refined, young master. Throughout the ages, there have been very few cultivators capable of condensing high-rank element powers. Another might not appear for thousands of years, so no one would be able to predict what kind of abnormal situations may occur on the path of cultivation such as young masters. If even he could not give him an answer, Yang Kai did not know who else to turn to. She had the highest cultivation and was the most knowledgeable in Void Land, so it was impossible for the others to know more than she did. Although Zhu Jiao-yin was a divine spirit and certainly stronger than He, her cultivation method was completely different from that of a human's, so asking her would be pointless. Seeing him still worried, He comforted him, but there is a benefit to the situation you're in. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. What's the benefit? Let's hear it. Young master's advancement to the open heaven in the future will certainly be easier now as there are signs of your breaking through already. When you gather all of your yin, yang, and 5-element powers, your advancement will definitely come naturally without much obstruction. Although Yang Kai knew that she was just comforting him, he still felt somewhat relieved and nodded, I hope so. Although talking to he did not solve his doubts and he did not know why his Tao seal had such a phenomenon, Yang Kai faintly noticed one thing. The long gorge of cultivation between Emperor Realm and Open Heaven Realm could be called a completely new realm, such as the Tao Seal Realm. This was because when one's cultivation had reached the peak of the Emperor Realm, they would need to condense their Tao Seal with their own grand Tao and lifelong cultivation. When advancing to the Open Heaven Realm, one's Tao Seal would be shattered and integrated into their small universe. The formation to the destruction of the Tao Seal was the rise and fall of a realm, and its characteristics were extremely obvious. The question was, why did such a realm not exist? Since he could not answer such a question, he decided not to think about it anymore. If there had never been the existence of a Tao Seal realm before, there must be a reason for it. 5 or 6 days passed by in a hurry while Yang Kai was constantly paying attention to the situation of his Tao Seal. Suddenly, he sensed a notably obvious world force swaying in the void. Looking up quickly, he saw Pang Duo get up with a smile and stood steadily. However, at this moment, he was a lot stronger than before. His upright stature felt as though a new world had emerged, and a complete world force lingered around him. He has successfully broken though. At almost the same time, world forces constantly fluctuated around the void. Jin Yuan Lang, Mu Qian Xian, Gong Yang Shi, and the others advanced to the Open Heaven Realm within just a half cup of tea's time. These great elders of Abundance City had spent almost the same amount of time cultivating, and the fifth-order materials they refined were not much different in attributes, which was why their breakthrough was so close to each other. After another half-day, Fan Wu Xin and the other deacons also successfully broke through. Finally, after another day, Mo Mei completed her breakthrough. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Although he gave Mo Mei many Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, which could greatly improve the chances of successfully breaking through to the Open Heaven Realm, spirit pills were only external aids after all. What truly mattered was their respective will and foundation. No matter how much any external assistance was provided, if one was personally insufficient, there would still be a risk of failure. Now that they were all successful and no one had failed, it was well worth being delighted about. Having long noticed Yang Kai's presence, Mo Mei did not bother stabilizing her cultivation after her advancement to the open heaven realm and flew straight towards him. Behind her, Pang Duo and the others quickly followed by the hundreds of Abundance City cultivators who had already broken through to the open heaven realm. In front of Yang Kai, Mo Mei saluted elegantly, "Greetings, Sect Master." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to lift her up with a small smile before cupping his fist as well. "Congratulations to everyone on your advancement to the open heaven realm. From now on, like the great princes of legends, spread your wings and soar into the sky." Mo Mei replied humbly, "Many thanks to Sect Master for removing the blood principles on us, taking us out of Blood Monster Cave Heaven, and giving us such precious spirit pills. We will never forget Sect Master's grace." Although Mo Mei's tone was calm, her expression could not conceal her excitement. She and the great elders of Abundance City had long met the requirements to break through to the open heaven realm, but they could not do so because they were suppressed by the Blood Monster Cave Heaven itself. They have lived in that universe cave heaven for generations, and although they knew about the existence of the open heaven realm, they could never reach it. As cultivators, how could they not have the desire to progress further on the martial Tao? Even in their dreams, they had never thought that one day they could really achieve what they so desired. It was Yang Kai who broke them out of that cage, lifted the blood principles restriction on them, and brought them to this vast universe safely. To them, this was tantamount to a life-saving grace and an opportunity to be reborn. Furthermore, there were the spirit pills given by Yang Kai to them. Before their breakthrough, Mo Mei and the others were not aware of the dangers of attempting this breakthrough. However, after having experienced the process firsthand, they realized the various risks of this process. It could be said that if they had no special spirit pills, at least 100 cultivators from Abundance City would have died in this attempt. Even Mo Mei could not guarantee that she would succeed, as it was possible that she could have fallen short just with a slight change in her inner state, resulting in her death. If even she had no guarantee, what about the others? However, with the help of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, hundreds of people were able to advance successfully together, and no one was injured. It was nothing short of a miracle. Mo Mei's gratitude was completely sincere and heartfelt. The 300-plus people chanted in unison, "Many thanks, Sect Master." Yang Kai chuckled happily, "We are all one family now, there's no need to be so formal." After a little pondering, he added, "Mo Mei, you have now reached the open heaven realm and are also in the 6th order, so he will be promoted to the positions of left and right protectors of Voidland. I wonder if you are willing to take up this responsibility?" Mo Mei replied, "It would be my honor, Sect Master." Yang Kai nodded and continued, "Good, then Mo Mei, you will be the right protector of my Voidland in the future. Additionally, you and the other 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters will join Voidland's Elder Council. Second Manager will inform you of the details." Pang Duo and the others chanted in unison, "We will follow Sect Master's command." Yang Kai guffawed, his face full of exhilaration, and the worries brought about by his Tao seal were also washed away. He shouted in high spirits, "Today, Voidland has gained a great boon. There won't be any need to worry about being prosperous in the future. It is Voidland's honor to have you join us, just as it is this Yang's honor." Mo Mei replied humbly, "Sect Master is too modest." Yang Kai continued, "We should set up a banquet and have a good drink to celebrate such a joyous occasion, but you have all just finished breaking through, so you still need to stabilize your cultivations. Let us return to Voidland first. We will celebrate well after all of your cultivations have been consolidated." Naturally, no one had any objections. They did need time to stabilize their cultivation and familiarize themselves with the might of the open heaven realm. Upon returning to Voidland, Yang Kai summoned Bian Yuqing, informed her about the advancement of Mo Mei and the others, filled her in on the matter of the Protectors and Elder Council, and delegated her to make arrangements for it. Pang Duo and the others had now advanced to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, and indeed were qualified to be part of the Elder Council. As for those 4th Order and 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai gave the responsibility of delegating their positions and responsibilities to Bian Yuqin. Yang Kai did not stay any longer and returned to his retreat. After studying his Dao seal carefully for a few days, he finally let out a breath of relief when he did not find any hidden dangers. According to Yu He, although the incident with his Dao seal was strange, it may not be a bad thing. At least it would be much easier for him to break through to the open heaven realm in the future. Mo Mei and the others needed time to stabilize their cultivation, and so did Yang Kai. The proprietress said before she left that the progression of his cultivation was too rapid. Although there would be no problems in the near future, it was difficult to guarantee that there would be no hidden dangers during his advancement to the open heaven realm. There was no other cultivator like him who had condensed 6 high-rank elements in such a short period of time and was only one step away from the open heaven realm. Even the oddity with his Dao seal was likely related to this. Yang Kai naturally had to be careful. He would not be able to obtain the last Yin element treasure in short order. Since the proprietress would be keeping an eye out for him, Yang Kai decided to not worry about it. The proprietress definitely had much better connections than he did, so if even she was unable to find a high-rank Yin element treasure, he wouldn't either, no matter how hard he tried. Simply taking this time to consolidate his own cultivation was the best plan for the future. With a clear mind, Yang Kai relaxed and entered retreat with peace of mind, focusing on exploring the current powers he had. Martial Peak, Chapter 43:13, Towering Evergreen. Towering Evergreen. Yang Kai's lips murmured quietly in the secret room as the wood element power in his Dao seal shone brightly. Emerald light lingered around him, and a towering ancient tree suddenly sprouted behind his back, one so massive its crown seemed to cover the sky. All kinds of mysterious sensations were imprinted in his heart, and Yang Kai could not help gaining a trace of enlightenment. This was not a simple wood element divine ability, but a divine manifestation of the same grade as his golden crow casts the sun. During his retreat, Yang Kai focused on consolidating his foundation and comprehending his gains, so as to avoid any twists and turns in his future advancement to the open heaven realm. In order to do this, there was no better method than to comprehend the mysteries of his Yin, Yang, and 5 element powers. As long as he could comprehend the secrets of these powers within his Dao seal, he would be able to completely master his strength. Among the various powers he condensed, Yang Kai had already comprehended the golden crow casts the sun from the fire element power, and the dragon shield secret technique from his earth element power, but he was still clueless about the water element, yang element, and metal element powers he had condensed. Regarding the wood element power, he came across an opportunity before entering the Blood Monster Divine Palace. However, he was in an urgent situation at that time, so after saving Chu Huashang, he hurriedly rushed into Blood Monster Divine Palace and did not have time to carefully experience his new wood element divine ability. Then, after returning to Voidland, he had been busy refining the 7th Order Monster Core in retreat until now. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that what he comprehended through his wood element power was no mere divine ability, but rather a divine manifestation. It was no wonder that Yang Kai was able to block a terrifying blow from the 7th Order Star Turtle back then. Despite the high order of the wood element power he had condensed from the Immortal Tree, Yang Kai could not believe that he managed to block that attack at the time. After all, there was a huge gap between him and the Star Turtle. Now, he finally understood that he had underestimated the might of this divine manifestation. Divine manifestations had always been exclusive to high-rank open heaven realm masters. Only they were eligible to comprehend divine manifestation, but that did not mean all of them could. There were many powerful high-rank open heaven realm masters who did not have their own divine manifestation. It was a miracle that Yang Kai could comprehend the golden crow casts the sun as an emperor realm cultivator. When the head manager of Scarlet Star, Zhao Baichuan, saw it last time, he commented that Yang Kai could compete with ordinary low-rank open heaven realm masters with just this divine manifestation alone. Thus, one could imagine the power of a divine manifestation. Now, after learning the golden crow casts the sun, Yang Kai obtained the towering evergreen divine manifestation. If Zhao Baichuan knew about it, he would most likely jump out of his coffin in envy. Finally registering that the towering ancient tree behind him was a divine manifestation, Yang Kai could not help guffaw. His mouth opened wide as he let out genuine roars of laughter. After comprehending carefully for a while, Yang Kai fully understood. This towering evergreen was not just a defensive divine manifestation, but also possessed an extremely shocking healing ability. After all, this was the wood element power that was condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, so it came as no surprise that it had such utility. However, this divine manifestation was not really helpful to Yang Kai, because his own recovery abilities were already extraordinary, to the point that he did not need to rely on external forces. The golden crow casts the sun was an offensive divine manifestation, while the towering evergreen was a defensive one. With both offensive and defensive abilities and also the newly refined metal element power, there was a sharp increase in Yang Kai's strength. After studying it thoroughly for a while, Yang Kai dismissed this divine manifestation and began concentrating on comprehending his other powers. Being able to comprehend this towering evergreen divine manifestation before the Blood Monster Divine Palace was greatly related to his perseverance in studying his wood element for a long time. Ever since he learnt about the golden crow casts the sun, Yang Kai put in effort to comprehend his element powers whenever he had spare time. It was just that he had not perceived anything all this time. However, it was not because he was working in the wrong direction, but rather that the opportunity had not yet appeared. Seeing the results now, Yang Kai knew that his efforts over the years had not been in vain, so he would spare no effort in doing so again. Surprisingly, after half a year in retreat, Yang Kai made another achievement. In the secret room, a full moon suddenly rose slowly from behind him. It was the moonlight reflection in the water, pouring down slowly in the room. The temperature dropped sharply, frost suddenly adorning everywhere in the room, emitting cracking noises. The water element divine ability came into being. He obtained his water element by refining a moon essence, and it could only produce such an amazing scene because of its ice attribute. However, this moonlight reflection in the water was not a divine manifestation, but rather a simple divine ability. Compared to golden crow casts the sun from the fire element and towering evergreen from the wood element, it was an order of magnitude weaker. Yang Kai was not upset though. Given the rarity of divine manifestations, it was already exceedingly lucky for him to comprehend two with his current strength. How could he ask for more? Now that he comprehended the golden crow casts the sun from his fire element power and moonlight reflection in the water from the water element power, Yang Kai had gathered both the strength of the sun and moon. It was just a coincidence as it was truly rare. As he thought about it, the full moon set and the sun rose. The sun rose when the moon set, while the sun set as the moon rose. It was like an endless cycle. At this moment, Yang Kai actually felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of the Tao of Time. In terms of attainments in the Tao of Time, Yang Kai knew he could not compare to Flowing Time Great Emperor or even Yang Shao and Yang Shui. After all, those two were the inheritance disciples of Flowing Time Great Emperor and had taken up his mantle. As such, their attainments in the Tao of Time were superior to Yang Kai's. Moreover, Yang Kai's foundation was established on the Tao of Space. All along, he has been painstakingly comprehending space principles and did not invest much into the Tao of Time. Back then, it was only by chance that he learnt the Time Flies seal, but he did not focus deeply on it. However, at this moment, when he comprehended the divine ability, moonlight reflection, from his water element power, Yang Kai could not help having a feeling of inspiration. If he could merge these fire and water powers with the Time Flies seal to form a new divine ability, it would definitely be one of his most powerful trump cards. Without hesitation, Yang Kai started to surge his fire and water element powers in sequence in the secret room. Sometimes the sun leapt out, and occasionally the moonlight poured down, while the Time Flies seal fluctuated. In the void, a ship sailed forward slowly. Many people gathered on the deck of the ship in small groups, talking and laughing. It could be seen that this was a ship of a great force, And all the cultivators on board were the disciples of this great force. Among the leaders, there was a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and two Third Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm was an elderly man, while the two Third Orders were a middle-aged man and a dignified woman. An imposing young man stood beside the three of them. He was noble and handsome, and many senior sisters and junior sisters on the ship would steal glances at him quietly. From time to time, their eyes would meet his eyes, and they would quickly lower their heads shyly, but the young man just smiled gently, which sent the senior sisters and junior sisters swooning. Senior Brother Chi, does Void Territories Star City really have a complete set of Fifth Order materials to be exchanged? The dignified woman in the Third Order Open Heaven Realm asked, with a hint of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Yes, Senior Brother Chi, we've crossed a few great territories to get here. It had better not be false news, otherwise we would have traveled all the way for nothing. The middle-aged man also in the Third Order Open Heaven Realm questioned with a worried face. The elderly man surnamed Chi stroked his beard lightly and smiled. Don't worry, the news is accurate, but it will be up to our own abilities to decide whether or not we are able to obtain these materials. The woman could not believe it, but how could this void land be willing to sell their Fifth Order materials? Don't they need them? It was common to use lower order materials to exchange for higher order ones, but never did they expect that someone would be willing to exchange higher order materials for lower order ones, especially with other second-class great forces. Why would anyone do such a thing? Not to mention it was a complete set of Fifth Order materials. The so-called complete meant that it was a full set of yin, yang, and 5 elements materials. If one could get their hands on such a set of resources, it would completely meet the cultivation needs of a junior who was looking to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, leaving no need to bother seeking out more materials. The old man surnamed Chi replied, I don't know about this, but many people have traded for Fifth Order materials from them already. Indeed, many people have exchanged for Fifth Order materials from Void Territories Star City. Bian Yuqing had reported this to Yang Kai before. It was because there were not many disciples who could refine Fifth Order materials, but an enormous number who needed Third Order and Fourth Order materials, that she took the materials collected from Gourd Vine to sell in the Star City for the resources Voidland needed. The move immediately created a sensation in the nearby Great Territories. Fifth Order materials were neither high nor low in terms of order. Perhaps they might not be precious to the cave heavens and paradises, but they were strategic resources for any of the second-class great forces. Not to mention those third-class great forces that may not even know what Fifth Order materials looked like. Furthermore, the Fifth Order materials that were brought out from Voidland were not just ordinary Fifth Order materials, but obviously stemmed from the same source. If one could refine a complete set of such materials, there may be some unexpected gains. Therefore, compared with normal Fifth Order materials, a complete set of such materials was far more popular. Initially, only a few great forces from the great territories nearby visited Void Territories Star City, but as the news spread, more and more people came. Many great forces even did not hesitate to pay a visit to Void Territories Star City despite all the obstacles in the journey, just to obtain a complete set of materials from the Gourd Vine. Bian Yuqing's original plan was just to trade something they had for things they were lacking to solve the resource problems of Voidland. Beyond her expectation, she inadvertently promoted the reputation of Void Territories Star City. The influx of cultivators coming and going from Void Territories Star City naturally livened up the city. Although it was only a medium-sized star city and the differences were still significant compared with a large-sized one such as Thousand Bird Star City, the volume of trading in Void Star City had undoubtedly increased by more than 10 times compared to before. Void Star City was Voidland's private property, so with the increase in trade volume, the tax that could be collected by Voidland would naturally rise too. Yun Xinghua, who was sent by Yang Kai to take charge of this place, was delighted to see the development and growth of the Star City. He had even begun to consider ways to ask Yang Kai for credit and reward for it. Yun Xinghua was forced by Yang Kai to sign his name on the loyalty list, and he had felt uneasy about it at first. He was worried that if Yang Kai was displeased with him one day, he could scratch his name off the loyalty list, and his life would end. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43:14, Mountains and Seas Pavilion. On the boat, the old man surnamed Chi turned to look at the young man who had been standing beside him. Hanju, our Mountains and Seas Pavilion, is prepared to spend all of our savings in exchange for a set of yin, yang, and 5 elements materials for you. You have to cultivate hard from now on, so as to live up to the expectations of us old fogies. Mountains and Seas Pavilion used to be called Mountains and Seas Province, but because it had given rise to 2 fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it renamed itself to Mountains and Seas Pavilion, barely qualifying as a second-class Great Force. The original Seven Wonders Land, which consisted of a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master and several 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Protector Venerables, was more than just a little stronger than Mountains and Seas Pavilion. But these were the rules of the 3,000 worlds. Any great force which had mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command could be classified as second class, and any great force with high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would be classified as first class. Great forces with only low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could only be considered third class. A great force such as the Mountains and Seas Pavilion was not rich in financial resources, and a complete set of 5th-order materials was worth no less than 10 million Open Heaven pills. Under normal circumstances, they would not be able to afford it, giving them no way to obtain 5th-order materials. But when the news of 5th-order materials being traded in Void Star City was heard, Mountains and Seas Pavilion could not help being tempted. This could not be helped as a disciple. The young man named Hanju was born in the Mountains and Seas Pavilion with outstanding aptitude. Mountains and Seas Pavilion was never too ambitious, so even if they knew that Hanju's Dao seal was firm enough to condense 5th-order elements, they did not even consider doing so. They were more than satisfied with him breaking through to just the 4th-order Open Heaven realm. With Hanju's aptitude, reaching the 4th order was a certain bet. Although they felt as though they had let him down, they had no choice. Mountains and Seas Pavilion needed money in order to continue functioning properly. Where could they find the spare Open Heaven pills to purchase valuable 5th-order materials? It was at this point that news reached Mountains and Seas Pavilion that 5th-order materials could be purchased at Void Territories Star City. The old man surnamed Chi was overjoyed and immediately consulted the Pavilion Master. After explaining the situation, he persuaded the Pavilion Master to support Hanju's promotion to the 5th-order Open Heaven realm to the best of his ability. As long as Hanju could reach the 5th-order Open Heaven realm, the entire Mountains and Seas Pavilion would rise to a new height and eventually gain a firm foothold as a second-class great force. Of course, the Pavilion Master of Mountains and Seas Pavilion knew this. They did not have much hope before now, for they lacked financial resources, but most of all, there was no way to find appropriate 5th-order materials. There might be hope for materials of the 5 elements, for some could be purchased with Open Heaven pills in various medium-sized and large-sized star cities. However, in many cases, even money could not buy yin and yang materials. Since ancient times, yin and yang materials had always been much rarer and more expensive than 5 elements materials. Now though, the Star City in Void Territory was selling complete sets of 5th-order materials. As long as they had enough resources or Open Heaven pills to exchange, it would undoubtedly serve as a glimmer of light in the darkness for Mountains and Seas Pavilion. Mountains and Seas Pavilion's master did not hesitate much and soon decided to strongly support the decision of the old man surnamed Chi, which was why this trip took place. They spent a month on this journey and crossed several great territories to arrive at this place. Loaded on the boat were almost all the reserves of Mountains and Seas Pavilion. In order to successfully exchange for the 5th-order set of materials, Mountains and Seas Pavilion was ready to wager everything. In this way, the old man surnamed Chi's expectations for Hanju were naturally understandable. Hanju obviously understood this, so he cupped his fist with the utmost solemnity. "Honored master, rest assured. This disciple will work hard to cultivate and break through to the 5th-order Open Heaven realm as soon as possible, never daring to slack off." The old man surnamed Chi stroked his beard with a smile and replied with great faith, "This old master is not worried about your aptitude. As long as your temperament can keep up with your cultivation, there won't be too many dangers in your promotion to the fifth order in the future." Han Ju respectfully saluted. "Disciple will follow honored master's teachings diligently." To the side, the dignified woman suddenly spoke up, "Senior brother Qi, someone is approaching." The old man surnamed Qi turned his eyes to the front and saw that there was indeed a ship approaching them at an incredible speed, and by the looks of its direction, it seemed to be coming straight at them. The expression on the old man surnamed Qi's face changed slightly, and he uttered in a low voice, "These visitors don't seem to have good intentions, be on alert." As soon as the words fell, the ship had arrived in front of them, blocking the way. On the deck, a dozen figures stood and looked at them with cold eyes. The expression on the old man surnamed Qi and the two third-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Mountains and Seas Pavilions turned stiff. That was because the dozen people on the opposing ship were all Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although the leader seemed to only be a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master like the old man surnamed Qi, the other side had vastly superior numbers. Although it seemed like the other party was ill-intentioned, the old man surnamed Qi still cupped his fist. "Qi Chang-ing of Mountains and Seas Pavilion greets fellow travelers. May I know why you have stopped us here?" "Mountains and Seas Pavilion?" The leading fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master scoffed disdainfully. "What Mountains and Seas Pavilion? I've never heard of it." The expression on the old man surnamed Qi darkened, and was about to say something when the man suddenly waved his hand and growled in a low voice, "Kill! Don't leave a single one alive." Everyone from Mountains and Seas Pavilion was appalled when they heard these words. They never thought that they would encounter pirates in the void, much less ruthless ones who would kill without a second thought. How could the Mountains and Seas Pavilion disciples sit still? Not only did they come with all the wealth Mountains and Seas Pavilion possessed, but even the sect's hope for the future, Han Ju, was on board too. If something happened to them, Mountains and Seas Pavilion would be completely done for. Qi Chang-ing immediately shouted, "Retreat!" When the words fell, the grand array of the ship was immediately activated and it drove forward at shocking speed. He did not back down, because retreating would be futile. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and Mountains and Seas Pavilion was no match for them at all. They could only move forward, hoping to reach Void Star City. As long as they could reach Void Star City, they would be safe, and these people would not dare to cause trouble. At this crucial moment, Qi Chang-ing made a firm and resolute decision. His thoughts were very keen, and his judgment was even more accurate, but in the next instant, the enemy leader waved his hand and a shocking beam of light struck the middle of their ship. This attack was not something a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master could throw out, and a single strike greatly damaged the grand array of the ship, shaking it violently and throwing many people to the deck. Seeing this, Qi Chang-ying's heart sank as he surged his own strength desperately, struggling to support the grand array as he continued their attempt to flee. More than 10 figures had already rushed over from the enemy ship in that time though, and the brilliance of artifacts and secret techniques bloomed before swiftly smashing onto the ship. After a stick of incense, accompanied by a loud bang, the Mountains and Seas Pavilion ship shattered. The violent force from the explosion swept through the disciples, causing countless casualties. Han Ju, the future hope of Mountains and Seas Pavilion, died instantly without a complete corpse. Qi Chang-ying's eyes were about to burst out of their socket when a ray of light slashed towards him. His mind still in a daze, he was too late to evade the blow, which cut through his body. All he could feel was his body almost splitting in two. The severe pain cleared his mind for a moment. At this moment, no matter how much he resisted, it would be useless, and he would only be dying in vain, so he immediately held his breath and concealed his aura, quietly suspending himself in the void as if he was really dead. Each of the miserable cries for help coming from his surroundings represented a disciple on the brink of death. Every scream felt like a knife stabbing through his heart. Despite the excruciating physical pain Qi Chang-ing felt, it was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. After a while, everything returned to calmness. the 10 or so enemy open heaven realm masters gathered. Chi Chang-ing pushed his divine sense secretly and only vaguely heard the words Void Land and Senior Yin before falling into a coma. He did not know how much time had passed when he woke up again. Shuddering from the severe pain, he barely stood up, looked around, and saw corpses scattered across the void, all vitality drained from their familiar faces. The fragmented ship was stained with blood, and broken limbs and hashed meat was scattered everywhere. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out as Chi Chang-ing growled through gritted teeth, "Void Land, I'll never forgive you." This was Void Territory, the great territory controlled by Void Land. Chi Chang-ing did not think to relate the ambush to Void Land originally, because this did not make sense. How could Void Land provoke others and risk their own reputation within their own territory? However, the few words he heard before he fell into unconsciousness reminded him of something. As far as he knew, the person in charge of Void Star City was named Yun Xinghua, who happened to be a fourth-order open heaven master, which was equivalent to his cultivation. If Void Land deliberately spread rumors about them selling fifth-order materials and lured victims like them to come with a lot of money just to rob them halfway, it would make sense. It's over, Mountains and Seas Pavilion is finished. All their wealth was swept away, and even the sect's most promising disciple that had a chance to break through to the fifth-order open heaven realm directly died tragically in front of his eyes. Such a blood feud was absolutely irreconcilable. Chi Chang-ing panted violently for a while before hurriedly taking out a few spirit pills and stuffing them into his mouth. He then dragged his damaged body with gritted teeth towards the place where Void Star City sat, his eyes filled with vengeance. Time flew by, and soon a year had passed. In his secret room, time principles lingered around Yang Kai as the sun and moon rose and set in an infinite cycle above his palm. It took a year to finally improve the Time Flies seal. His comprehension of the Tao of time and of his own powers were much greater than before. Yang Kai had not used the newly improved Time Flies seal against any enemy yet, but he was sure that it was definitely not inferior to his Golden Crow casts the sun, and it could be even better. Because this move integrated Golden Crow casts the sun and moonlight reflection in the water, how could it be weak? Yang Kai was confident that if a third-order open heaven realm was caught off guard, this divine ability was sufficient to take their life. One could not guarantee that there would not be one in the future, but throughout the ages, it was absolutely unprecedented for an Emperor Realm Jr. to make such an achievement. While he was still rejoicing, the barrier of the secret room was suddenly disturbed. Yang Kai frowned. He had left Bian Yuqing instructions before he went into retreat that unless it was an urgent matter, he should not be disturbed. Now that the barrier has been touched, it was obvious that something major had happened. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43:15, Accident in the Star City. Sect Master, there's been an accident in the Star City. As soon as Yang Kai opened the door, Bian Yuqing hurriedly reported, looking a little flustered. Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise but quickly consoled her, "What happened? Don't rush and speak slowly." Letting her into the room, Bian Yuqing took a deep breath to calm her nerves and then began to explain. Something indeed had happened in the Star City, and it was a major issue. Void Star City had been developing rapidly because of the availability of complete sets of fifth-order materials. Many people had been flocking towards the Star City, which increased its population, popularity, and daily trading volume. However, since about a year ago, it seemed to have also attracted foreign great forces with ill intentions, ambushing and robbing others brutally and ruthlessly. The news quickly spread to the Star City as these incidents happened in the space surrounding the Star City. Yun Xinghua was not bothered by it at first. After all, such incidents were not uncommon in the 3,000 worlds. Now that he was in high spirits ever since he took charge of Void Star City, he had no time to concern himself with such external matters. However, as time passed, another ugly rumor began circulating. It was said that the robberies and murders were closely associated with Void Land. Otherwise, why would Void Land sit idly by and allow criminals to act presumptuously at their doorsteps? One after another, 7 or so great forces traveling to and from Void Star City had encountered mishaps and suffered serious casualties. The sight of the murders was even more appalling as not a single survivor was left, and all possessions were robbed. As a result, the great forces that intended to trade in Void Star City in exchange for resources had all retreated. The most direct consequence was the sharp decline of Void Star City's popularity and the sharp plummet in the number of cultivators residing in it. The rumors spread like wildfire, and after a brief period of fermentation, even the nearby Great Territories became aware of this situation. Yun Xinghua could no longer sit still. He was in charge of the Star City, and the income of the Star City had a lot to do with his position in Yang Kai's eyes. If he could not even handle such a minor issue, how could he deserve such a good opportunity to be in charge of the Star City? He was afraid that Yang Kai might even punish him. Therefore, he immediately sent a message back to Voidland to consult second manager Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing could sense something was wrong. This was obviously the result of someone deliberately causing trouble out of envy of the development of Voidland and its Star City. Regardless of what happened behind the scenes, the tragedies did happen in Void Territory, so Voidland had to give a reasonable explanation. Bian Yuqing quickly took action and ordered Lu Shui and her subordinates to investigate the situation around the Star City. Lu Shui, who was a 5th Order Open Heaven Master, brought more than 10 4th Order and 3rd Order Open Heaven Masters from Abundance City with her, quite a luxurious lineup. Unless they had to face a 6th Order Open Heaven Master, there would not be any difficulties, so Bian Yuqing was not worried at all. The instructions given to Lu Shui were very clear too, which was to find out who the criminals who caused all this trouble in Void Territory were, and report back immediately. But it had been a month since Lu Shui left, and Bian Yuqing still had not received any news from her. Bian Yuqing then sent a message to Void Star City, but there was no reply from them either. She immediately realized that something went terribly wrong, and hurriedly came to report to Yang Kai, who was still in retreat. After listening to her report, Yang Kai's face turned sullen and remained silent for a while. It seems that Lu Shui and the Star City must have been attacked and captured, otherwise we would have heard from them already. Yun Xinghua is a 4th Order Open Heaven Master, and the Star City has a group of his Blood Swan Continent Masters who are all pretty strong. What's more, there's also Lu Shui, a 5th Order Open Heaven Master, who had a team of 10 4th Order and 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with her for support. It's obvious that the enemy is very strong. There must be at least one 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master among them. Bian Yuqing repeated, 6th Order Open Heaven Master. Doesn't that mean that it's a top-tier second-class great force we're facing? To have a 6th Order Open Heaven Master meant that the enemy was among the top second-class great forces. Would anything happen to Elder Lu and the others? Although she was the second manager of Voidland and stood above almost all others in terms of authority, she had only been in Voidland for a short time, so there was still much for her to learn about the 3,000 worlds. What she was most worried about was the safety of Lu Shui and the others at this moment. Yang Kai tapped the table lightly with his fingers, his eyes narrowed into slits as he sneered to himself. Is someone getting impatient? He was almost certain that this incident was directed against him. The road to the high-rank Open Heaven realm was difficult and filled with obstacles. The proprietress had told him before that the cave heavens and paradises would never sit by idly and watch him break through directly to the high-rank Open Heaven realm safely. Chu Huashang had also confided in him some ancient secrets about why this was so. Although he had caught the attention of the major cave heavens and paradises before, because he was still not a threat to them, he had not faced any real danger. Those top masters of the cave heavens and paradises could not be seen bullying the weak, as they had their status and reputation to consider, which would be besmeared if they were desperate enough to lay a hand on far weaker sects. It was inconvenient for them to take action, but their juniors did not need to worry about such things. Any tragedies caused between cultivators of the same generation would only display one's lack of aptitude and luck. It was no one else's fault. That was why there were some who were set on killing him, while some wanted to form an alliance with him when he was in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang too wanted to recruit him into Yin Yang Cave Heaven, but the price was that Yang Kai could never advance directly to the 7th order, only the 6th order. In short, the major cave heavens and paradises wanted to stop anyone whose ability could exceed their control and challenge their authority and status one day in the future. This was the same for every cave heaven and paradise. This was the situation before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. However, when Blood Monster Cave Heaven closed, there was a shift in the situation because Yang Kai obtained a 7th order metal element monster core. He had used his Golden Crow casts the Sun and Dragon Shield secret technique more than once and even displayed the towering evergreen outside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. He also spent a fortune to purchase the primordial Yang Profound Ginseng from Yi Jian from Thunderclap Hall at the exchange meeting in Thousand Birds Star City. Anyone who was paying attention would be able to realize he had condensed fire, earth, wood, and yang elements, and as soon as he refined the 7th order metal element monster core that he had newly obtained, how far would he be from ascending to the open heaven realm? Although directly breaking through to the high-rank open heaven realm was extremely dangerous, and no one dared say that Yang Kai would definitely succeed in doing so, what if he did? They had not been oppressing him openly before because the situation was not yet urgent. The advancement from the peak of the Emperor realm to the open heaven realm was always a long process, and any accident along the way would be enough to take Yang Kai's life. But Yang Kai's cultivation speed obviously exceeded everyone's expectations, and there were even rumors now that Lan Yu Rua of First In was sparing no effort to search for high-rank Yin element resources. Many were aware of the relationship between Lan Yu Rua and Yang Kai. Lan Yu Rua was a 6th order open heaven master, so she had no reason to be looking for a 7th order Yin element treasure other than for Yang Kai. Rumor had it that she now had a lead on such a resource and had led several subordinates of First In to a certain forbidden zone. If she succeeded in coming out safely, she might just bring a 7th order Yin element treasure with her. By then, Yang Kai would have a great chance of breaking through. It was a matter that could not afford to be delayed any longer. If they wanted to make a move, it had to be done before Lan Yu Rua returned. Otherwise, if this 6th order woman went crazy, it would be hard to subdue her without a high-rank open heaven realm master making a move. Yang Kai was not aware that the proprietress, Old Bai, chef, and accountant had risked their lives to venture into a forbidden zone to search for a Yin element treasure for him, but he quickly realized after learning about the incident in Void Star City and the disappearance of Lu Shui and the others that someone had lost their patience and was now making a move against him. Is it the cave heavens and paradises? Not necessarily. The cave heavens and paradises are highly exalted and renowned, so they would not have acted out directly without a righteous cause. Otherwise, it would put their reputations at risk. The loss would outweigh the gain. Then who could it be? Only a top-tier second-class great force could dispatch a 6th order open heaven realm master. After a little bit of pondering, a figure flashed across Yang Kai's mind and a sneer appeared on his face. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai ordered, "Second manager, be patient. Elder Lu and the others should not be in any danger, but they're most likely captured and restrained. As long as that person still desired the 7th order monster core he possessed, he would not mistreat Lu Shui and the others. If he pushed Yang Kai past his limits, what would he have to bargain with?" However, this was only Yang Kai's speculation, and it was really hard to say whether it was accurate or not. That person also knew that Yang Kai had Yu He, a 6th order open heaven realm master, with him, and he was also only a 6th order open heaven realm master. Where did he get the courage to stir up trouble? Unless he had someone even stronger backing him. After some thinking, Yang Kai's confusion slowly cleared. At this moment, Bian Yuqing's expression suddenly changed, and she took out a communication bead. After reading the message she just received, her face filled with great panic as she announced, "Sect Master, there are many ships coming towards Void Land." Yang Kai's face sank. Such an ugly appetite. Although he had already anticipated the situation after learning that Lu Shui and the others were missing, he did not expect the other party to come so quickly. He had just received the news, and the other party was already at his gates. "Follow me to have a look." Yang Kai shot out of the room as soon as he spoke, followed closely by Bian Yuqing. They arrived at the edge of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array. After opening a window in the Grand Array and stealing a peek, the color completely drained from Bian Yuqing's beautiful face while Yang Kai's too, looking extremely sullen. Previously, Bian Yuqing was only informed by the patrols guarding the Grand Array that many ships were advancing towards Void Land, but the number was not specified. Now, from the glance into the void she just took, it was clear that an overwhelming number of ships was filling the void. Why are there so many? Bian Yuqing's beautiful eyes quivered. Yang Kai did not expect this scene either, but after a little thought, he understood. If Voidland was really just an ordinary second-class great force, the other party would probably not dispatch such an overwhelming lineup. However, Voidland's 9 heavenly layers Grand Array was extraordinary, and the other party was not confident it could overwhelm them with only a slight advantage in numbers, hence they had called out for help from allies. Yang Kai glanced back at his own 9 heavenly layers Grand Array, sneering coldly in his heart. It seemed that many people would die here today. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43:16, Invading Army at the Gates. Young Master. Followed by a fragrant scent, Yuhi appeared next to Yang Kai. She was cultivating in retreat before this, but she sensed that Voidland was encountering a crisis, so the first thing she did was to rush here to ensure Yang Kai's safety. Although Yang Kai had astounding aptitude, he was still only a half-step open heaven realm master. Therefore, his ability to protect himself on such an occasion was quite limited. Yang Kai nodded to her before glancing up coldly at the void. There were more than 100 flight-type artifacts there. Each flight-type artifact represented a great force. Even for Yu He, who was not unfamiliar with all kinds of grand occasions, could not help feeling goosebumps arising all over her body, her pretty face turning solemn. The 3,000 worlds was vast and full of bloody massacres and fierce battles. Countless people succumbed to death every day. Even the cave heavens and paradises had no way to guarantee their eternal survival, let alone the other great forces. The cycle of birth and destruction of all kinds of major and minor great forces was never-ending. They could establish, soar, weaken, and be destroyed for a variety of reasons. Just like how Seven Wonders Land's inheritance was destroyed after being occupied by others. However, not many great forces would encounter a situation of being besieged by so many foreign forces. For those who had no idea about why this was happening, they may think that Voidland had committed some kind of outrageous crime. Yang Kai, your Voidland is vile and cruel. You lured people to your star city with sinister intentions, intercepting them halfway to seize their wealth and take their lives. Many great forces have been exterminated because of you. Such monstrous acts cannot be tolerated. Devil Spawn, come out and face death. A furious howl resounded loudly throughout the sky, echoing back and forth for quite a long time. Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of the voice. On a certain ship, an elderly man with a ruddy face stood at the bow, fire burning wildly in his eyes, as if he had an absolutely irreconcilable enmity with Yang Kai. This elderly man was Old Hong of Heaven's Border. It was this old man who happened to find out that Yang Kai had obtained the 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core and chased after him, only to lose him in the end and return in vain. Soon after, the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, came to Yang Kai and tried to coerce him into handing over the 7th Order Monster Core. Needless to say, Old Hong must have informed Kong Feng about it. After all, he was the only one who knew about the 7th Order Monster Core. Old Hong was also the first person to stand up and condemn Voidland today. Yang Kai believed that he did not have any real enmity with this old man. At most, he just teased the old guy when he seized the corpse of the Golden Crow, but it did not cause him to suffer any losses. How could this lead to a deep enmity? Looking at Old Hong's eagerness though, Yang Kai could only wonder who he was representing this time. Yang Kai swept his eyes across the flight-type artifacts and soon, he saw Kong Feng of Heavenly Sword Union. The Heavenly Sword Union ship was extraordinary, which was not surprising considering it was one of the strongest second-class great forces. Compared to the artifacts of other great forces, the ship of Heavenly Sword Union was much bigger. There were many cultivators standing on the spacious deck, and in the middle were two seats, one of which was occupied by Kong Feng, and the other by a young woman. They were undoubtedly the owners of the ship. The woman looked young, but the aura that undulated from her body was not inferior to Kong Feng's. Without a doubt, she was also a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai could observe the situation outside clearly from the safety of the 9 heavenly layers grand array, but anyone on the outside would not be able to see anything on the inside. However, when Yang Kai's eyes landed on Kong Feng, the latter seemed to sense him. He turned to the place where Yang Kai was standing and revealed a faint smile. Not only Kong Feng, but the young woman too had seemed to sense Yang Kai's gaze and looked over before whispering to Kong Feng. Although Yang Kai had no idea about what they were talking about, by the looks of their behavior, the woman did not seem to be from Heavenly Sword Union, but rather from a different great force. Seeing Kong Feng coming here in person, Yang Kai confirmed that Old Hong must be the pawn of Heavenly Sword Union. Back then, it was Old Hong who had informed Kong Feng about the 7th Order Monster Core, and now he was the first to jump out and denounce Voidland. Yang Kai wondered what kind of the relationship Heaven's Border and Heavenly Sword Union had. What is that old thing talking about? He cursed furiously as murderous intent surged from her body. Young master, let me kill him. She was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so she could easily kill Old Hong, who was just a 4th Order Open Realm Master. However, even if she could successfully launch a surprise attack, it would be difficult for her to return safely under the circumstances. After all, there were too many great enemies assembled outside. Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped her. Don't mind him. Just let him bark. He ground her pristine teeth as she glared at Old Hong coldly. She secretly swore that if she had a chance, she would take this old dog's life. She had been in retreat earlier, so she was actually clueless about what was going on outside and why there were so many forces surrounding Voidland all of a sudden, so she immediately sent a divine sense transmission to Bian Yuqing to inquire about the situation. Bian Yuqing briefly told her everything she had explained to Yang Kai before. He was a brilliant woman, so she instantly figured out the crux of the matter and couldn't help turning to Yang Kai with worry. The accusation of Voidland luring others in and then intercepting them was nothing more than an excuse. It was obvious that someone was using this matter to target Yang Kai. With Heavenly Sword Union as the head of the assembly of these 100 or so great forces, he could not help wondering which of the cave heavens and paradises were the masterminds behind this, and how many of them were involved and just watching this show. He clenched her fists. This situation was somewhat similar to what had happened before. Back then, she was just a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator and she was helpless in the crisis. By the time she received word of what happened, that person had already died, leaving her completely heartbroken. But she was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now. She finally had some strength to protect herself and others. Perhaps a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was nothing in front of the cave heavens and paradises, but she would never let history repeat itself unless she died. Yang Kai, show yourself. After Old Hong shouted, he was exasperated when Voidland did not react at all. After looking at Kong Feng for instructions, he called once more. Do you think you can just hide behind your grand array? Today, we gather here to seek justice for our dead companions. It's useless for you to hide in there like a coward. The heavens have eyes, and wicked beings like you and your Voidland will be judged. Come out now. Someone suddenly yelled. Like a chain reaction, countless cultivators started shouting together. The scene was so spectacular that the void trembled endlessly. Inside the 9 heavenly layers grand array, Yang Kai watched indifferently and turned a deaf ear to these provocations. However, he also understood that this was truly a tough situation to resolve. The most important thing he needed to make sure was the safety of Lu Shui and the others, but he failed to find them even after searching around. Although he assured Bian Yuqing that Lu Shui should be fine, it was just his own speculation. In truth, he was totally clueless regarding the real situation. The commotion outside continued for a while, but seeing no response from Voidland, the people began to become furious and annoyed. On the Heavenly Sword Union ship, Kong Fong put down his teacup and waved his hand as he smiled. "Bring them up." When the words fell, the hatch of the ship opened up, and a group of people staggered out onto the deck. The leader of the group was a woman dressed in palace robes. Other than the missing Lu Shui, who else could she be? It seemed that Lu Shui had just encountered a big fight. Blood stains were splattered all over her war-weathered robes, her hair was disheveled, and her aura was weak. At the moment, she was bound tightly with her hands tied behind her back by a black rope-like artifact. Following behind her was Yun Xinghua, who seemed to be in much the same condition as Lu Shui. He too was bound by ropes, looking quite embarrassed. In addition to the two of them, there were more than 30 low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Some of these people were from the batch of cultivators from Abundant City, while some were from the original Blood Swan Continent group. Yun Xinghua was ordered by Yang Kai to take care of the Star City with the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Blood Swan Continent. But now it seemed that he had been beaten and captured. Lu Shui stumbled and almost fell flat onto the deck. A man, probably only a half-step Open Heaven Realm Master of Heavenly Sword Union, was pushing her from behind. He was extremely rude, pushing Lu Shui while also groping her waist and bottom as he grinned. Lu Shui turned around and glared at him, but the man was not afraid at all. He was certain that Lu Shui and the others would be dead soon, so he had nothing to fear. "What are you looking at?" The man bellowed, whipping Lu Shui's face with the whip in his hand, drawing a streak of blood from her delicate face. Lu Shui grit her teeth, choked down the anger and humiliation in her heart, and walked up the deck. "Hee, Union Master Kong, isn't it a little rude for you to treat a woman like this? She's a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all." On the deck, the young woman sitting next to Kong Fong suddenly giggled as she glanced at Lu Shui. The young woman had a beautiful and innocent look, seemingly only 25 years old. If someone met her for the first time, they would think that she was just a naive and ignorant little girl. Only those who knew her well would understand that innocence had nothing to do with this woman. She was as cruel as she was merciless. This woman was Black Prison's warden, Luan Baifeng. The Black Prison was a very special second-class force, because it was literally a prison, one formed naturally in a dreadfully dangerous environment. There were countless natural spirit arrays inside the Black Prison, and if one was not familiar with the safe paths inside, even a high-rank Open Heaven Master would be at risk of dying. It was rumored that although Luan Baifeng was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, a normal 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not her opponent inside the Black Prison. There were naturally prisoners in Black Prison, most of which were criminals who committed various crimes in the 3000 worlds. Others were individuals who were captured from defeated forces after battles between great forces. Normally such people would simply be put to death, but the Black Prison offered an alternative. Luan Baifeng was happy to accept all such convicts, allowing them to escape death at the cost of their freedom. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43:17, Own Respective Needs. Certainly, the Black Prison was not a safe place, and Luan Baifeng was not a philanthropist who was happy to give alms. The reason she was willing to accept those Open Heaven Realm Masters was because the Black Prison was rich with a special cultivation resource which could only be collected by Open Heaven Realm Masters. Luan Baifeng often paid great forces to bring over Open Heaven Realm criminals to collect resources inside the Black Prison. With this, not only could those great forces get rid of these convicts, they could also make some profit from it. Naturally, many were more than willing to deal with her. However, it was well known that none of the Open Heaven Realm Masters who entered the Black Prison ever came out. The harsh environment and various dangers inside could take away the lives of cultivators at any time. Even if they survived there by chance, their cultivations would be devoured continuously. Eventually, the small universe in their bodies would be obliterated and they would suffer a fate worse than death. Due to the special environment of the Black Prison, it had attracted many desperate cultivators seeking refuge, who Luan Baifeng was more than willing to welcome. In any case, as long as she controlled the entrance to the Black Prison, no one could disobey her. Every year, there would be countless casualties in the Black Prison, so as its owner, how could Luan Baifeng be a naive and innocent woman? In the entire vast 3,000 worlds, there were not many people who were as ruthless as her. Kong Feng and Luan Baifeng were old acquaintances. This time, he invited her to join hands in dealing with Voidland. Since the closing of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Kong Feng had been gathering information about Voidland. As far as he knew, Voidland was once Seven Wonders Land, which was just an ordinary second-class great force. It was nothing to him, as the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland was said to be extremely limited. Such a great force was simply vulnerable in front of Heavenly Sword Union. If possible, Kong Feng would have preferred to act alone to seize Voidland. In this way, he could monopolize the benefits of Voidland without sharing with others. However, he was dreadfully frightened by the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array protecting Voidland. Even a top-tier second-class great force such as Heavenly Sword Union did not have such a spirit array guarding its headquarters. It was truly hard for him to believe that Voidland had such a deep heritage. He had gotten someone to investigate it before, and learnt that the array was arranged by a man named Grandmaster Wuliang. He initially wanted to search for Grandmaster Wuliang to inquire about the details of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. Unfortunately, Grandmaster Wuliang was a lone wolf and did not serve any sect or great force, so Kong Feng couldn't track him down even after several months of searching. In desperation, he could only invite Luan Baifeng to assist him. Luan Baifeng was not weaker than him, as she too was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In addition, they knew each other, so they had the foundation to cooperate with each other. Of course, the main reason Kong Feng sought out Luan Baifeng was because of her outstanding attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. For her to be able to live in a place where countless natural arrays existed, how could she not have a profound understanding about spirit arrays? Among the people Kong Feng knew, Luan Baifeng was definitely ranked in the top 3 in attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. With the help of this woman, they could crack the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, making it a simple matter to capture Voidland. However, before that, Kong Feng still needed to send some people to probe the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, so as to facilitate Luan Baifeng's analysis. They definitely had to sacrifice lives to break such a grand array, but Kong Feng was naturally reluctant to sacrifice his Heavenly Sword Union's disciples. As such, he could only gather others to use as pawns. This was what led to the current situation. It could be said that Kong Feng was the main reason why 100 great forces were gathered around Voidland. Hearing Luan Baifeng's complaint, Kong Feng smiled faintly. Those who achieve great things don't bother about small matters. How could we be soft when facing the enemy? If we were, how could we force that brat to show up? He secretly criticized, like I haven't seen how cruel you are, Luan Baifeng. Is it funny to say such a thing at this time? Luan Baifeng replied with admiration, Union Master Kong is truly a man who knows how to achieve great things. This mistress appreciates your approach very much. Then she giggled with her mouth covered, it's just that, will that Yang Kai really show up because of this? Kong Feng grinned meaningfully. Voidland was established not long ago, and Yang Kai is just an Emperor Realm Junior. I have no idea how he recruited so many Open Heaven Realm Masters, but since most of his subordinates were captured by me, he will certainly show up. He simply has no choice. According to the information Kong Feng had gathered, there were not many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland. Since he captured more than 30 of them at once, Voidland had definitely suffered a great loss. Therefore, he was confident Yang Kai would show up. Luan Baifeng nodded slightly. That would be for the best. It will be easy if he shows up. Union Master Kong, don't forget to share the benefits with this mistress when this is all over. While speaking, she glanced at Lu Shui and the others while licking her lips, as if she saw delicious food in front of her. Don't worry, this Kong won't go back on his word. Kong Feng responded casually. Although he and Luan Baifeng were old acquaintances, he still had to promise her some benefits when requesting her help. Otherwise, how could he convince her to assist him? The condition he offered was to give her all the Open Heaven Realm Masters he captured in this battle. The defeated party in the battle often ended up as captives. For example, when Yang Kai took over Voidland, he captured Qin Tianfei. If Chen Tianfei had not offered up the loyalty list, Yang Kai would certainly have executed the fatty. After all, they had a deep blood feud, and Yang Kai could not guarantee his loyalty at all, so how could he let him live? However, Chen Tianfei was quick-witted. He immediately took out the loyalty list as soon as he realized that he was cornered, allowing him to preserve his life until now. In general, the fate of such captives was dreadful. Most of them would be brought back to the Vanquisher's headquarters to be killed, because after the death of an open heaven realm master, their small universe would collapse and their world force would leak out and be absorbed by the spirit province, enhancing its background. Only those captives who could prove themselves to be valuable could be exempted from death. For other great forces, the greatest value of captives was to kill them in their headquarters to collect their world force. However, Luan Baifeng was different. What she needed most in Black Prison was open heaven realm mining slaves. The more, the better. As such, after Kong Feng approached her, they only negotiated for about half a day before finalizing the conditions of their cooperation. There were already more than 30 open heaven realm captives on the ship at present, all of whom would belong to Luan Baifeng in the end. It could be said that she had already reaped a great harvest from this trip. And that was not to mention that there may be more open heaven realm masters waiting for her once they captured Voidland. Among these more than 30 people, Lu Shui was her favorite by far. There were many slaves in the Black Prison, but not many of them were 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Lu Shui. The value of 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could provide there was enormous. Seeing that Kong Feng agreed to her terms without hesitation, Luan Baifeng was extremely satisfied with him. Of course, she had no idea that Kong Feng had plans of his own. Luan Baifeng did not know that Yang Kai had a 7th Order Monster Beast core, but Kong Feng did. It had only been about a year since the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, and according to common sense, Yang Kai couldn't have refined that monster core. If he could conquer Voidland, the monster core would be his. 7th Order materials were incredibly valuable. Being a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Kong Feng would sooner or later break through to the 7th Order. At that time, he would need these 7th Order materials to improve his strength. As such, he naturally needed to collect resources like this whenever possible. However, it was not just the 7th Order monster core that attracted him. The biggest temptation for Kong Feng was the complete sets of 5th Order materials. It was no secret that Voidland traded numerous complete sets of 5th Order materials for materials of other orders, so Kong Feng naturally knew about it. Heavenly Sword Union even purchased a set from Voidland secretly. After a thorough examination, Kong Feng was shocked to find that all these 5th Order materials came from the same source. He vaguely believed that Voidland must have a secret method which could regularly produce these 5th Order materials. Otherwise, they would not have casually traded away so many of them. If Heavenly Sword Union could gain control over this production method, it would definitely be able to produce more 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the future. It could be said this material source was a critical component to the foundation of a sect. How could Kong Feng not be envious of it? To him personally, the 7th Order Monster Core was more important, but to Heavenly Sword Union, this method to produce a steady stream of 5th Order materials was the most valuable. If Heavenly Sword Union became more powerful, Kong Feng would benefit from it too. At that time, Heavenly Sword Union may be able to rise to the level of the Cave Heavens or Paradises. During the simple conversation between the two of them, the grand array that enveloped Voidland suddenly distorted for a moment and 3 figures appeared in everyone's sight. Kong Feng raised his brow as he stared at Yang Kai and smiled. As he expected, Yang Kai could no longer ignore them after they brought up Lu Shui and the others, and had to show up himself. At this moment, Yang Kai's face was incredibly dark. Luan Baifeng, who was sitting next to Kong Feng, stared at Yu He enthusiastically. She had excellent vision, so she naturally sensed that Yu He was strong. Unfortunately, because of the distance between them, she could not determine Yu He's exact order. She licked her red lips again as she asked, "Union Master Kong, what open heaven order is that woman?" Kong Feng answered, "Is junior sister Luan interested in her? I'm afraid that will be a little difficult. After all, She is also a sixth order. A sixth order? Luan Baifeng was obviously taken aback. Given that Voidland was just newly established, it was already beyond her expectation that it could have more than 30 Open Heaven Realm Masters, including a fifth order one like Lu Shui. She never expected Voidland to have a sixth order Open Heaven Realm Master too. The owner of Voidland was just an Emperor Realm boy. How could he convince so many Open Heaven Realm Masters to serve him? As she thought of this, Luan Baifeng turned to Yang Kai and saw that although this young man looked dignified and possessed an impressive demeanor, there didn't seem to be anything else special about him. The gap between the Emperor Realm and the Open Heaven Realm was just too big. How could he get Open Heaven Realm Masters to listen to his orders? Failing to understand this, she shook her head lightly and chuckled, "Union Master Kong, this mistress likes that woman very much. I hope that you can help me capture her later." Kong Feng hesitated a while before he replied carelessly, "If there is a chance, this Kong will do his best." Martial Peak, Chapter 43:18, Accusation. Kong Feng was naturally just brushing Luan Baifeng off while he secretly cursed her for being insatiable. How could it be so easy to capture a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master alive? Both he and Luan Baifeng were also just in the sixth order. Although he was certainly no match for them in a straight-up fight, given that the gap between their overall strength was not too large, capturing her alive would be all but impossible. If he wanted to escape, he would have no way to stop her. As such, he did not dare to promise too much. Ignoring Luan Baifeng, Kong Feng waved his hand as he ordered, "Act according to the plan." Yes. On the deck of the ship, several men cupped their fists. Then, followed by hundreds of others, they split into 10 or so groups and flew out of the ship before scattering in all directions, soon surrounding the local region. The leaders of these groups were all Open Heaven Realm Masters, and after getting into position, each of them took out something like a square array plate one after another and threw them into the void. Then, they formed a set of hand seals and the array plates quickly vanished into the void. At the same time, the surrounding space solidified. The changes in the environment were not obvious to others. Even He, who was a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, was only slightly aware of some unusual transformation in the surrounding region, but it was impossible to tell what the specific changes were. Only Yang Kai could sense it so clearly that he could not help snorting coldly, "Old dog Kong Feng, you're really well prepared." He watched the large group of people flying out from the ship, but he did not understand what they were doing. However, Yang Kai immediately understood when the surrounding space changed. On the deck of the ship, Kong Feng turned to Luan Baifeng and nodded lightly. "Junior Sister Luan's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays are truly amazing. This senior brother salutes you." Luan Baifeng smiled. "It's the fruit of being forced in order to have a living. It's not like I had a choice. But with the confinement of my array, this area has become completely sealed. Even if that boy has high attainment in the Tao of Space, he has no way to escape from here." Kong Feng nodded lightly. He certainly learnt about Yang Kai when he inquired about Voidland, and knew that while he was not strong, he was good at escaping. Especially after hearing the report from Old Hong, Kong Feng learnt that Yang Kai had used space principles to slip away from even Lan Yu Ra of First In before. As such, he understood that if he wished to capture Yang Kai this time, he had to use a heaven-sealing earth-locking array. It would not be easy for even a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master like him to stop Yang Kai once that happened. Therefore, before they continued, they confined the space around Voidland in order to prevent Yang Kai from teleporting away. With the heaven-sealing earth-locking array set up by Luan Baifeng, Yang Kai had no way to run this time. They did not arrange this array earlier because Kong Feng wasn't certain Yang Kai was in Voidland, but as soon as Yang Kai appeared, Kong Feng immediately ordered them to execute the plan. Now that everything was set, they just had to wait for the right moment to attack. Kong Feng turned to Old Hong and exchanged looks with him. After receiving the signal, Old Hong yelled, "Little thief Yang Kai, you've finally shown yourself." Yang Kai glared at him as he retorted, "Old dog, stop barking non-stop and disturbing the peace. You court death." Old Hong grinned. How dare you speak wildly when facing imminent disaster? The folly of youth indeed. Yang Kai did not bother to talk nonsense with him and instead turned to Kong Feng with a clenched jaw, his eyes burning in anger. Union Master Kong, why did you capture my Void Lands people? How has Void Land offended you? Kong Feng remained silent with a smile, putting on a look like Yang Kai had no right to speak to him. Meanwhile, Old Hong continued shouting, do you still need someone else to tell you what your Void Land has done? Junior, today you must die. Yang Kai glared at him furiously. Our Void Land has never offended others who have not offended us. I swear to the heavens and earth that we have never acted without conscience. Old dog, stop talking nonsense. Old Hong sneered deviously. You really won't shed tears without seeing the coffin, will you? Little brat, if you don't wish for others to condemn you, you should not do deeds worthy of condemnation. Since you insist on denying the truth, this king will give you the proof. He waved his hand. Please, Junior Brother Chi. As he spoke, an elderly man stepped out from the crowd. His face was filled with such lament and sorrow that there seemed to be nothing else that could hurt him anymore. After gaining a stable foothold, he cupped his fist towards Old Hong feebly. In front of the public, this elderly man was instantly recognized as Chi Chang-ing, a Fourth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Mountains and Seas Pavilion. There were only 2 Fourth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Mountains and Seas Pavilion in total, which were Chi Chang-yi and the Pavilion Master himself. However, the Pavilion Master of Mountains and Seas Pavilion did not show up most of the time, leaving most matters of Mountains and Seas Pavilion to be handled by Chi Chang-ing. As such, he was known by many Open Heaven Realm Masters of other second-class great forces. Old Hong patted Chi Chang-ing on the shoulder with a supportive look, and continued in a deep voice, Junior Brother Chi, I know that your Mountains and Seas Pavilion encountered a disaster a year ago and suffered great losses. Our Heaven's Border faced a similar situation, but the culprit is too powerful so we can't do anything about it. However, murder must be paid for with blood. Now that Heavenly Sword Union is here to seek justice for us, speak your grievances. Under the witness of everyone here today, we must eradicate this evil and return a bright future to the 3,000 worlds. Old Hong's speech immediately reminded Chi Chang-ing of the tragedy that happened under his watch a year ago. His eyes turned red, and he could not help feeling sorrowful. He turned to the ship where Heavenly Sword Union was located from a distance, saluted and proceeded in a trembling voice, Many thanks, Union Master Kong. This old master has nothing else to ask for today, but vengeance for this blood feud. If this wish can be achieved, I shall die with no regrets. After a pause, Chi Chang-ing spoke about what happened a year ago heartbrokenly, how he heard that there were complete sets of fifth-order materials being sold in Void Star City, how they gathered everything they had, how they traveled all the way to Void Territory, how they were attacked, and how he managed to stay alive. He disclosed every single detail in his speech. Old Hong clenched his teeth. Junior Brother Chi, did you mention that you escaped by faking death, and vaguely heard the words, Void Land, and Senior Yun? Chi Chang-ing nodded slowly. That's right. This old master also knows that the person in charge of Void Star City is a man named Yun Xinghua. He has the same cultivation with this old master, and matches the person who killed our Mountains and Seas Pavilion disciples. This old master lived an ignoble life after that, sneaking into Void Star City to investigate and confirm whether Yun Xinghua was indeed the one who killed my Mountains and Seas Pavilion disciples. This old master swore he would take revenge no matter what. Old Hong immediately asked, what is the result of the investigation? Chi Chang-ing shook his head slowly. Yun Xinghua lives a reclusive life, and this old master didn't have the chance to see him. Old Hong raised his brows slightly. If I show you Yun Xinghua, will you be able to recognize him? Chi Chang-ing gritted her teeth ferociously. Even if he were reduced to ash, this old master would still recognize him. Old Hong nodded. Good, Junior Brother Chi, look over there, Yun Xinghua is among that group. Chi Chang-ing was stunned before he hurriedly looked to the direction that Old Hong pointed at. After a moment, he widened his eyes and leapt towards the ship with raging murderous intent. Yun Xinghua, suffer death. Among the captives, Yun Xinghua was absolutely appalled. He already felt humiliated enough being caught due to his incompetence and was still worrying about his own safety. Fortunately, Lu Shui stood at the head of their group, preventing him from sticking out too much. But now, his face turned white as this unfamiliar old man suddenly rushed towards him to take his life. Unable to care about face any longer, he retreated while shouting horrifyingly, "Mercy, old sir, there must be some kind of misunderstanding." He was totally clueless about what was going on. He had never met Qi Chang'ing, let alone killed the disciples of Mountains and Seas Pavilion. Ever since he signed his name on the loyalty list and was sent to Void Star City by Yang Kai, he has been taking care of the Star City conscientiously, in fear of being punished by Yang Kai for any mistakes. Initially, the Star City was blossoming with activity, but he did not expect a large number of people to attack all of a sudden half a month ago. The people of Voidland failed to defend themselves and were captured, and then were brought here. Hearing the previous conversations from the crowd, Yun Xinghua vaguely sensed that someone was conspiring against Voidland, and he was just a pawn caught up in this plot. Previously, he felt a little fortunate that he was not their target, but he did not expect that he would be the first to die. Qi Chang'ing naturally ignored him. While flying out, Qi Chang'ing slammed his palm at Yun Xinghua with murderous intent even from thousands of meters away. Yun Xinghua was unable to resist as his strength was currently sealed. Seeing that palm strike about to land on him, he could not help exclaiming, "My destined end has come." He could only close his eyes and accept death. But a moment later, the attack did not arrive as he thought it would. It seemed that someone had saved his life. When he opened his eyes, he saw Qi Chang'ing shouting and falling back to where he came from. Yun Xinghua was thrilled that he escaped death, and out of the corner of his eyes, he saw the young woman sitting on the chair withdrawing her fair hand. It was she who saved him. He glanced at the young woman gratefully. Even though he had no idea who this woman was or why she wanted to save him, he was sure that the cultivation that she had was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Luan Baifeng brushed her hair back behind her ear and looked at Yun Xinghua with a smile. Surprised by her action, Yun Xinghua quickly thanked her. Luan Baifeng chuckled, "If you have anything to say, just say it with your mouth. Why resort to violence right away? Life is very precious." "Union Master Kong, do you think so?" Kong Feng smiled faintly, but he did not say anything. He knew why Luan Baifeng wanted to save Yun Xinghua. It was all because these captives belonged to her. Any one of them dying was a loss to her. Therefore, no one would be allowed to harm her interests while she was present. After Luan Baifeng's interception, Qi Chang'ing acknowledged her terrifying strength and dared not to do it again. Still, he glared at Yun Xinghua angrily, as if he wanted to peel his skin off. Old Hong continued in a deep voice, "Junior brother Qi, please calm your anger. Do you recognize the man who attacked your Mountains and Seas Pavilion that day?" Qi Chang'ing immediately pointed out his finger. "It was him. He led people to intercept my Mountains and Seas Pavilion ship and killed hundreds of our disciples. None of them were spared." As he finished his sentence, he let out a long cry to the sky as 2 streaks of tears rolled down his cheeks. Martial Peak, Chapter 4319, Lightning Speed Action. Stunned, Yun Xinghua could not help shouting back, "Old sir, you've recognized the wrong person. I haven't done anything like that. You should take a closer look." "Shut up." Qi Chang'ing glared at him, his eyes spitting fire. "Despicable bastard, how dare you quibble with me? This old master saw what you did that day with his own eyes. How can I be mistaken? If this old master does not avenge this blood feud, he does not deserve to be human." Yun Xinghua's lips trembled, and turned his head to look in the direction of Yang Kai desperately, begging, "Sir, this subordinate is innocent. This subordinate has not done it. Sir, save me." Then, Old Hong sneered and patted Qi Chang'ing on the shoulder again. "Is junior brother Qi sure he's the one?" Qi Chang'ing closed his eyes, turned his head, and quickly replied, "Yes." There was no way to express the anger boiling in his heart. He could hardly breathe. He has lived for so many years, and he was a fourth-order open heaven realm master, so how could he be a fool? He was besieged, completely robbed of his sex properties, and everyone other than him was slaughtered, including his legacy disciple who shouldered the future of Mountains and Seas Pavilion. The pain Qi Chang'ing felt was like a knife stabbing through his heart. At that time, he really believed that Voidland was behind this matter, but after escaping from the claws of death, Qi Chang'ing thought more carefully about it. Why would Voidland do such a thing? Was this not smearing their own reputation for paltry gains? He really did sneak into Voidstar City to investigate Yun Xinghua and quickly discovered that the latter was not the same person who attacked Mountains and Seas Pavilion's ship that day. Qi Chang'ing had a feeling that someone was trying to tarnish Voidland's reputation, but before he could uncover the truth of the matter, Old Hong had appeared and had a long talk with him. After some consolation and intimidation, Old Hong politely asked Qi Chang'ing to step forward to identify the culprit, with a promise of heavy compensation. By that point, how could Qi Chang'ing still not understand what was going on? Voidland was like a tall tree that attracted the wind, and Mountains and Seas Pavilion was coincidentally involved in this dispute. Qi Chang'ing was probably able to escape the catastrophe and keep his life only because the other party allowed him to. Now that things have escalated to this point, what choice did Qi Chang'ing have? He may be able to keep his conscience by rejecting Old Hong's proposal, but it would certainly offend powerful people. The murderers who dared to blatantly slaughter Mountains and Seas Pavilion's disciples could even cause trouble at the headquarters of Mountains and Seas Pavilion. On the other hand, if he agreed to their conditions, he could at least obtain some compensation. Mountains and Seas Pavilion could not endure any more struggle. With their most prized disciple dead and most of the sect's wealth lost, if Qi Chang'ing just returned home like this, Mountains and Seas Pavilion would not be able to recover for hundreds of years. But if he could get some compensation, the future would definitely not be so bleak. Therefore, even though Qi Chang'ing knew the truth, he had no choice but to cooperate with Old Hong at this moment and lie with his eyes wide open. He had to consider the future of Mountains and Seas Pavilion. Boy, junior brother Qi of Mountains and Seas Pavilion had identified the culprit in person. It is ironclad evidence. Do you still wish to deny it? Old Hong rebuked sharply. Yang Kai snorted coldly. For those determined to condemn others, there is never a lack of evidence. As soon as he finished speaking, shouts echoed from all directions. They were the representatives of the victimized great forces from the incidents in Void territory. Yang Kai looked around coldly before his gaze stopped at Kong Feng. Union Master Kong is here in person. Did your allies' ships suffer from the incident in the Void territory too? Kong Feng smiled slightly. Indeed. Many of my allied sects encountered trouble and were robbed of all their property, with countless casualties. Naturally, as Union Master, I am here to seek justice for them. Yang Kai returned. Then what justice does Union Master Kong want? Kong Feng tapped the armrest of his chair lightly. If you are wise, you will deactivate this defensive grand array, bind your own hands and feet, and follow this Union Master obediently. Rest assured, this Union Master will definitely investigate the situation thoroughly. If Voidland is innocent, you will be cleared of all guilt. Yang Kai sneered. How could he believe him? However, he still nodded gently. Union Master Kong's reputation is well known. I can trust this statement. Kong Feng raised his brow. Since you trust this Kong, what are you still waiting for? Yang Kai raised his hand. Union Master Kong, please wait a moment. I don't know when I will be back. I must have a word with my family first. After saying that, he had already turned around and disappeared into Voidland without giving Kong Feng a chance to object. Kong Feng frowned, vaguely feeling that Yang Kai was up to no good. However, after thinking about it carefully, Voidland would definitely not be able to resist. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy would be a joke. He did not attack head-on mainly because he was afraid of destroying Voidland. There must be some hidden secrets in this place. So before he learnt the truth, he did not want to make a big move. After pondering for a while, he spoke quietly, "Junior sister Luan, your chance has come." Luan Baifeng looked at Kong Feng with a smile. "What is Union Master Kong referring to?" Kong Feng replied, "Don't you want that sixth order open heaven realm woman? She's called Yu He, and she obeys Yang Kai's words. When Yang Kai arrives, you are responsible for keeping Yu He in check while I capture that boy. As long as Yang Kai is restrained, Yu He will definitely not resist, and you can have her in any way you want." Luan Baifeng's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard the words, and her scarlet tongue flicked across her red lips. That would be best. She naturally knew why Kong Feng wanted her to deal with Yu He. The other party was a sixth order open heaven realm master after all. It's hard to say who would emerge the victor in a real fight, but if she could capture a sixth order open heaven master to be in or slave, this risk was worth taking, so she did not complain. While the two were talking, a figure flickered next to Yu He, and Yang Kai reappeared. Kong Feng was slightly surprised. So fast? He thought that Yang Kai would definitely delay for a while, but who would have thought that he came back as fast as he left? Yang Kai chuckled. "There's nothing to explain, Union Master Kong. However, this junior's cultivation is low, and it is not safe to travel alone. So I request permission to bring my left protector along." After saying so, he pointed at Yu He. Kong Feng replied indifferently, "Only her then." He had already expected this. With his and Luan Baifeng's strength, a single Yu He would not be able to resist their united front. Luan Baifeng frowned slightly, vaguely feeling something was off, but most of her attention was drawn to Yu He at the moment, so she did not think much about it. "Naturally." Yang Kai nodded. Signaling Yu He, he stepped forward, and Bian Yuqing, who was behind him, flew back into Voidland. Kong Feng waved his hand and opened the barrier around the ship. Yang Kai and Yu He landed on the deck soon after. In the next moment, Kong Feng and Yang Kai shouted in unison, "Now!" When the words fell, Kong Feng reached out to grab Yang Kai. Luan Baifeng's petite figure leapt up and rushed towards Yu He, who at the same time raised her hand. A little flower umbrella appeared twirling in the air, then flew sharply in the opposite direction towards Luan Baifeng and Kong Feng, obscuring their line of sight momentarily. Yang Kai stepped back and opened the 6 Faded Paths bag. With a light pat, a dozen figures suddenly appeared. The dozen figures, led by Mo Mei, immediately surrounded Yang Kai as soon as they appeared. Heavenly Sword Union was a top-tier second-class great force with outstanding strength. For this trip to Voidland, in addition to Kong Feng, a 6th Order Open Heaven Master, there were also numerous 5th Order Open Heaven Masters, and even more 4th Order and 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. This could only be described as a mighty army with the finest arms. However, among the dozen or so people who suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's side, Mo Mei was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, while the others were all 5th Order. Everyone was momentarily stunned by their sudden appearance. When they finally came back to their senses, fierce attacks were already bearing down on them. In a flash, screams and shrieks resounded one after another, followed by splatters of fresh blood and corpses collapsing to the ground. Beyond all their expectations, in an instant, Heavenly Sword Union suffered heavy casualties, with as many as a dozen of Open Heaven Realm Masters under the 5th Order being killed, not to mention countless other disciples below the Open Heaven Realm. At the same time, Peng Duo, Jin Yuan Lang, Mu Qianxian, and Gong Yang had already rushed towards Lu Shui and the others. The strength of the Heavenly Sword Union disciples guarding Lu Shui and the others wasn't anything notable because their prisoners had their cultivations sealed. Seeing these 4 pouncing towards them like tigers leaving the mountain, these disciples froze in place, not knowing what to do. A brief hesitation in battle could lead to disaster. With the combination of 4 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the guards were cut down as easily as melons and vegetables, while Lu Shui and the others were dragged back into the encirclement. At this moment, Yu He shouted in a strained voice, "Young Master." As soon as the words fell, the little flower umbrella exploded, and the color on Yu He's face drained slightly before a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out of her lips. Her artifact was destroyed, causing a backlash to her soul and body. However, there was no other way. This was the only option if they wanted to rescue the captives from the hands of the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Kong Feng appeared with a livid face and spat through clenched jaws. "Junior, you court death." He had never expected that in such a situation, Yang Kai would dare to attack first. He cursed silently, planning to give Yang Kai a taste of every kind of torture in the world once he was captured. However, when he looked up, Kong Feng was stunned for a moment, because scattered all over his ship were broken bodies of countless disciples, including as many as a dozen Open Heaven Realm Masters under the Fifth Order. Opposite of him, a formation of more than a dozen Open Heaven Realm Masters circled around Yang Kai as they, along with Lu Shui and the other captives, fled towards Void Land hurriedly. How did Void Land gain so many Open Heaven Realm Masters? Kong Feng was dumbstruck. What made him even more terrified was that the more than a dozen people who suddenly appeared in front of him were all Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and one leading them was a woman in the Sixth Order. After escaping from the Little Flower Umbrella suppression, Luan Baifeng swept her eyes around coldly and growled through gritted teeth, "We were too careless." She had finally understood where that sense of unease came from before. Yang Kai mentioned that he was his left protector, and since there was a left protector, there must also be a right protector. Now, the truth was revealed that there was another Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in Void Land.